Prologue 4 years earlier, Keynes could sense her coming. The lights had blinked out while he was on the stairs, causing him to stumble and eliciting a chorus of startled exclamations from his entourage. A second later, when the lights flickered back on, he was alone. He glanced around quickly, turning on the spot, taking in the painted brick walls and the concrete steps. Gone were the guards that had accompanied him, as well as the official court obliviator. Keynes barely noticed. What mattered most was the little girl, Isabella Morgenstern. He'd been gripping her by the wrist, squeezing with the full force of his fist, as tight and merciless as a cuff. He knew that he was hurting her, and not just because of her incessant screams. His anger made him vengeful. The thought that he might be bruising the girl's wrist made him squeeze even harder, viciously grinding the fine bones of her forearm. He'd been furious with her for running away from him, but even more, for embarrassing him. This squalling, unmagicked, precocious, British dimwit had dared to defy Albert Keynes, General Arbiter for the Wizarding Court of the United States. She'd actually had the audacity to make him chase her. Fortunately, even though the rest of his entourage had somehow vanished, the girl was still there, dragging behind his fist, her eyes wide as the lights flickered back on. Her hair swung in sweaty blonde curls around her face as she looked up and down the stairwell, searching. For a moment, Keynes thought she was looking for the missing guards, but then he understood otherwise. She was looking for her sister, Petra Morgenstern, the young woman whose name the little brat had been shrieking only seconds earlier, the young woman whom they had just left, sleeping the cursed sleep of guilt, lying on a bare bed in a guarded basement cell. "Don't be foolish," he said, mocking the little girl's hopeful expression. His words were lost, however, obliterated in a sudden gust of cold wind. It flapped the brim of Keynes' black hat, threatening to whip it from his bald head like a teasing ghost. The whickering air was so cold that he fancied he could feel flecks of ice in it, stinging his cheeks and eyes. The blonde girl turned to look at him for the first time since being recaptured. Her mouth was still pressed into a worried frown, but her eyes glittered like emeralds, suddenly expectant, even eager. He shook his head at her, not quite daring to speak again, and wagged an admonishing finger at her with his free hand. He tugged her forward again so that she stumbled up the steps, dragged by his white-knuckled fist. He didn't know what was going on, but unexpected magic was no surprise in his line of work. The stairs stopped at the next landing, leading to a single door, thrown open so wide that its handle had cracked the brick hallway wall beyond. Keynes stopped, momentarily confused. They'd been climbing from the basement. There were at least 9 more flights of stairs to the top of the building. How could they have reached the top already? The air was still icy with cold. His breath puffed before his face, chugging with just the faintest tremor of a shiver. And of course he understood how he'd gotten to where he was after all. His entourage hadn't been vanished away. He had. He'd been magically transported up 9 flights of stairs in the blink of an eye, during the flash and flicker of the lights. The only reason the girl had come with him was that he'd been holding onto her so tightly. The girl hadn't performed the magic. But the glimmer in her eyes told him she knew who had. "You'd better let me go," she said with quiet emphasis. Keynes tried to imagine fear and petulance in her plea, but he knew there was none. Instead, she almost seemed to be taking reluctant pity on him. As if she was giving him one last chance to avoid something awful. "You're a little fool," he growled at her, hissing forcefully through his teeth so that spittle flew. His breath puffed pale clouds into the air. "Your sister is guilty. You have no legal magical guardian. The court has spoken, and I intend to carry out its orders. You'll be officially obliviated. You're only making matters worse for..." Another burst of wind, even harder and colder than before, bowled over him, ripping his hat from his head and flapping his robes like a flag. He clutched at the doorframe with his free hand, but the wind forced him through, slamming the stairwell door behind him so violently that its tiny window shattered, spraying the hallway floor with crumbles of glass. Keynes scrambled around, grabbed at the door handle and shook it, tugged it so hard that it rattled in its socket. The door was jammed shut, as immovable as stone, and still his hand remained viced onto the girl's wrist, dragging her with him. She was coming. The girl's sister. It was impossible, but she had awoken from her cursed sleep. She had been summoned by the blonde brat's incessant screams. That was why the girl had stopped calling for her. That was why she was no longer afraid. Her fear had transferred itself onto Keynes. Amazingly, this fact infuriated as much as disconcerted him. He was accustomed to being the one instilling the fear. Of course, the fright he inspired was righteous and true, the fright all wrongdoers feel when finally confronted with the cold hand of justice. Perhaps he did secretly relish being that cold hand. Perhaps wielding the scales of power and vengeance did award him an unforgiving thrill, but was that such a bad thing? He took pride in his work, that was all. There was no evil in it. At least, Nothing that deserved the terror he now felt creeping over him, prickling his skin, swallowing him whole like a snake slowly digesting its prey. "You stay away from me," he commanded into the seemingly empty hallway, producing his wand from his robes. To his own ears, his voice sounded small, trembling. The wand in his outstretched hand shook. "You stay away from me. I'm carrying out my duties. In the name of the Wizarding Court of the United States of—" "Let her go," a woman's voice said. It was low and bloodless, vibrating from the walls all around. Like the blonde girls before it, the voice seemed to be offering a reluctant warning. It sounded like a voice that wanted to be disobeyed. "You stay back," Keynes cried out, extending his wand full length ahead of him, gripping it fiercely. He waved it back and forth as he edged along the hall, dragging Isabella with him. The hallway was long and drab, lined with bricks enameled a pale, industrial green. The bare concrete floor radiated cold. Black doors lined both walls, all closed, marching away for what seemed like miles. But that was an illusion, of course. Keynes knew there were stairwells at both ends of the building. If he could make it to the other end, he could take the girl back down. Her sister could not stop him. She was guilty. She was chaos. Keynes firmed his jaw and straightened his back. He was justice. He was order. The lights flickered again and buzzed. The bulbs overhead were old, clear glass glowing with bright goblin wire filaments. They required no Muggle electricity to burn, and yet, one by one, they began to extinguish. Each one popped like a miniature bomb, spraying glass and cold sparks. Darkness marched down the hall toward Keynes, but he forced himself to walk into it, increasing speed and raising his chin to face it. "Chaos cannot defeat me," he cried out, calling into the approaching dark. "I am order. Order trumps chaos." He marched faster, his fist still cinched onto Isabella's hand, squeezing her wrist hard enough to bruise the very bones, dragging her forcibly along with him. The bulb directly over Keynes clouded suddenly with frost. Its light dulled, went cold, then flashed brilliantly, exploding. Glass and sparks rained down on him, peppering his bare head. Petra Morgenstern's voice came from directly ahead of him. "I'm not chaos," it said, and suddenly she was standing before Keynes, her silhouette slight, but rushing with cold wind, somehow towering. She was like a woman-shaped black hole, full of compressed gravity and seamless dark. "And you're not order. I just want my sister back." Keynes halted clumsily and even stumbled back a step, his eyes bulging wide at the shape before him. "Oh, no you don't," he said stridently, shrilly. "You think you can simply defy me?" He shook his head furiously, his rage somehow equaling his terror. "You're a condemned criminal. You have no legal rights. You. Petra's arm stretched out toward Keynes. He couldn't tell if she was reaching for the girl in his grip or for his own neck. The blackness of her silhouette seemed to pull him in. He resisted, pressing his lips into an enraged line. Violently, he jerked Isabella forward in front of him, using her like a human shield. He hooked his left elbow under her chin, forcing her head back against his chest, and raised his right fist, brandishing his wand. In a second, it was jabbed against the blonde girl's temple. "I'll do it myself," he shrieked in a fevered rush, his eyes widening with zeal. "I'm not as good as the official court obliviator, but I know the spell. She may never be capable of forming another memory again, but I can do it. I will do it. You'll force me to it. The court has spoken." He screamed the last sentence, hoarsely enunciating each word as if it was a talisman. "Put down the wand," Petra said, her voice dropping to an icy monotone. Her form seemed to elongate, to grow in size, looming against the dimness of the walls. The walls themselves bulged away from her. Cracks raced along the bricks, spurting broken mortar like fireworks. Distantly, windows shattered and walls groaned. "Let her go." Keynes sucked in a sudden breath, filling his chest and preparing to shout. "Oblivia!" Along the length of the hall, every door blew open like an explosion, erupting with clouds of icy steam. Petra's arm lanced forward like a snake, clamping onto Keynes' throat and propelling him backwards, straight out of his shoes. His hands scrabbled helplessly, first releasing Isabella and his wand, and then groping uselessly at the icy fist wrapped around his throat, locked beneath the shelf of his chin. And still Petra's form drove him backwards along the hall, faster and faster, floating in pursuit, flying, her hair streaming around her like the snakes of a Medusa. Her shape was a black nightmare of shadow except for her eyes, which blazed like starlight through sapphires. Keynes' heels stuttered wildly backwards along the hall, scattering broken light bulb glass. "I've killed once before." Petra's voice boomed. The sound was like cracking glaciers, echoing, ringing along the bulging walls like a gong. "Horror that she was, the woman I killed was still the better of a deluded insect like you. Petra. A small, unexpected voice interrupted. It was a girl's voice, familiar enough not to shatter Petra's rage, but to surprise and pause it, at least for a second. Pet lightning crackled along the hall from Petra's eyes and free hand, longing to be unleashed, and yet, reluctantly, she halted. Kane's was still thrust forward in her extended fist, his own hands clamped around hers, uselessly struggling, his mouth frozen in a silent, choked gasp, his eyes bulging up at her face. "Is he?" Petra said without turning, blinking the cold blue glow from her eyes. "No," the voice said meekly. "It's me. Lucy." Petra finally looked back over her shoulder. Her hair hung around her face like black ribbons, revealing only one eye. She blinked again, ignoring the struggling Canes. Lucy was standing next to Izzy. As Petra watched, the girls drew a step closer together. Without looking, Lucy reached for Izzy's hand, and Izzy gave it to her, lacing their fingers together. And with that gesture, Petra understood something. While she had been asleep, under the influence of Mother Newt's poison apple, something had happened between Lucy and Izzy that had bonded them. They were friends now. Other than Petra, Izzy had never before had a true friend. Despite everything, the sight of the girls' clasped hands both broke and gladdened Petra's heart. "Don't kill him, Petra," Lucy said. Her dark eyes were calm, neither begging nor demanding. "Not because he deserves to live. I don't know. He does seem like a pretty awful man. He may deserve to die. But you don't deserve to kill." Petra glanced from Lucy's dark eyes to Izzy's green ones. The blonde girl was nodding slowly. "It's not like with my mother," she said in a low voice. "She was so miserable and ugly inside that she almost wanted to be killed. She nearly begged for it. But this. It's different." Petra's grip slowly tightened on Kane's neck, creaking the joints of his vertebra. His jaw dropped as his mouth gaped like a beached fish. His thin chest hitched silently. Petra ignored him, still staring back over her shoulder at the two girls, at their laced hands. "But he almost ruined you, she said. There was something like a plea in her voice. "He's a human wreck. He deserves nothing but to be ended." Izzy nodded. Lucy frowned worriedly. "He probably does," she admitted reasonably. "But you don't deserve the stain that ending him would leave on you. On your soul." Petra heard the words, and knew in her deepest heart, the eye of her rage's storm, that they were good. Lucy was right. And yet another voice spoke up inside her thoughts. A voice that she, Petra, had not heard in almost a year. "Killing is not a stain," the voice exclaimed, screaming the words in the center of Petra's mind, drowning out every other thought like an impatient observer that can no longer remain silent. "Killing is the power of immortality. Killing is being as a god." "Yes," Petra said to herself, her expression going calm again as she turned back to Kane's. She desperately wanted to agree with the voice of the bloodline in her mind. It felt so good to go along. "And he does deserve it." Kane saw the resolve forming in Petra's eyes and tried to shake his head. His eyes bulged from their sockets, even as his face drained of all color, turned as pale as wax. "He deserves to die." The voice agreed, now dropping to a greedy whisper. "They all deserve to die, we all deserve to die," Lucy agreed from behind Petra, almost as if she could also hear the vicious voice in Petra's mind. Her words were like a lilt of sanity in the frozen air, unavoidable and persistent. "We all deserve to die, Petra, the moment someone with power decides they have the right to kill." Petra blinked again. She paused. Lucy was right. Of course she was. Petra wanted desperately to refuse it. The voice that haunted her thoughts railed against it, cursed against it, would have turned and killed Lucy herself just to silence her if it could, but the voice didn't control Petra anymore. Despite its strength, and despite the occasional dark persuasion of its logic, the voice of the bloodline was no longer a curse. It was just a part of her, and she was a part of it. Grudgingly, hating herself for doing it, she let go of Kane's. He dropped to the floor and crumpled like a doll made of loose sticks. Petra stared down at him, unmoving and unmoved. She yearned to kill him still. Her fingertips arced and crackled with icy power at the thought. But somehow she resisted. Warmth approached her from behind. The two girls took Petra's hands, one each, warming them and stifling the killing power that wanted to lance out, that yearned for expression. "You can hold it in for a time," the voice seethed petulantly, diminishing once again into the background noise of Petra's mind. "But you can't control it forever. And when you finally unleash it, it won't care who is standing in your way." "Is he still alive?" Lucy asked, looking down with morbid fascination at the crumpled form of the Arbiter. "He's alive," Petra admitted reluctantly. Lucy nodded. "I'm glad, Petra," she said, and then glanced up at her, her dark eyes somber and sincere. "I'm glad you didn't kill him. Because some things can't be undone." Some lost things can't be unlost. No matter how much you might want them to be. Later, barely an hour from that moment in the hallway with the three girls standing hand in hand, Petra would remember Lucy's words. They would come to her in a flash of light and a moment's horror, a moment that would turn into an endless ringing note, growing louder rather than softer with every passing day and month and year. Petra would know all too painfully well how much one might wish for a lost thing to become unlost. But were Lucy's words true? Were lost things ever really lost forever? Petra had been teased with such bargains before, but they were always false bargain, empty hopes, mere capricious tricks intended to manipulate. But what if she, Petra, could conjure the answer herself? What if, purely by the strength of her own immense power and prosaic intelligence, she could write her own bargain? Was there any price worth paying, no matter how high, to find out? She wondered. Over the course of the following years, Petra wondered that more and more. 1. The interview? Looks just like the first time we wrote it, Ralph commented jovially, making his way along the corridor of the Hogwarts Express to the raucous noise of boarding students and the nearby hiss and chuff of the Crimson engine. Rafters of steam, brilliant white in the morning sun, drifted past the windows. It's easy to forget the whole world's about to drop straight off a cliff, isn't it? Rose hefted her bag past a gaggle of nervous-looking first years. I really wish you'd stop saying that. You're just repeating what your father says. Well, James bobbed his head. Dennis Dindalahoff is chief Muggle advisor to the Minister of Magic. It's his job to know all the ways the magical world is breaking out into the Muggle, and the other way around. He'd know better than anyone. Here. He pointed toward an empty compartment near the end of the corridor. Noisily, they shunted open the door and filed in, unloading their knapsacks and duffels and hoisting them up onto the luggage racks. James leaned to peer out the window before sitting down. The usual crowd milled on the platform, knots of families saying goodbye, students hurrying with carts of trunks, tall porters in red coats directing people and tweeting their whistles, but the collection of wizarding news people were still evident in the foreground. Holding court near the engine, the Daily Prophet photographer's flash puffed over the crowd as he snapped more pictures. Next to him was Myron Madrigal from Wizarding Wireless News, who appeared to be conversing with Cameron Creevy, broadcasting live with his one held between them. James grimaced, knowing that the boy's infectious enthusiasm would probably fill 10 breathless minutes of airtime, whether Madrigal wished it or not, and 9 of those minutes would probably be about James Sirius Potter. She doesn't seem to be down there anymore, Rose commented, cramming in next to James and blocking his view with her bushy reddish hair. Probably already on board, Albus suggested, joining them in the compartment and tugging the door shut with a bang. Getting all set up for her big interview, I imagine. Your public awaits, James. Just shut it, will you? James shook his head in embarrassed annoyance. She'll probably be interviewing loads of us, not just me. Besides, it sure wasn't my idea, Rose sniffed. But you didn't say no, did you? Suddenly she raised a hand and waved energetically. Bye Mom. Dad. Love you. See you at Christmas. The train shunted and clattered as it began to roll forward. The chuff of the engine rose both in pitch and rhythm, becoming a steady, noisy beat in the air. The faces on the platform began to drift sideways, receding away. James shouldered his cousin aside as much as possible and spied his own parents watching, smiling in the sunlight. His mum saw him and waved. He waved back tentatively, nervously, thinking of the upcoming interview. She's changed, I expect, his dad had said the day before, when the official request had come by owl from the offices of the Daily Prophet. I don't think there's anything to worry about, James. The world has bigger cauldrons to boil these days. What possible harm could she do anymore? And Hermione had been far less magnanimous when she'd heard about it only moments before, on platform 9 3/4. You just remind her whose nephew you are, she'd whispered into his ear, unsmiling. I doubt she's forgotten me, or a certain glass jar. A sharp rap came from the window of the compartment door. James glanced back to see a man on the other side, peering through with a cane raised in his fist, prepared to knock again. He was a small man with large hands, clean-shaven beneath a bland bowler hat, wearing tiny wire-framed spectacles and a tweed vest. His eyes flicked over the occupants of the compartment and landed on James. James Potter? He called through the glass. James nodded, and the tension in his chest cinched a few notches tighter. I'm Mr. Bulova from the Daily Prophet, he said, still raising his voice to speak through the glass window. We spoke yesterday via flu? We're ready for you if you are. He stepped back, not waiting for an answer. James heaved a sigh and moved reluctantly to the door. That sure was fast. Don't forget us little people when you're all famous. Albus clapped him on the shoulder as he went. Good to meet you, Mr. Potter, Bulova shook his hand briefly but vigorously as James joined him in the corridor. "We're just a few carriages up. If you'll follow me." He gestured and led the way, moving with a sort of mousy economy, not looking back. James felt terribly self-conscious following the man through the carriages, knowing that he was being seen by loads of his friends and schoolmates, who by now had some idea of what was going on. Despite what he'd said to Albus, he suspected that none of them were being interviewed for the Daily Prophet about the changing magical world and its impact on the younger generation. But then again, as Uncle Ron had commented on the platform, none of them were the firstborn son of Harry Potter. They passed through 3 connectors, finally entering a much more sumptuous carriage near the front of the train. Red carpets and brass fixtures adorned the corridor and the smell of pipe tobacco seemed to have worked its way into the very grain of the polished wood paneling. Here, teachers rather than students occupied the compartments. As James passed by, he recognized Kendrick de Bellows, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, his crew-cut head nodding in conversation with Potions Mistress Lucia heretofore. Across from them was a surprisingly young man with black hair and sharp features. The man glanced up as James passed the compartment, his expression merely idly curious. James had never seen him before and wondered fleetingly if he was some new teacher's assistant. He was clearly too young to be a professor. "And here we are," Bulova announced crisply, stopping at the last compartment and shuttling open the door. "Just have a seat, if you would." Bulova stepped aside and gestured with the cane in his large left fist, ushering James inside. As James entered, Bulova shunted the door closed from the outside. James turned to look back through the compartment window, but the small man was already retreating down the corridor, a gold pocket watch open in his free hand. James turned back to the compartment, which was much different than any of the others he had ridden in. It was larger, with 4 red upholstered chairs instead of benches. Between them was a small but heavy table, polished to a mirror-like shine. A small notebook, bound in buff leather, sat on the table. Atop this lay a vividly green quill. James recognized the instrument from his father's descriptions. It was a quick quotes quill, charmed to record whatever it heard, albeit with questionable embellishments. James decided to sit while he waited. He chose the chair nearest the outside window and plopped into it, thankful for the moment of quiet, but restless to get the interview over with. The outskirts of London streamed past the window, resplendent in the morning sun. James watched the city blur along for a moment, and then turned his attention back to the quill. Experimentally, he cleared his throat. The quick quotes quill jumped to attention, flicking into the air as the notebook snapped open, riffling to a blank page. With a tiny pecking sound, the quill tapped down onto the page and vibrated bolt upright, as if waiting. Fascinated but a little leery, James leaned closer to the table. "My name," he said slowly, experimentally, "is James Sirius Potter." The quill began to scratch busily across the page, stopping after only a few seconds. James leaned closer still, craning his head to read the upside-down writing. The young Potter introduces himself with a degree of palpable pride, clearly content with the pedigree of his famed lineage. The pedigree of his. James read, furrowing his brow. "I didn't." "What do you mean palpable pride?" The quill began to scribble again. James made to grab for it, but the quill leapt and fainted easily around his reaching hand, pecking back to the notebook without the slightest pause and continuing mid-sentence. James jumped to his feet, meaning to grab the notebook away from the quill, but a sudden buzzing noise startled him. Something small flitted around his head, and then droned toward the window, where it landed with a faint bump on the windowsill. James saw that it was a beetle. He almost dismissed it and resumed his mission to tear away the offending notebook page when a sudden suspicion, nearly a certainty, fell over him like a leaden wave. He looked closer at the beetle, which seemed to be regarding him from its perch on the sill. Its antenna waved faintly. James' shoulders slumped. With a sigh, he sat back down in the chair. Before him, the quill finally finished its paragraph and jerked upright again, waiting. The beetle unfurled its delicate wings, buzzed them, and lofted from the windowsill, casting its tiny shadow onto the table, where it landed near the notebook and quill. It trundled toward the edge nearest James, glinting iridescent green in the flickering sunbeams, and then stopped, seeming to eye him again with its tiny, unblinking orbs. After only a moment, the beetle burst into a greenish rainbow of dense, swirling smoke, which condensed into the unmistakable shape of a woman. She was seated coquettishly on the edge of the table in a natty green jacket and skirt, peering at James through tortoise-shell spectacles. Her red lips formed into a sardonic little smile. "I hope you'll forgive me, Mr. Potter," she offered, dropping her eyes slightly. "Old habits die hard. But I do find that what a subject does in the thoughtful moments before an interview can be highly illuminating. I'm Rita Skeeter." She extended her hand, which was very thin and pale, palm down. Almost reflexively, James shook it, but briefly. Her fingers were cool but strong, despite the looseness of her grip. James guessed that she was in her late 50s, but had clearly invested much effort and money to appear much younger. Her probably falsely blonde hair was done in flouncy waves that framed her narrow, immaculate face. She brightened and turned toward the notebook. "I also apologize for this." Without reading it, she tore the topmost page out and balled it in her hands, throwing James a conspiratorial little wink. "The quill is still set to tabloid mode. Embarrassing, but a necessary evil when one also freelances for publications like Witch Weekly and The Crafty Conjurer." Just one moment. She withdrew a sleek wand from her sleeve and daintily tapped the quill, which lofted briefly into the air, pirouetted, and then tapped back down onto a new blank page in the notebook, apparently reset to a less sensational recording mode, although James knew he couldn't be sure. Returning her wand to her sleeve, Skeeter turned back to James, relaxed comfortably on her perch on the desk, and narrowed her eyes at him. For what felt like half a minute she merely studied him, her gaze ticking slightly over his face, as if reading his mind, or at least giving a very practiced suggestion of it. James blinked at her, and then around the room, growing exquisitely uncomfortable in the stuffy quiet. He could see the door over the woman's left shoulder and heartily wished he was already on the other side of it. "You'll have heard about me," she finally stated, her voice quietly musing. "From your family." She nodded, as if resigned and slightly penitent. "I understand, of course. But I want you to know that I am not the journalist I was then. I'm not the Rita Skeeter your aunt and uncle and father met those many years ago, James." "May I call you James?" James gave a small shrug and nodded. "I was young then, James," she went on with a wistful sigh. "Young, and eager, and perhaps a bit too ambitious, but I'm different now. I need you to know that before we start. You can trust me." She leaned even closer, waiting for him to make eye contact with her. Her gaze was huge and somber behind her stylish glasses. "I'm on your side, James." Slightly nonplussed, James shrugged and bobbed his head again, not knowing if he actually believed her. The intensity of her stare was like being probed with purple eyeshadowed spotlights. But then Skeeter relaxed again. She blew out a sigh and nodded to herself. "That's a relief, James. Because for the sake of my readers, I need to know the real you. The unguarded you. Shall we begin?" James merely nodded a third time. He pushed himself back into the upholstery of the chair, trying to extract himself from Skeeter's perfumed aura. "This is your 7th year at Hogwarts, then, yes?" she asked lightly. "And despite the turmoil elsewhere in the world, your last 2 years have been remarkably uneventful, something that was never true for your famous father." She smiled at him observantly, looking for a response. James couldn't tell if there was congratulation or reproach in her gaze. When he offered no comment, she went on briskly. "So, are you looking forward to graduation?" James drew a deep breath, relieved to finally confront a question he could answer. "I guess I am. I haven't really decided what I'm going to do with myself afterward. I was thinking of becoming an Auror. Like my dad. But my grades are." He shrugged and bobbed his head non-committally. Behind Skeeter, the quill commenced writing again, scratching busily over the notebook. It was minutely distracting. "Ah, yes. Harry Potter, the Auror." Skeeter nodded lightly, and then turned serious. "But these are difficult times in which to be an Auror, are they not? 3 years since the night of the unveiling. The vow of secrecy erodes more every day. It must be extremely frustrating, even hopeless work, trying to patch together the wall that divides the magical world from its Muggle counterpart, while still chasing down the occasional flying carpet smuggler and dabbler in dark magic. Wouldn't you agree?" James did agree, having heard his father say virtually the exact same thing over the past few years, but he felt uncomfortable saying so. He merely shrugged. Beneath the steady shimmy and clatter of the train, the quill scritched and capered. "You were there on the night that it happened, weren't you?" Skeeter asked quietly, cocking her head. "The night of the unveiling? You were right there in the middle of it all, isn't that correct, James? What do you remember of it?" James pressed his lips together, thinking furiously. What could he say? There was no way to answer the question easily, or even safely. The Lady of the Lake, the mastermind behind the whole nefarious affair, was virtually unknown, considered a myth by most of the people who had heard of her, and this despite her potentially disastrous appearance at the so-called Hogwarts Quidditch Summit 2 years earlier. Petra had battled and ultimately defeated her there, with some unlikely help from an Alma Alaron student named Nastasia Hendricks, and yet it was Petra who had borne the blame for the plot of the Morgan Web, adding to the guilt already heaped upon her for the night of the unveiling, when she had indeed deliberately fractured the veil of secrecy between the Muggle and magical worlds. "I was there," James foundered uneasily. "It was all kind of a blur. I don't remember a lot, but you remember your friend, Petra Morgenstern? Skeeter probed, raising her eyebrows. She was your friend, yes? James nodded faintly, thinking back to that night. He could still see Petra in his memory, walking down the center of the broad New York Avenue, hand in hand with her young sister Izzy, lofting parade floats into the air with the sheer power of her mind. He could still hear the toll of her voice as she called out to the statue, the guardian of the magical city of New Amsterdam, caster of the greatest secrecy spell ever conjured, asking her to lower her torch, to break the spell. James nodded soberly. Yes, Petra is my friend. You speak in the present tense, James, Skeeter clarified, as if she thought she might have misheard him. Surely you don't mean to suggest that you are still friends with Ms. Morgenstern. She is, after all, the most notorious witch in our lifetimes, perhaps in all lifetimes. The only female undesirable #1 in history, the mastermind behind at least 2 murderous and chaotic plots to undermine the very foundation of our world. Of course, at the time, she had been living under the protection of your family, isn't that right? And she had spent the previous summer in the Potter household, after the mysterious tragedy of her grandparents' farm, where both of them ended up dead. She paused, allowing her words to sink in, studying James' face. What do you say to the people who claim that this represents a serious lapse in judgment for a head Auror? Who claim that he should not only be dismissed from the position, but brought before the Wazangam for negligence and conspiracy? Skeeter was clearly trying to provoke James, and had been since the interview began. It was beginning to work. James glared at her, calm but heating with anger. I'd say none of them were there when Petra showed up and told her story. Perhaps you can tell it to us yourself, Skeeter suggested. James had grown both bolder and slightly more jaded over the past 2 years. He did not rise to her bait. No one would believe it, he sighed, glancing at the door behind Skeeter. And it's not my story to tell. Are you still friends with her, James? Are you in contact with Petra Morgenstern? James was not surprised by the question. He even prepared himself for its eventuality. He shook his head. No. How could I be? She's been in hiding for years now. She may not even be alive anymore, for all we know. Without thinking about it, he closed his right hand into a loose fist, enclosing the thread of coldness he sometimes still felt there. The quill scribbled on, capturing his words. Now James, Skeeter chided mildly. You know as well as I that Ms. Morgenstern is still alive. Reports of her sightings, along with her Muggle sister Isabella, show up regularly in the press. Surely your father, and therefore you, hear about even more sightings than the rest of us, and yet she somehow continues to elude capture. Just last month, in fact, there were reports that she had appeared in the International Armory of Forbidden Books and Artifacts. What do you believe she was looking for? James didn't have to lie this time. He shook his head. I don't have any idea. I wish I knew. Many believe she is up to something far worse than the Morgan Web. You and your family hosted her and considered her a friend. Do you have any insight into what her plan might be? James sighed deeply. He wanted to say that Petra wasn't the real enemy, that it was all a diversion created by a terrible watery demoness, an agent of chaos summoned by a broken magical bargain. He wanted to say that Petra had cracked the vow of secrecy in order to save his father and prevent further bloodshed. More than anything, he wanted to say that Petra was beautiful and innocent and the very reason that the Morgan Web had been defeated. But the last few years had shown him that it would do no good. There was an inertia to these things. The world had decided that Petra was the focus of all villainy, the She-Voldemort, as some had begun to call her, and James now knew that there was no way to reverse such a tide without getting buried and drowned beneath it. And after all, in a sense, public opinion was correct about Petra, albeit in a way that very few could guess. She did carry the last shred of Voldemort inside her. She was the bloodline, cursed to bear the last flicker of the villain's soul inside her own, even if she had tamed it and forced it into submission, as she claimed, and James fervently believed. I thought this interview was going to be about how young people like me were adjusting to some new perilous world? He asked, looking up into Skeeter's eyes where she still sat on the edge of the desk. He expected her to be perturbed but she gave no sign to that effect. Her smile, in fact, perked a little wider. Behind her, the quill scratched and wrote. Tell our readers about Headmaster Merlinus Ambrosius, Skeeter said smoothly. There is great curiosity about him. A figure of lore and legend, he is. Would you say that he lives up to the mythology? James nodded, feeling that he was on slightly firmer ground discussing the headmaster, who was more than capable of handling himself, regardless of what the press said about him. He does. He can be a bit scary sometimes, but never in a bad way. He always comes down on the right side, and he knows how to keep order, that's for sure. And he does it without just piling on reams of rules. You Potters never did much care for rules, Skeeter smiled. Isn't that right, James? James shrugged, feeling slightly bold. Like the rules about registering as an animagus? Skeeter's smile snapped shut like a jewelry box. She glared at him, her green eyes nearly sparking. Of course, she was registered nowadays. But if it hadn't been for James and Hermione, Skeeter would likely still be secretly using her abilities to illicitly eavesdrop and report on delicate conversations. She glanced back at her quill and notebook, then briskly produced her wand and tapped the quill. It stopped, backed up, and scribbled out a long line. Then, with a practiced force of will, she turned back and smoothed her features. She seemed content to change the subject. As we said earlier, James, we live in a world where the vow of secrecy crumbles more every day. You were there 2 years ago when Hogwarts hosted its first Muggle exchange students, the very spearhead of the Ministry's plan to soften the blow to Muggle society, should the veil between our worlds finally fall. While that program was not considered a smashing success, more such programs are attempted elsewhere each day. Do you and your friends support such measures? James began to grasp Skeeter's real reason for the interview. She had an agenda in mind, as she always did, and she meant to either pressure him into agreeing with it, or outing himself as its small-minded detractor. You said it yourself, he said, glancing at the window to hide the mixture of unease and growing anger on his face. The Hogwarts Muggle Exchange wasn't tried again after the whole disaster in the Great Hall when everyone, students and world leaders alike, were almost killed by the Morgan Web. That doesn't give me a load of faith in any other programs like it. But if you want to know what my friends think, there are loads of them right here on the train. Feel free to ask. I may do that, Skeeter replied smoothly. But even without deliberate programs to manage the revelation, many wizarding spaces are less secure than ever, despite the Ministry's efforts to shore them up. Muggles stumble into formerly unplottable and hidden wizarding spaces with increasing frequency, requiring the response of ever more harried squads of obliviators. Elsewhere, there is serious concern that the confines around sanctuaries for magical beasts have weakened and frayed. There is legitimate fear that someday the residents of London may awaken to an acromantula terrorizing their streets or a sea serpent prowling the Thames. The centaurs, it is rumored, have sensed the degenerating boundaries of their forests and plan a deliberate incursion into the Muggle world. Whether to serve as ambassadors or claim dominion no one knows for sure. And yet, many young witches or wizards like yourself consider all of this a good thing, a sign of progress. Where others see a loss of political power and potential chaos, they see open doors for cultural exchange, careers, and commerce in a newly integrated world. Do you agree with him, James? James drew a sharp breath to respond, not sure exactly what he was about to say except that it would be terse and angry and probably exactly the sort of emotional outburst Skeeter was hoping for, when a shape arose beyond the window of the door behind the blonde woman, momentarily distracting him. James recognized the small figure as it ascended slowly into view, handmade and ridiculous by design, its cloth head flopping like a doll's and its stubby arms waving clumsily in the shifting sunlight. It was a hand puppet. The Hufflepuffs had been making them ever since James' first year, putting on silly shows with them, sometimes in the Great Hall at official functions, more often spontaneously from behind tables in the library or the backs of sofas in common study areas. The Hufflepuppet Pals, as they called their little troupe, had developed quite a popular following, even among some of the staff and teachers. The puppet beyond the glass of the door was the Voldemort figure, with stitched orange and red eyes, a rather pointed, bald head, and a small, ridiculous smile. It flopped back and forth as if it was dancing to its own secret song, a stick of a wand glued to one limp hand. James? Skeeter prompted quizzically. She read the direction of his gaze, and then glanced back over her shoulder. The Voldemort puppet dipped quickly from view before Skeeter could see it. She frowned at the empty glass, and then turned back to James. James stammered slightly, trying to recollect his thoughts. I don't expect the threats are quite as bad as the newspapers make them out to be. We're a long way off from seeing any dragons breaking free into the Muggle world. Although I suppose it would make a pretty good news story, wouldn't it? Skeeter tried to hide her disappointment. No one wants chaos and mayhem just for the sake of a good news story, James. She clucked her tongue. But even if the threats of incursions by magical beasts or centaurs are overblown, what do you think of the prospect of mingling the magical and Muggle worlds once and for all? Do you agree that it would be a good thing? James let out a breath, his anger diminishing to a sort of bland impatience. It wouldn't be the first time our worlds had been mixed, would it? And if I know my history, there was a good reason why we decided to split them up. Behind her spectacles, Skeeter's eyes brightened. Is that so, James? What have you been taught about that, then? I've been taught the same as everyone else, James bristled. 1,000 years ago, The good witches and wizards realized that it was almost impossible to keep the bad witches and wizards from trying to take over the Muggle world by force. The temptation was just too great for the magical people who wanted nothing more than power, and even a lot of Muggle kings and emperors and villains were willing to hire magical mercenaries to bully their enemies, to make their armies invincible, to curse anyone who opposed them. The balance between the magical and Muggle worlds was too skewed to maintain. So we went into hiding, used our powers to live in secret among the Muggles, unseen by them. The laws of secrecy protected the Muggles from the worst of us, and from the worst of themselves, the ones who would throw the door open for power at any cost. You've learned all of this from Headmaster Merlin, I assume? Skeeter asked, cocking her head slightly. I learned it from my history books, James said, raising his eyebrows challengingly. From Professor Bin's classes, ever since my first year. We all take those lessons. I assume you did, too, at some point. Skeeter laughed lightly. It's been a long time since my schooling, I'm afraid. She waved a hand dismissively. And yet I do remember enough to know that Headmaster Merlin features prominently in many of those ancient stories you reference. 1,000 years ago, he himself was the sort of mercenary wizard who hired himself out to Muggle kings, willing to curse whomever they wished, willing to feed their sometimes fanatical desire for power, no matter how it might poison their societies. Yeah, James admitted, unfazed. He had had the exact same discussion with Rose on a few occasions. But he's different now. Everyone can see that. Otherwise he'd never have been given the job of headmaster of Hogwarts. He's changed since the person he was back then. Skeeter was nodding even as James finished his response. So you believe that Merlinus Ambrosius can change over a span of 1,000 years, she suggested, bowing her head to look at him over her spectacles. But humanity and wizardkin cannot? James sat up in his seat, exasperated, opening his mouth to say that it was one thing for a single person to change and quite another for the entirety of human nature, when the Voldy puppet arose slowly into view again just past Skeeter's shoulder. Again knocking all the words right out of James' head. The Voldy puppet wasn't alone this time. Next to it appeared the old headmaster puppet, Dumbledore, complete with tiny spectacles, a snowy white beard and pointed purple hat. On Voldy's other side, another puppet leapt into view, this one with lank black hair and bored hand-drawn eyes, the Severus Snape figure. Both the Dumbledore and Snape figures clutched blunt miniature clubs between their stubby arms. They began to pummel the Voldy figure with classic Punch and Judy vigor. James tried desperately not to smile, which of course only made the inexplicable puppet antics immeasurably funnier. A laugh boiled up in his chest, even as he struggled to hold it in, compressing his lips into a grim, trembling line. Skeeter glared at James, her curiosity turning to suspicion, and then whirled around again. The Hufflepuffet pals dropped instantly from view. Something interesting in the corridor, James? Skeeter asked, still looking back over her shoulder. No, ma'am, James answered perhaps a bit too quickly, unable to completely hide the laughter in his voice. She slid an eye slowly back at him, her head still turned toward the door. Impatient now, she slipped off her perch and stalked to the compartment door, shuttling it noisily open. She glanced along the corridor in one direction, and then the other. James watched, waiting for her to capture whoever it was that was putting on the private performance. Instead, she merely glanced back at him from the doorway, her eyes narrowed, as if she expected him of goading her somehow. Clearly, whoever James' secret entertainers were, they were no longer present in the carriage. Again, Skeeter composed her features, closed the door much more gently than she'd opened it, and returned to the table, now merely leaning on it. A lot of wizarding families, she said, ignoring the interruption, struggle with accepting the idea that their children might choose to pursue vocations in the Muggle world. One doesn't need to be of strictly pure blood heritage to see that many would view this as a step down, a denial of one's magical traditions. Do you agree with those of your generation who believe that such attitudes are outdated and prejudiced? An outmoded view based on obsolete stereotypes? Look, if you just want me to repeat a bunch of handbill slogans and progressive element posters, I can find one and just read it to you, James said, his annoyance finally overriding his sense of propriety. There are usually 3 or 4 of them on the notice boards, next to the wanted witch posters for Petra Morgenstern. You don't need to talk to me to find the stuff you want to hear. Skeeter's expression of smug victory was just barely hidden beneath a mask of wounded shock. Why, James, I've no idea what you are getting at. I'm merely asking you to respond to the concerns of the day, the concerns that you and your classmates are most affected by, the concerns you most want to pump up to make people as angry and afraid as possible. James interrupted, rolling his eyes. Sure. Fine. So maybe a bunch of centaurs and giants and beasts will break out of their weakened boundaries and run through the Muggle streets. Maybe the old wizarding families are chock full of stuffy, Backwards elitists who think the Muggles are all lower-class rabble unworthy of their marvelous magical kids, and maybe none of it matters because undesirable number 1, Petra Morgenstern, will soon wipe us all out with some all-new doomsday thingy. He threw his hands up, growing flustered, but not losing his head of steam. What are you doing about any of it? Getting people all in a lather? Selling fear and worry and suspicion like candy? Even if all that stuff is true, all you're doing is making it worse. People like my dad and Merlin and Dennis and Dolohov are working to make it better. But you're just adding to the problems. You're piling rubbish on the people trying to make a difference, and you, he shook his head, suddenly realizing that he'd said far more than intended, not quite wishing he hadn't, but knowing he probably soon would. He drew a deep breath and blew it out, deflating slightly. You have the gall to stand there and look all superior about it. Behind Skeeter, the Snape, Dumbledore, and Voldy Hufflepuffets applauded, flailing their limp hands wildly but silently, seeming to leap up and down behind the glass window. James saw them and felt his cheeks redden in mingled anger and embarrassment. He'd had an audience for his final outburst. This reminded him, of course, that soon enough that audience would encompass most of the magical world. Thank you, James. Skeeter smiled indulgently at him as the quick quotes quill finally finished recording his diatribe on the notebook behind her. I think we're done here. Good day. When James exited the compartment feeling prickly and disgruntled and yet somehow perversely satisfied, leaving Skeeter to pack up her quill and notebook, he was bemused to see no sign of the Hufflepuffet pals or their puppeteers. There was, however, a folded note lying on the floor of the corridor, flashing in the flickering sunbeams as the train passed through dense forest. His name was printed on the front in small, flowing script. He stooped to grab it, thankful that Skeeter hadn't decided to accompany him back to his compartment, although even he knew how unlikely that was. As he walked, nearly fleeing the staff carriage en route to his own, he unfolded the parchment and read the short note. Good on you, James. You put that obnoxious twit in her place. Thank us later for the well-timed distractions. Your friend, Millie and the Hufflepuffet pals. James frowned at the note, blinking. He knew who Millie was. Millicent Vandergriff was a Hufflepuff 7th year with whom he'd had a few passing interactions over the last few years. Blonde and willowy with a surprisingly silly, quick wit, she had dated Graham Wharton briefly late last term, breaking up with him after only a few weeks and leaving him in a morosely dejected mood for days. James knew almost nothing more about her. Shrugging, curious about Millie but dreading the article that would likely appear in the next few days in the Daily Prophet, James refolded the note and stuffed it into his robe pocket. Considering how everything could have gone if Puppet Voldy and Dumbledore and Snape-a-Doodle hadn't shown up when they did, he decided that he did probably owe Millie and her friends his thanks the next time he saw them. When James returned to his compartment, Albus and Ralph were tensely focused over Ralph's traveling chess set, upon which Albus' few remaining red pieces were dejectedly mounting a hopeless but stubborn defense against Ralph's ivory army. Lily had left to find her friends elsewhere on the train, and Rose was buried in a thick new book. James plopped onto his seat, thankful that no one was immediately asking about his interview with Rita Skeeter. For a minute, he watched the trees and fields sweep past outside the train. It occurred to him that he would never again ride the Hogwarts Express as a student, and a momentary malaise descended over him. He thought back to his first, nervous ride to Hogwarts, filled with nearly crippling anxiety about living up to his father's legendary reputation. A wan smile came over his face as he recalled his first meeting with Zane, the unexpected American with his precocious wit and roguish irreverence, and Ralph, the apparent Muggle-born, filled with apprehension, equipped with a ridiculously oversized, green-tipped wand. He replayed his other most memorable moments on the train, his and Albus' first confrontation with Scorpius Malfoy, back when Scorpius had still been full of vim and vigor about becoming a Slytherin. Before any of them knew that it was Albus who would go to the green and silver whilst Scorpius, amazingly, ended up a Gryffindor, the chasing of the strange shadow creature, the Borley, and the subsequent encounter with the swarm of Dementors around the Crimson Engine, the meeting with the otherworldly entity known as the Gatekeeper and the nearly disastrous train ride after, when Headmaster Merlin had miraculously saved the train from barreling to its doom in Sparrowhawk Gorge. He mused on the many games of Winkles and Augurs he had played with his friends as they traveled back to school, each year more confident, excited, and eager to face whatever awaited them. He remembered the giddy anticipation of new school subjects and experiences, of connecting with old friends and rivalries, of seeing teachers both beloved and abhorred. This, he thought again, cautiously probing the concept, was the last time any of those things would ever happen. James could scarcely appreciate each passing moment for the sense of sudden melancholy that it evoked in him. Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had transformed from a frighteningly mysterious challenge during his first year to a deeply familiar old friend as he began his 7th. It had never been quite real to him that those days would one day end. Now he knew, there would be only one last train ride, eventually one final night slept in his bed in Gryffindor Tower, one last meal in the Great Hall with his friends and all the teachers lining the head table on the dais. One last ceremonial school event in the form of his own graduation, and then after that, the real world awaited. Much larger and more exciting and infinitely more challenging than Hogwarts had ever been. It was a giddy, troubling realization, underlined by the steady rumble-clack of the train, carrying James inexorably forward into his future, whether he was ready for it or not. He turned to Rose and asked what she was reading, not so much because he was interested, but just to break the tension of his thoughts. The second of those Cornelian Blitz detective stories, Rose answered eagerly, not taking her eyes from the open pages. You know, the female giantess who solves mysteries in old-timey Diagon Alley, written by Professor Revalvier, although under a different name. Much different from her other stories, I have to say. A little on the violent side. Mum's hair would probably stand straight up if she knew I was reading it. She licked a finger and turned a page, flicking her gaze over it. James nodded, already bored with the topic. He let Rose fall back into her book and decided to get up and wander the train again, ostensibly in search of the cart lady, but hoping more for distraction than a licorice wand or a packet of cockroach clusters. 2. Winds of Change. First years. Hagrid boomed, raising his lantern as always, and summoning the newest students to himself. James spied the half-giant easily over the heads of the disembarking students as they milled on the Hogsmeade platform, and the sight gladdened him. First years, this way to TH boats. Step lively now. Your trunks will be taken directly. Follow me and watch your step. I wish I could ride the boats again, Lily commented wistfully from next to James. So much better than the carriages, don't you think? The ever-present entourage of her friends cooed and agreed all around. James stepped away, not wishing to be seen in their company. He was a 7th year after all, and was expected to be above hanging out with the gaggle of middle-year girls. Beneath this, however, he half resented the easy popularity that his sister had cultivated over the past few years. She and her friends burbled on, barely noticing his departure. Rose was waiting in line for black carriages and the ride up to the castle. James joined her, waving to Ralph further down the line where he waited with some of his Slytherin mates. Ralph waved back sheepishly. He'd been acting a little strangely ever since they'd met on platform 9 3/4. If I didn't know any better, James commented idly. I'd say Ralph was up to something. Our Ralph? Rose clarified, frowning and glancing aside. Ralph Deedle? He's about as cunning as a mint humbug. I wouldn't count on it. The carriage trip up to the castle was a familiar and splendid ride, with the sun just dipping behind the mountains and painting the clouds with watercolor pinks, purples and oranges. Against this panorama, Hogwarts Castle loomed, seeming to lean back on its rocky perch, comfortable and welcoming. Its myriad windows glinted like golden coins flashing in the bottom of a pool. James found himself crammed into the carriage with Rose, Morgan Petunia, Ashley Doone, Graham Wharton, and Joseph Torrance. Good summer, everybody? Graham asked blandly, seeming merely to pass the time. James didn't answer. On his other side, Joseph Torrance brightened. Went to the Hocus Brothers circus when it came to Chudley. The levitating acrobats and juggling elephants are great, but Montague the performing dragon is best of all. What's he do? Rose asked from the front seat. Before her, as always, James could just make out the skeletal shape of the Thestral in its harness, trotting into the shadow of the castle. Oh, amazing things, Joseph enthused. Aerial stunts through flying rings, breathing fire to light torches held in bears' mouths, balancing a whole team of dancers on its tail. It barely ate any of the people in the audience, and only stopped 1 or 2 of the concession stands. But even that was just for show, I'm pretty sure. It's a dangerous thing, dragging dragons around the country these days, Morgan sniffed. I hear the ministry is cracking down on those sorts of events, what with all the weekend borders around magical places. I hope not. Ashley Doone piped up next to Morgan. I want to see that show when it comes to Diagon Alley this winter. No way that's not secure enough to host a magical circus. James sighed to himself, impatient with the topic of magical security after his interview with Rita Skeeter. Deep down, he didn't believe things were as bad as the newspapers and tabloids made them out to be, although he had an inkling that this might be false hope. His dad didn't talk of it much, not because there wasn't anything to say, James suspected, but because he didn't want to worry his family. This was rather worrying in itself, of course, but it was a bland worry, without specifics, and easier to forget. "Did you hear about Damien Damascus and Sabrina Hildegard?" Rose suddenly asked, turning on her seat to look at James and Graham. "They dated all summer and just announced their engagement to be married. Can you believe it? Married." "You're joking," Graham accused flatly. Rose shook her head. "Not a bit. Saw the invitation myself. Came by post just a few days ago. It's Horklump and Hemlock themed." Graham rolled his eyes grudgingly. "Well, that's definitely Damien and Sabrina. Not really all that surprising when you think about it," Morgan sighed. "I mean sure, Sabrina's got a few points on him in the beauty department, but they were like mortar and pestle all through school. I'm surprised it never occurred to them before that they were meant to be." "But," James finally spoke up, "they're not old enough to be married." "I mean, are they?" Ashley shrugged. "They're adults, now, at least technically. Damien started himself a nice little alchemical practice in Puddlemere, and Sabrina's studying for her Cursebreaker certification. Plenty of people get married young. It's romantic, I think." James' mind reeled at the idea. To him, Damien and Sabrina were still fellow mates and gremlins, albeit graduated now. It didn't seem possible that they were already so far along in their grown-up lives that they were making lifelong commitments and career choices. Shortly, the conversation drifted onto other topics, including James' interview with Rita Skeeter. He told them briefly about it, assuring them that it was no big deal, and would probably barely warrant a few inches on the back page of the Daily Prophet, which he sincerely hoped, but didn't quite believe. Soon enough the carriage squeaked to a halt in the main courtyard below the open front doors. James clambered out, along with the rest of the older students along the line of black carriages, and followed Graham and Ashley up the steps. Professor McGonagall stood watching next to the open doors, her face as imperious and grim as always, a parchment unrolled in her right hand. She peered at it critically, glancing up over her spectacles as the students passed, one by one. "Mr. Potter," she said briskly, flicking her gaze at him, "then those with him. Mrs. Petunia and Dune. And you, too, Mr. Warden. Please make your way to the antechamber behind the Great Hall, and be quick about it." "What?" Graham hesitated. "Are we in trouble already?" "Not if you do as I say," the professor answered curtly. "And you as well, Mr. Deedle." She nodded to Ralph as he clumped up the steps to join them. "And no stopping at your tables along the way. I don't want to see any biscuit crumbs on the floor of the antechamber when I arrive." She eyed Ralph pointedly. "Now hurry on, and take any other seventh years with you, should you see any." With that she dismissed them, returning her attention to the parchment in her hand. Rose looked mildly affronted. "Well then," she huffed lightly. "7th years only, it seems. See you later then, I guess. I wonder what this is all about?" James muttered as they stepped into the shadow of the main entrance, heading toward the glow of the Great Hall and the clatter of gathering students. "No idea," Ralph shrugged. "Do you think she'd know if I ate a biscuit on the way, like? I'm dead starved." "I wouldn't risk it if it was me and my house on the line," Graham proclaimed, clapping Ralph on the shoulder. "But it isn't, so I say go for it, Mr. Slytherin." Ralph didn't, but as he passed the tables laden with freshly baked snacks and waiting plates and silverware, it seemed to be a very close thing. Overhead, as always, the hundreds of floating candles made a constellation of tiny flames, bright against the darkening sky that appeared magically imprinted on the rafters and vaulted ceilings. The massive and ornate rose window at the head of the hall glowed with sunset hues, spreading its diffuse light over the gathering, chattering, laughing students. As James threaded through them, making his way along the Gryffindor table toward the front of the hall, it occurred to him that perhaps he'd been looking at his return to school from the wrong perspective entirely. This wasn't merely the last chapter of his Hogwarts career, after all, it was the beginning of one final hurrah, a year filled with whole weeks and months and seasons of new adventures and challenges, untold new experiences, familiar faces and lifetime memories just waiting to be made. It didn't make the melancholy doldrums that he'd felt on the train go away, but it did balance them against the heady anticipation of the year yet to come. The current of time would carry him forward into his future whether he wished it or not. He might as well embrace the journey and enjoy the ride. James, Ralph and the rest of the 7th years climbed the steps to the dais in a scattered line, skirted the head table where a few teachers were just beginning to gather and take their seats, and passed through the heavy wooden door on the right side. James had been in the antechamber only a few times before, but remembered it well. During his first year, it had been the site of Merlin's interview with Ralph's father, wherein their true magical heritage as Dolahovs had come to light. The room looked exactly the same now as it had been, a collection of chairs and sofas scattered somewhat haphazardly around a large hearth, currently unlit and gray with cold ash. Paintings of various pastoral scenes and miscellaneous portraits surrounded the walls, Packed between the pillars that supported the arcade ceiling, James recognized one of the paintings from the sketches in Ralph's Antique Potions book, a crowded scene representing the coronation of the first Wizarding King, Kriegel. In the far corner of the scene, a dark-robed figure leaned against a wall, smoking a long pipe and ignoring the festivities. The figure looked at James as he passed, its eyes distant but watchful. It was Severus Snape, of course, in one of his many disguised portrait forms, keeping an eye on the myriad corners and recesses of the school. "Anyone know what this is all about?" Trenton Block asked, throwing himself into a high-backed chair and kicking one knee up over the upholstered arm. "Tradition, isn't it?" replied Julian Jackson, the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, seating herself on an ottoman before the cold hearth and smoothing her skirt primly. "Every year, McGonagall gathers the 7th years for a little secret pep talk or something, although they're forbidden to speak of it afterward." "I never noticed that before," Ralph commented, frowning. "Face it, Ralph," Deirdre Finnegan offered lightly, "what you don't notice could fill the Great Hall from floor to ceiling." Behind her, Kevin Murdoch snorted a laugh. Ralph's frown turned offended as he glared at Deirdre, but James smiled and nudged him with an elbow. Millicent Vandergriff stood near Julian Jackson, leaning lightly against the arm of a sofa. She met James' eyes and gave a secretive little smile and wink. James nodded back at her, still smiling. She had changed her hair over the summer. Her long, straight locks had been trimmed to a shoulder-length blonde bob that swung lightly whenever she turned her head. James was less surprised that she had made the change than that he had actually noticed it. Millie Vandergriff had always been merely a background face in his world, funny, a little crude, and boisterously loud from her space at the Hufflepuff table, but generally forgettable. The new haircut changed her somehow, at least in his mind. For the first time, she struck him not just as a rather shrill laugh ringing in the halls or a whispering component of some inexplicable female cabal outside the door of the girls' bathroom. Now, suddenly, she was a fairly fetching and curious girl who had, for whatever reason, taken some nominal interest in him. As James watched, she sat down next to Julian and engaged the other girl in some animated but low-key conversation. After a few minutes, Professor McGonagall entered, bringing with her an air of hectic gravity. The room quieted immediately and most of the students drifted into seats or clustered in knots against the outer pillars. The former headmistress circumvented the room until she stood with her back to the dark hearth, her eyes ticking over each face in a quick inventory. "A few brief words as you enter your final year, students," she said with no preamble, pitching her voice low, by her standards. "As you may imagine, there are certain responsibilities that go with attaining your 7th year. For better or for worse, you are now the standard bearers for everything that this school represents. Your younger classmates will look up to you as examples and role models. Some of you will rise to this responsibility, and indeed have done so already throughout your terms. Others," she paused briefly and flicked her gaze over several faces, peering at them over her spectacles, "will struggle even to represent your own best interests, much less those of your fellows. To those who fall into the latter category, allow me to be perfectly clear, we expect better from you. The school expects better from you. And you should expect better of yourselves. You will soon embark on a new journey outside of these familiar walls, and there you will not find merely docked house points for flouting rules. Heed me, for this may be the last time anyone offers you this warning." She paused meaningfully, letting the weight of her iron gaze settle over the room like a cold blanket. Then, she softened slightly, raising her chin and drawing a breath. "There are, however, certain privileges that accompany these responsibilities," she said, almost with a note of reluctance. "I'll thank you, as you may guess, not to flaunt these to your younger classmates. Let them discover them as you are about to now." She produced a small scroll and unrolled it in her thin hands, beginning to read, "As per tradition and administrative decree, 7th year shall not require special permission to access the restricted section of the library." James blinked and glanced around the room, curious to see if anyone else found this a particularly exciting privilege. Rose would be thrilled with it, he knew, but no one else in attendance showed as much as a raised eyebrow. Further, McGonagall went on, still reading from the scroll, "Certain classes may be exchanged for an equal length of work in the career field of your choosing, by arrangement with the headmaster and or related professor, not to exceed more than 90 minutes per week." This did inspire a response from the gathered students, who glanced around at each other and stirred in their seats, clearly excited at the prospect of trading class time for some hands-on experience, perhaps even outside the school. James glanced aside at Ralph. They had both toyed somewhat idly with the idea of going into Auror training, more for lack of any other ideas than a particular passion for the career. Did this mean they could actually trade class time for trips to the Ministry of Magic with James' dad? Could they actually accompany him and his partner, Titus Hardcastle, on the occasional raid or investigation? It seemed almost too tantalizing to consider, and yet perhaps it was actually possible. The Forbidden Forest is still forbidden, McGonagall soldiered on, quelling the sudden hiss of whispers that had erupted around the room. However, with the permission of the headmaster, myself, or Professor Hagrid, you may conduct your own expeditions into the forest for any of a list of prescribed purposes, including but not limited to, the gathering of potion ingredients, observation of certain magical creatures, herbological gardening and cultivation, and limited recreational activities. Additionally, the professor said, lowering her scroll, as many of you may be aware, this castle is endowed with many secret passageways, hidden chambers, and unmarked amenities. Some of these you'll surely have discovered either by illicit exploration or by word of mouth from less scrupulous former graduates. What you may have heretofore utilized secretly and in part, you are now granted full and sanctioned access to. Tomorrow evening at 10 o'clock sharp, after your classmates are confined to their common rooms and dormitories, Mr. Filch will take you on a tour of these amenities. You are neither to map these places, record any passwords, nor share in any way their locations, purposes, or benefits with any other students. Here she met James and Ralph's eyes, pointedly. Is that perfectly clear? James nodded, as did the rest of the gathered students. Even as he did, however, he wondered if this was a promise he could truly keep. He imagined how Rose would respond if she knew that they had kept such tantalizing secrets from her. She would probably die of outrage. I certainly hope you can abide by these rules, McGonagall said, the doubt in her voice deliberately evident. Because your freedom to use such amenities is dependent entirely on your ability to keep them secret. Please do not test me on this. Finally, she went on, now heaving a deep sigh and removing her spectacles, allowing them to dangle on a fine chain around her neck. I have a pronouncement that will likely shock none of you, although as with everything else said here, I would like very much for you to keep this a secret until I make my official statement. She looked over the crowd of seventh years again, this time with as close to a softened expression as ever came over the professor's stern face. I have served both you and this school for many more years than I ever thought possible. I have been honored to oversee not only your growth and education, but many of your parents, and even grandparents. But now, as mixed a blessing as it will surely be, I find that I am ready to call an end to my long tenure. This shall be my last year as a member of Hogwarts staff. My cottage and my gardens await, as do my pipe and what remains of my family. My one and only request of you, students, here she shook her head and, amazingly, the ghost of a wry smile curled her lips, is that you make my final term as blissfully uneventful as possible. This was met with a ripple of laughter, but as James glanced around the room he saw many faces showing what he felt, surprise and uncomfortable dismay. Professor McGonagall was currently the oldest and most prominent member of the Hogwarts staff. It was difficult even to imagine a Hogwarts without her presiding over it. Merlin may be the current headmaster, and he may occupy that post for many decades to come, but somehow he was merely the brain of the school. Professor Minerva McGonagall was its heart and soul, despite her eternally stern and stoic demeanor. James' earlier melancholy momentarily blotted his world again, covering it like a storm cloud obscuring the summer sun, not just because he couldn't imagine Hogwarts without Professor McGonagall, but because, after his interview with Rita Skeeter and her reminder of all the ways that the magical world seemed to be disintegrating, he had a deep fear that the professor's request for an uneventful final term was doomed even before the year had begun. Ashley Doone raised her hand peremptorily. "What will you do, Professor?" she asked in a small voice. McGonagall slowly shook her head, still smiling faintly. "I haven't the slightest idea, Miss Doone," she answered. "And that, my dear young friends, is the most marvelously freeing feeling in the world." Sensing an end to the gathering, the students began to stir and murmur. McGonagall raised her voice once more. "A last order of business before you go to your house tables," she said quickly. "Most of you will likely have learned on the train who your head girl and boy shall be this year. I only know that it isn't me," James muttered, smiling aside at Ralph. "And hooray for that, despite what my mum may have wanted." Ralph said, looking suddenly uncomfortable. "This year's head girl," McGonagall called as the students stood and drifted restlessly toward the door, "is Miss Fiona Fourcompass of Ravenclaw House. And head boy shall be Mr. Ralph Deedle, of Slytherin. I trust that you both have already spoken to this year's new prefects on the train, explaining their duties and the parts you shall play in them." Ralph nodded solemnly at the professor as James boggled at him, dumbfounded. "Did it first thing, ma'am," he reported. "Just like the letter said. Why didn't you tell me?" James rasped as the gathering finally broke up and bottlenecked at the door. "It was one thing for you to get prefect back in our 5th year, I swear it's taken me this long just to get used to that. But head boy? "That's why I didn't tell you." Ralph rolled his eyes. "I knew you'd make a big hairy thing out of it." "It is a big hairy thing." James sputtered. "Since when are you even angling for that kind of responsibility? What do you mean?" Ralph looked slightly wounded. "I've always been the responsible one. All those times you and Zane and Rose were heading off on half-witted adventures, who was the one hanging back and being all careful?" "You weren't being careful." James rolled his eyes. "You were being scared out of your wits." "Not the same thing." "Look," Ralph said, stopping next to the door and turning to look at James. "You were all worried that when I got prefect all of a sudden I'd be throwing a damper on your fun. Did that happen?" "It totally did," James whispered harshly. "You made us get back on time every Hogsmeade weekend. You made sure we couldn't nip off with the rest of the gremlins when they had their secret caravan holiday. You reported to my mom that I'd broken my glasses and nagged me ever since to wear them in class. Just because she asked you to. You even told Zane to stop popping up at all hours whenever he and the experimental magical communications crew have a new technique to test out. He woke me up at 2 in the morning floating over my bed." Ralph bristled. "I mean, fun's fun, but he nearly made me wet myself, I swear." "Promise me this won't all go to your head, Ralph," James insisted, glaring up at the bigger boy. "It won't and it hasn't," Ralph proclaimed, firming his jaw and pushing up to his full, prodigious height. A moment later, he slumped back to his normal posture. "Besides, at least I kept us out of any death-defying predicaments and earth-shattering plots for 2 whole years. And you haven't even thanked me for that." James blew out a breath and relaxed. "I'm not sure how much credit you can take for that, exactly." He shook his head. As they finally pushed their way back into the noise of the Great Hall and found their seats, James was interested to see the ghost of Cedric Diggory floating near the head of the Hufflepuff table, regaling the younger students with some apparently enthralling story. Probably he was entertaining them with tales of his experiences during the legendary Triwizard Tournament, which was a favorite topic ever since he had become the official Hufflepuff house ghost. "Sometimes I miss the Fat Friar," Graham commented, grabbing a handful of rolls from a nearby platter. "Ever since he retired, the Hufflepuffs have been lording it over us with their dashing new ghost." Scorpius shook his head in Cedric's direction and sneered. "He certainly is rather windy for a specter of silence." Rose clucked her tongue primly. "Jealousy is such an ugly emotion. I think it's wonderful that Cedric has finally found some new friends and a purpose." She glanced back at him over her shoulder, and then deflated slightly as she turned back. "Even if it does only remind us that Gryffindor doesn't currently have any house ghost at all." "How's that work, anyway?" Cameron Creevy asked from further down the table. "I mean, it's tradition for every house to have one, right? Slytherin has the Bloody Baron. Ravenclaw has the Grey Lady. It isn't like we can just order a new ghost from a mail-order catalog," Graham complained. "But still, it's a real disappointment, coming into our last year with no Gryffindor ghost, even if old nearly headless Nick was a bit of a nutter sometimes." Speaking of last year's, Rose perked up, lowering her voice conspiratorially and leaning eagerly toward James. "What about your big meeting with McGonagall? What sort of secrets did she let you in on? You can tell me." James shook his head firmly. "We're all sworn to secrecy. Seriously. I'm forbidden from telling you a thing." "Come on," Rose wheedled, and then narrowed her eyes slyly. "I probably already know about it all. I just want to see how much they've finally let you in on." "You'll have to wait until your 7th year," James replied, raising his chin in what he hoped was a superior and lofty manner. Rose rolled her eyes and drew her breath to retort, but at that moment Professor McGonagall called attention to the annual sorting ceremony. James turned his attention to the head table, thankful for the distraction. Holding the sorting hat in her hand over a single wooden stool, Professor McGonagall called the newest students one by one to the dais. As they came, each more tentative and nervous-looking than the one before, the professor lowered the hat onto their heads and, after either a few moments or as much as a minute, the hat would proclaim their new house in its high, reedy voice. In turn, the houses applauded their newest members and welcomed them to their tables. As James watched, he could scarcely believe how young the first years looked. He was on the other end of that spectrum now. To their eyes, he was surely the impossibly older and worldly wise 7th year. He remembered being in their shoes, thinking how much taller and more grown up the 7th years looked. If only he'd known then what he knew now, that 7th years weren't really any more confident or aloof than first years. They'd just had several more years' practice at pretending to be. Again, James remembered Professor McGonagall's proclamation in the antechamber. This, incredibly, was her last sorting ceremony. Who would take over for her next year? Merlin, perhaps? Or one of the other longer-term teachers, like Professor Flitwick or even Neville Longbottom? As hard as he tried, he simply could not imagine anyone else holding the hat by its tip. reading off the names in that clipped, stern voice. And then another rather dismaying thought occurred to James. The Sorting Hat had not sung a song before its duties this year. It was tradition that the hat would regale the waiting students with some possibly amusing, possibly profound lyric that it had concocted between its annual duties. And yet during James' first year it had not provided its customary tune, nor, it seemed, did it plan to this year. Of course, as James had thought once before, after so many centuries of service, one could forgive the hat for taking the occasional year off, but it struck him as especially troubling that, for whatever reason, his first and last years would be marked with no such musical diversion. As the sorting finally finished and Professor McGonagall took the hat back with her to the head table, the entire Great Hall gave a round of hearty applause, half in welcome of their new housemates, and half in celebration that the night's official proceedings were nearly over and they could all soon go to their respective common rooms for less formal first-night merriments. The only unfinished detail was the official start-off term announcement from Headmaster Merlin, which James knew from experience would be brief and very much to the point. "I hear Ralph was named head boy," Rose whispered in James' ear as the applause filled the hall. "Are you jealous?" James glanced back at his cousin, certain that she was joking. Her raised eyebrows and knowing half-frown told him that she was not. "Of course I'm not jealous," James shook his head fervently. "That's stupid. Why would anyone want to be head boy?" "Nobody becomes head boy or girl because they want to be," Rose whispered as the applause died down. "They do it because of the people who want it for them, and the expectations that it confirms. People expect Ralph to have ambitions because his dad is a big deal at the ministry these days. But so is yours, if you hadn't noticed." The room fell to silence on Rose's last words, preventing any reply from James. All of a sudden, he didn't know what his reply would be anyway. He frowned at Rose, but she merely looked past him, turning her attention to the headmaster as he took the ornate golden podium. Somewhat disgruntled, James turned around to watch as well. "Greetings, students," the big man proclaimed in his deep, rumbling voice, towering over the podium in his golden dress robes, his beard combed and gleaming with the exotic oil he wore in it for formal occasions. His heavy gaze roamed over the gathered students, marking each face. "And welcome to an all-new year of lessons, camaraderie, and sport at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. For new students, I am Headmaster Merlinus Ambrosius. I will save us all much time and attention by stating, as always, you may look to your older classmates to inform you of how we do things here on a day-to-day basis. That is their duty and honor. Make use of the resources granted you, and if any should refuse you or lead you astray, you shall inform me personally so that I may show them the error of their ways. Our general rules are few but carefully enforced. The Forbidden Forest is forbidden for a reason. If you break this rule, the result will be at the very least instructive, so long as it is not deadly. Curfew is 10 of the clock on school nights, 11:30 on weekends and holidays. Our dear caretaker Mr. Filch has been authorized to carry out whatever punishments he deems fit for those who ignore this schedule, and you should be under no illusions about the creativity he is wont to employ in carrying out his duties." As the headmaster spoke, he nodded toward the rear of the room, where Filch stood, as usual, near the main doors, slowly stroking the head of the ancient Kniezel cat curled in his arms. Filch offered a confirming nod that was more scowl than smile. James had learned over the past 2 years that, amazingly, Filch and Merlin were very nearly blood brothers in their approach to law and order. Merlin kept the old caretaker in check mainly by giving him free rein in the small responsibilities that were granted him. To conclude, the headmaster went on, lowering his chin to peer intently at the gathered throng. "You will have noticed, perhaps, a few changes in our staff during the summer. Our much-respected charms teacher, Professor Phileas Flitwick, has finally succumbed to the demands of his muse, choosing to spend the remainder of his years in pursuit of his art and the perfect cup of oolong tea. He shall still grace us with his presence on certain special occasions. In the meantime, however, I trust you will offer a sincere greeting to your new charms teacher, Professor Donofrio Odin Von, himself a graduate of these esteemed halls, and a valued new member of our teaching staff." Tepid, confused applause washed over the room as heads craned to find the new teacher at the staff table. James was fairly shocked to discover that the new charms teacher appeared to be the young man he had glimpsed earlier that day on the train. He stood tentatively from the end of the table, smiling thinly and lifting one hand in an appreciative wave. He wore short-cropped dark hair and a tidy little pointed goatee that, on almost any other man, would have looked malevolently wicked. On him, however, it looked merely forced and contrived, rather like the young professor was trying just a bit too hard to cultivate a dashing image. James liked him, despite his obvious youth and discomfort. Or perhaps even because of it. "And with that, students," Merlin proclaimed, raising both of his slab-like hands, "the official portion of the start-of-term festivities are concluded. You may feel free to finish your meals and repair to your dormitories, where I am quite sure." A sudden and wholly unexpected thumping sound echoed through the room, emanating from the tall wooden doors at the rear of the hall. Merlin paused, his brow lowering slightly at the interruption. For a moment, stony silence filled the hall. And then the doors thudded again as someone seemed to knock on them from the outside, the noise amplified by the natural acoustics of the hall. At the sound, the doors eased open, as if pushed tentatively from the outside. Filch watched brightly, his gaze alert and careful, stepping aside as the doors began to creak open. Revealed behind them, eyes wide and worried behind a pair of chunky black eyeglasses, was a middle-aged man dressed in a pink polo shirt and blue jeans beneath a light jacket. His right fist was raised in a knocking gesture. Next to him was a portly woman with a mass of voluminous brown hair and a purse slung protectively over one shoulder. Two children stood behind her, a boy and a girl, one each peeking from around her prodigious hips. "I'm sorry," the man said, his adenoids turning the phrase into a nasally echo around the suddenly silent hall. "The missus and I? We seem to have gotten just a wee bit lost. We saw the, lights of this domicile from below, and the missus, she suggested we pop up and, ask directions." Every eye in the room stared back in complete, astonished silence. Merlin himself seemed, perhaps for the first time since James had ever met him, utterly at a loss for words. The spectacled man drew a breath and looked around, clearly trying to make sense of the scene before him, and failing miserably. "Can any of you," he asked querulously, clearing his throat against the echo of his own words, "point us properly in the direction of the lakes of Killarney? Only, we have reservations for 7 o'clock, see?" And his voice finally trailed away as the strangeness of the sight finally overwhelmed him. Hovering near the end of the Hufflepuff table, Cedric Diggory's ghost noticed the man's wife staring at him, her eyes so wide that the whites were visible all the way around. Her fingers trembled at the base of her throat. Her lips quivered in a tiny frown of speechless shock. "Boo?" Cedric said, raising a hand and waggling his fingers at her. Ponderously, the woman keeled over backwards in a dead, heavy faint. "It appears, Mr. Caretaker," Merlin finally said in a wholly different voice than before, eyeing Mr. Filch where he still stood next to the rear doors, "that we have rather unexpected Muggle guests. Please, let us make sure that they feel perfectly at home." 3. The Midnight Summit. There was no official Obliviator on staff at Hogwarts, but Merlin was more than equipped for the task, with his otherworldly powers and his weirdly hypnotic staff, its carven runes glowing with faint blue light. Students were hastily dismissed and instructed to proceed directly to their common rooms while the headmaster, with the assistance of Professors McGonagall and, curiously, Trelawney, revived the fainted woman and placed the 4 confused Muggles into a sort of walking trance. They were still alert enough to look vaguely round at the students and living paintings and moving stairways, but when they spoke, it was in dull, dreamy voices. James, along with a knot of wide-eyed students, watched from the landing beneath the Heracles window as Merlin and the professors led the family back to the open main doors. Beyond them, a small brown car was parked in the darkness of the courtyard, its headlamps still on and its engine puttering dutifully. "A school, you say?" the Muggle woman said, blinking vapidly up at Merlin. "Oh yes," he replied with a comforting smile. "But don't you concern yourself with that, my dear lady. Soon you and your delightful family will be en route to your destination. We can show you the way. Quite simple, really. You shall have a wonderful holiday, and you'll forget you were ever here or met any of us." "Who did we meet?" the man asked a little blearily, looking aside at his wife with furrowed brow. "Oh, that nice older fellow at the petrol station," she said, with just a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "When we stopped for directions. He was so helpful, wasn't he?" The man nodded as he stepped out into the dark courtyard, accompanied by Professor Trelawney on one side, Professor McGonagall on the other. The 2 children, each no older than 10, followed along, eyes wide, absorbing everything in sight. James knew how Merlin's forgetting spells worked. By the time the family got back onto the main highway, their memories of Hogwarts would have faded to a breath of a dream, completely ephemeral, unrooted from reality. The children would remember it slightly better, since young memories, James knew, are both more firmly rooted and far more detailed. But no one believed kids when they talked of moving staircases, floating candles, or mysterious castle schools looming out of the untracked Scottish countryside. For once, James was glad of that otherwise unfortunate truth. "Go on with you, now," Filch called up the stairs in a hushed growl. "This don't concern none of your lot. Do as the headmaster said, and be quick about it." With that, the caretaker hurried on toward the open doors, a paper map folded under one arm and, strangely, a red plastic travel mug clutched in his right hand. The mug steamed faintly and left the aroma of coffee in the cool air of the entrance hall. Props, James knew, conjured to both help the Muggle family find their way to their destination and confirm the planted memory of a helpful petrol station visit. What if more Muggles wander up to the castle? Cameron Creevy asked breathlessly, still watching from the landing alongside James, Rose, and Scorpius. The boy sounded as excited about the prospect as he did worried. Merlin will cast a new unimplausibility charm over the grounds, Rose said impatiently, turning to tramp up the stairs. The rest followed her, sensing that the show, as it were, was mostly over. The only reason those people got through is that no one knew how weak the old boundary had finally gotten. There's no way to test these things, really. Makes me wonder, though, Cameron said, taking the steps two at a time to catch up to Rose and James. That Muggle reporter you told me about from your first year, James? Martin Prescott? Maybe that's partly how he was able to get through to the school. He followed the signal from Deedle's gaming device, but maybe the unplottability spell was weak even then, letting him through? James didn't want to think about that particular adventure. Martin J. Prescott was still presenting news stories on Muggle television, still working for a program called Inside View which seemed to specialize in celebrity gossip and dubious tales of two-headed bat babies or faces of saints being miraculously burned onto toast. James didn't want to admit it, but he was quite certain that Prescott had gotten through the school's unplottability by a technological loophole and sheer bloody-mindedness, not any weakening of the school's ancient secrecy spells. No, the weakening was part of the chain reaction caused when Petra Morgenstern, with the help of her sister Izzy, had broken the veil of secrecy in Muggle New York almost 3 years earlier. He glanced aside at Rose and saw the same thought on her face. She understood the magic of it all even better than him. The baseline power of all secrecy spells was the fact that Muggles didn't want to believe in magic, not deep down. It was too shocking and weird. It upset the comfortable house of cards that their perception of the world was built on. And that, unfortunately, was what Petra had changed. She had thrust a new reality on them, if briefly and in part. And now, bit by bit, the Muggle world was waking up to a new reality. The spells of secrecy were weakening because, for the first time in 1,000 years, and perhaps not even by choice, the Muggles were willing to believe. Allowing Cameron's conjecture to hang unanswered in the air, James followed Scorpius and Rose through the portrait hole and into the waiting common room, which, despite the strange events of the evening, was as boisterous and cheerful as any other first night. Unsurprisingly, the bust of Godric Gryffindor bobbed and swooped through the upper recesses of the room like a drunken bumblebee, propelled by the wands of several competing students in a game of winkles and augurs. Cheers and jeers rang out jovially. Illicit bottles of butter beer and platters of Honeydukes sweets decorated every table. The crackle and glow of the fireplace warmed the crowded room as James threaded his way in, breathing a deep sigh of relief. In a constantly changing world, he thought, the Gryffindor common room, at the very least, was always the same. "See you in an hour?" Rose said quietly, sidling close to James and Scorpius. "Same place as usual?" James nodded. Scorpius shrugged non-committally, reaching for a bottle of butter beer on a tray and drifting toward the gathering of Winkles and Augurs players. It had become rather a ritual on first night for the past few years, the secret little midnight summit wherein James and a few trusted friends reported and discussed any important clandestine happenings over the summer. None of them referred to it as such, but James had begun to think of it as a pale, yet somehow significant, shadow of the old Order of the Phoenix. He didn't know if he looked forward to the annual meetings, exactly, but this year, unlike the last two, he thought he might finally have something interesting to report. That would come later, however. For the moment, he threw himself into the happy noise and welcoming familiarity of one of his favorite places. Next to the fire he spotted his sister Lily with her constant cadre of friends, Chance Jackson, Marcus Cobb, and Shivani Yadav. Shivani's brother Sanjay, who had just been sorted into Gryffindor House 30 minutes before, hovered nearby, glancing around with nervous happiness. Beneath one of the night-dark windows, 6th and 5th years Walter Stebbins and Xenia Prince, who had begun dating late last term, sat nearly nose-to-nose on the sofa, smiling and batting eyes at each other in low conversation. Barely noticing the Winkles and Augurs match waging furiously over their heads. And seated on either side of one of the study tables near the girls' dormitory stairs, Graham Warden and Deirdre Finnegan were heatedly debating a list of names on a parchment between them. James knew without asking that the list was a potential lineup for this year's Quidditch team. He drew a deep breath, grabbed a butterbeer of his own from a nearby table, and decided to join them, knowing what was to come. "And there he is," Deirdre glanced up pointedly. "First, we've got Muggles in the Great Hall. And now, James Potter's name on a Quidditch roster." Could things get any stranger? What will it be this year? Graham cocked his head as James plopped onto a chair. Are you expecting to get inducted into the Harriers the night before tryouts? Or do you have a conflicting follow-up interview with Rita Skeeter and maybe the Minister of Magic? James rolled his eyes, knowing he had no choice but to endure Deirdre's and Graham's derisive ribbing. None of that will happen this year. I promise. You promised the same thing at this very table last year, Deirdre said, drooping on her chair. What was it then? Dragon pox? Scrofungulus, if you must know, James sighed. Caught it on Hagrid's field trip to see the swamp mokes. Couldn't move my neck or swallow anything larger than an every flavour bean for a week. It was miserable, thank you very much. And the year before that? Graham said, frowning and rubbing his chin in mock consternation. You actually made it to the tryouts, if I recall, but you? Crashed your broom into one of the goal rings, Deirdre nodded. I'd broken my glasses, James interjected defensively. I did my best anyway. It's not my fault I can't see for distance without them. Graham sighed and raised his chin to peer across the room. It's a good thing that we've got that sister of yours as keeper. It would be terrible bad luck not to have a Potter on the Gryffindor team. Do you suppose she'll make tryouts this year, Deirdre? She's never missed one so far, Deirdre answered. Not that there's any question she'll be on the team again. Same as the last few years. She's a natural. James waited a beat and then raised his eyebrows patiently. Are you done giving me a hard time? Because I'm not going to miss tryouts this year. It's my last chance to make the team and I won't miss it for anything. Deirdre nodded and returned her attention to the handwritten roster. That's good, because see this empty spot right here? She tapped the bottom of the parchment. That's where Geoffrey Rook should be, only he graduated last year, and he was the best seeker in a decade. You up for filling his giant shoes? James nodded and firmed his chin. I am. I've been practicing all summer. And I've spent the last 2 years keeping at the top of my game on the Night Quidditch League. Oh, don't remind me, Graham exclaimed, drawing a hand over his face in annoyance. You and that gang of midnight hooligans are a total embarrassment to the sport. I hear they let you ride one of those idiotic American scriff things when you play. James had forgotten how much Graham hated the marginally secret nighttime Quidditch matches. It's called a scrim, actually, not another word. Graham's eyes blazed. I swear, I'd report the lot of you if I didn't think most of the teachers already know about it and just pretend not to. Longbottom's gone to a few of the matches, Deirdre commented with a shake of her head. He's the one what grows the herb they all take so as to skip a night's sleep. Somnambulous, it's called. Discipline, Graham declared, perking up in his seat and meeting Deirdre's eyes fiercely. That's what's missing from this school these days. Some good old-fashioned discipline. Squash all this night Quidditch nonsense. Distracts everybody from the real thing, it does. James shrugged and bobbed his head, knowing it was best just to keep quiet. Thankfully, at that moment Walter Stebbins and Xenia Prince chose to interrupt the discussion, slipping into 2 chairs side by side. What do you all think of the new charms teacher? Xenia asked in a hushed voice, leaning over the table and brushing her short dark hair out of her face. Looks like he's barely older than I am, Graham said, still bristling. If he's old enough to buy a fire whiskey at the Triple Sticks I'll eat a bludger. He's 25, Deirdre sniffed. I asked Professor Shirt. He graduated the year before we started. That means Ted, Damien, and Sabrina all knew him. At least a little. We should ask them about him next time we see them, Graham suggested darkly. Maybe they've got some dirt on him. Can't hurt to know a few dark secrets about any new teachers if they come in all eager to prove their mettle. James shrugged. He seemed decent enough to me. I don't get the idea that he plans to make life hard on anyone. Seemed to me like he's still figuring out how to look like a teacher, much less be one. I'll miss old Professor Flitwick, Xenia said with a sigh, glancing sadly down at the table. He was my favorite. Next to her, Walter nodded solemnly. James tried not to roll his eyes. He had a suspicion that Walter would respond the same way if Xenia suggested there were a flock of fuchsia ducks living on the moon. Slightly less than an hour later, James, Rose, and Scorpius met Ralph and Albus beneath the torch in one of the older sections of the castle. It had been a dour, if confusing walk through the nighttime halls. Rose and Scorpius, James now knew, were officially seeing each other again, although, as always, it was a brittle and tempestuous union. At the moment, for reasons James couldn't guess, they were once again not talking to each other, leaving him to walk in chilly silence between them. It was probably for the best, since they were not really supposed to be out of their dormitories this late, although curfews didn't formally begin until the next night. We tried to open it, Ralph whispered as James finally, gratefully, joined him and Albus, but it never works for us. It never works for you, Albus corrected. It works for me just fine, but it always opens on a room full of chamber pots. Step aside, Rose said stiffly. Your problem is that you don't have enough imagination. Ralph backed away obediently, giving Rose room to stalk purposely along the corridor before him. She turned after a few paces, retracing her steps. What I need, she said with careful emphasis, is a room to meet in secret, where nobody like Filch can get in, where no one can overhear us, including any disguised portraits, and where nothing we say can ever be repeated. She turned again, following her steps a second time. What I also need, she added, dropping her voice to a seething stage whisper, is a boyfriend who doesn't trip over himself every time Fiera Hutchins so much as glances in his direction. And here we go again. Scorpius drawled wearily. You can give it a rest any time, you know. Ralph looked mildly perplexed. I don't think that's the sort of thing you're going to find in the room of requirement. As Rose finished pacing, a door suddenly appeared where only blank stone wall had been a moment before. She glanced challengingly from Ralph to Scorpius, and then turned to the door, pushing it open and breezing inside. As Scorpius entered, she glanced back with mock disappointment. I guess Ralph is right after all, she said archly. The room of requirement can't provide everything I need. Because here you are, honestly, Weasley, Scorpius said, glancing languidly around the small room, and James could tell by the use of her surname that this wouldn't end well. I was merely being friendly to Fiera when I met her in the Great Hall. But if you're jealous of her, you could always just ask for her help with, say, a little makeup and a new hairstyle. Rose's cheeks went brick red. A little makeup? She wears enough for the two of us. For the whole school. But if that's what you like. Some haughty, made-up, Slytherin drama queen. I think I liked your angry silence better, James muttered, unslinging his knapsack onto the small table in the center of the room. Why is it always either cold shoulder or heated words with you two? Albus plopped into the chair furthest from the door, beneath the broad silvery frame of a faux glass. Reminds me of why I continue to prefer the life of a freewheeling bachelor. Fuming, the set of her face indicating that she had, for the moment, righteously burned off the excess of her anger, Rose lowered herself into the chair next to Albus. You're a bachelor, she offered, because no self-respecting girl can bear that you constantly smell like toad putty and swamp boot. I have a natural musky scent, Albus shrugged breezily. Comes from being too busy at the manly arts to worry about primping in a mirror all day. It also comes from sleeping in the same clothes for a week straight through the summer, James suggested. And from thinking a bath is interchangeable for another splash of Dad's aftershave, Lily said, hurrying through the door and dropping onto the chair opposite Rose. Sorry I'm late everyone. What did I miss? Nothing so far, Ralph sighed, settling into his own chair between Scorpius and Rose. Except another row between these two and some unwelcome insights into Albus' non-existent love life. Look who's talking, Deedle, Albus said, favoring Ralph with a piercing look. When's the last time you had a date? I go on dates, Ralph shrugged. I just don't spend all the rest of my time gassing on about them. Lily whispered loudly in Rose's direction. He's got a thing for his head girl, I hear. That's more ambition than amor. Scorpius glanced aside at Ralph. He's become quite the social climber, our Ralph. Finally living up to his house assignment. You're all full of doxy-do, Ralph shook his head. You don't know anything about me. I probably shouldn't even be here, now I'm head boy. If one of those Snape portraits sees me on the way back to the dungeons, just tell him you were spying out the rest of these sneaks, a new voice suggested in an unmistakable American accent. That's the sort of double-dealing duplicity the Snapister likes best. And don't pay any attention to the rest of these malcontents, Ralph Inator. I think it's killer you made head boy. Way to go. James smiled at the rectangular piece of mirror he had removed from his knapsack and propped on the table. In it, a blond boy's face could be seen, speaking from the depths of what appeared to be a mound of dirty laundry and candy wrappers. The mirror was one of the remaining shards of Merlin's legendary Amsris Earth, now broken up and reduced to its most basic uses. At one time, Merlin had been able to spy on conversations held via the shard, but since then the sorcerer had deliberately destroyed his own portion, vowing never again to subvert the shard for his own espionage. Easy for you to say, Zane, James said with a shake of his head. You don't have to put up with Ralph second-guessing every decision against the Hogwarts Handbook of Student Conduct. Hi Zane, Lily piped up, craning on her chair to see the boy in the mirror. How's life back at Alma Alaron? Same as always in most ways, Zane bobbed his head. Complicated and worrying in others. The time lock is getting a little wonky as the unplottability spell around the outer wall frays like an old scarf. Little chunks of the school keep breaking through into muggle basements and attics all around Philadelphia, popping up like bubbles. Professor Jackson says he has a solution in the works, but for now we've had to restrict the time lock to the century before the city of Philadelphia was founded, just to be safe. Things are getting touchier around here as well, Ralph said soberly. We just had a Muggle family join us in the Great Hall, just as Merlin was finishing up his start-of-term speech. No. Zane's eyes widened. How'd they get in? Just drove their car right up into the courtyard, James said, his shoulders slumping. They were lost and looking for directions. Uncharacteristically, Zane looked worried. I'm sure old Merlin was up to the task of wiping their memories and sending them on their way, right? And setting up a refreshed unplottability field around the school, Rose said. But yes. It's a concern. Things are unraveling in ways no one can really predict. And there doesn't seem to be much anyone can do about it, which brings us to why we're all here, Scorpius said somewhat impatiently, leaning back in his chair and raising his eyebrows. For whatever it's worth, we're the few who may have some idea of who is really behind all of this, meaning, of course, Judith, this very secretive Lady of the Lake person. And Petra Morgenstern, our very own undesirable number one. Not that we've heard more than a peep from either over the last few years. No news for 2 whole years. Lily blew a breath up into her blonde fringe. How do we know that Judith, the Lady of the Lake, is even still out there? Maybe she gave up and went back to whatever dimension she came from. James shook his head firmly. Judith's not the type just to give up. The more ground she loses, the harder she fights. But we know she's still out there, working behind the scenes, letting everyone blame Petra for her plans. I still don't understand how anyone can blame Petra for what happened with the Morgan web, Lily said, her brow darkening. Loads of us were there when it happened. We saw Judith and her fighting. We did see it, James agreed sourly, but hardly anyone seems to remember it right. Judith has a sort of slippery quality about her that makes most people forget about her the moment she's out of sight. Even the people that do sort of remember her are afraid to admit it. Don't you see? People prefer blaming Petra. She's the villain that they know. It's less complicated, and somehow more comforting that way. Rose nodded. That's why the consequences of her plan are still unfolding everywhere around us. And how do we know that? Scorpius asked, cocking his head. Because you've got Muggles showing up in the Great Hall, Zane replied from the shard. That's evidence that Judith's plan, her version of our destiny, is still in play. Because the Crimson Thread is still stuck in our world, not the one it belongs to. The thread is like a rock in the gears of our world's destiny. As long as it's here, things will continue to break down more and more over time. And the Crimson Thread, Scorpius said, doubt creeping into his voice, is Petra Morgenstern, according to you lot. James sighed. We've been over this. When Judith brought the other dimension's version of Petra into our world through the Vault of Destinies, then killed her here, that version of Petra, the Morgan version, became a part of our universe. Now, our Petra is the new Morgan. The Crimson Thread plucked from the loom represents her. She believes that the only way to set things back to rights, to get our own original destiny back, is for her to take Morgan's place in that other dimension, Morgan's version of our world, restoring the balance. Lily nodded tentatively, and the fact that the vow of secrecy is still coming apart is a sign that she hasn't succeeded in doing that yet. Judith doesn't want her to, Ralph said. Petra's her toehold in our world. If Petra replaces the Morgan from that other dimension, not only do the destinies snap back into place, Judith gets sent back to whatever netherworld she came from. She'll do anything to make sure Petra doesn't do that. Scorpius looked doubtful. 2 years is a long time. How can we be certain that both of them are even still alive? Petra was just in the news a few weeks ago, Albus said, staring reflectively into a dark corner. She apparently broke into some top-secret armory of forbidden artifacts and books, looking for something. One of the guards saw her. Lily shrugged uncertainly. He could have been mistaken. Petra's posters are up everywhere. The guard might have just seen some woman in the dark and assumed it was her. It was her, Albus replied with unexpected conviction, still staring into the corner. James watched his brother, narrowing his eyes. Well then, Scorpius said briskly, sitting up again in his seat. That does bring us to the point. He glanced around the room, looking from face to face. Have any of us seen or heard from Petra since last we met? Any word at all? Every eye in the room turned silently to James. It was Zane who prompted him from the shard. What do you say, James? You're the one with the magic mind meld to our favorite misunderstood villainess. How sure are you that she's still out there? And that she really is the new Crimson Thread? James drew a long, deep breath, and then looked down at his right hand where it still lay on the table. He opened it, palm up. She's blocking me, somehow, he said reluctantly. I can feel it. But I don't know why. Really, Scorpius said sarcastically, rolling his eyes again. You have no idea, do you? And I suppose you do? James challenged, looking Scorpius in the eye. Now, don't let me steal your thunder. Although I am rather curious how you can be so certain of Morgenstern's plans if she has apparently turned off your mysterious third eye into her thoughts. James deflated a little. I could never read her thoughts, you know that. I just got glimpses into her dreams sometimes, through the cord that connects us. I don't understand it any more than you do. But up until recently, no matter how far apart we were, if I concentrated on that cord, I could sort of send my thoughts out on it, to wherever she was, and get an inkling, a mood, maybe. Or just a sort of fuzzy image. No words. No complete thoughts, unless she's very close. Usually just feelings. Zane frowned from the shard. But not anymore? James shook his head slowly. No. She's still there. I know that much. But she's shutting me out. She's blocking her end. She doesn't want me to know what she's doing. Lily furrowed her brow. Well, that's rather worrying. Don't you think? Albus made a scoffing noise and studied his own hands on the table. Petra's shutting James out because he's a nervous busybody who's all besotted with love, not thinking about whatever's best for the whole world. Just his poor little Astra. It was him that said it, Scorpius observed quickly, raising an eyebrow. Not me. I only thought it. James flopped forward and rested his chin on his crossed forearms. You've said it enough in the past, I expect. I think it's very sweet, Rose smiled. Even if it is perhaps a bit hopeless and tragic. It's not tragic, James said, pushing back in his chair again. You're all daft. I care about Petra, yes, but I'm not just thinking of her. I'm thinking of the whole world. In fact. He paused and drew a deep breath, considering what he was about to say. In a lower voice, he went on. I think her plan is probably for the best. Even if it does mean that she'll leave our world forever. After a long, silent moment, Scorpius looked around the table. Well, then. That is rather a change of heart. James refused to meet anyone else's gaze. There's just too much going wrong. Too much at stake to worry about just one girl's life. Even if, he thought, but didn't say, that one girl is Petra Morgenstern. That does leave one lingering question, though, Rose said on the heel of a reluctant sigh. If Petra is blocking your connection to her, how do you know that this is still her plan? To replace the other version of herself, the Morgan version, from that other dimension? How do you really know that Petra has become the new Crimson Thread? James finally looked up. Without a word, he raised his right hand, palm up, fingers splayed. Slowly, he half closed his eyes and began to concentrate. He imagined Petra. In his mind and heart, he felt the ephemeral cord that bound him to her, that had connected them ever since that fateful moment on the Gwyndomere, when Petra had asked James to let her fall to her doom in the waves, and James had refused. The cord was a cool ribbon that rooted in his very heart, ran down his arm, and condensed on his palm like a ball of ice. From there, it wafted away into the space between them, extending and thinning, to wherever Petra was at this very moment. She was blocking him. He could sense the pressure of her pushing back against him. It was frustrating. But it also meant, if nothing else, that she was thinking of him. James opened his eyes again and looked down at his open hand. The others in the room did as well, eyes wide, speechless and spellbound. The cord was transparently visible in the darkness, brightest and thickest in the center of James' palm, fading and thinning upward in a shimmering ribbon, a thread that drifted up into darkness, not ending, just falling from sight. In the still shadows of the room of requirement, the cord was no longer merely the pale silver of moon glow. Now, the silver pulsed and flickered with traces of burnished red, the color of deepest sunset, forming a gray and scarlet ribbon that ascended and swirled up into dimness. There could be no question. Without a doubt, the silver cord was slowly, gradually, becoming a crimson thread. For James and Ralph, the first day of classes was like reacquainting with an old friend for the last, raucous time. James knew the entire castle by memory now. He could navigate the corridors with his eyes closed. He knew which shortcuts could be counted on to be too well known and crowded to save any time between classes. He knew which bathrooms were prone to have their pipes clogged after lunch, requiring the blackly grumpy ministrations of Mr. Filch and a large rubber plunger. He knew when it was safe to cut through Professor Heredefore's empty classroom, and the potions closet beyond, to cut several dozen yards off an otherwise wearying trek through noisy, cramped corridors. In short, he was a seventh year. The school was like home. Better than that, Hogwarts was his native domain. Unlike home, where the rules were his parents and they made the decisions, Hogwarts school existed for him, belonged to him nearly as much as it belonged to its teachers and administrators. And as he passed through its halls between classes, laughing with his friends, soaking up the camaraderie that he had so missed throughout the summer, the younger years did seem to look up to him and his fellow 7th years as sort of minor demigods. As James and his friends walked by, the youngest and most timid students even backed up against the walls to watch, their eyes wide and somber with awe, like rowboats rocking in the waves of passing yachts. James didn't feel quite entitled to such attention, but he enjoyed it nonetheless, knowing that even those shy first years would someday be in his shoes. According to James' class schedule, Mondays were light, but brutally rigorous. His morning period included a double arithmancy class, which was quite the marathon, considering that arithmancy was one of James' weakest subjects. Fortunately, he navigated to a seat next to Rose, who, like her mother, was a natural at the subject and had tested into the advanced classes during her very first year. Unlike her mother, however, Rose felt no obligation to assist James and Ralph in any way, and in fact did her best to shield her fastidious notes from their prying, sidelong glances. At one point, near the end of class, Professor Shirt called Rose to the chalkboard to illustrate a particularly lengthy equation, and James, in a burst of inspiration, had quietly drawn his want, Gemini-O. He rasped as quietly as possible, directing the spell at his cousin's notes. With a tiny puff, he conjured 2 identical copies of the parchment and quickly, triumphantly, distributed one to Ralph and jammed the other into his knapsack. It wasn't until after class, when he and Ralph paused in the halls to examine the copied notes, that they noticed that each neat, back-slanting paragraph of Rose's handwriting had transformed into a single sentence, repeated over and over. This content, protected by Rose Weasley's patented anti-duplication jinx, meant exclusively for James Potter, who is a lazy niffler, and maybe Albus Potter, too, except I don't think he even knows the Gemini spell yet, even though that's first-year magic for morons. Without a word, James and Ralph balled up the copied parchments and tossed them into the nearest trash bin. Rose passed them with her chin raised in the air, smiling smugly. The remainder of the day was devoted to history of magic with the ghostly Professor Binns, which was perhaps even tougher than arithmancy. James knew that the subject was very important for potential Auror training. Unfortunately, he had barely avoided a dreadful on the subject's most recent NEWT examination. He determined to be resolute in paying painstaking attention to the famously boring Professor Binns, to take copious, detailed notes, and to study steadfastly at every opportunity. 10 minutes into the class, however, he was leaning on his elbow in the first row, his eyeglasses abandoned on the parchment before him, staring blankly at the mishmash of chalk notes on Professor Binns' blackboard as the professor droned patiently on. Even Rose took fewer notes in Binns' class, although James suspected that this was because she, unlike him, already knew the material frontwards and back. She doodled idly on the corner of her parchment. James slid an eye toward the scratching of her quill and was both pained and annoyed to see her completing a drawing of a fat heart around Scorpius Malfoy's name, written in looping cursive. She completed the heart, stared disconsolately at it for a moment, and then scribbled it out, pursing her lips silently. Dinner in the Great Hall cemented the day happily, with James, Graham, and Deirdre completing the beginning of term ritual with a round of de rigueur complaints about the assigned homework and essays. Rose, as usual, had completed hers in her free library period and merely raised her eyebrows primly. None of them truly minded the homework, at least not yet. James would be easily finished by the time 10 o'clock rolled around, bringing the appointment with Argus Filch and the other 7th years. He saw the anticipation on Graham's and Deirdre's faces, but resisted the urge to discuss it, even in whispers. The tour of Hogwarts' most clandestine areas was a secret, of course. If Rose had any clue about it, she would find a way to get the information from James somehow or other. As he made his way back upstairs to the common room for the evening, he wondered how many of the school's secrets he already knew about. In truth, he expected quite a lot of them. He knew about the underground passage between the statue of Locomagus and the Quidditch shed, had learned of that one during the first night of his first year. In fact, he knew about the Chamber of Secrets, of course. He knew of the Room of Requirement, and its sister space, the Room of Hidden Things. He even knew of the passage that connected the Whomping Willow to the old Shrieking Shack outside of Hogsmeade. And yet perhaps, hopefully, there would still be a surprise or two on Filch's surely grudging tour. Perhaps there would be something that not even his dad knew about. The thought made James smile a little mischievously. James' dad, of course, had never had the 7th year experience, instead spending his final school year camping, refugee style, on the run from Voldemort and his Death Eaters, and battling them by turns. He had received his diploma, of course, granted by Headmaster McGonagall the following year, in lieu of actual classwork for actions illustrating an effective grasp of all magical principles and practices in the honorable defense of life and civilization against terrible powers. As a result, however, unlike all of James' other years of schooling, his father had been unable to provide a primer on what to expect during his 7th year. Secretly, James was rather content with that. He had long since shrugged off the shroud of living under his father's legendary shadow. But still, not having any such shadow to live under for his 7th year was remarkably freeing. That evening, he could barely concentrate on his history of magic book, musing instead on the upcoming meeting, watching the clock on the mantel as its minute hand crawled infuriatingly slowly around the dial. Gradually, the common room crowd thinned as, one by one, the younger students went up to their dormitories. At 10:15, James met Graham's eye across the room. The other boy nodded curtly. Simultaneously, they stood and angled as nonchalantly as they could toward the portrait hole. James scanned the room, making sure no one noticed their departure. Rose was nowhere in sight, fortunately. He was certain that she would have observed the departure of the 7th years and known something was up, possibly even following them at a distance. Once through the portrait hole, neither James nor Graham spoke as they trotted lightly through the darkened halls and stairways, making their way to the entrance hall. Ahead and around them, they caught glimpses of other 7th years flitting in the shadows, passing at intersections, all wending their way variously to the appointment. Deirdre caught up with Graham and James at the bottom of the main staircase, where the rest of the 7th years gathered beneath the night-dark chandelier. "Excited, are we?" Deirdre asked, apparently trying to conceal her own enthusiasm. James nodded and shrugged. "Could be fun. That is, if there are any real secrets we haven't already discovered." "Even so," Graham said darkly, "it's an evening with Filch. I still haven't gotten over the way he was in our 4th year, back when Gruja was headmaster." James nodded, remembering it well. "You think he'll ever retire? Like Flitwick and McGonagall?" An unexpected female voice answered softly, coming up from behind. "Filch will never retire. It would mean spending the rest of his natural life in his own stinky company." James glanced back and his cheeks suddenly heated at the sight of Millie Vandergriff, accompanied by Julian Jackson and a Hufflepuff boy, Patrick McCoy. As they congregated, Millie smiled openly at James in the dimness. Graham nodded at Millie's comment. "Yeah, Filch will die here and his body will probably just keep limping around the halls out of pure habit, muttering threats and pointing out gum stains on the floors." "How do we know that hasn't already happened?" Deirdre asked, arching an eyebrow. "I don't think anyone would be able to tell the difference." As if on cue, the echo of Filch's cane announced the caretaker's arrival. He ambled crookedly across the entry floor, seeming to avoid the pools of light cast by the wall sconces, until his stern, stubbly features loomed before the gathering, eyeing each face with obvious disapproval. Just in case it wasn't clear, he enunciated carefully in his gravel voice. "I lead this tour as part of my duties. Not because I believe it is in any way a worthy tradition. Bear that in mind, should you ever be tempted to breath a single, solitary word of what you are about to see to any other students." He smiled grimly, showing all of his crooked, yellow teeth. "Not that I'd mind one bit revoking your, privileges." He glared at the group beadily, meaningfully, and then his smile clicked off like a lamp. Resentfully, he twitched his head toward a side corridor. "This way, then." Without looking back, he turned and limped away, his cane clacking hollowly on the stone floor. As it turned out, James did, in fact, know about most of the school's secret passages, rooms, and amenities. Filch began with the newest passage, a stairwell that led to a doorway halfway up the Sylvan Tower, which was not a place students typically went. James followed along with the rest of the troop, noticing that Millie Vandergriff sometimes walked right next to him, brushing him with her elbow, and other times drifted to the front of the line, where she whispered and giggled with Julian and the boy, McCoy, whom James remembered from the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, where he played beater. He tried to dismiss the sight of Millie and McCoy laughing quietly, their heads together, but the image stuck in his brain, somehow prickly and irritating. Perhaps the bigger boy was also a member of the Hufflepuppet Pals. James doubted it, noting the boy's huge square hands and dull eyes. Finesse and wit were definitely not McCoy's strong suit. And why, James asked himself suddenly, was he spending so much time thinking about this? Deliberately, he turned his attention back to Ralph, Deirdre, and Graham, who drifted along near him, following Filch's tour with increasing tedium. As the trek around the castle ambled on, Filch showed them the tunnel to the Quidditch shed and several connecting passages between classrooms, a moving bookcase in the library that opened onto a hidden reading room, a pair of strangely sumptuous bath and steam rooms on the 7th floor, and finally, oddly, the laundry. There, the house elves watched the tour from a distance, their gazes wary and grim, completely unlike the expressions they wore on the rare occasion that they were seen in the castle proper. James was becoming tired and bored. "I wonder, could we just slip away without being seen?" he whispered aside to Ralph. "Fiona Fourcompass and George Muldoon did that 10 minutes ago," Ralph answered behind a raised hand. "I almost joined them then. But I sort of feel like I have a duty to stay." "Ah," Millie rasped, peering at Ralph around James' shoulder. "That's a head boy's duty, for sure. Also, to tell the rest of us what we missed if we decide to scarper around the next corner." Millie grinned aside at James and winked. "One final stop," Filch said, his rough voice echoing back from the narrow dungeon walls, "and for this one, we shall need a key." Without turning, the caretaker raised his left hand. James glanced up at it in the torchlight. An emerald ring glittered on Filch's knobbly knuckled middle finger. James recognized it. "Looks just like yours, Ralph," he nudged the big boy. "Your Slytherin ring key. Makes sense," Trenton Block muttered. "We're nearly to our common room. I'm going to dodge in and call it a night." "He's wearing it on his left hand, though," Ralph commented. "You're supposed to wear it on your right. House rules. The door won't unlock otherwise." Ahead of them, Filch glanced back over his shoulder, pinning Ralph with one sharp eye. "That's if you want to get into the Slytherin common room," he said, lowering his voice to a mean growl. Why anyone would want to get into there I couldn't begin to guess. A scattering of muted laughter emanated from the crowd as all eyes glanced around at Ralph, Trenton, and the other Slytherin seventh years. Among them, Nolan Beetlebrick and Fiera Hutchins frowned and narrowed their eyes. Slytherins, James observed, were not typically magnanimous in the face of taunts. None, however, dared to reply to Filch's unexpected jibe. "This ring key," the caretaker went on, turning back and approaching a broad doorway, "takes us to a thoroughly more interesting place. Not that any of you should have need to visit it, I dare say." The door to the Slytherin common room was a metal monstrosity of locks and deadbolts, dominated by an enchanted sculpture of a coiled snake, one eye glowing with a green gem, the other an empty black socket. Normally, the snake raised its head to challenge the entrant. Filch gave it no chance, however. With another glance over his shoulder, he plugged the ring key on his left hand into the snake's empty eye socket. The various bolts, locks, and clasps of the door clacked loudly open and the door eased loose on its heavy hinges. Filch paused, still glaring back over his shoulder at the gathering of older students, almost as if he might change his mind about this last secret and send them all back to their dormitories. Instead, with a reluctant grimace, he heaved the door open and stepped through. A push of cold, strangely misty wind rushed out around Filch's shoulders, flapping James' collar and lifting Millie's blonde hair. "That's never been there before," Ralph commented, following the group as it pressed through the open door. Ahead of James, Trenton Block suddenly stumbled, raising his head as he moved through the opening. He blinked rapidly, turning on the spot. When he spoke, his voice was a hushed tremolo. "That's never been there before, either." Impatiently, James shouldered around Trenton, and then drifted to a stunned stop himself, his eyes widening as he took in the suddenly massive space before him. Amazingly, inexplicably, the Slytherin common room was gone. In its place was a vast cavern with wet stone walls and a rough-hewn floor, terraced into broad descending steps. At the bottom of the steps, acres of black water spread away in the shape of a small subterranean lake, heaving with waves. Along the distant walls, nearly hidden in the darkness, broad archways led to what appeared to be canals or underground rivers. Huge torches hung in sconces between the arches, reflecting their flickering light on the waves. The troop of seventh years drifted down the broad steps in awe, trying to peer in every direction at once. Water lapped and splashed. The torches crackled, a ship bobbed and creaked on the waves some distance away, moored to a stone bollard with a length of rope. The ship was old, but low and sleek, equipped with 3 tall masts and studded along its side with portholes and cannon ports. "That's a blockade runner," McCoy announced with a low whistle. "A smuggler's ship." "What's it doing here?" "Forget the ship," Fiera Hutchins said, adjusting her glasses as she looked around. "Where is here? Look." Graham called suddenly, his voice waking echoes all around the cavernous space. He stabbed a hand upwards, pointing toward the dark ceiling. James looked, and swayed under a thrill of alarm and wonder. The ceiling wasn't stone. It was water. Waves rolled and clapped together overhead, forming an inverted mirror of the enormous pool below, glinting blackly in the lofty heights. "We're beneath the lake," Deirdre suddenly proclaimed. "Aren't we?" Filch's voice rang from some distance away, where he stood on the lowest terrace overlooking the waves. "The Black Lake is technically not a lake," he announced, and James thought that the old caretaker, for the first time, seemed to be enjoying himself. "It's an inversion of the underground harbor below." From here, vessels can travel to virtually any waterway in the world. So long as its occupants aren't prone to a wee bit of claustrophobia and don't mind getting a touch wet. Hold on, Millie said, standing next to James again. Are you saying that when the Durmstrangs arrived in their ship, back in the days of the Triwizard Tournament? Graham continued, realization dawning on him. They didn't just magically appear, bobbing up from the lake like it was some kind of portal? Ack, Filch said, an edge of impatience coming back into his voice. There's plenty of magic involved. More than you lot could get your wee heads around. But the lake above is no portal. It's just the passage into the network of rivers below. From here, a ship can get anywhere, if they're willing to brave the endless tunnels and underground oceans between here and there. So whose boat is that, then? Trenton asked, pointing at the blockade runner that bobbed secretively in the distance. Filch opened his mouth to answer but another voice drowned him out, calling suddenly from the darkness. And that's TH and a TH tour, I wager, the voice said, unnecessarily loudly. James recognized it even before the huge man appeared from the shadows, hands raised in a warding-off gesture. Mr. Filch is a busy man. Make sure that you thank him generously on the way out. Good to see ye all. Your dormitories await, Hagrid, Ralph said with a puzzled smile. But who's that with him? James peered into the dimness, past the disgruntled form of Filch as he began to ascend the steps again, irritably hurting the students ahead of him. Alongside Hagrid, another much smaller figure moved slowly toward the light. Filch gestured toward the open door at the back of the cavern. The professor's right. Back to your dormitories, and be quick about it. No lollygagging. And bear in mind what I said at the start of the tour. Not a word to anyone. James walked backwards, stumbling up the rough terraces alongside Ralph, trying to hang back long enough to greet Hagrid and his mysterious friend. Filch was insistent, however, driving the group toward the door, brooking no hesitation. As James pressed back through the doorway and into the waiting warmth of the dungeon corridor, he glanced back once more. Hagrid was standing on one of the lower terraces now, between the door and the dark ship in the distance, the look on his face both fretful and relieved. The person standing with him was finally, plainly visible. She had a small smile on her face as she met James' eyes and shrugged. I told you I probably already knew all about it, the shrug seemed to say. As Filch pulled the door closed behind them, clanking the locks and bolts back into place, Ralph stopped in the hall and frowned, glancing back over his shoulder. What in the wide world is Rose doing in there with Hagrid? He asked. James heaved a sigh and shook his head dryly. Come on, Ralph, he said. You're not really all that surprised, are you? 4. Secret of the Dagger. To be fair, Rose said as she, James, and Ralph navigated the crowded quarter late the following morning, I only found out about the harbor beneath the lake last year. Hagrid needed help with something, so he let me in on the secret. James was skeptical, but pitched his voice low so not to be overheard by the between-class throng. Hagrid needed help with something in some secret lake beneath the lake, so he comes to a fifth-year student instead of another professor? Excuse me, Rose said, stopping in the hall and extending her free hand toward James. I'm Rose Weasley. I'm sort of pretty amazing at lots of unusual and difficult spells, even better than some professors I could mention. Have we met? Ah, Ralph said with a nod. It's a secret, whatever it is, but Hagrid needed some help with some difficult wand work. I bet it has to do with that boat, James agreed, then glanced back at Rose. Does it? Rose continued walking, lowering her own voice to a hush. He wanted off some wizard in the Hog's Head. I warned him, nothing good has ever come from such things in the past. Mysterious strangers betting dragon's eggs and entire boats over card games in dodgy pubs. And what does he say? Here, she stood as tall as she could and adopted a rather dopey frown, clearly doing her best impression of the half-giant, but summers are long. Rosie. One can only weed a garden so many times before it starts getting to him. I get lonely and bored and in need of company. James couldn't help smiling at Rose's impression. So his new boat may not be exactly legal, then. What's he need your help with? Rose turned a corner, propelled by the noisy crowd approaching the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Well, it's not a wizarding boat, strictly speaking. A lot of unusual modifications need to be made to make it seaworthy in wizarding waters. And it's not the sort of magic that one does on a day-to-day basis. She unslung her knapsack outside the Dada classroom and rummaged in it briefly, producing a small but very thick book. The title, embossed in faded silver on green cloth, read, The Essential Seafarer's Compendium of Nautical Enchantment, Boating Bewitchment, and Shipshape Spell Work. Looks. James bobbed his head at the book. Well. Looks like something you'd fall right into. Ralph cocked his head. So what makes a ship a magical ship? Exactly. Oh, you'd be amazed, Rose enthused, warming to the subject and flipping through the book. Charmed hydrophobic varnish is what we've been spending most of our time on, so the ship repels water when it travels up through the lake to burst onto the surface, and then there are anti-Grindylow hexes, siren repellents, navigational mastheads, not to mention the purely mechanical and clockwork apparatuses, like folding masts, deck domes, sea monster harnesses. And I'm bored already, James sighed, bypassing Rose as he entered the classroom. But bully for you for getting a sneak peek at the harbor under the lake. I'm sure it was worth all the time slathering magic varnish all over Hagrid's secret boat. He does the slathering, Rose rolled her eyes, following James and Ralph inside. I just charm the stuff. And unlike you, I like learning new things. One never knows when a hydrophobic spell might come in handy. The previous class was draining from the room, still muttering and collecting their books, while the next class filtered in around them. Boys, DeBellows said, raising his eyebrows as he settled behind his huge desk. And Miss Weasley? I don't believe I have you in my class until tomorrow's advanced lesson. Or am I mistaken? James shook his head quickly. No, sir, we came to ask something else. We were, curious, sir, about using some of our defense against the dark arts class time for our 7th-year field work in a related profession. DeBellows stopped organizing the hopeless mess of paperwork on his desk and looked up, giving them his full attention for the first time. He looked vaguely puzzled, and then blinked and nodded. Ah yes, I'm sure I must have received a notice about such a program. I likely ignored it, as I do most intra-school communications. One can only be informed so many times about revisions to school dress codes and rescheduled meetings one has no intention of attending in the first place before all such notices start going directly into the rubbish bin. So, you three intend to pursue some practical experience in lieu of my class time, is that it? He seemed both open to the idea and slightly churlish about it. Not all three of us, James began, but Rose overruled him suddenly, shouldering past him to stand directly in front of DeBellow's desk. Yes, sir, Professor, she said quickly, clearly not intending to miss a serendipitous opportunity. All three of us. James, Ralph, and me. Yes. We three. She glanced back at James briefly, her eyes stern. James closed his mouth with a small click. Well, DeBellows said slowly, looking back down at his desk and shuffling papers again, randomly. I suppose it would depend upon what sort of practical field experience you intended to engage in. I can only assume that you'd like to participate in some preliminary training for the Harrier Corps. I should warn you, my young friends, it is an arduous journey, becoming a Harrier, but vastly rewarding in every respect. I shall contact my old commander, see if I cannot call in a few favors too. Ralph interrupted, sharing a suddenly wide-eyed glance with James. Not the Harriers, sir, exactly. Quite. DeBellows frowned and looked up again, his face etched with sincere puzzlement. Not the Harriers? What could it possibly be, then? Rose answered, standing stiffly upright, almost as if she meant to salute the professor. Auror training, sir. We wish to use the skills you've taught us to learn Auror methodology. To track down and capture dark wizards and witches, warlocks, hags, and other various threats to the good people of the magical world. James blinked at Rose, annoyed but rather impressed. Glancing back at DeBellows, he added, like my dad, sir. DeBellows turned his iron gaze from Ralph, to Rose, to James, and then drew a deep, skeptical sigh. I suppose one can't blame you three for entertaining such designs, coming from the families that you do. It does strike me as a bit of a wasted resource. You, especially, Mr. Potter, show great potential not only in defensive spellwork, which we will be delving into much more deeply in your final year, but in your artist's too and battle psychology. But he shrugged his massive shoulders. They were like continental tectonic plates on either side of his bull neck, and sighed again. If that's what you have your hearts set upon, I suppose I cannot dissuade you. Sorry, sir, Rose said, still standing at attention in front of the cluttered desk. All right, then. DeBellows looked down again, clearly reluctant but not quite invested enough to protest any further. I suppose there is some official parchment or other that I should sign. He shook his head dismissively. I shall look into it. For now, assume my general support of your endeavor. I shall inform you when something has been arranged. James backed away from the desk, pulling Rose and Ralph with him, anxious to escape before DeBellows changed his mind. After a few clumsy backward steps, the three thanked the professor, then turned and virtually ran from the classroom, threading past younger students who watched them go, bemused and curious. All three of us, eh? James turned a sardonic look on his cousin as they hurried toward the stairs for lunch. "You didn't expect me to pass up an opportunity like that, did you?" She shrugged. "To skip out on Debella's annoying class and skive off to the Ministry of Magic to hobnob with Uncle Harry and my mum? I doubt it'll last long before somebody catches on. But it'll be Professor McGonagall or Headmaster Merlin who do, not that mountainous lump, Debellas." "You really don't much like him, do you?" Ralph commented as they turned to tramp down the stairs. "If he taught the girls the same things he taught the boys I might feel differently," she sniffed. "He thinks a woman's best battle magic is a charm for cleaning blood off her husband's robes. Believe me, I've learned more defensive magic watching a wizard chess match than sitting in his stupid class." James was familiar with Rose's ongoing private feud with the current Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, and knew enough not to debate her about it. She was right that Debellas divided his classes between boys and girls, ostensibly to make dueling practices fairer. As far as James was concerned, considering the competent fierceness of girls like Ashley Doone and Julian Jackson, he suspected Debellas might be exercising fairness more on the boys' behalf than the girls'. At lunch, James noticed Albus seated, perhaps for the first time ever, at the Gryffindor table. He was across from Lily near the very end, in the center of a group of laughing 4th and 5th years, all leaning close and keeping their own confidences. Next to him, Lily's friend Chance Jackson was watching him closely, smiling and blinking far more than mere physiology demanded. James wondered for a moment if Albus' vaunted bachelorhood was being secretly challenged. "Lily is a notorious matchmaker," Rose commented, glancing toward the end of the table to see what James was looking at. "She'd just love to see Albus and Chance together." James scoffed. "Never happen." He grabbed his pumpkin juice and drank it down in 3 quick gulps, standing as he did so. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and went on, "Albus will date from within his own house or he won't date at all. Fiera Hutchins is more his type." "Humph," Rose replied, standing as well and gathering her things. Somebody bumped James from behind, hard enough to make him fumble his glass as he leaned to place it on the table. The glass tumbled and sprayed the dregs of his juice onto his books. Annoyed, he wheeled to see who had been clumsy enough to bump him so hard. A small, rather blocky boy, a first-year Ravenclaw, was standing there with another boy and girl. All 3 were watching James with smug, tight smiles. "Oops," the blocky boy said with sarcastic emphasis. "Clumsy you." James frowned in stunned surprise. The boy, who was at least 1.5 feet shorter, with a shock of greasy ginger hair and freckles so dense that they seemed to join forces in a single blotch around his nose, had clearly bumped James on purpose, and wanted James to know it. James opened his mouth, not even sure how to respond. "What's matter, Potter?" the boy challenged. "Hinky punk got your tongue?" He crossed his eyes and gulped his own mouth up at James in childish mockery. "Gaga bwa bwa da." The boy and girl with him snickered and glared up at James, their eyes sharp, glinting with baffling malice. Before James could even begin to formulate a response, the trio turned and walked away, unhurrying toward the open doors, laughing loudly and nudging each other with their elbows. What was that all about? It was Ralph, approaching from the Slytherin table, apparently having witnessed the interaction from a distance. "James was just bullied by a first year," Graham said, a disbelieving laugh coming into his voice. "Did that really just happen, or am I dreaming?" Rose looked equally consternated. "What did you do to earn that, James?" she asked, glancing from the departing trio to James. "And who is he?" Belatedly, a pulse of embarrassed anger arose in James' chest. He felt it redden his cheeks. "I've never seen that little prat before in my entire life," he said, wonder and surprise turning his voice into a low rasp. "I don't even know his name." "Edgar Edgecombe," said a small voice. James glanced aside to see Shivani's young brother, Sanjay, still seated nearby, his eyes wide and serious. "He's a first year, like me. Are you, you know?" He paused and glanced around the table, as if reluctant to be the one to say it, going to let him get away with that. "I'd practice every jinx I ever learned on him," Graham nodded, turning serious and meeting James' eyes. "All at once. Twice over. Make an example out of him." "James can't just go jinxing first years," Rose said with a derisive glance toward Graham. "He'd just get hauled before the headmaster. Maybe even expelled. What's wrong with you?" As a group, they began to drift toward the doors, following the baffling trio into the entrance hall. "But the little Ravenclaw prat just insulted James," Graham insisted in a hushed tone. "And by extension, all of us. It's James' problem," Rose replied loftily. "He may not feel free to discuss his response in front of the head boy." She glared aside at Ralph, who looked mildly affronted, "but he will respond." She turned her gaze meaningfully on James. "Won't you?" It was a statement, not a question. James blew out a breath and shrugged. This was the very last thing he needed, some inexplicable upstart Burke embarrassing him during his final year. Whatever be the little prat had in his bonnet, James mostly just hoped that the boy, Edgar Edgecombe, had gotten it out. James didn't enjoy comeuppance the way people like Scorpius Malfoy did. He didn't understand meanness, and was deeply baffled about how to respond to it. Fortunately, by the time he and Ralph got to the third floor in their next class, they were distracted from Edgar Edgecombe by the young new charms teacher, Professor Odin Vaughn. The professor was very thin, James noticed, and dressed to hide that fact in layers of dark robes and a high, stiff collar. His beard, though sparse, was combed and waxed into a point sharp enough to draw blood. As the class filed in, he sat behind his desk, bent over a sheaf of parchments and scribbling busily with his quill. James had a secret suspicion that the professor's busyness was a ruse to hide his nervousness. The young man didn't look up as the students found their seats, unusually hushed in the presence of a new teacher. When everyone was seated, Odin Vaughn put down his quill and finally raised his head. A lank wing of his black hair covered one eye. He raised a hand and pushed it aside in what was certainly, by now, a purely automatic gesture. "Welcome, class," he said in a reedy voice, sitting up slowly in his seat. "As you all know by now, I am Professor Donofrio Odin Vaughn. I replace your previous teacher, the esteemed Professor Filius Flitwick, whom I sat under myself when I was in your place not that very long ago. I am sure you, like me, are sorry to see him go. But I also hope that you, like me, will make the best of a new opportunity." He smiled, and although it wasn't entirely a genuine smile, James sensed that it was less insincere than anxious. The professor stood then and brushed his robes off, moving from behind his desk. He glanced back at the chalkboard behind him and startled slightly, apparently surprised at the drabble of handwritten notes remaining from his most recent class. He produced his wand reflexively, and then paused, the wand raised awkwardly in his hand. Mr. Potter," he said, scanning the class and fixing his gaze on James. "If you would, please clear the chalkboard for us?" He waited, his eyes imploringly on James. James blinked at the professor, and then drew his own wand from the pocket of his robes, suspecting that the professor had called on him not because of James' potential magical competence, but only because he happened to know James' name. Why the professor didn't clear the chalkboard himself, James had no guess whatsoever. "Charybdis," James called from his seat, giving his wand a flick toward the chalkboard. With a puff of white dust, the scribbled words and diagrams vanished, leaving the board clean, if nominally smudged. It wasn't a spell he'd had much practice with. "Thank you," Odin Vaughn nodded with palpable relief, glancing back at the board. Stiffly, he put his own wand away again. "To begin, then, please turn in your textbooks to Chapter 1, Elemental Transcendence and Transmutations." "Well, that was weird," Ralph said an hour later as they made their way to the library for study period. "He didn't do a single spell himself until nearly at the end of the lesson. He knows his stuff, though," Deirdre commented appreciatively. "There's more to charms than wand work. There's theory and new spell writing, charmed objects, wand reflexology." "What's wand reflexology?" James asked. "Training a wand to do stuff on its own," Rose explained, joining them at an intersection. "The witch or wizard has to have it in their hand for the magic to work, but it saves time. A wand can reflexively complete a chain of pre-incanted spells or some especially hard magic, so long as the witch or wizard has embedded it properly." "Well, that's sort of the point, isn't it?" Ralph shook his head and glanced aside at Rose. "It all still ends up with a wand in a hand, doing magic." That new bloke, Odin Vaughn, barely touched his wand until class was almost over. Although when he did, he was brilliant with it. Made the Kotrak scuttle dance around the room to the beat of a Rig Mortis song on the wireless. Rose shrugged. "He's probably just nervous, what having the head boy in his class and all. You're never going to let that go, are you?" The bigger boy grumped, nettled. "Actually, I'm very happy for you." Rose softened her voice and patted him on the shoulder, which was quite a reach. "So this will be the last thing I say on the subject. It's a worthy accomplishment, and you're like a brother to me. But the Weasley in me insists that I warn you, if you ever pull rank on me, I'll pull wand on you. And even that overgrown broom handle of yours is no match for me in a duel." She smiled sweetly up at him and batted her eyes. Ralph blinked at her, then at James, who merely raised his hands in a keep me out of this gesture. At dinner that evening, James watched Cedric Diggory's ghost flit happily over the Hufflepuff table. He was happy for Cedric, but joined his own house in bemoaning the lack of an official Gryffindor ghost. As they discussed this, their gazes roaming over the other tables and their attendant specters, James' eye was caught by the glare of Edgar Edgecombe. The small, blocky boy was seated in the middle of the Ravenclaw table, flanked by his two friends, whom James now recognized as Quincy Ogden and Polly Heathrow, both first years. He vaguely remembered them from the sorting. All three craned to peer at James, to assure he saw them looking. Edgecombe grinned and his brow lowered. Pure spite beat from him like waves of radiation. Then, still staring at James, the ginger boy leaned and muttered something to his friends, who burst into shrill, nasty laughter. James shook his head dismissively and looked away. What was the deal with the little brat? Maybe he would find out later. He hoped it wouldn't come to a confrontation. He wasn't particularly good in such situations. The stress of confrontation always muddled his mind, blew away his words, made his reactions feel clumsy and stupid, and suddenly it occurred to him, perhaps that was what it was like for Professor Odin Vaughn. Perhaps the nervousness he'd shown at the beginning of class resulted in the magical equivalent of stage fright, the way some people developed stutters or nervous tics when under stress. Maybe the professor couldn't trust himself to do magic when he felt tense or self-conscious. Later, of course, when the professor had warmed to both the class and his subject, he had used his wand naturally, and with great skill. Still, James thought, if an extremely competent witch or wizard couldn't rely on their magic in stressful or confrontational situations, that would be a rather debilitating limitation. It was no wonder, perhaps, that the young man had gone into teaching instead of, say, magical law enforcement. James, on the other hand, may be unaccustomed to confrontation, and he may lose his wit momentarily when surprised, but he could do magic if it came to it. Edgar Edgecombe had surprised him once, but the obnoxious little twit wouldn't do so again. As Graham had suggested, James did know enough jinxes to put the boy in his place. Mentally, he checked them off: the Jelly Legs jinx, Levi Corpus, the Bat Bogey hex, stinging spells, the Toe Biter, and decided that he could do most or any of them without getting into too much trouble with the administration. If, that was, the little Burke was the tattling type. Maybe instead he was the type of wanton little bully who respected a hard shove back more than conciliatory words or appeals to authority. Over the years, James had confronted and battled monstrous powers, maddened ghosts, mythical beings, and even doomed love, but up until now he had never had much experience with bullies. Somehow, this nemesis seemed, if not the most difficult, at least the most potentially annoying. That night, for the first time in months, James dreamed of Petra. He heard her voice through a fog of what felt like great time and distance. He couldn't make out her words, but the tenor and lilt of her voice was unmistakable. It awoke in him the unguarded truth, irresistible and implacable in the uncomplicated core of his sleeping heart. He loved Petra. He had loved her for years, despite rarely seeing her, despite the complexities of her mysterious past and her uncertain future, despite even the doubt that sometimes haunted his waking mind. He loved her with a sort of hopeless, unabashed devotion that surpassed reason and intellect and shot straight to the bright solar center of his heart, charging and dominating it like a permanent lightning bolt. Petra owned and occupied his deepest love. He could pretend otherwise while awake. But here, in the depths of the dream, the truth was an iron weight, heavier than the world. He approached her through the fog, tuning her in, following the silver and crimson cord that bound them, and her voice began to clear. There was another voice as well, a man's voice? Was it the Muggle private detective she had partnered with back during the intrigue of the Morgan Web? James thought not. Marshall Paris was an American. This voice was British, and a bit younger. James recognized it, but only vaguely. Gradually, their voices became clearer, closer, although still hidden behind great heaving masses of fog. James propelled himself onward, wumping through the cold grayness. "I won't dissuade you," the man's voice said, still thin with distance. "In fact, you'll recall that it was my idea, almost 2 years ago, when you found me again." "I do recall," Petra said. "But I dismissed the idea as your usual foolhardy blathering. You've always tended to be a bit emotional and thoughtless when it comes to protecting me." The man seemed unperturbed by this. "So what's changed?" "What you suggested thoughtlessly, I've given serious consideration." James pressed on, and finally the fog broke into tatters. Silver frosted clouds stretched around him like arms, blocking the moon, casting shadows over a dark landscape, a small town with only a scattering of glowing windows, a scarcity of lit street lamps, and then, past this, a huge building on a hill, encroached on all sides by forest and bramble, almost claimed by creeping vines and tangled roots. It was a mansion, though very old and utterly dark except for a single upper window, which flickered with the faintest suggestion of light. James approached it, slowing, listening, wanting nothing more than to hear Petra's voice again, to see her, even if it was all merely a figment of his sleeping mind. "You have what you need," the man's voice said. "What do you require me for?" "No one grasps the underlying magic and spellwork like you do," Petra said. "It's your particular genius to understand the magic behind the wand." The man's voice, even more familiar now, seemed to smile doubtfully. "Petra, your visit to the Armory of Forbidden Books provided you everything you need to know regarding the underlying magic and spellwork. Then maybe I just need a friend," Petra sighed. "Someone who's known me long enough to tell the truth. Someone impartial enough to see my real intentions. You know why I'm doing this, don't you?" James slowed as he neared the window. His dreaming mind rippled through the old glass without a sound. He entered a dark room with nothing but a small fire illuminating it, guttering and spitting in the hearth. The rug, as James' bare feet touched it, was greasy and threadbare with age. The walls were filthy, cracked, leaning. James brushed them and his fingers came away thick with damp grime. The only furniture in the room was a pair of high-backed chairs, facing the fire. Between them, sitting close to the light of the flames, collecting their glow and glinting brightly, was a silver tray. Something sat on the tray. Not a cup or saucer. A butter knife? James drew closer, not sure he wanted to see. Mostly, he just wanted to approach Petra, to look upon her face, to see the glimmer of her eyes and the dark cluster of her hair. He missed her. His heart burned for her. "You're doing it because the world needs you," the man said soberly. "But the world doesn't know it. The world wants to stop you, by whatever means necessary, even if it means killing you. They blame you for everything." Petra sighed deeply. "They may not be entirely wrong in doing so, that's beside the point," the man went on. "Even if you are the problem, you are also the solution. They cannot be allowed to stop you. For the good of all, both the Muggle and magical worlds, you must survive. Your life is more than yours. It belongs to the world. To the universe. No matter what, you must survive." James occupied the deep shadows of the room, creeping closer. He could see the top of Petra's head over the back of her chair now. The firelight flickered on it like burnished bronze. "I must survive," she repeated the words with mingled regret and resolve. "So, even though we are here, in the house of the one whose bloodline I am cursed with, even though I am willingly calling on his power now instead of thwarting it, as I've struggled to do at every step so far, he did this for his own selfish aims, for power and destruction. You do it for the good of the world." In the darkness, James blinked, as if coming fully awake in his own dream. What was happening here? Swiftly, he replayed the conversation he'd been barely hearing, having been too enthralled by the sound of Petra's very voice to attend to her words. He glanced around at the room he was in. The smell of mold and rot filled his nose. What was this place? What had she just called it? The house of the one whose bloodline she is cursed with. James suddenly understood, knew with the unshakable certainty of the dream. This was the mansion of Tom Riddle's father, long abandoned, overgrown, and falling to rot. He looked down, toward the silver tray that glimmered in the firelight. Upon it was a dagger, its handle encrusted with jewels, its blade dark and sooty, tarnished almost black. He recognized it immediately. It was the dagger that had killed Morgan, the Petra from another dimension, wielded in the hand of Judith as part of her chaotic plan. How had Petra gotten it? More importantly, why? Fear and horrible suspicion suddenly welled in James, and yet he crept forward still. "It's just a dream," he told himself. "I'm only dreaming. None of this is real." Petra finally came into sight as she leaned forward, reaching for the dagger, collecting it into her thin hands. She cradled it in the firelight, her eyes wide, bright as she looked down at it. She drew a deep breath and shuddered as she let it out. Without raising her gaze from the dagger, she began to speak to it. As she did, James' eyes widened in horror. The fire responded to her words, first growing restless in the hearth, and then flaring with bursts of hungry green, almost seeming to breathe. As Petra reached the end of her recitation, wind entered the room, coming from nowhere and everywhere, lifting the limp curtains, carrying dust and grit into the dank air, moaning throughout the dim, empty rooms of the decrepit mansion. James could scarcely believe the words that came from his beloved's lips, spoken with slow, undeniable emphasis. "Extinguished soul's essence risen, final breath from murdered host, enter now, this, your prison, slave to my fragmented ghost." Petra held the dagger higher, her voice rising even as the rushing air combined with the flames of the hearth, carrying them around the room and illuminating it with green fire. She ignored this, her voice becoming a low boom through the growing tempest. "If I should die before I take the course of my intent design, then from this prison reawake, immortal now. My dread bloodline." Petra's voice became thunder, not shouting, but amplified over the sudden cyclone of wind and fire that burst throughout the room, lighting it, tearing at the ancient wallpaper, whipping the curtains, condensing into a whirling maelstrom round a slight girl, now standing with the upraised dagger in her hands. "Petra!" James called out, breaking his paralysis and finally finding his voice. She couldn't hear him, of course. This was just a dream, despite how terribly, frighteningly real it felt. And yet, from the midst of that swirling, horrible cloud, even as it caught her hair, whipped it about her face and flashed in her stern, glowing eyes, Petra glanced aside at James. She saw him, blinked in a sort of waking flutter, and her face changed. Fear, and shame, and heartbreak suddenly filled her features, clouded her eyes. The man in the other chair stood then, blocking James' view. He turned toward James, his own face full of surprise and wariness and more than a little fear. It was, bafflingly, D'Onofrio Odin Von. He recognized James, opened his mouth to call out to him, but no sound could be heard over the roaring vortex of Petra's spell. The whirl of fire and green light sucked all light into itself and contracted, taking both Petra and Odin Von and even the sprawling, dead mansion with it. Everything condensed into one brilliant, terrible point, and the point was shaped like a dagger, as blinding and merciless as the deaths it had caused. And then, with a shock that was both icy and deafening, the point exploded. James shocked awake at the sensation of it, as if thrown the many miles and leagues back into his bed by pure force, nearly crashing through it to the floor at the strength of it. He flung himself up instead, and gasped as if he hadn't drawn a breath in minutes. His eyes blinked blearily around the dim silence of Gryffindor Tower. His fellow Gryffindors were still asleep, sprawled variously across their beds, completely immune to the horrendous vision that James had just returned from. But was it a vision? Had it truly only been a dream? Helplessly, he remembered the look on Petra's face as she had seen him, recognized him in the midst of the spell she had conjured. He looked down at his hands in the darkness. Something was smudged on the tips of his fingers, dark and greasy by the moonlight. He touched his hands together and felt the filth of the mansion's walls on them. The smell was still in his night clothes, the reek of ancient rot and mold and death. Somehow, he had not only dreamed of Petra. He had gone to her. He had physically stood in the same room with her, touched its grimy walls, taken its air with him upon his return. What he'd seen had not been a dream or a vision at all. Somehow, James had seen Petra and the inexplicable figure of Professor Odin Von perform some terrible spell, make some momentous decision that James sensed was irreversible, terrible, and portentous. He tried not to know what that spell had been, but his deepest heart told him what his brain resisted. Petra had gone to the abandoned mansion that had once been the home of her cursed soul's twin, Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord Voldemort. She was no longer resisting his poison influence, but channeling it, using it, bending it to her own will, and with it, she had repeated that villain's most awful, damning spell. James flopped back onto his bed again, still breathing hard, his eyes wide and unseeing in the darkness. He could barely believe it. It was too awful to consider. And yet there was no question in his mind, even now, fully awakened in the comfort of his own bed in Gryffindor Tower. Petra, the young woman that he loved, the girl who had once doodled happy fairies in the corners of her textbooks and sucked on the tips of her black hair during examinations, had done the unthinkable. Amazingly, dismayingly, she had fulfilled the black promise began by the death of her stepmother years earlier, a death that Petra herself had caused in a fit of blind, righteous rage. Petra had created a Horcrux. 5. Junior Aurors in training. At breakfast the next morning, James considered telling Rose and Ralph, or even Albus or Scorpius, what he'd learned via his previous night's dream. It wasn't a matter of whether they would believe the part about how he'd actually been transported to a different place, traveling the mysterious thread between himself and Petra like a sort of high-speed conduit. It was the simple, damning reality of what she had done. He was afraid of the looks that would appear on their faces, the shocked disappointment, the suspicion that perhaps the rest of the magical world was right on opposing Petra, that James and his friends may have been on the wrong side all along. Worst of all, he didn't want to have to defend Petra to them. Because deep in his heart, despite the love he harbored for her, he wasn't sure he could defend her. Horcruxes were the worst sort of dark magic imaginable. That's why she'd had to learn about them via illicit break into the armory of forbidden books. The unforgivable curses were one thing. But Horcruxes were another level of dark magic entirely. He couldn't eat, merely pushed a smattering of scrambled eggs around his plate until he heard the noise of the morning post. He looked up at the flutter of owls as they swooped through the upper reaches of the great hall. One, a small tawny barn owl that James recognized as the Weasley family messenger, swooped low over the table and dropped a newspaper before Rose, thumping it neatly between her juice and a platter of toast. She glanced at it, as did James. The headline, even upside down, was plainly visible. Potter progeny on Merlin headmaster, he can be scary sometimes. Without raising her head from the newspaper headline, Rose tilted her eyes up at James. I didn't say any such thing, James declared, pushing back from his uneaten breakfast. Seriously. Rose scooped up the paper and flipped to below the fold. Her eyes flicked as she scanned. After a moment, she began to quote from the article. "He can be a bit scary sometimes," the young Potter answers, clearly concerned about reprisals for his honesty. "He knows how to keep order, that's for sure. And he does it with more than just rules." His downcast eyes flicked nervously up, as if begging me to imagine the alternative methods the headmaster might choose, clearly worried about incriminating himself. Being familiar with Mr. Ambrosius' rather infamous past, I can all too easily imagine what the poor young man faces on a daily basis. Fortunately, being a 7th year, Mr. Potter's ordeal is near an end. It is his younger classmates that he worries about. "Ask them," he suggests, clearly hinting at their corroboration. "I said no such thing," James insisted again, grabbing at the newspaper. Rose jerked it away from his grasp and folded it again. "It's rubbish," she shrugged, stuffing the newspaper into her knapsack. "Nobody knows how to twist a person's words like Rita Skeeter. Frankly, I expected better from her." "Headmaster Merlin won't even give a thought to it," Graham nodded. "If he reads it at all, which I doubt, he'll probably like it. Nothing breeds order quite like a fearsome reputation." I think that's an exact quote from him, in fact. When you look at it that way, seems like Skeeter's doing him a favor. Cameron Creevy leaned across the table to be heard over the clatter of silverware. "I know my parents would just love it if they thought the headmaster was bringing back the thumbscrews and stretcher racks. Keeps out the riffraff, they'd say." He grinned, showing an expanse of pink gums and teeth. From nearby, a yodel of derisive laughter pierced the air. James turned to see Edgar Edgecombe and his friends reading aloud from their own copy of the Daily Prophet. Regarding the magical world's enemies, Edgecombe read loudly, raising the newspaper and snapping it open for all to see. The young Potter grows misty-eyed at the remembrance of his former schoolmate, turned undesirable number 1. "Yes," he sniffs, "Petra is my friend," and turns away to hide the tears that tremble on his lashes. Quincy Ogden and Polly Heathrow dissolved into gales of laughter as Edgecombe raised his head over the newspaper to peer at James. He frowned and trembled his lower lip, as if about to burst into tears himself. He had an audience, as many students from around the Great Hall perked up to watch, some with confusion, others with bemused smiles, watching to see what James would do. James drew his wand. He expected Rose to stop him, but she merely watched, her eyes bright, even eager, as she awaited his reprisal. It was Ralph that stopped him. "Don't do it, James," he said, coming from behind and placing a large hand on James' arm, not to restrain him, but merely to give him pause. "The little git's not worth it. Let him have his laugh." "Easy for you to say," James hissed from the corner of his mouth. "It's not you he's quoting in front of the whole school." "Yeah," Graham nodded. "Stay out of this, Deedle. This is Gryffindor business." "Or join in," Scorpius suggested from further down the table. "All for one and one for all, eh?" He waggled his own wand, one eyebrow cocked provocatively. Ralph ignored Scorpius and Graham. He looked at James, offering no more warnings, merely letting the weight of their friendship speak on his behalf. Feeling a mixture of frustration and relief, James slid his wand back into the pocket of his robes. Rose, Scorpius, and Graham deflated visibly. A squawk of anger erupted from Edgar Edgecombe as someone jerked the newspaper from his hands. James looked up to see Professor McGonagall standing behind the boy, the newspaper held in her upraised fist. She was glaring down at Edgecombe, who wheeled around angrily, saw the professor's steely gaze, and then shrank beneath it, turning his face back to the table in front of him. James saw the boy's expression, however. He was neither afraid nor ashamed, merely caught. His eyes flicked back and forth between his friends, and he smiled smugly, secretively. "You three are new to this school," McGonagall announced harshly, glaring down at the backs of the 3 Ravenclaw's heads. "But I can assure you, everyone in this room already knows how to read. We do not require your services on our behalf." Crisply, she folded the newspaper, glanced piercingly around the room, and then dropped the bundle back onto the table before Edgecombe's bowed head. He snickered silently, still flitting his eyes back and forth between his cronies. Gradually, the noise of conversation filled the hall again. James' face was hot. He knew he was blushing and hated himself for it. Keeping low in his seat, he watched Professor McGonagall stride toward the open doors. Students began to drift to their feet and gather their things, heading disconsolately to their classes. "That's 2 points for Edgecombe, Z for you," Scorpius muttered in James' ear as he stood. "Sanjay is right. You can't allow it to go on. The longer you let the teachers fight your battles, the worse you look." James pressed his lips together in anger and embarrassment. Scorpius was right, but he wasn't about to admit it aloud. "What do you think, Ralph? He asked with a sigh as they made their way to the greenhouses for a double herbology class. Ralph shrugged and shook his head. Makes me wish Zane was still here. James smiled weakly at that. Ralph was right. Zane would know exactly what to say to put Edgecombe and his little entourage in their place. He slowed in his pace as an idea came to him. Edgar Edgecombe wasn't the only person Zane might have some half-decent advice about. Considering it all throughout the day, James waited until dinner time, and then dashed up to the Gryffindor dormitory, knowing that the common room would be deserted at this hour. Retrieving the shard from his trunk, he tramped back down the stairs and flopped onto the sofa before the cold fireplace. It was several hours earlier in America, which meant that there was a good chance that Zane was either in class, at Quidditch practice, or just skiving around the campus of Alma Alaron with his friends. Still, James spoke the incantation that summoned the view into his friend's dormitory room. The silvery clouds of the shard's face cleared, as always, but the view that appeared was not the cluttered dormitory desk and perpetually unmade bed. It was, in fact, perfect blackness. James shook the shard in his hands. It was apparently malfunctioning somehow, although he wouldn't have believed such a thing was possible. The glass of the mirror remained perfectly blank, and yet, James thought he could hear faint voices coming from it. He raised the shard to his ear and listened intently. Sure enough, there was the faint murmur of a voice. Zane's? Had he taken the shard down from his closet door and stuffed it into his backpack? Zane. James called, placing his face close to the shard. It's me, James. Can you hear me? A faint scream came from the shard. James withdrew suddenly, his eyes widening. It had been a girl's voice. A moment later, the blackness of the shard fluttered, and then fell away. In its place was Zane in the sunny mess of his dormitory room. The boy was dressed in his zombie house white shirt and yellow tie, but the tie was loosened and his blonde hair mussed. A black t-shirt draped from his right hand, having apparently been hung over his side of the shard only moments before. James, he rolled his eyes with a smile. Don't you ever knock? Kind of hard to do, James replied, but I'm glad you're there. Isn't it about lunchtime there in the States? It's make-out o'clock, if you must know, the blonde boy grinned. He turned aside. It's okay, Cheshire. It's just James. James was slightly mortified to see the face of Cheshire Chatterley, Zane's longtime girlfriend, appear in the shard. She patted down her own blonde hair and smiled. Hi James, she called with a quick wave. Good timing. James had a moment to think that suddenly everyone but him seemed to be leading an exciting and romantic dating life. So I hear, he shrank a little on the sofa. Sorry, we snuck past Yates to come up and study for a magiography quiz. Zane bobbed his head and gestured toward a pile of books on the nearby desk. But what can I say? My animal magnetism got the better of her. Cheshire poked Zane sharply in the ribs. I should get down to the cafe anyway, she said, turning back to James. I can't face Professor Wimwrinkle without at least one butterscotch brownie under my belt. I'll meet you at the dome in a few minutes, Zane nodded. Bring me one of those brownies. The view of the room swept sideways for a moment as Cheshire opened the door, then swept back with a clunk. So what's Petra up to? Zane asked, pushing his tie back up and threading his fingers through his hair. What makes you think it's about Petra? Oh, did you interrupt me in the middle of the day to get my recipe for salsa granado? Zane raised his eyebrows. You're going to have a hard time finding Peruvian plimpy peppers in the Hogwarts cupboard, and believe me, salsa without plimpy peppers is basically just chunky ketchup. Alright, fine, James sighed impatiently. It's about Petra. And you don't want to talk to anyone else about it because they already think she's got one foot in old Voldy's boots. Zane, James said, meeting the blonde boy's eyes through the glass of the shard. She's made a Horcrux. Zane took a step back from his own shard, his eyes widening and his hand frozen in the act of finger-combing his hair. Slowly, he lowered his hand and stepped closer to the shard than before. But, he said, more seriously than James had heard his friend speak in a long time, Horcruxes mean you have to kill someone. She did kill someone, James said in a hushed voice, sinking lower on the sofa. It wasn't a topic they discussed much, but they all knew it. Her stepmother, Phyllis. She was a perfectly horrid woman by every account. Hated her own daughter, Izzy. Drove Petra's grandfather to suicide and may have been responsible for her first husband's death, according to some. She and Izzy killed her together, somehow. They sent a tree after her. Zane was nodding, his eyes deep in thought. But it was an impulsive thing. She didn't do it in order to make a Horcrux. She did it because she was angry and broken-hearted about her grandfather. She lost control. James shook his head. I don't think that matters. Briefly, he explained to Zane how he had traveled along the silver and crimson thread between him and Petra, how he had found her in Tom Riddle's family home, seen her raise the ugly dagger and pronounce the incantation that infused it with the fracture of her soul. When he was done, Zane gave a low whistle. "You need to tell everyone," he said after a moment. "Rose and Ralph, at least. It doesn't look good for Petra, but there's no getting around that now. You don't do well trying to handle this sort of thing all by yourself." "Thanks for the vote of confidence." James allowed the shard to fall flat onto his lap. "That's why you came to me," Zane went on, now talking to the ceiling of the Gryffindor common room. "I tell you the hard, ugly truths that no one else will say. Like, it's high time you got over your puppy love for Petra and started seeing her the way she really is." James startled and raised the shard again, angrily. "Not you, too," he exclaimed. "First, Scorpius, and then Albus, and now you?" Zane shrugged in the shard. "Okay, so maybe I'm not the first one to speak that particular hard, ugly truth. But it's true, and you know it." James slumped again. "If only it was that easy, just as long as you're thinking about it," his friend nodded. "But in the meantime, there's another person you need to talk to, as soon as you let Ralph and Rosie in on Petra's latest excursion into the dark side." "And who is that?" James asked limply. "This new professor of yours, Van Odin or whatever. The one you said appeared with Petra. It's Odin Von. And he couldn't really have been there. My mind stuck him there because I'd been thinking about him, that's all. There's no way he could have gotten all the way from Hogwarts to wherever Petra was last night." "Maybe," Zane agreed doubtfully. "But maybe not. Sounds to me like none of what you saw last night was technically a dream. You have to ask Odin Von to be sure. He might be your best bet to help Petra, if help is still possible." James nodded reluctantly. Zane was probably right, although he, James, would look a fool, perhaps even a dangerous fool, if he confronted the new charms teacher about meeting Petra Morgenstern, and Odin Van had no idea what he was talking about. "I have to go," Zane said soberly. "Time and Professor Wimwrinkle wait for no man, especially not zombie students who are already barely passing his class by the skin of their teeth, but keep me informed. And if you need anything, you know where to find me. Experimental Communications has some cool new techniques, so I can always find a way to be there if you need me." "As long as it's not make out o'clock," James smiled wanly. Zane nodded. "Precisely." A moment later, the shard filled again with silvery waves of smoke. James sighed and tossed the glass aside onto a cushion, contemplating what he had to do. It was hard enough to consider asking Professor Odin Van about Petra. Much harder still was the prospect of somehow, someway, abandoning his love for her. James waited until the following weekend to share his latest secret, although by then Rose and Ralph knew that something was up just by looking at him, since he had never been especially good at hiding his thoughts. When Saturday afternoon came, he accompanied Rose to the room of requirement once more, knowing that it was the one place they could speak of such things without even the slightest chance of being overheard. Now more than ever, secrecy seemed absolutely imperative, not only for Petra's security, but their own. "Why couldn't we have met down by the lake?" Rose groused. "It's too nice outside to be stuck in the musty old room of requirement. And we don't have many warm days left, you know. The lake makes me nervous now that we know there's a big hole at the bottom that drops down into some underground harbor. Anyone could be down there. You said yourself that sound travels clearly through water if you know how to listen." "The portal is very small compared to the bottom of the whole lake," Rose said, not exactly disagreeing with James. "Otherwise where would the mer people live?" "Them, too," James said. "I don't trust those creepy water dwellers much, either." "That's speciesist," Rose commented without much feeling as they met Ralph near a large painting, where he seemed to be engaged in a discussion with the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy. "So you aren't Barmy after all," Ralph said doubtfully, frowning and scratching his head. "It's just a title?" "Indeed," the portrait replied in a high, nasally voice. "Before the 12th century, Barmy merely meant inventive or prone to overheat if one wore a wig in the sun. I'm just as sane as you or the potted plant or that rather fetching girl behind you." Ralph glanced back and was relieved to see Rose approaching. "Of course," the portrait went on, its face clouding slightly, "there was the matter of my attempt to teach trolls to perform ballet." Around and behind the painted visage, pale elephantine legs and pink silk slippers rose and thumped down, shaking the ground in a clumsy, prancing circle. "I've got to stop getting into conversations with paintings," Ralph breathed, stepping to join Rose and James. "So what's this all about, then?" Rose summoned the room of requirement, which materialized, as usual, opposite the portrait of Barnabas and his prancing trolls. The portrait still mumbled to itself uncertainly, and then gave a tittering laugh. Inside, James nodded toward the door as Rose opened it. The sound of lightly running feet echoed from the hall and James glanced aside, alarmed. A shadow capered into view, preceding the form of his sister, dressed in weekend jeans and a maroon jumper. "Oh good," she said, "I'm not too late again." "Who invited you?" James exclaimed, taken aback. "I did," Rose answered challengingly, poking her head back around the door of the room of requirement. "It gets a bit boring being the only real brains in the room, especially since you didn't bring Walker along this time." James sighed. "That's because he already knows. He's the reason I'm telling you a lot." "It's fine," he said, turning back to Lily, who gave him a slightly petulant look. Following Ralph, the group filed into the room, which looked just as before, smallish and private, dominated by a round table with several chairs and a large faux glass on the rear wall. Just as the door started to swing closed, it bumped and swept open again, admitting the figure of Scorpius Malfoy, who blew out a disgruntled breath and flung himself languidly onto the nearest chair. "I had to interrupt a perfectly good chess match for this, Potter," he commented importantly. "I was beating Nolan Beetlebrick rather handily. And I had a galleon riding on it." "You didn't need to interrupt anything," James declared, knitting his brow in annoyed surprise. "Because I deliberately didn't invite you." "Ah, because you're a good enough wizard to block the protean charm from any ducks except the ones you want to quack." The blond boy produced his own Weasley duck from his pocket, showed it to James and gave it a brief squeeze. "Sod off." The duck quipped in its squeaky voice. Written on the duck in blue ink was James' own handwriting, "OOP meeting Saturday 3:30 p.m. No Scorpius." James sank in his seat and muttered under his breath. "Excuse me, Potter?" Scorpius clarified innocently. "I didn't quite catch that." Ralph blinked in surprise and glanced from James to Scorpius. "I think he said duck yourself. Shall we get underway, then?" Rose said, raising her voice suddenly. "I'm sure we all have things we'd rather be doing." Behind Rose, the door clicked and shoved open again, admitting a push of air and another figure. Exasperated, James jumped to his feet. "Hey everyone," Albus said, stopping in the doorway and looking around. "I figured I'd find you all in here. Anyone else out there we should invite in?" James asked, glaring around the room. "Mrs. Norris the cat? The Weird Sisters? Myron Bleedin' Madrigal and Wizarding Wireless News?" "Cool your cauldron," James Albus said in a bored voice, closing the door and falling into a chair. "I'm just here with a message from Professor DeBellows. But first, what's the big news this time?" With the door finally closed and everyone who could enter accounted for, if not invited, James drew a deep breath, suddenly unsure if he really wanted to share the secret. Despite Zane's advice, he fell back into his chair and studied the tabletop. "Petra," he said simply, "has made a Horcrux." There was stony silence in the room as everyone seemed to absorb this in their own way. Scorpius studied James sharply, his eyes narrowed tensely. Ralph looked both bewildered and horrified. Lily covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes shocked wide. Albus, however, merely stared into the shadows, his face thoughtful but unfazed. "Are you certain?" Rose asked breathlessly. "How could you know that?" "Last we spoke, I hadn't even seen her," James nodded, unable to meet his cousin's gaze. "She was locking me out. But that's all changed. I don't think she can keep it up. I think the harder she freezes me out, the harder the thread tries to connect us." As briefly as he could, he explained his experience with the dream, traveling to Petra and observing her, actually standing in the same room with her, transported purely by magic. "But Horcruxes are seriously specialized dark magic," Lily said, her voice nearly a whisper. "I heard Dad talking to Uncle Ron about it once, and they both agreed that no one had created one ever since Voldemort's time. Uncle Ron said that no one alive probably even remembered how it was done anymore." "How can you be certain that Petra?" "She couldn't bring herself to finish." "I'm certain," James nodded dully. There was no mistaking the meaning of the incantation. "And once Petra saw me," the look on her face made it clear. She was ashamed of what she had done, but... He didn't want to say it, but even now in his memory he could see her eyes. There had been shame and sadness there, yes. But beneath that, almost buried in the depth of her surprised gaze, there had been defiance. Ralph asked, "But, why would she do it?" "Well that, at least, is obvious," Scorpius said, giving the table a sharp rap with his knuckles. "She needs to survive long enough to replace the crimson thread in the destiny that the now-dead Morgan came from. With every Auror, Harrier, and vengeful git with a wand out looking to cut her down, she needs assurance that she won't be killed before she can complete her task and save the universe." "But a Horcrux," Lily said, dropping her eyes gloomily. "Ever since Voldemort, people know dark magic like that stains a person's soul, makes it twisted and broken. Can her goodness survive those effects long enough to finish her plan?" "You forget," Albus said suddenly, glancing from face to face. Petra was born with twisted and broken already in her. The last bit of Voldemort himself survives in her blood. She can call on his dark strength to make the Horcrux. And she can transfer the poison of the dark magic to him. The last shred of Voldemort is sort of like a magical tapeworm, sucking up all the toxic effects and giving back strength and resolve. You, Lily grimaced and shuddered. And what makes you such an expert in these things all of a sudden? James couldn't help asking, sitting up in his seat to glare at his brother. Albus shrugged, refusing to make eye contact. Stands to reason, is all. He flopped back in his chair and crossed his arms. Well, there were really only two things we can do, Rose said after a long, meaningful pause. First of all, James, you must use your dreaming connection to Petra to watch her as closely as possible. I will if I can, James nodded. I don't think I have a lot of say about it, either way. Petra, neither, no matter how hard she tries. But why? Scorpius answered. Because little Albus might be wrong about Morgenstern's ability to stay pure as the wind-driven snow while tapping into the moldy Voldy bloodline. The tapeworm, as he calls it, may grow fat enough to take her over completely. If that happens, she won't care about finishing her mission. She'll become the enemy that the magical world already believes she is. James wanted to argue. He wanted to point out that Petra, being a sorceress, was stronger than Voldemort had ever hoped to be. The guttering shred of that villain caged in her soul was a mere flickering candle compared to her roaring bonfire. But he remembered that look in her eyes, underneath the shame and sadness, that buried, ironclad spike of defiance. You won't understand why I must do this, James, the look said. You can't understand. And I don't blame you. But please, don't dare try to stop me. I won't allow even you to stand in my way. What's the second thing we have to do? Ralph asked, turning to Rose. Rose sighed deeply, resolutely. We have to help Petra, she answered with a slow nod. Any way we can. We have to assist her in completing her mission to take the place of the Crimson Thread. Because Scorpius is right. If Petra is tapping into the power of the bloodline of Voldemort, that shred of ghost won't be content to merely help her. It will seek to rule her. It will persuade her to give in more and more. If it succeeds, Petra may well lose the will to complete her task. She may truly become the She-Voldemort. James shook his head firmly. That's crazy, he insisted. Petra isn't like him. James, Lily said, her quiet voice interrupting him more effectively than a shout. The worst thing Voldemort ever did was kill and create Horcruxes. Petra is the only other person who's done the same thing. I don't like it any more than you. But the fact is, she is already more like Voldemort than any other living person. She isn't thwarting the bloodline anymore. She's using it. We have to help her replace the Crimson Thread in that other dimension, Rose finished, watching James' face intently, before she changes her mind about doing it at all. James didn't agree with Rose. But he didn't argue. Resolved, if unhappy, the troop began to stand. There were no sounds other than the scrape of chairs on the stone floor and the creak of the door as it opened. They were halfway down the hall before Albus suddenly piped up. I almost forgot why I was looking for you in the first place. He glanced aside at Ralph, James, and Rose. DeBello said your first duty as junior Aurors in training has come up. But, it's Saturday, Ralph protested, slumping. This is supposed to be a replacement for class time, not weekends. Hush, Ralph, Rose said, shouldering the big boy aside. What's DeBellows want us to do? Search me, Albus shrugged. He just said to meet him outside the headmaster's office at 4 this afternoon. Rose stopped in her tracks, her eyes going wide. And you just now remembered to tell us? You do know that it's... She consulted her watch frantically, and then nearly shouted, 4:05 already. Albus shrugged again. I'm a messenger, not your bloody secretary. His words were lost on Rose, however, who had spun on her heels, already retreating back along the corridor at a dead run. James and Ralph glanced at each other, and then scrambled to follow, pelting as fast as they could in Rose's wake. They would have made it to the headmaster's office only slightly late if they hadn't been stumped, of course, by the gargoyle that guarded the spiral staircase. There, they spent several agonizing minutes attempting every old Welsh and Celtic former password they could remember, all to no avail. Eventually, steps rang from above as people began to descend the staircase from the headmaster's office. DeBellows himself came into view first, followed by Professors Votary, Heretofore, and McGonagall. Ah, DeBellows commented, spying the students standing around the gargoyle, and thus your first foray into her Aurorship goes much awry. He clucked his tongue and gave a condescending smile. We'd have been on time, more or less, Rose said, slumping back onto a windowsill, if your messenger had remembered to give us the password. "Ah, but I didn't provide it to him," de Bellows chided, raising a pedantic index finger. "One never shares passwords with those whose duties do not require them. No, your instruction was to meet me here, outside the headmaster's office, where I would have escorted you inside at the proper time. Alas, when the proper time came, you were not to be found. Methinks there is some small lesson here." James, along with Rose, was about to protest, when another set of tramping feet rang down the spiral staircase, revealing the last person James expected to see, his own father, wearing his official robes, apparently in close conversation with the headmaster himself. James ran to meet him at the bottom of the stairs, and then paused, suddenly aware of the presence of so many observing teachers. He attempted to replace his expression of breathless curiosity with one of mere professional interest, and knew that he was not exactly succeeding. "James," his father smiled at him and clapped him on the shoulder. James was nearly as tall as his father now, though both were still half a head shorter than the imposing bulk of Headmaster Merlinus nearby. "I've been told I might see you upstairs." "Delayed, were you?" "No matter. Here you are now." "Yeah," James answered, exquisitely aware of the many watching eyes nearby. "We've officially begun a sort of work-study, exchanging class time for on-the-job or retraining. All three of us." He indicated Ralph and Rose as they joined him. "Hi, Uncle Harry," Rose said perkily, ignoring the mutter of nearby voices as the teachers drifted away, led by Headmaster Merlinus. Harry cocked an eyebrow. "All three of you, eh? Your mother will be so proud that you've managed a promotion to 7th year, Rose." "Hush," Rose said, turning grave and slitting her eyes toward the departing teachers. "I'm not doing a thing you wouldn't have done, Uncle, and don't you dare say otherwise." Harry nodded wisely and mimed locking his lips. He seemed as cheerful as ever, James thought, and yet something seemed to hang in the air about him, muting his mood and darkening his eyes. Perhaps only James, having grown up with him, could sense it. "What was that all about, Dad?" he asked seriously. "What did we miss?" Harry nodded, turning serious as well. He seemed to consider for a moment. "You three," he nodded, marking each with his eyes, "you're all looking to become Aurors, are you?" James nodded, as did Rose next to him. "I suppose so," Ralph answered, frowning a little. "As such. I mean, I'm not all that keen on having loads of dark witches and wizards shooting killing spells at me all day long. But, you know, it's something to do." He shrugged as Rose rolled her eyes. "Good enough, then," Harry said. "Walk with me." They walked along the corridor, passing huge windows and moving in and out of the brilliant afternoon sunlight. Harry didn't speak, only marched along, knowing his own way along the halls and passages just as if he was still a student. They descended steps and finally passed through the old rotunda, heading toward its enormous but lesser-used wooden doors. Only then, as they stepped out into the warm glare of the ancient portico steps, did Harry speak. "You all were present when those muggles stumbled into the entrance hall, I assume?" James nodded, trotting down the steps to the brambly yard below. The lake lay beyond a low stone wall, shimmering copper in the lowering sun. Everyone was. The whole school saw it. Harry considered this drearily. It's happening all over the magical world. The old protections are thin as tissue, if they exist at all anymore. Muggles are obeying the boundaries out of sheer habit, not because they are kept out. But bit by bit, some of them are wandering in. Just like that family on first night. Rose stopped next to the wall and peered up at her uncle. "Is that why you were summoned here today? To talk about how to shore up the boundaries?" Harry shook his head. "That's already been done, as well as it can be. Merlinus was more than up to the task, and I imagine his unplottability charms are better than any other living wizard today. No, I was sent here today by order of the Minister of Magic himself." Ralph blinked in surprise. "Loquacious Nap sent you? But why? What's he care about some wandering harmless family at Hogwarts when there's places like Gringotts Bank and the Giant's Mountain Preserve at risk?" "Because Hogwarts is well known to be one of the best and most heavily protected sites in the entire Northern Hemisphere," Harry answered. "Nap wanted me to see for myself, to hear from those who witnessed it, that the breach is so bad even here that an entire family of clueless muggles was able to simply drive up to the gate and walk inside." James nodded. "Well, that's pretty much exactly what happened. So what do we do, you mean, as junior Aurors in training?" Harry favored his son with a sideways smile. "Well, yeah," James nodded, rising to the challenge. "If we can. This is all our problem, isn't it?" Harry gave a brisk sigh. "You're right, James. All of you, you'll have to do your part. I won't belittle that. But there's really only one thing the minister believes we must do. Every official both above and below my rank agrees. Even Titus Hardcastle and the rest of the Auror department, They all know what must be done." Ralph frowned. "And what's that?" In answer, Harry reached into his robes. James assumed his father meant to produce his wand. Instead, he withdrew a small scrolled parchment. He unrolled it, looked down at it, and then turned it around for all to see. James had seen copies of it many times before. Each time, it gave his heart a sick little jolt, although over the past few years, as the posters had aged and been pasted over by adverts and graffiti, the jolt had numbed slightly. Seeing the perfectly crisp copy now held open in his father's hands, the sick, sinking feeling came back stronger than ever. Petra's face was printed in black and white, unmoving, not because it wasn't a magical photograph, but because the girl in the picture was unconscious. It had been taken by the American arbiter, Albert Keynes, during the brief time after they had succeeded in capturing her. They had kept her in a magical sleep, knowing that they could not contain her if she was awake. Beneath the photo were words printed in huge black capitals. Undesirable number 1, Patricia, Zoe Morgenstern. Threat level 10+, do not engage. Report on site. "We have to capture her," Harry said soberly. "She's where this all started. And before you begin, James," he raised a hand to his son, "I know. We all do. You don't need to remind me. She did it to save us, me and Titus, back during the parade in Muggle New York City. But that doesn't change anything." Everything began to unravel from that moment. Every Ministry technomancy expert agrees. Petra started it. In order to stop it, we must find her. He paused, and then went on in a low, firm voice, clearly repeating the orders he himself had been given. "We must capture her, by any means necessary." "But," James began, although the piercing look on his father's face subdued his tone. "But, what if Petra is trying to stop it all herself? What if capturing her will keep her from accomplishing the job?" His father's gaze was direct and probing. James recognized the look and the posture behind it, the keen alertness. His father was in aura mode. James had rarely felt the intensity of it turned upon him, but he did now. "She's had over 2 years, James," he said, unblinking. "If she intended to set things right, which I would very much like to believe she's had time to do so, instead, things have continued to go further wrong, and there are many who believe that she is directly responsible for those things. Up to and including the potential disaster that was the Morgan Web. Even you have acknowledged that she had a hand in orchestrating that." "But," James began, but his father overruled him again with a look. "I know. You also tell me she had her reasons, and that she helped to stop it in the end. I want to believe you. If you'll remember, it was me and your mother that put Petra up the summer her grandfather died. It was us who supported and hosted her during Kane's investigation. I've always wanted to believe the best of Petra, despite how it made me look to many of my peers and superiors. And that's the problem, really. Now, people are watching me. They believe I won't work as hard as I must to capture Petra. That's why I must work all the harder." He sighed harshly and slumped a little, then looked up at James again with only his eyes. "She's had 2 years, son. She's had every chance I can offer her. Things are unraveling too fast to wait any longer. And that's why I must ask you, all 3 of you." Here he looked aside, turning the intensity of his gaze briefly upon Rose, and then Ralph, before bringing it back to James. "If any of you know anything about Petra, about what her plans might be, or where she might be found. If any of you have had contact with her in any way, you must tell me. Not because I am your father, and uncle, and friend, but because withholding such information is now a crime punishable by law. Not even I would be able to protect you. Even if..." Here, he hunkered down and drew the 3 students into a close huddle around him. He went on in a near whisper. "Even if, when I was in your shoes, and knew things that no one else did, I might have chosen to keep that information a secret myself, despite every warning to the contrary. You never were one to bring lots of adults in on your plans," Rose agreed. "You won't want to hear this," Harry breathed reluctantly, "but I'm going to say it because it's true. Things are different now. When I was your age, I didn't have grown-up allies in positions of power, or if I did, I didn't know who they were, and wasn't certain if I could trust them, at least not until it was all over. Things are different for you lot. You have me, and Hermione and Ron, and Professor McGonagall, and Neville Longbottom. And Headmaster Merlinus, for heaven's sakes." James tried not to smile, even in the midst of his consternation. "You sound like Grandma Weasley when you say 'for heaven's sakes.'" The aura mode on Harry's face softened a little. "That's not a bad thing. Never a bad thing. But I'm serious. All of you. This is no longer the time to do things on your own. Besides placing the entire magical world in jeopardy, and possibly the Muggle world as well, it's a Ministry crime. And people I don't control will assure that such crimes are punished to the fullest extent. We have to end this. If you hear anything, learn anything, know anything, I need you to tell me. The sooner we can capture Petra." He shrugged and his eyes drifted uncertainly. "Well, if she does intend to end this, same as we, then the sooner perhaps we can work together to accomplish that goal." James wanted to tell his father everything he knew. But in that moment, he saw the doubt on his father's face. The ministry wasn't interested in partnering with Petra. Capturing her meant punishment, imprisonment, possibly even total obliviation, or worse, the entire magical world blamed her for everything that was going wrong. They wouldn't be satisfied with anything less. In fact, considering how powerful Petra was, the worst outcome, her own death, or those who opposed her, was the likeliest outcome of all. Suddenly, darkly, James was secretly glad that Petra had created her Horcrux. In order to preserve and repair the magical world, she had performed the riskiest and most damning spell of all. All James had to do to help her was lie, or not lie, perhaps. Merely omit. For a time. He glanced around at Rose and Ralph. "We'll tell you if we hear anything," he said, still looking at Ralph and his cousin, not quite prepared to meet his father's probing, knowing eyes. He considered his words carefully, quickly. "If we learn anything that will help you put an end to all this, then we'll tell you straight away." This, he told himself, was not a lie, exactly, because in his heart, he didn't believe that anything his father did could put an end to the degrading destiny of the world all around. Only Petra could do that now. His father studied him intently, his eyes neither suspicious nor gullible, merely watchful, as if he was recording every syllable for future consideration. James finally met his father's gaze again, knowing that it was a mistake not to. After a moment, cryptically, the elder Potter nodded once, slowly. "Good. That's all I expect of you." The three straightened out of their conspiring huddle. Harry tucked the Petra poster back into his inner pocket, and then patted his robes, looking for something and muttering, "Where did I put that?" Then, he produced a tiny black velvet bag that James recognized. It was weighed down from the inside by a single dense object, a pewter chess king of the non-magical variety, from a set once owned by James' grandfather, Arthur Weasley. The piece normally decorated the corner of Harry Potter's desk in the Auror department at the Ministry of Magic, except for moments like this. "One benefit of the diminished boundaries around Hogwarts," Harry said, bouncing the small bag on the palm of his hand. "Portkeys worked much closer to the school than they used to. There was a time I'd have to walk halfway to Hogsmeade before this would have functioned." He looked up at the three gathered students again. "I assume I'll be seeing you lot soon enough, now that you're all officially junior Aurors in training?" Rose nodded. "Until any of the teachers catch wise on my part, at least. But hopefully only during class times, from here on out," Ralph added. James only nodded, not quite trusting himself to speak. "I'll give your love to everyone else," Harry said, his smile fading slightly. "And they send theirs to you. Until next I see you, then, remember, you know how to contact me, both personally and officially. I trust that you will, should anything come up." The three nodded as Harry watched. Apparently satisfied, he bounced the black velvet bag on his palm again, caught it, and then turned and walked several paces, as if he meant to stroll into the evening shadows of the forbidden forest beyond the old courtyard. Wind blew and switched through the tall grass at his feet. As James watched, his father upended the bag onto his open right hand, catching the pewter chess king as it fell out. With an eye-bending whoosh and a whip crack of collapsing air, he was gone, leaving only the impression of his footsteps in the field grass below. "We've crossed the Rubicon now," Ralph breathed fretfully, running a hand back through his hair and collapsing against the stone wall. "We're withholding valuable information from official ministry investigation." "Your dad's right, James. We could go to prison for this." "Seriously?" Rose shook her head, more uncertain than denying. "We don't know any valuable information, not yet. At least not so far as the ministry's concerned. James just had a dream, that's all. Uncle Harry might understand the significance of such a thing, but his bosses would think he was daft if he brought it to them. James probably did him a favor, not telling him about it." Thinking about it that way, James felt slightly better. Not a lot, but a little. Wordlessly, for lack of anything better to do with the remaining hours before dinner time, the three clambered over the stone wall and meandered down toward the lake, watching the stiff breeze as it skated over the treetops and rippled the mirror of the lake. Listening to the companionable, if somewhat tense silence between them. It wasn't that James had never lied to his dad before. He'd lied to him on loads of occasions, regarding everything from windows broken while playing Winkles and Augurs to who had left the Quidditch rulebook lying outside in the rain after an argument about blatant blatching. But he had never lied about anything as serious as this, about anything that might get both he, and perhaps even his father, into serious trouble with people who could imprison all of them. A pit of unease lay in his stomach, nagging at him, growing even as the evening rolled over the edge of the world and pulled the night behind it, cloudy and cool and wet with fog, like a portent, a damning shroud that chased James silently. Even as he finally climbed the steps to his dormitory and fell into bed, restless and worried, he hoped he would dream of Petra again, perhaps even go to her, as he had the previous week. He wanted to talk to her, to gain some assurance that she really did mean to set everything right, and that he, James, had done the right thing by guarding her secret even from the man whom he loved and respected most in the whole wide world. When he finally slept, however, he did not dream of Petra. She had closed the conduit once more, even though it cost her much energy, and she could not maintain it forever. James knew this, even in his sleeping mind. The unplugged thread of her sorceress powers glowed between them, shifting from gray, to white, to deepest red. It pulsed. Even as she closed her end, James felt the strength of the thread banking inside him, storing up in him like a battery. He had absorbed her powers before, even called on them from time to time, usually without even intending to. Her powers were foreign to him, and completely uncontrollable. And yet he comforted in feeling the connection, the slowly intensifying energy that pulled inside him like a cycling dynamo. Even in his dreaming mind, he mused, perhaps someday he would be able to use that banked strength to protect Petra again, just as he had on the back of the Gwyndomere those several years earlier, only better, and more confidently, because he had absorbed so much of that weird energy in the time since. Petra was a sorceress, but unlike Merlin, her element wasn't the vast expanses of nature. She was a new kind of sorceress, and her element was the humming hive of the city. James' dreaming, untethering mind mused with some tentative comfort. Since he had first connected to Petra on that fateful ocean voyage, he had visited many, many cities. All of that absorbed sorcery strength was inside him, banked away, just waiting for the proper moment to be unleashed. When it came, perhaps, just perhaps, James could use it for good, if, of course, it didn't kill him first. 6. Ordinance 13. Despite Zane's advice, James had deliberately left out any reference to Professor Odenvine when he told the others about his dream visit to Petra. This was because, deep down, he was still half certain that the appearance of the professor was the vision's only truly imaginary element, culled by his dreaming mind from thoughts earlier that day. And yet, as the next week began, James became suspicious that the professor was giving him furtive, sharp-eyed looks at unexpected moments. He noticed it for first time during Monday's breakfast, a decidedly gloomy affair beneath an iron-gray call of autumn clouds. The low sky hulked both outside the windows and in the upper recesses of the great hall, hiding the rafters within a fog of fine rain that, while never quite reaching the candles or the tables below, left the students hunkered, their voices subdued. James glanced toward the dais and caught the skinny young professor eyeing him sharply, his chin raised and craning, his hair combed in a glossy black wing across his forehead. He saw James look and his head retracted between his shoulders like something on a spring. His eyes darting away as James watched. The professor maneuvered a carafe of pumpkin juice slightly, as if to hide behind it. It happened again that afternoon, in the halls between classes as the professor stood in the doorway of his classroom, his eyes sharp, watching James as he shouldered through the throng of students toward history of magic. And again, unmistakably, in the library that evening, as James caught a glimpse of the professor between the bookcases, ostensibly reading a thick book but peering furtively up from beneath his lowered brow. The following day's charms class was cancelled at the last minute with no appearance by the professor at all. James and the rest of the class were informed, after waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour, that Professor Odenvine had unexpectedly taken ill, merely a trifle. Professor Votary assured them from the charms classroom door, the irony in his eyes clearly editorializing the new teacher's absence as well as announcing it. "I'm sure he shall bounce back in a trice and feel quite the dandy for cancelling class at such short notice." He lowered his voice beneath the sudden noise of hastily packing bags and scraping chairs. "Something I never would have done, of course, cancel a class over a mere sniffle and cough. But, alas, young men these days don't seem to be built with quite the same constitution as those of the older generation." And it seemed that the ancient runes professor was right after all, for as James and a few dozen other students gathered around the notice board that evening, discussing the Quidditch Tryouts announcement that had just been posted, he saw Professor Odenvine at the end of the hall. Seemingly perfectly healthy, standing with his wand in his hand, pointed at the floor. The man seemed to be watching James, and this time, When James met his gaze, the professor didn't glance away. James did not have on his spectacles, of course, so he couldn't quite make out Odinvan's expression. But he seemed to sense a sort of watchful resignation in the man's posture and the set of his face. James was tempted to disengage from the group near the notice board and approach Odinvan right then and there. The professor must have sensed James' thoughts, however, for at that moment he turned, his robes flowing beneath the angles of his sharp elbows and knees, and stalked away, turning along an intersection and vanishing from sight. James glared at the now empty corridor where Odinvan had stood a moment before. Was the man actually avoiding him? Impulsively, James launched along the hall in pursuit of him, using his long legs to carry him swiftly and quietly without resorting to an outright run. He reached the intervening corridor quickly, knowing that Odinvan would have disappeared into any of the myriad side passages, stairways, and doors. Instead, he nearly ran into the professor, who had stopped just beyond the angle of the corner, his shoulders slumped as if he had been magically turned off. "Professor," James said, skidding to a halt, the surprise in his voice sharpening it to a half-shout. The young man startled so violently that he fumbled the wand in his hand. It clattered to the floor and rolled, even as the professor dropped to a squat and scrambled for it, his shoulders cinching up next to his ears like the wings of a vulture. He tried to stand and spin around at the same time, wheeling on James, but the movement was clumsy and James had to reach out an arm to steady the man before he stumbled sideways into the wall. Footsteps echoed behind James, following him. He didn't need to look to know that it was Ralph and Rose, curious to see why James had run off. Odinvan attempted to compose himself as quickly as he could before the newcomers arrived. He brushed a hand frantically down his robes, straightening them, and then smoothed his fingers compulsively over the thick hank of hair on his forehead, pushing it back into place. "Mr. Potter," he said, raising his chin as if he meant to wield his pointed beard like a dagger, "you shouldn't startle people so. You never know how a trained witch or wizard might respond." He gripped his wand tightly, as if to imply that only practiced control had prevented him from reflexively turning James into a frog. "You were there, weren't you?" James asked quickly, his voice lowered. "I saw you, and you saw me. That's why you've been watching me. You're trying to figure out if I was really there. Just like I'm doing with you." James had to give the young professor credit. The expression on his face didn't change a tick, but the color drained from it so quickly that he swayed on his feet. His fist relaxed on his wand. "What's this?" Ralph asked, breathing hard as he caught up. "Hi, Professor. Feeling better, I hope?" Rose had heard James' question, however. She moved next to him and studied Odinvan's face. "You were there?" she said, a suspicious lilt in her voice. A second later, her eyes blazed and she turned on James. "He was there? Why didn't you tell us?" She pointed at the thin man, who heaved a deep, resigned sigh and sagged slightly. "Let us at least not discuss this in the halls," he growled, rolling his dark eyes. "My quarters are nearby, such as they are. Come." He turned and swept away, moving into the dimness of the corridor, nearly vanishing into it. James glanced back at Rose and Ralph, surprised into silence. After a moment, Odinvan paused and glanced impatiently back over his shoulder. "Come," he called, inserting a note of impatient command into his otherwise hushed voice. Speaking volumes with her eyes alone, Rose glared at James, and then trotted to follow the teacher. Breathlessly, James and Ralph hurried to join her. The professor's quarters were not, in fact, around the next corner, as the man had inferred. Odinvan led them briskly through turn after turn, into narrower hallways and down short flights of steps, into a section of the castle that James had never before seen. Here, there were no classrooms or offices, only ranks of doors, small and warped in their stone frames, squat and close together. Finally, stopping in a damp, nondescript corridor, the professor tapped a tarnished door handle with his wand, causing the door to unlatch loudly and creak partway open. "Home, sweet home," he said, pushing the door fully open and ducking slightly to enter. He didn't invite James, Rose, and Ralph inside. He merely left the door open and assumed they would follow. James had been in several of the teachers' quarters before, but this was by far the smallest and most Spartan of any of them. The room seemed barely larger than a maintenance closet, crammed with a single bed against the far wall, beneath a single narrow window, next to a single, albeit very large, open leather trunk on a rickety three-drawer bureau. Across from this was a sagging Chesterfield sofa and a tall desk nearly obliterated beneath mounds of paperwork, tools, a huge magnifying glass on an articulated stand, a precariously leaning tea tray, and a thick book James recognized as the Charms class textbook. The caster's lexicon of spells, charms, and hexes. The professor's copy was dog-eared, fat with use, and crammed with bookmarks and slips of parchment. I'll make this brief, and I shall deny every word should you choose to repeat it, Odin announced, remaining standing but indicating the sofa with one hand. With the other, he flicked his wand at the door, which swung shut with a sweep of air and a heavy clap. Once again, James noticed the professor's magical prowess in the wake of a moment of stress. He wondered, perhaps unfairly, if the professor would have been capable of something as simple as closing the door a few minutes earlier. When James had first confronted him in the hall, Ralph plopped onto the couch, which moaned under his weight. Rose lowered herself onto the other end. James, however, stood in front of the closed door, observing the professor in the cramped space. "So you really were there, then," he confirmed, cocking his head. In answer, Odin turned to the desk and began to shuffle papers, seemingly randomly. "How long have you three known her?" he asked. Without waiting for an answer, he went on, "I met Petra right here in school. I was a 7th year, like you. She was a 1st year. A strange bridge for friendship to cross, but it happens sometimes. We had similar family situations, you see. She was being raised by her grandfather, who loved her, and his new wife, who did not. It was an unhappy arrangement, and Petra rarely spoke of it, but I recognized the silence. I had a similar home life, being raised by an uncle and his wife and his much older children. None of them wanted me there, and took pains to make certain I knew it. I had come to terms with it, having lived it all of my school years. I had hardened a bit. Petra had not yet hardened, and in my heart, I didn't want her to. So I befriended her. We became secret allies. I watched out for her. It was a brief but important acquaintance. I expect she shared more with me during that 1 year than she did with any other schoolmates over the following 6. He handled the magnifying glass on its articulated arm, moving it into a new position, apparently merely to give his hands something to do. He glanced back toward the 3 students, but not at them. Exactly. I knew she was powerful, even then. Although I had no idea how much, or why. I just knew that she was special. Later, when I heard about what happened in Muggle New York City, on the night of the unveiling, I trusted, deep down, that Petra had a good reason for whatever she did. She was always powerful and passionate, and she has a lot of buried anger. One can't blame her for that, what with her upbringing. But she was never driven by it. She may use her anger sometimes, like a healer uses a blade, to lance and excise, but never like a villain with a dagger, to threaten and kill. Is that why you went to her? Rose asked from the couch, leaning forward with interest. To help her, once the rest of the magical world turned on her? Odin finally looked at Rose, and blinked. Oh, I didn't go to Petra. How could I? No one knew where she was. And frankly, despite everything, I wasn't even positive that she'd really remember me. Both of us have changed quite a lot in the many years since we were friends. She was just a child then. I was. He shrugged and shook his head faintly. Well, I was just a gawky teenager, more full of ego than wisdom, but willing to spew either to anyone who would give me an ear. He continued to shake his head dryly, and then looked back at Rose. No, I didn't go to Petra. She came to me. It was only a few months ago. She needed help, you see. She has all the power, does Petra, but she doesn't have all the knowledge, and she is smart enough to know it. It turned out that she remembered her old friend D'Onofrio after all. She came to me, and asked for my help. And I granted it, of course. But in secret. He pressed his lips together tightly, eyeing all 3 students with an air of wary annoyance. Until now, we're safe, Ralph said pointedly, glancing around at the others. In case you were wondering. Oh, I know, Odin admitted. Petra told me whom I could trust, should I have need to. I believed her, and yet I wasn't certain I really could trust any of you. Not because you weren't on her side, but because you're, well. He stopped abruptly and blinked at the 3 students. James suddenly understood. Because we're just teenagers, he prompted. It's okay. You can say it. Maybe we aren't trustworthy because we're just clumsy, loud-mouthed students who don't have any clue about how the grown-up world works. Odin shook his head at James. No, not like that. I mean. Yes. A little like that. But you misunderstand me. That's good, Rose commented a bit archly. Because believe it or not, we've been through the gauntlet more than once in our years. You've no idea. Actually, I do. Odin said in a different voice. James looked at him and saw a new expression on the man's face. All the suspicion and caginess had finally gone out of it. He looked at them directly, settling his gaze on James. Petra told me some of the things you lot have gone through on her behalf. She told me about the world between the worlds. She told me about the Gatekeeper's curse, and how you intervened to protect her from herself. She said that you 3, and some American named Zane Walker, have always been there for her, that you've faced things that most grown witches and wizards would run screaming from. I didn't quite believe her, I admit, because there's so much at stake, you see. If we trusted you, and you didn't come through, if you got caught somehow, or blabbed to the wrong schoolmate, well, I was just thinking of Petra's mission. She mustn't be stopped, you see. You know that as well as I. I had to be absolutely certain that you were exactly as competent and trustworthy as Petra said. So I watched. Ralph shifted on the end of the couch, narrowing his eyes slightly. And what did you decide? Odin von cocked his head at Ralph's question, as if surprised and bemused by it. Well, you didn't give me much of a chance, did you? You three chased me down and proved you were as quick and observant and bold as Petra said. I hadn't yet made up my mind, but I suppose I have now. Whether I like it or not. I lied to my dad today, James said. There was both guilt and defiance in his voice. The words cost him something to say. He sank onto the arm of the sofa, his eyes still on Odin von. I've done loads of things for Petra. Faced demons from another world. Battled Salazar Slytherin in another time. Been cursed and frozen and threatened. But lying to my dad. He shook his head and finally dropped his eyes. That was the hardest thing of all? Your dad, Odin von mused, half to himself. Harry Potter, yes. The man of myth and legend, of course. But most importantly, the current head of the Auror department, chief of wizarding law enforcement. He nodded at James soberly. That must have been very difficult for you. But let me assure you, you did the right thing. The necessary thing. And I can promise you, were he in your shoes, knowing what you know, he would have done the same thing. You know that, do you? James said wearily, glancing up again. Odin von shrugged and gave a tiny smile. I do. I've read Revelvier's books. At least a dozen times, in fact. Rose spoke again, this time in a hushed voice. You helped Petra make a Horcrux. Odin von startled and turned to Rose, his eyes blinking rapidly. A flash of something like anger reddened his cheeks, and then he reconsidered and slumped to the bed, producing a loud squeak from its old springs. She didn't really need my help. Not with the spellcasting. All she needed was my encouragement. And in that respect, I did indeed help. And why not? She'd already committed the murder. Justified and right as it may have been, it was still a murder. The blood has stained her ever since. There was no point in her not using it. You were there when she summoned the power, James, converting her dagger into a talisman of immortality. You saw and heard. Or am I mistaken? James shook his head. She had to do it to protect herself. She has to live, no matter how many people want to kill her. She has to survive so she can replace the Crimson Thread and set everything right again. Yes. Odin von hissed, pointing at James with enthusiasm. Nothing must stop her. The Horcrux isn't to prolong her life for her own sake. It's for the good of the world. James was taken slightly aback by the strength of the man's words. He was nearly spitting with the force of them. For the first time, James wondered if there was something more than civic duty motivating the young professor. Was he, perhaps, secretly in love with Petra? He was several years older than her, and yet James knew very well that differences in age were of little consequence to the blind compulsion of love. A worm of jealousy moved deep inside him. But it doesn't end there, Ralph said, his eyes still narrowed at Odin von, calculating, measuring him with something that almost looked like cautious suspicion. It doesn't end with the Horcrux. Does it? Odin von shook his head, growing somber again. No. I'm afraid it does not. And that's why I was watching you. He chewed his lips and drew a deep sigh through his nose. Finally, almost reluctantly, he went on, now speaking in a near whisper. Petra won't be able to accomplish her task on her own. She will need help. There are very few people she can call on. She's already reached out to me, and there are 2 others she has mentioned. But she will need you as well, if you choose to help. She did not wish me to ask. But I'm asking anyway. A mixture of worry and anticipation brewed in James at Odin von's words. The reality of Petra's plan took hold of him firmly. She would assume her role as the Crimson Thread from that other dimension, vanishing forever from her native destiny. He would never see or hear from her again. And against every passion and desire of his heart, he had to help her accomplish this task. He nodded slowly at Odin von. We'll help. We'll do whatever we have to. Good, Odin von said, restraining his excitement with some effort. Because it won't be easy. For some of us, it may be the hardest thing we ever do. He eyed James as he said this, and James wondered if the professor knew. Probably he did. Petra may have told him, or she may not have. According to Rose, Albus, Scorpius, and even Zane, James' love for Petra was as plain as the nose on his face. Odin nodded again, quickly and resolutely. As he spoke, he climbed back to his feet. "So be it. I will summon you when the time comes. It won't be easy, but I am trusting your cunning and resolve." Who else did she reach out to? It was Ralph who asked. He was still sitting on the couch, his head cocked, his eyes intent. "I don't think I am quite at liberty to say." "Zane," Ralph interrupted. "It has to be. I'm right, aren't I?" Odin slumped impatiently. "If so, only in the past day." She had considered it when last we spoke, but had not acted on it. The other person, she has been in correspondence with for several weeks. James wondered for a moment if the other person was him. That couldn't be it, though. He could connect to her via their shared thread, but it could hardly be said that she had corresponded with him. The worm of jealousy in his heart fanned out and became a hooded snake. Who could it be? Why was it not him? "So you see Petra regularly, then, eh?" Ralph asked, lifting his chin. "That's a pretty keen interest for a bloke who knew her for exactly 1 year, and nearly a decade ago at that." "Ralph," Rose asked from the corner of her mouth, leaning to nudge the boy as he glared at Odin. "Enough with the questions. What's wrong with you?" "I've a keen interest," Odin answered, standing straight and cooling his voice. "Because the fate of the magical world, indeed, all worlds, hangs in the balance. I would think that was obvious." "Ralph," James muttered, reaching for the door latch and tugging it open behind him. "Let's go, eh?" "You say you didn't know if we could be trusted," Ralph said, standing now, but not moving toward the door. "And for good reason. You're right. There's a whole world at stake. But what about you? Petra may trust you, Professor. But that doesn't mean we have to. Not yet, at least." James didn't know whether he felt more proud of Ralph's stubborn suspicion or mortified by it. Odin, for his part, merely met Ralph's eyes, unflinching, but neither offering any defense or argument. Rose tugged Ralph's sleeve, pulling him toward the door. At first, James didn't think Ralph was going to come. Then, finally, the big boy submitted, turning and following Rose and James from the room, offering no word in departure. As they filed into the hall, the wooden door clunked shut behind them. "Way to go, Ralph," James breathed, shaking his head as they strode back the way they'd come. "Insult the one grown-up who seems to be on Petra's side." "He's no grown-up," Ralph muttered, his eyes still narrowed. "He's barely older than us, no matter what his actual age. And he's as dodgy as the day is long." Rose glanced from Ralph to James as they paced into the evening dark of the corridors. "I don't know which one of you is right," she admitted. "Maybe both, maybe neither. But I do know this, Professor Odin is our best hope for helping Petra. We may not have to trust him. But we can trust her." She paused to consider this for a moment, and then gave an agitated shrug. Hopefully, with that hanging in the air between them, none of them spoke during the rest of the trek back to their dormitories. No matter how prepared James believed he was to assist Petra on her final mission, he hadn't been prepared to hear from Professor Odin about it quite so quickly. He was at lunch that Friday when a stiff index finger poked him hard on the shoulder, startling him. He turned, half expecting to see the obnoxious twit Edgar Edgecombe and his first-year cronies grinning maliciously at him. Instead, he was met with the thin chest and faintly moldy smell of Argus Filch, who was standing immediately behind him. James looked to see the man glaring down at him, his stubbly chin bristling. "Detention, Mr. Potter," he said from between gritted teeth. "Compliments of Professor Odin." He stabbed out something in his left hand. James flinched back from it, and then saw that it was a rolled parchment, sealed with a blot of shiny red wax. Tentatively, he reached for it and plucked it from the caretaker's horny fingers. Filch leaned close and growled, "The Professor invokes Ordinance 13, Mr. Potter. You are familiar with that ordinance, I trust?" James shook his head. Filch clucked his tongue. "It means your punishment is not to be discussed with any other students. It's a stipulation meant to avoid rumors during strict, unresolved disciplinary sentences." My, Mr. Potter," he shook his head with mock concern. "What have you done this time?" A moment later, the caretaker creaked away, leaving a pall of cold silence in his wake. James hunkered low and tucked the rolled parchment into his robes, anxious to read its contents but knowing he dare not in such a public place. "What did you do?" Graham asked softly, morbidly impressed. Now, Scorpius chided. "Ordinance 13, you know. We wouldn't want our curiosity to suck us into whatever fate is about to befall the young hooligan, would we?" As James watched furtively, he saw Filch approach Rose where she sat further down the table. The caretaker didn't need to tap her on the shoulder. She saw him coming, and her eyes were bright with glassy trepidation. James didn't have to guess that Filch's next stop would be at the Slytherin table. But, in fact, that did not happen. After serving Rose her own small scroll, which she tucked quickly into her knapsack, Filch ambled toward the rear of the hall and his customary place next to the doors. He turned and gave a nasty wink and nod toward the dais, content with the completion of his favorite duties. James turned on his seat. Donofrio Odenvon was watching from the head table. His gaze did not dart away this time as James looked at him, but neither did he show any sign of secret communication. Whatever James needed to know, it would apparently be on the sealed scroll currently in his pocket. He ate as quickly as he could and stood to leave well before anyone else. Eyes watched him from all around, some impressed, like Graham, and others merely grimly curious. James ignored the stares and whispers as well as he could as he hiked his knapsack onto his back, and was just shouldering through the double doors into the entrance hall when a girl's voice called out to him, surprising him in his tracks. He turned around in the deserted entryway, expecting to see Rose. Instead, Millie Vandergriff followed him through the double doors, allowing them to creak shut behind her. "What sort of trouble are you in?" she asked, her voice a mixture of warm concern and delicious conspiracy. "Does it have to do with that stupid interview? We did everything we could to keep you from jamming both feet into your mouth, but puppets can only do so much." James shook his head and rolled his eyes. "No. I can't really talk about it. Ordinance 13, apparently. It could get you into trouble, too." Millie gave a wry smile. "How very noble of you to be so concerned with my welfare. Can you at least tell me about it when it's all over?" "I suppose so." James shrugged distractedly, edging backwards across the entrance hall, anxious for a moment alone to read Odenvan's note. "If you really want to know. But, it might not be what you expect." "I do want to know," Millie said with a firm nod. "And I imagine it's exactly the last thing any of us would expect. That's why I'm curious." "What do you mean?" James paused, allowing Millie to join him in the center of the floor. "You're James Potter, aren't you?" She smiled again and cocked her head. Her eyes were very blue, sparkling with something like mischief in the dimness of the entrance hall. "You went into the Chamber of Secrets after Petra Morgenstern when she kidnapped your sister. You were in the Hogwarts Express engine with Headmaster Merlin when the train nearly went over a cliff, and you both saved it, along with the rest of us. You were right there in the middle of it on the night of the unveiling." She arched one eyebrow sardonically. "You do seem to get into loads of trouble, James, but it's not usually of the detention variety. Frankly, I'm a little jealous." "Of me?" James frowned in surprise. "Believe me, you wouldn't want to be in the sorts of trouble I've been in." He sighed briskly and ran a hand through his messy hair, adding, "And still am in, actually." Millie took another small step closer, drawing James into her gaze. "I'm not jealous of you, silly. Believe it or not, you aren't just the son of Harry Potter anymore. When people talk about you in the dormitories and common rooms, they're not telling stories about what happened a few decades ago to your dad. They're talking about the things you've done yourself. You don't know that, do you? You're a bit of a legendary figure yourself these days. You, and Ralph Deedle, and Zane Walker, and Rose Weasley." Her eyes dipped to the side and she reached up, combed a stray lock of blonde hair behind her ear. "It's her I'm a little jealous of." "Why?" James asked incredulously, frowning. "Her biggest job seems to be constantly reminding us of how we're going to ruin the whole universe by tinkering with super dangerous stuff and how she'd be so much smarter and quicker doing the dangerous tinkering instead." Millie tilted her head ironically, her eyes meeting his again. "I'm jealous of Rose Weasley because I'd rather be the one standing beside you when the next adventure starts. And I'd never tell you how you'd ruin anything. Except perhaps me for any other boys." James' frown turned quizzical. He blinked at her sparkling blue gaze. She seemed barely inches from him in the shadows of the entrance hall. He could smell her shampoo and a hint of perfume. "What do you mean?" In a whisper, she said, "Do I need to get out the Hufflepuffet pals and have them spell it out for you?" And then she leaned forward slightly, raising her chin to his, and kissed him. It was a light kiss, more playful than romantic, on the corner of his mouth, but the sudden sensation of her lips on his, both warm and soft, teasing and sensual all at once, exploded in his mind and body like magical fireworks, blotting out every other thought. He stood dazed as she took a step back from him, smiling faintly. "Go read your note and attend to your detention," she prodded him. "But do tell me what you're up to later, if you are willing. I want to be a part of it. In whatever way I can. If you'll let me." Behind her, the great hall doors pushed open again, disgorging a group of Ravenclaws, all chattering noisily. The lunchtime crowd inside was rising, gathering their books and knapsacks, preparing to return to classes. Millie turned to thread back inside, probably to retrieve her own books. She was lost in the crowd after only a few paces. James didn't move. He could still feel the spot on the corner of his mouth where Millie had kissed him. It tingled like magic. Fleetingly, helplessly, he wondered if magic had been involved somehow. Had she used some illicitly charmed lip gloss to stun him? Was it even now freezing him to the spot, turning him into a human statue of awestruck surprise? He glanced down at himself. He could move, after all. Clumsily, he turned around, hefted his knapsack again, and hurried across the entrance hall toward the staircase, remembering the note in his robes, and Odin Van's supposed detention. Suddenly, all of it seemed slightly less important. Perhaps even a little fun. He would read whatever the young professor had written, and probably with Rose's help he would do whatever was required. Millie Vandergriff, he mused, had indeed worked magic on him, but it wasn't the sort of magic they taught in charms class, or even defense against the dark arts. It was the oldest magic in a very old human book. And apparently, happily, there was no defense against that kind of magic at all. 7. The Tryout did. Miss. James finally opened and read the note in the minutes before his afternoon divination class, waiting alone next to the ladder that led up to Professor Trelawney's perfumed and poofed classroom. He could hear the professor moving above, rearranging things and humming tunelessly to herself, emitting a faint jingle from her omnipresent bangles, beads, and bracelets. He broke the seal and unrolled the scroll between his hands. The words were handwritten and scribbled, as if the writer had been either careless or in a hurry. Detention tonight, 9 p.m. Amphitheater. A surge of relief washed over James, despite the note's banality. A dreadful suspicion had come upon him as he traversed the halls to the North Tower. This evening, he'd recalled, was the Quidditch tryouts. As Deirdre and Graham had pointedly reminded him on first night, James had been rather cursed over the years with being unable to attend the tryouts, or failing miserably when he did. With that in mind, he had become grimly certain that the detention from Odin Van would conflict with his final Quidditch tryout, completing his perfect record of misses and failures. Odin Van's 9 o'clock detention, however, was happily past the time of the scheduled tryouts. He might go to the pitch distracted by what was to come later that evening, but at least he would go to the pitch, and that was what mattered. He wondered for a moment why Odin Van had chosen the amphitheater. Probably it was because the large outdoor space would be completely deserted, as it usually was when night descended. If anyone was still lingering around, Odin Van could dismiss the surprise loiterers. In divination class, Rose sat next to James and scribbled notes, none of which, James knew, had much to do with divination. Professor Trelawney burbled on before her fireplace, tossing pinches of spices and powdered tinctures into the flames to create bursts of colorful sparks, inviting the students to summon a trance-like state of receptiveness to the fire omens. James felt, as he usually did in Trelawney's class, most receptive of all to a nap. He shuffled the scattering of octocards on the small table before him, and then became aware of Rose glaring at him. He glanced at her and she darted her eyes toward her notes, which she nudged slightly toward him. Written at the bottom in her neat, small handwriting, was, "Amphitheater tonight?" James gave a small nod. Rose used her quill to scribble out her note, and then added 2 more words, "No Ralph?" James had observed the same thing, of course. He shrugged and shook his head. Rose absorbed this with no change in expression. Dutifully, she scribbled out the note as well. James allowed his gaze to drift over the room until he spied Ralph seated next to Trenton Block on a pair of burgundy poofs. Ralph looked ridiculous and uncomfortable, of course, balancing his gangly body on the cushion, which seemed ready to burst beneath him. His book was balanced on his knees, but the boy was paying it no attention. His eyes were half-lidded, drooping as James watched. The head boy badge glimmered silver on his robes, catching the light of the fire and the bursts of colorful sparks. Maybe that was what was behind Ralph's suspicions about Odin Van, and the professor's exclusion of him from tonight's so-called detention. Perhaps Ralph's position as head boy made him seem just a bit too institutional to be trusted with what was likely to be an extremely secret assignment. James regretted Ralph's exclusion. And yet he reminded himself that Ralph had, as recently as first night, expressed his deepest desire to stay out of any unexpected adventures during his final year. Later that evening, James wolfed his dinner as quickly as possible, then ran upstairs to his dormitory to change into jeans and a sweatshirt against the cool of the evening. Grabbing his thunderstreak from under his bed, he clutched the broom against his shoulder and tramped down the steps, taking 2 at a time. He was determined to arrive at the pitch early, and at this, for the first time ever, he succeeded. Beneath a sky dimming from azure to purple, a stiff breeze buffeted the grass of the pitch, which was already filling with students. Like James, most carried their brooms slung over their shoulders, while others bobbed on them low over the grass, congregating in excited airborne knots. The house grandstands were filling with observers, some hooting and calling cheerfully to each other. In the Gryffindor grandstand, James saw Professor McGonagall sidling into a seat next to Neville Longbottom, who saw James look and nodded at him encouragingly. With a practiced flip, James dropped his broom forward, allowing it to dip and bob up next to him. He caught it, threw a leg over it, and kicked upwards, letting it carry him into the cool air. Spying Graham Warden and the Gryffindor group gathering in the shadow of the Burgundy grandstand, James piloted over to join them, making a long lazy arc around the goal rings. "First years," Graham called out, raising a hand to his mouth. "Here's your chance. Grab a broom, get it in the air, and let's see if you can lap the pitch." The first year's tryout, James knew, was mostly just tradition, ever since his own dad had earned a spot on the team at the age of 11. In truth, it was extremely unlikely that any of the youngest students would earn a place on the team, unless they were almost supernaturally talented. Sanjay Yadav was among the few first-years who made the attempt, and the look of stubborn determination on his face was both inspiring and a little comical. The boy kicked off and succeeded in completing a single, swift lap about the pitch, easily overshadowing the other three. "Not bad," Graham called with a nod. "Now let's see you dodge a bludger." One of the leather balls was trapped under Graham's foot, straining and wriggling frantically to get loose. Graham raised his foot and the ball squirted into the air. Graham used the bat in his hand to give the bludger a directing wallop, aiming it for Sanjay where he slewed to a halt in mid-air, suddenly wide-eyed. The bludger angled up at the boy, emitting a low whistle as it spun. Flustered, Sanjay seemed to attempt both a left and right feint at the same time, yelped in sudden terror, and then turned away, throwing both arms up around his head. The bludger struck the tail of his broom, sending the boy into a spin. Secretly, James gave Sanjay credit for not being thrown from his broom entirely. The gathered Gryffindors broke into laughing applause as Sanjay recovered and drifted down to the pitch, his cheeks burning in embarrassment. "Next year, Yadav," Graham called encouragingly. "You've got the control. Now you just need to get bruised a little. Have your sisters pelt you with apples all next summer. Get used to things flying at your head at deadly speed. You do that and maybe we'll have a spot for you." James felt his chest tighten, knowing that his turn was now up. He glanced around and noticed that, apart from him, almost everyone waiting had been on last year's team. Lily swooped alongside him on her trusty old shuriken and gave him a sideways smile. "You're here, at least," she commented with mock surprise. "That's a victory, whether you make the team or not." "Thanks," James muttered, tightening his grip on his broom. "Don't worry about it, big brother," she said, lowering her voice. "You'll do fine. I'll let you have a free goal if you like." James was tempted for a moment, but shook his head. "No. I need to own this." "Don't do me any favors." Lily nodded and leaned forward, propelling up toward the goals so fast that her cloak snapped behind her like a flag. James sucked in a deep breath, held it, and launched upwards as well, joining the swirl of players overhead and doing his best to tune out the observers from the stands and the confusion of the other teams as they conducted their own tryouts all around. As the ground fell away and the evening wind buffeted through his hair, the tension in James' chest was slowly replaced by a sort of eager serenity. He knew what he was doing. After all, Lily was right, he had made it to the pitch. Strangely enough, the most difficult challenge was already over. All he had to do now was show what he knew. And despite a late affinity to broom riding, he now knew quite a lot. As the evening sky compressed from azure to deep indigo, James performed his laps, each one faster than the other, flashing past the goal rings as Lily applauded and cheered him on. He dodged and feinted as Graham swatted bludgers at him, and much to James' surprise and relief not a single one made contact. He took 3 shots at goal as Deirdre tossed quaffles up to him. One missed, another bounced off Lily's broom handle as she spun to swat it away, and the third sailed through clean, neatly threading between her outstretched hands. Finally, since James was trying out for Seeker, Graham released a snitch, letting it swoop and circle up into the night sky, darting like a golden dragonfly in the dying light. James chased it, knowing that he had bare seconds before the tiny winged ball was lost amongst the rest of the swirling players from all 4 teams. He ducked and slalomed through Slytherins and Ravenclaws, who called out in annoyance at his passage. He barely avoided colliding midair with Julian Jackson, dropping beneath her like a stone before rocketing up again, swooping to meet the snitch as it streaked past her shoulder. Dimly, James realized that someone was tracking alongside him, mirroring him like a shadow. "Should I let you have this?" A familiar voice called, straining to keep pace but teasingly jovial. "Or do I take it now and save you from future embarrassments?" James could think of no response as his brother careened along next to him, nearly shoulder to shoulder, also tracking the snitch. The golden ball dipped and angled downward like a missile. "James Duff, driving his broom straight down after it, committed to catching it even if it meant cratering himself in the pitch below. Albus whooped and lunged to follow. James reached, straining, nearly climbing off the end of his broom, and felt the wings of the snitch beating against his fingers. Next to him, Albus broke off the chase as the ground swam dreadfully up beneath. At the last possible second, James snapped his fist closed on the snitch and threw himself backwards on his broom, yanking it upright with all his strength. The force of the arrested motion made him feel as heavy as a boulder. His legs unhinged beneath him and his shoes nearly sprang from his feet before the unforgiving ground of the pitch flung up to meet them, smacking them back onto his feet. His heels thudded down, but rather than crashing, James' feet skated along the earth, kicking up rooster tails of dirt and torn grass, before swooping back into the air, slowing as gravity reluctantly gave him up. He was panting, his hair wild and fluttering, his eyes as wide and glassy as crystal balls. The snitch was held in his fist so tightly that James wondered if he'd need to pry his fingers loose one at a time. Dimly, he became aware of the sound of cheering and laughter. "I thought for sure you were going to smash yourself flat as a dinner plate," Deirdre cried, swooping alongside James and clapping him on the back. "That was the most recklessly brilliant flying I've seen in forever." The rest of the team gathered around as James drifted to a landing near the Gryffindor grandstand. He could still scarcely believe that he had succeeded in catching the snitch. As his feet touched the grass again, he forced his fist open, revealing the tarnished golden ball and its furled wings. A woman's rather shrill voice spoke up from the nearby grandstand stairs. "I don't know whether I am more impressed by your resolve or concerned for your lack of self-preservation," Professor McGonagall commented, "but allow me to remind you, Mr. Potter. It is only a game." James nodded at the professor faintly as she eyed him and then turned to leave, following the rest as they streamed happily out into the night. A hand plucked the snitch from James' palm. "As much as I hate to say it," Graham said, throwing an arm around James' shoulders. "McGonagall's right. Brilliant flying is one thing. But if you go and kill yourself first time out, we'd be in dire straits for a seeker the rest of the season, wouldn't we?" James glanced aside at Graham, and saw that, despite the boy's apparent concerns, he was grinning with barely concealed excitement. Somewhat breathlessly, James asked, "So, do I make the team?" Graham turned suddenly businesslike and gave a shrug, stepping away to slot the snitch into its place in the Quidditch trunk. "I'll write up the roster tonight and make the official announcement sometime tomorrow. Lots to consider. But you made a good showing." "A very good showing indeed." James wanted to press Graham for an answer now, but sensed that it would be futile. Either the boy was enjoying stretching out the suspense, or he truly didn't know whether James would make the team or not. Either way, there was no point in trying to winkle an answer out of him now. "Nice one, James," Lily said, bumping James with her shoulder as she passed, drawing him along with her. "For a moment there, I thought I was going to end up an only child. Frankly, I could see an upside to it." The rest of the team gathered around jovially as the crowd poured away from the pitch and toward the glow of the castle. Many hands clapped James on the back and ruffled his sweaty hair. Many voices congratulated him on an amazing, if manic, performance, and as James joined in, laughing, glad to be, at least for the moment, absorbed into the camaraderie of the team, he thought to himself that he probably owed Albus a secret thanks. Whether his brother had intended it or not, his teasing attempt to steal the snitch had been all the impetus James needed to risk life and limb to win it. If James indeed made the team, he would do so on his own grit, determination, and merit. But there was no question that it would be Albus' brotherly rivalry that had sealed the deal. Back at the common room, the evening's festivities were in full swing. What with tomorrow being Saturday and everyone's minds full of Quidditch and weekend cheer, James tried to adopt an air of dejected surliness as he eventually stowed his broom, ran a comb through his wild hair, and made his way toward the portrait hole for his detention. Rose met him there, looking equally morose, but as the pair finally ducked through, leaving behind the raucousness and warm glow of the common room, their moods changed completely. They darted breathlessly through the halls and down the stairs, wending their way to the far corner of the castle and the arches to the outdoor amphitheater. When they finally reached it, the huge doors were unlocked, leading out to a moon-filled natural depression lined with stone seats, all descending and arcing around the stage at the bottom. James had participated in several events here, not the least of which being his own performance as Trius in the Muggle Studies production of the Wizarding classic, the Triumvirate. Unlike any of those times, however, the amphitheater was eerily empty now, silent and drifted sparsely with the first autumn leaves. Clouds scrubbed the starry sky, occasionally blotting the full moon and casting the amphitheater, and the forest beyond, into inky shadow. Donofrio Odin Von arrived shortly after 9, finding James and Rose waiting in the back row, huddled in the nighttime chill. "Right," he said in a hushed voice, glancing around to assure that they really were as alone as they felt. The only light was the silver moon glow and a narrow band of gold that fell from the open doors of the castle. "I apologize for the ruse that I was forced to use to bring you here. Ostensibly, you shall be cleaning the aisles tonight, scooping up old candy wrappers and programs. But in truth, we have a much more important matter to attend to." "Without Ralph," Rose said, standing and brushing herself off. Odin Von blinked at her as if he didn't immediately know of whom she spoke. "Oh. Yes. Without Mr. Deedle. We only need the three of us this time. Inviting any more would be to increase the risk of being noticed." He paused and looked from Rose to James. "You don't think I deliberately excluded him because of his words the other night, do you?" James stood as well, brushing dead leaves from his jeans. "Well. The thought had crossed our minds. I trust the three of you as much as any single one," Odin Von said briskly. "Which is, I must admit, exactly as far as necessity demands, and little further. This is indeed dangerous business, as Mr. Deedle was very correct to point out. Feel free to tell him of tonight's mission if you feel so inclined. I won't prevent you, and it probably will be best for him to be kept up to speed in case of future developments, but believe me, his lack of involvement tonight is purely pragmatic." "So what's going on?" Rose asked, hushing her own voice but unable to hide her anticipation. "Right," Odin Von said again, glancing around at the rows of dark, empty seats. James realized that the man was nearly crackling with nervous energy. "Tonight, we help Petra accomplish the first and most vital component of her plan to replace the Crimson Thread." The familiar sinking sensation fell over James again, the mingled hope and reluctance he felt every time he considered Petra's mission. "What part is that?" Odin Von looked at him directly. "We have to collect the symbolic Crimson Thread that was left in the world between the worlds. Without it, Petra cannot fully assume her role as Morgan." Rose blinked rapidly up at the professor. "We have to go through the Nexus Curtain? We have to visit the place where Morgan, the evil Petra, and Judith hid out and planned their WLF attack on Uncle Harry and Titus Hardcastle?" Her tone was even more hushed, bursting with equal parts trepidation and heady excitement. "Well, yes and no," Odin Von nodded vaguely. "You won't, actually, Miss Weasley. But you shall perform perhaps the most important task of all?" Rose looked taken aback but didn't object, at least not yet. Odin Von went on, turning to James. "According to Petra, James, you have in your possession a singularly useful map of the school grounds, is that correct?" "The Marauders map?" James confirmed. "Yes, I still have it. Dad let me use it year before last to keep an eye on Lily and Albus, making sure they didn't skive off on Hogsmeade weekends before they were allowed. It's still hidden in the bottom of my trunk, and a particularly powerful cloak of invisibility?" Odin Von cocked his head, his eyes nearly sparking with interest. "Ah, no," James admitted, drooping his shoulders. "I tried, but Dad keeps that safe and tucked away at home. That's caused too much trouble in the wrong hands. He doesn't exactly trust me with it anymore." Odin Von pressed his lips into a thin line and nodded curtly. "Ah. Well. No matter, then. The map is the most important tool for tonight. Can you give it to Miss Weasley?" James nodded and glanced at Rose. "Of course." "Excellent," Odin Von went on, becoming intent. "Your job, then, Miss Weasley, will be to watch the map tonight. It may require you to be awake all the way until dawn, but it is essential that you keep alert." Rose looked deeply disappointed. "You mean, I'm staying here?" Odin Von nodded patiently. "I need you to stay and act as sentinel. It is an absolutely essential duty. You must keep an eye on the headmaster at all times. Assure he stays inside the castle. And if he does not, if he vanishes from the map, even for a moment, you must let us know somehow." "The Protean ducks," James suggested, glancing at Rose. "I'll take mine. If Merlin leaves, you can duck me a message." "But," he turned back to Odin Von, "why are we concerned with Merlin?" "Because noble as he may be," Odin Von sighed reluctantly, "he, like the rest of the wizarding world, will attempt to capture and stop Petra. Unlike the rest of the wizarding world, however, he may be capable of succeeding." Rose agreed to this with obvious reluctance. She had never been to the world between the worlds, and James knew that her curiosity about it must be nearly overwhelming. On the other hand, as they both knew, it was where their cousin Lucy had died. James had a sense that this was the main reason Rose did not push any harder to come. "What about me?" James asked. "Will we start at Alma Alaron? Will Petra meet us there? Is Zane involved?" At that thought, a jolt of nervous excitement fanned out in him. "That's why she contacted him, isn't it? I tried to ask him about it, but he's been out whenever I try to raise him on the shard." Odin Von was shaking his head. All of those details will come to light soon enough. Your job, James, is to do exactly what you did a few weeks ago, when you appeared to both Petra and myself. Your job is to travel to her via the connection you seem to share. She has opened her end. She expects you mean, James said, deflating slightly. My task is to go to bed? Odin von shrugged. However you did it before, do it again. I am permitted to leave the castle, you are not. But you can make your own way to Petra, it seems. Do so this night. If it works as I believe it does, you will travel to wherever Petra is, without anyone knowing you've even left your bed. Accomplish that, and the rest will take care of itself. James did not feel anywhere near as certain of his ability to accomplish this task as did Odin von, but he nodded slowly, his mind spinning. Rose was clearly unhappy with the plan, but didn't seem inclined to argue about it, at least not to Odin von himself. With their business concluded, for the moment at least, the three returned to the warm glow of the castle. We are clear on our roles, then? Odin von whispered, pausing beneath a hanging lantern. Rose nodded soberly, still frowning. James shrugged. I'll do my best. Odin von studied his face intently, and then nodded. Give me an hour. And then, just go to sleep. Petra will more than allow you to come through. She will summon you. It will work. Just be prepared. James wasn't entirely sure what being prepared entailed under these circumstances, but he nodded anyway. Odin von parted from them at the next corridor. James and Rose continued on, each lost in the dense fog of their own thoughts as they made their way back to the common room. Outside the portrait hole, Rose stopped James and whispered, "Do you trust him?" James blinked at her. Amidst his mingled worries and excitement about the night's plan, he hadn't even given that question any consideration. I guess so. I don't see much reason not to." Rose nodded slowly, her eyes drifting. "You're right, I suppose. Petra trusts him, apparently. Still, I'll get you the map," James said, nodding to himself. "And maybe you can hex me with a sleep charm before I go up. I feel about as far from sleep right now as I've ever been." Rose agreed to this and the two climbed through the portrait hole, each filled with their own stew of excitement and worry. The common room was still half full of students. The walls rang with loud chatter and the crackle of the fireplace. Almost no one noticed the two students' return. James ran upstairs to retrieve the map. When he came back down, he found Rose seated on the love seat beneath the window with Scorpius. He could tell by the tilt of their heads that she had told him what was happening. James wasn't sure how he felt about that, but if it meant Scorpius would help Rose stay awake through the night, perhaps it was for the best. At least it meant that they weren't fighting for the moment. Scorpius glanced up at James as he approached. James handed his knapsack past him to Rose. Inside it was the Marauder's map. "Don't forget to take your duck," Scorpius commented, arching an eyebrow at James. "Assuming you really can." "I think I can," James nodded. "I brought some of the dirt back from the place I went to last time. I think I can take with me whatever I'm holding. My biggest problem is going to be getting to sleep at all." Scorpius shrugged. "Rose is a treat with a sleep charm. You'll probably collapse on the stairs before you reach the first year's dormitory. Say hello to your daft American friend, should you see him." James smiled at the thought of Zane, even under these circumstances. Scorpius pretended not to like the blonde American, but James knew better. Wherever Zane and Scorpius weren't complete opposites, they were extremely alike. "I'll give him all your love," he agreed. The three whiled away a disconsolate half-hour as the common room crowd slowly thinned. James was anxious to be underway, assuming the plan would work, but tried to obey Odin von's timeframe as much as his patience would allow. Finally, he stood and admitted that he could wait no longer. Rose nodded, drew her wand surreptitiously from the pocket of her jeans and flicked it at James, muttering something under her breath. Nothing happened visibly, but James stumbled backwards a step as something soft seemed to whump him in the chest. He blinked and a wave of pleasant dizziness fell over him. "Off with you," Rose commanded urgently. "Scorpius is right. You'll be dreaming on the stairs if you don't hurry." James turned and made his way to the entrance to the boys' dormitory. The floor seemed to tilt gently beneath him, pulling him off course so that he bumped the edge of the door with his shoulder. The sensation was muffled, almost pleasant. The stairs felt steeper than usual. He leaned forward and used his hands to pull himself up the flights, both steadying and hurrying, nearly falling up the steps. Rose's sleepiness spell was indeed immensely strong. He almost forgot to collect his duck after all, nearly threw himself onto his bed fully clothed before remembering that final detail. He fumbled in his open trunk, feeling more than looking. His fingers clutched the soft rubber and he clutched it to his chest, giving the duck an accidental squeeze. "Daft do beater." James half fell, half crawled up onto his bed, his head swimming amiably, already dipping into a dreaming fugue. His last incoherent thought was that the duck in his hand was a quaffle. He was flying over the nighttime pitch, preparing to score, but the goal rings were no longer guarded by Lily. Now, strangely, they were protected by the figure of D'Onofrio Odinvan, who opened his arms to block the shot. As he did, his cloak spread wide like dragon wings, seamlessly black, covering everything, covering the entire world. James fell into the blackness, still clutching the quaffle duck to his chest, and the blackness sucked him in. It streamed past him first like a wind, and then like a hurricane gale, and finally like smothering water, compressed and swift, carrying him helplessly faster and faster, breaking through the fog of Rose's sleep charm with a stab of sudden fear. Fighting against the rushing dark, he finally broke through, gasped urgently, and sat up. He was no longer in his bed in Gryffindor Tower. Instead, he was sitting on a cushion of fresh grass beneath a dusky evening sky, a huge shape hulked next to him. James blinked up at it, still muddy-headed, knowing that he should recognize the shape but not quite able to do so. It wasn't until the voice spoke up next to him, startling him badly, that it all began to make sense. "Sheesh, James." Zane's voice rasped, full of shocked urgency. "Are you alright? Did that, hurt?" "What do you mean?" James asked, clutching his head as if to hold it together. He turned to see Zane drop into an urgent squat next to him. Peering past the blond boy, he asked, "Is that Apollo Mansion?" "The very same," Zane answered distractedly, leaning to examine James. "Seriously, you're okay? You fell out of nowhere like a comet, hit the ground hard enough to rattle the windows." James' head was clearing slowly. With Zane's help he climbed unsteadily to his feet. "I'm fine. I guess. Really good to see you, mate." "Am I really here? Alma Alaron?" Zane shrugged. "As here as I am, looks to me. I think you dropped your duck, though." James glanced around and saw the rubber duck lying a few feet away in the grass. He retrieved it and pushed it into his pocket. Taking a moment to look around, he finally recognized the bulk of Apollo Mansion, home to Bigfoot House. It still sat atop Victory Hill overlooking the quadrangle in the enormous brick shape of Administration Hall, with its imposing clock tower. According to it, local time was just past 6 in the evening. The only major difference to the scene since James had last been there was the lack of the broken werewolf statue, which had long since been cleared away now that the wolves' reign of unnatural clutch cudgel tournament wins had been ended. Returning to Zane, James said blearily, "It's good to be back, even if it's only for a little while. But how is this supposed to happen? We can't just open the Nexus curtain like we did last time, can we? The house has to be empty, for one thing." Zane managed to look mildly wounded. "Like I can't manage the simple task of clearing a house for an evening? I just told them the place had come down with a sudden infestation of Streeler snails." He bobbed his head and glanced back at the plain, blocky facade of Apollo Mansion. "Mainly because I infested it with Streeler snails," he added with a shrug. "But it wasn't hard to get everybody out. Tonight's the first clutch match between the Bigfoots and the vampires. The snails were just insurance. I'm supposed to be clearing them out while everyone's away. No problem. The Nexus curtain works as a portal for every living thing from the cornerstone up. I hope those slimy, venomous little brutes are happy in their new home in the WBW." He looked a little wistful. James nodded. "So you have the horseshoe, then?" The silver horseshoe, James well knew, was the key that opened the dimensional gate, converting the entire house into a portal. Zane nodded and patted the bulge in his jeans pocket. "I probably shouldn't carry it around like this, should I?" he said in a hoarse whisper. "Who knows what kind of transdimensional radiation the thing gives off, eh? Ah well, it'll either make it impossible for me to have kids, or make them superpowered mutants if I do. I should start thinking up possible superhero names." "How did you come by it, anyway?" James asked, looking down at the darkly glimmering silvery shape. "That thing's got to be under 1,000 spells of protection these days, doesn't it?" Zane shrugged. "Got it from the same place we got it the first time we went through the Nexus curtain, remember that? Petra had it. Pulled it right out of her pocket. Normally, this thing lives under 24-hour protection up in the Tower of Art. But Petra, you know," he shrugged in grave wonderment. "How does she do any of the things she does?" "Where is she?" James asked, glancing around. "Orodin Vaughn. Have you met him already? Tall, skinny bloke with a little pointy goatee?" "Petra's inside," Zane nodded at the mansion again. "Along with Izzy. They have to stay totally out of sight until the last moment. That other dude is in there, too." "Izzy's here?" James blinked. He knew he should have expected that. Petra rarely went anywhere without her half-sister, whom she protected intently. Zane nodded. They were talking about what will become of her once Petra zaps away into Morgan's dimension. I think that Odin von Guy means to take care of her. Adopt her, maybe. James' head spun for a moment. He couldn't quite bring himself to imagine Petra abandoning Izzy, but of course it would be impossible to do otherwise. The Izzy in that other dimension, unfortunately, was dead. At that moment, the door to Apollo Mansion opened. Donofrio Odin von stepped out, followed by a thin, young woman in jeans and a pale green jumper, her glossy dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. At the sight of her, all the breath seemed to suck out of James' lungs. The color faded from everything in the world except for the young woman as she came lightly down the steps, meeting his eyes, smiling at him, faintly, but with genuine affection. She approached him, reached for him, touched his shoulders. And then they were embracing. It was a brief reunion, but monumental in James' mind. He had not touched Petra in years, had only seen her once, briefly, on the night that she had created her Horcrux. In his heart, she had become something almost mythical, a towering icon of both hopeless love and impending tragedy. And yet now, finally, here she stood before him, in his arms, half a head shorter than him. Her hair smelled of lavender. The embrace of her arms was strong, warm, utterly human, and then she was letting him go, stepping back, looking up at him. "I'm sorry," she said. He shook his head at her, speechless. Was she sorry for the way she had recently blocked him out, closing off her end of their shared thread? Or for including him on this possibly dangerous mission? James couldn't tell. Possibly both. Or perhaps she was sorry for something else entirely. "You should go now," Odin von said. "We have very little time." James frowned, finally tearing his gaze away from Petra. "You mean you aren't coming?" Odin von nodded and drew a brief, heavy sigh. "I would be of little help where you are going. My mission is to stay here. I will keep Izzy safe, and watch the house. Should anyone approach while you are in the world between the worlds, I will need to remove the horseshoe key. I will send them on their way by whatever means necessary and replace it once the coast is clear." There was something off-kilter about the way Odin von spoke and avoided eye contact, but James couldn't quite identify what it was. "Where will Izzy be?" Zane asked, drawing his wand out of his pocket. Petra answered, "She's in the basement game room. The cellar isn't part of the portal. She'll be safe there with the disarmadillo and Don just outside. And she has her doll with her, Betsy." James nodded hesitantly. It was strange hearing the professor referred to as Don, but he supposed that's what all of his old friends and classmates called him. Zane tugged the horseshoe from his other jeans pocket and handed it to Odin von, who accepted it reverently. He turned toward the cornerstone in the engraved shape that, James knew, fit the horseshoe perfectly. The young professor glanced back over his shoulder. "You have your means of communicating with Ms. Weasley?" he asked James. James nodded, patting the duck stuffed into his pocket. "You both have a very important duty," Odin von said, looking at James and Zane meaningfully. "A grave duty more important than any other task on Earth at this moment. Do you both know the true source of Petra's powers?" James did know, but hadn't realized that Odin von did. He nodded, a bit uncertainly. Odin von went on, more intently than James had ever heard him speak. "Petra is a sorceress. There may be none like her in all of history. Sorcery power is derived from a natural element. Petra's is the first of her kind. Her element is the city. Where you are going, I need not remind you, there are no cities. There never have been, and there never shall be. While she is there, she will be at her weakest, drawing on her stored power alone, like a Muggle battery. You two are to be her protection. You are wizards. You take your power with you. Use it well. Find and collect the symbolic crimson thread. And bring it and her back here safe. Do you understand?" "They understand, Don," Petra said. She placed an arm each around Zane's and James' waists, squeezing them both. "These two shall be my knights in shining armor, at least for the next hour. Open the portal already. As you say, time is short." Odin von still glared at Zane and James, turning the silver horseshoe over and over in his hands. James had time to wonder, if the task of protecting Petra was so important, why was the professor not attending to it himself? He remembered his suspicions about the professor, about how he seemed to be magically stymied when under stress. It was almost as if pressure flustered him into impotence, turned him into a temporary squib. Was that why he was choosing not go himself, remaining to perform the much more menial duty of guarding the house? Finally, Odin von turned away and approached the huge conjoined cornerstone of Apollo Mansion. Petra stepped toward the door again, bringing Zane and James with her. "I'm sorry," she said again, glancing aside at both boys, first Zane, and then James. But then she smiled and added, "But it really is good to be together with you two rogues again." Tell Ralph I'm disappointed he isn't here as well. And Rose, too." James nodded that he would. A moment later, a blast of warm light exploded from Apollo Mansion, silent but blinding, piercing from every window, keyhole, and door crack, even from the throat of the chimney. Petra stiffened, drew herself up, and then gripped James and Zane's hands on either side, squeezing. Together, the three stepped forward. The door to Apollo Mansion opened of its own accord, spilling a brilliance of colors, all fused into something rosy golden, exerting subtle force against their bodies while simultaneously drawing them forward. As one, they held their breath, stepped over the threshold, and vanished from the world they knew. 8. The thread and the brooch. Absolutely nothing had changed since James had last set foot in the world between the worlds. He sensed it not just by looking around, but with something deeper and more pervasive inside his own heart and mind. He remembered someone commenting on it during their previous visit. "Time doesn't take any time here," they had said. He hoped it hadn't been Lucy who'd said it. The thought of her made his heart as heavy and cold as stone. Silently, James led the way out of the cave of the portal and up the curving stairs carved into the bare rock of the plateau. Beneath them, iron-gray waves crashed against the cliffs, sending up dull mists. They were the exact same waves as before, since unseen by any other human eyes. The wind was stiff but unscented by salt, strangely dead to the senses. After a few minutes' climb, the stone stairs curved up onto a broad plateau, carpeted with hushing yellow grass. At the very end of the plateau jutted the Black Castle, its spires and turrets scratching at the sky, its hollow windows tall and staring like 100 shocked eyes. James took Petra's hand with his left, holding his wand at the ready in his right. In spite of everything, he exulted in her touch. It was fleeting, and soon she would be gone from him forever, but for now he soaked in the unspeakable comfort of their laced fingers, committing the feeling to memory. The three walked in silence for some time, approaching the castle. Despite its looming turrets and dark stone walls, he felt no sense of foreboding this time. Unlike their last approach, the castle was now completely empty. Also, he now knew its story. The castle had been built as an escape route by friends of a certain dimensional traveler and his companion Unicorn, both of whom had fallen prey to evil witches and wizards in the world of men. It was that Unicorn's horseshoe, long parted from its bones, that had made this journey possible. The castle was a sort of waystation, filled with portals magically powered to take any travelers back to their native dimension. This, the builders wordlessly implied, was preferable to the risk of interaction with those that had killed the rider and his mount. "That sky," Zane finally said, keeping his voice low in the endless, half-daylight. "Looks like a giant bowl beaten out of lead, turned upside down over the world." "There are no stars in that sky," Petra agreed with a shudder. "It never gets dark. There's never a dusk or a dawn. It just never ends." She squeezed James' hand. "Let's hurry and get this over with." The castle drew closer with teasing slowness. Wind whispered in the grass, and the sound almost eased at meaning. James found himself straining to hear words among the shushing hiss. He shivered and shook his head. "Are you certain about all of this?" he asked Petra, half to distract himself, half because he really wanted to know. "I mean, are you absolutely positive there's no other way?" Petra drew a long, silent breath. "Letting it out," she said, "there's no other way. I wish there was. Donofrio and I have discussed it over and over. I'm the Crimson Thread. I'll need his expertise to assume the role of Morgan, that other dimension's version of myself. But once we're done, everything will finally return to normal. As long as I am in our own world, I tear it further away from its original destiny. Chaos takes more of a foothold. Who knows how many things are different now already than they should be." James shrugged and shook his head. "So there's a few muggles stumbling into the courtyard of Hogwarts, is that such a big thing?" He knew he was oversimplifying things, but went on anyway. "Maybe the world really would be better off if the muggles found out about us. Have you thought about that?" She glanced aside at him, gave him a wry smile. "I've thought about it. And you have, too. You know how that ends. Conflict and war are inevitable in a combined world, but I'm talking about more than that. Maybe, in an untouched and untainted world, you won the Clutch Cudgel tournament for the Bigfoots just because it was the right thing to do for the team, for pure fun, and sport, and honor, not because you had to for my sake," Zane scoffed. "And maybe Professor Newt teaches cheesecakes to fly and it rains chocolate syrup on Thursdays." Petra laughed a little. "And maybe James' Aunt Hermione is the new Minister of Magic." James tried to laugh along, but another thought struck him, and he couldn't stop himself from saying it aloud. "Maybe my cousin Lucy never died here in this stupid, dead place." Petra and Zane fell silent as they walked. Next to James, he sensed Petra nod slowly. They spoke no more as they finally walked into the dull shadow of the castle. As before, it stood perched over the very edge of the far precipice, either because the cliff had eroded disastrously away beneath it, or because the structure did not rely on anything so prosaic as gravity for its foundation. Looking up at it, James saw the building now for what it really was, merely a totem, a monument meant to funnel wanderers into the main chamber, a cavernous hall surrounded by pillars and lined with empty archways. Each archway was hung with wafting curtains, and James knew that each formed its own dimensional portal. As the three stepped into the space, their footsteps echoing up into shadowy, vaulted heights, they encountered the same scene that they had left years before. A broad stone floor was drifted here and there with dead grass, occupied in its very center by an unmistakable, if surreal, arrangement of bedroom furniture. There was a low dresser and mirror, a bed, a chair, a woven oriental rug, a floor lamp with a pink tulip-shaped shade lay broken on the floor. James remembered it falling as Petra had stalked through the arrangement, pushing the furniture aside without touching it, fueled by rage in pursuit of Judith and Morgan. The symbolic crimson thread, plucked from the loom of the Vault of Destinies, had accompanied Morgan here, waiting with her, twined around an opal brooch. James remembered Petra's version of that same brooch. She had worn it on her cloak during their ocean voyage, apparently a gift from her dead father, purchased while she had still been in her mother's womb. Petra had lost her version of the brooch when she'd fallen from the back of the ship, and been so heartsick about it that she had nearly followed it to her own watery tomb. Morgan, the Petra from another reality, had never gone on that ocean voyage, however. Her dimension's version of the brooch had never been lost at sea. Instead, it rested on this very dresser, glinting with the red of the strand wrapped around it. James could tell even before they reached the disarray of the furniture, however, that the top of the dresser was now empty. Not even dust had collected on its flat surface. Petra stopped in her tracks. "Where is it?" she whispered urgently. "I remember it," Zane said, stepping forward, and then glancing back. The thread was here, wrapped around a piece of jewelry. It must have fallen, James mused darkly. Maybe Judith came back for it. But Petra was shaking her head. "No one can touch the thread except she who it represents. Remember?" James remembered. He had tried to collect the brooch and thread himself, only to have his hand frozen solid all the way to the elbow. "Look around," Zane suggested. "Split up. Check every corner." Slowly, the three began to circle the arrangement of scattered furniture, expanding in wider and wider arcs. James bent at the waist, his eyes wide, scanning the blocks of the stone floor, scrutinizing every crevice. Soon enough, he found himself moving around the portal arches and their drifting curtains. He realized that each portal emitted a faint noise, a low ribbon of whisper song, like that which he'd fancied hearing in the grass of the plateau. He kept a distance from them while examining around them as close as possible. Was it possible that the brooch and thread had rolled through one of the portals? Surely, the dimensional gateways only worked on living things, didn't they? Still bent at the waist, studying the cracks of the floor, he nearly bumped right into Zane. "It's not looking good," the blond boy whispered. "Something or someone must have gotten here before us." James didn't want to admit that his friend might be right. In the pit of his stomach, however, he had the faintest, teasing sense of another presence in the castle. Not Judith this time, but a deepening sense of being observed. He glanced around helplessly. Petra's voice rang from across the room, waking a stir of echoes in the high ceilings. "Found it," she cried happily. "It was right here all along." It fell into one of the partially open dresser drawers and the stone floor suddenly shook, so hard and violently that it kicked both Zane and James right off their feet. They fell backwards onto the stone blocks, which cracked all around them. Deep crevices appeared and snaked away in every direction, bursting with sharp grit. The entire castle seemed to sway at the ferocity of the quake. Deep, startled groans and creaks filled the room as dust sifted down, clouding the dark air. "Petra Morgenstern," a massive, booming voice announced, echoing so broadly that it vibrated in every surface. James recognized the voice, and his stomach seemed to plummet all the way through the floor. Light blared, illuminating the cavernous room like a flash of purple lightning, etching perfectly black shadows behind every pillar and archway, turning every spreading crack into a chasm. Zane grabbed James' arm, clutching tight. "It's Merlin," he said, his voice thin in the disastrous noise. In the center of the floor, a figure stood tall, holding a staff aloft in its right hand. The staff burned with purple fire, roaring dully and emitting that blinding, cold glow. Beyond it, turning to face the sudden shape, Petra squared her shoulders, closing her fist over the brooch and thread in her right hand. "Headmaster," she said calmly, and her own voice reverberated throughout the room, though clear as crystal bells. "You shouldn't have come. I don't want to end you." "Nor I you," Merlin declared with sincere regret. I was summoned the moment you touched the thread, as right of my guardianship of both you and our world. Give the thread to me. Return with me as your ally, not your warden." Petra was shaking her head. "You can't hold the thread." "Only I can. Because I now belong to the world and the dimension that it came from. Please, don't oppose me." James still had his wand in his hand. He aimed it at Merlin's broad back, not even sure what spell he meant to cast. Zane grabbed his wrist and pushed it upright, however. "What are you doing?" He rasped in James' ear. "We can't fight Merlin. We brought knives to a gunfight." "Let me go," James insisted, struggling, but it was too late. A shockwave of magical energy bowled both boys backwards, emanating from the point where Merlin's and Petra's powers suddenly collided. James struggled against the force of it, but it was a constant blast, streaming through his hair and battering at his clothing. He pushed laboriously to his feet against the howling gust and strained his eyes, desperate to see. Even as he did so, however, a wave of debilitating, inexplicable weakness washed over him. The world turned gray and he felt himself swaying, as if some secret force were sucking his energy away. Zane grabbed him, holding him upright as James' knees went loose beneath him. Across from them, Petra and Merlin were locked in sudden battle, she with her right arm outstretched, palm open, he with his staff extended fell length. Connecting between them, dual bolts of blinding energy converged and obliterated each other, creating the constant magical gale. Petra's power was palest blue, blasting like shards of ice. Merlin's was electric purple, crackling with forks of lightning. At the point where both bolts collided, terminating each other in apocalyptic annihilation, a tiny shape floated, revolving slowly in mid-air. It was the brooch with the thread twined tightly around it. As James watched, weakened and dreamy, the shape twitched, first jerking back toward Petra, and then lobbing again toward Merlin, locked in shifting stalemate. They were fighting over it, engaged in a devastating tug-of-war. James had a moment to marvel, if this is how powerful Petra and Merlin were when separated from their elements, her from the city, and him from nature, then James and Zane were very fortunate indeed. They surely could not have survived otherwise, and yet James himself felt strangely wasted, like a husk, drained and withering. He drew a gasping breath, willing himself back into motion. Clumsily, he broke free of Zane and trained his wand on Merlin again, hoping that he could distract him, if nothing else. He chose a disarming spell, spoke it as loud as he could, but the wand in his hand didn't so much as spark. "It's no good," Zane called against the torrent of magic and the quake of the castle. "They're drawing their power from every source, including our wands. There's nothing left for us." "They're not just draining power from our wands," James thought. "She, at least, is draining it from me. From the invisible cord that connects us. I'm her battery. Go." Petra's voice suddenly blared, so loud and ringing that it shivered the air, setting up harmonics of reverberation in the very stones and blocks of the castle. "She means us," Zane cried, grabbing again at James' arm. "The whole place is coming down." James felt it now. The floor was canting disastrously, tilting further at every moment. The pillars creaked and leaned, beginning to topple as if in slow motion. And still James couldn't break his eyes away from Petra. "We have to save her," he shouted, and bolted forward, mustering every ounce of strength he could. He didn't know what he meant to do. Perhaps he would merely bowl into Merlin from behind, knocking the big man over. He knew he had about as much chance at that as he did of lifting Hogwarts Castle with his pinky finger, and yet he couldn't stop himself. This is exactly how Lucy died, he realized as he ran. The thought was strangely comforting. He was still 10 paces away when it happened. The brooch, still locked in the conflagration between Petra's and Merlin's bolts, began to revolve faster. As it did, the thread unwound from it. It streamed along Petra's icy stream, stretching toward her, while the brooch spun into a blur, drifting back along Merlin's purple bolt, drawn toward his power. The two parts separated with an explosive blast that extinguished both bolts. The thread flung into Petra's open hand while the brooch streaked toward Merlin. And then both figures were obscured by a thunderclap of rebounding energy. James flew off his feet and rolled, banging his elbows and knees painfully along the broken floor. A moment later, his face was full of dry grass. He scrambled, not even certain which way was up, and lunged clumsily to his feet on the edge of the plateau, in the shadow of the leaning castle. His strength had returned to him, but he barely noticed. The noise of the blast had not diminished. It grew, and James realized why. Slowly, disastrously, the castle was toppling over the cliff. Its black turrets and spires still towered above him, but seemed to lean slowly backwards, crumbling into a gentle blur as every brick began to separate, every window dissolved out of true, every cone of its roof began to implode in on itself. Zane's voice was a thin wail against the roar. "James." he called, scrambling out of the collapsing ruin and waving both hands frantically. "Run! Run!" "Petra!" James shouted, convulsively stumbling into the descending shadow, but then there she was. Pillars collapsed and shattered behind her as she pelted forward, her face smudged with grime, her jeans torn, showing the bloody scrapes of her pumping knees. James reached for her, grabbed her hand as she lost her balance and began to fall. He tugged her forward, even as the castle utterly gave way behind her, contracting in on itself and descending beyond the plateau like a vertical freight train, taking much of the cliff with it. "Go!" Petra panted as James pulled her onward, onto the hissing grass. "It's not over. He's still coming. Go!" She struggled to regain her footing and pelted onward, now pulling James along beside her. Behind them, an explosion of dull gray water, as high and broad as a mountain, roared into the air, blotting out the dull sky and casting gloom over the plateau. Zane was running ahead of James and Petra, but glanced back over his shoulder at the noise and the sudden shadow. He stumbled, wide-eyed, and Petra caught his collar with her free hand dragging him forward as well. Lightning shot prisms from the wall of water, which fell away in torrents now, revealing a bright nucleus beyond. James didn't have to ask what that nucleus was. The shape descended out of the air and set foot on the rubble of the castle's former footprint, shaking the entire plateau. "Petra Morgenstern!" Merlin called in a voice of thunder. "Run!" Petra panted thinly, breathlessly. "Run!" The three ran. They ran like they had never run in their entire lives. They reached the stone stairway and nearly flung themselves over the ledge in their panic. Turning and taking 2, even 3, steps at a time, they bolted down, following the curve of the cliffs and descending toward the crashing waves below. Merlin was coming. The plateau shook with the tremor of his footsteps. The light of his staff bloomed back from the low sky, throwing hard, moving shadows into every crack and fissure. Merlin, somehow, was his own battery. And his power, even if only temporary, was still terrible. Finally, exhausted and panicked, the three stumbled into the cave of the portal. Only the portal, they now saw as they skidded to a horrified halt, wasn't there. James' eyes boggled in the dimness. He knew what they should have found, the door of Apollo Mansion, seen from the inside, hanging open and showing the comforting slope of Victory Hill and the quadrangle beyond. But there was no open door, no comforting evening light. No escape. The ground shook. The angle of the purplish light outside changed now, reflecting directly down onto the crashing, heaving waves. Merlin had reached the stairs. "Where's the door?" Zane cried, his voice an octave higher than normal. He stumbled forward and felt around blindly, waving his arms. "It should be here. This is the spot. Our footprints are still right there from when we arrived. Door, please. Pretty please," with sugar on top. A high-pitched, muffled voice suddenly squawked from James' right side. Farty-fop-doodle. It was the duck in his pocket, of course. Frantically, he tugged it out and looked down at it. A single word was now scrawled on it in all capitals: Merlin. "Great," James nodded, stuffing the duck back into his pocket. "Real helpful, Rose." "He's had to remove the horseshoe," Petra said quietly, her eyes thoughtful. "Don had to close the portal for a moment. Someone must have come. He'll put it back. We just have to wait." "I don't think waiting is going to be an option for much longer," Zane exclaimed with manic cheerfulness. "Come here," Petra said, reaching out to Zane with her right hand and taking James in her left. "We have to be ready." Zane came to stand next to Petra, but kept his face to the entrance of the cave. Trembling, he stretched out his wand. "What's the best spell to use on a sorcerer?" he asked, his voice cracking glassily. Petra considered this for a moment as the ground shook. "What's the worst spell you know?" Zane blinked. Petra nodded briskly. "Not that one." A shadow moved outside the mouth of the cave. Pebbles and grit rained from the ceiling. In the darkness of the cave, the door of Apollo Mansion appeared, blooming with evening glow. "Now," James shouted, yanking Petra forward as he lunged. She dragged Zane behind her, even as a shape heaved in front of the cave mouth, blocking the light. James' next footsteps stumbled onto the porch steps of Apollo Mansion. The door slammed behind him as Zane barreled through, nearly bowling him over. "The horseshoe," James cried, his breath nearly gone, barely producing a dry croak. "Take it out. Take it out." Standing next to the cornerstone, blinking in surprise with his hand still on the silvery shape, D'Onofrio Odin Von plucked the horseshoe from its engraved bed. The brilliant rose-gold lights in Apollo Mansion winked out. The portal was closed. James collapsed past Petra, down the steps and onto the lush grass of Victory Hill. Zane followed, panting and nearly laughing with hysterical relief. Someone came back for a scarf. Odin Von breathed, rushing to meet them, the horseshoe in his hand. "Somebody named Perkins." I told him he couldn't go in yet because of the poison snails. He argued with me. Said that if that crazy zombie Zane Walker could handle them, so could he. I had to let him in. I put the key back in place as soon as I could. Wordlessly, James held up the rubber duck in his hand, showing Odin von the word scrawled across it in Rose's hasty capitals. The professor's face went slack and ashy with shock. After a second, his eyes darted from the duck, to James, to Petra. "Did you get it?" he asked, his voice a breathy husk. Zane nodded wearily, still tittering with nervous laughter. "We succeeded. It was close, but we succeeded." James looked up at where Petra still stood on the steps. The knees of her jeans hung in frayed strips, stained with her blood. Her hair was wild and matted with dust, clinging to her sweaty cheeks and hiding her eyes. She raised a hand and showed her open palm. In it, looking like nothing more than a ball of red lint, was the crimson thread. "We got the thread," she said, her voice a low, hollow monotone. "But we didn't succeed," and suddenly James understood what she meant. Petra may have told everyone, even Odin von, that their mission was to retrieve the crimson thread. But Petra herself had gone to the world between the worlds for her own reason, a reason she may have cared about even more. She had gone to replace her father's lost brooch. And in that task, sadly, she had failed miserably. 9. Peeves plays his part. James slept long and late the following morning, awaking well past Saturday breakfast to an empty dormitory and feeling little inclined to get up. The leaden-gray sky outside his window concurred with his lethargic mood. He stared at it from the rumpled mess of his bed, replaying the night's events. The grit of the destroyed Black Castle was still in his hair. Its dirt was grimed into the palms of his hands and beneath his fingernails. He was still wearing the jeans and t-shirt he had worn to greet Zane at Alma Alaron, only now they were sweaty and grass-stained. He longed to spend an hour or three soaking in the fifth-floor prefect's bathtub, and considered asking Ralph for the password. This, of course, would likely necessitate an explanation for why he was so grimy after a night's sleep, and while he did intend to tell Ralph everything that had happened, he didn't feel up to it just this morning. Thus, instead, he merely lay in bed blinking at the autumn clouds as they rolled dully past his window, grumbling with distant threats of rain. He assumed that his dream journey would end once he, Petra, and Zane returned from the world between the worlds, but in fact he had spent another hour or more there with them, in the basement game room of Apollo Mansion. Explaining their adventure to D'Onofrio Odin von and discussing what still remained to accomplish. Petra was morose and quiet throughout, seated next to James on a low, sprung couch with her feet splayed in front of her, her shoes kicked off. Izzy seemed to sense Petra's mood, and joined her, lying her own smaller body on the arm of the sofa beside her sister, crossing her arms over her chest, mimicking Petra's pose perfectly. Odin von was ashen-faced at the idea that Merlin had somehow discovered the plan, and had somehow been summoned to confront the three of them. "Not us," Zane shook his head. "Petra. She said it herself. The only person who can touch the thread is the person who it represents. I expect that means even old Merlin Magic Pants." He tried to give the nickname his usual familiar irreverence, but even he was still shaken by the memory of Merlin's terrible pursuit. "Maybe he has his own way of getting into the WBW. Odin von shook his head doubtfully. "I would say that absolutely no one can access the world between the worlds without the dimensional key," he said. "But this is the great Merlinus we are talking about, he who spent centuries suspended in the transitus nihilo, who traveled beyond death for a year only to return at his own strange bidding. Even if he couldn't cross the nexus on his own, he may well have been capable of establishing a sort of beacon to summon him should Petra ever touch the thread." He shivered at the very thought. But if that's the case, James realized, sitting up in alarm, then that means we trapped him in the world between the worlds when we left without him. This time it was Zane who shook his head. "The Black Castle was full of portals," he said, standing and heaving open a nearby refrigerator. Bottles rattled in the door and he plucked one out, popping its top with a briefness. "Remember? They were escape routes for anyone who found themselves stuck there, taking them back to their own dimension. The castle may have ended up a ruin at the bottom of that dead ocean, but the portals are still there, and I bet they work just fine. Merlin will find his way back, somewhere and somehow, but drummels to donuts he'll be as wet as a drowned Glumbumble when he does. And as angry as a fire demon." James sighed. "He didn't see you," Petra said dully. "All of his attention was focused on me. I made sure of that. He will be in a rage, but that rage will belong to me alone." James glanced at her. There was rage in her voice as well, albeit cold, banked to a deep freeze of deceptive calm. She had run from Merlin, escaped from him, but only barely. How could that be? Shouldn't the two of them have been very nearly matched there in the world between the worlds, each separated from their elemental powers? Was her strength divided, Somehow. Had she spent a portion of it hiding Zane and James from Merlin? Protecting them? Or was there something more to her seemingly reduced power? He thought of the weakness he felt when she had summoned her powers in force. He thought, I'm her battery. Right, Odin von nodded curtly. The point is, we've succeeded in collecting the Crimson Thread. All that remains now is to replace it in the loom of the Vault of Destinies. This shall be my challenge, as it may well require some spell or enchantment to power it back up again, sending it back to its native dimension and returning us our original destiny. Zane shrugged. Or maybe just getting the thread back in the same place as the loom will cause it to magically snap back into place, like a stretched rubber band being let go, or two magnets getting close enough to get caught in their own attraction, snapping together. Professor Jackson said something like that, back when the thread was first stolen. The Destinies want to realign, he said. Odin von frowned at Zane. Your Professor Jackson spends too much time toying with theory and too little time in actual magical practice. He thinks he knows much more than he does, which is precisely why he must not be involved in this mission at all, or know anything about it. When the time comes, Mr. Walker, I will summon you to assist me in returning the thread to the Vault of Destinies. I understand that you are wily enough to procure a key to the Alma Alaron archive, where it is housed. Zane shrugged. I'm wily enough to get you a live orchestra to play the Blue Danube while you do it, if you want. You just say when. Odin von agreed with a nod. Once I am prepared, I shall indeed say when. If all goes as planned, the moment the thread is returned, Petra shall assume her new role as the Morgan of that alternate dimension. The original Morgan of that dimension, now dead and buried here, will become our version of Petra. Still lying on the sofa arm next to Petra, Izzy rolled onto her side and buried her face against Petra's shoulder. She wasn't crying, James sensed. She had surely already shed more than her share of tears over the impending loss of her sister, but neither was she ready to allow it to happen just yet. Probably, she never would be. James found he was shaking his head, finally hitting on an objection that had been brewing in the back of his mind for some time. But it can't be that simple, can it? He turned to look aside at Petra. That other dimension's version of you, the Morgan version, was evil. She partnered with Judith to steal Izzy from you, since she accidentally killed her own dimension's version. She was willing to see my dad and Titus Hardcastle killed by the WULF. She wasn't evil, Odin von corrected with grave certainty. Morgan wasn't evil any more than Petra is, regardless of what the rest of the magical world may think. She was simply heartsick by the consequences of her choices. People will do surprisingly desperate things when they are heartsick. Morgan wasn't evil. She was simply broken, and crushed, and bereft. And when I go to replace her in her world, Petra said, still staring blankly into the shadows, I will be broken and crushed and bereft as well. I will be more Morgan than Petra myself. I'll have lost the people I love the most. It will be exactly as it should be. The chill in her words was terrible to James. She sensed this. Without looking at him, she felt for his hand between them, squeezed it, and held it. You're one of those people, the touch of her hand seemed to say. He didn't know if the thought came directly from her, via the invisible cord that connected them, but he didn't doubt the sentiment, either way. He squeezed her hand back and drew a deep, shaking sigh. Odin von suggested that he be the one to safeguard the Crimson Thread until the time of its final use. For the very reason it was hidden in the world between the worlds by Morgan, because it is far too magical to go unnoticed. Despite recent events, Hogwarts is still one of the most magically fortified places on Earth. There, I can keep it hidden, just like Madame Delacroix did with the Merlin throne. Zane nodded and shrugged. Back during our first year, when we were all still just wide-eyed innocents, untainted by the tribulations of responsibility. Petra rolled her eyes at Zane, but there was a ghost of a smile there as well. Odin von held out a small leather-bound jewelry box, open like a clamshell. Petra stood and placed the Crimson Thread in the box, which Odin von snapped closed, never touching the thread himself. James had an idea that the professor wouldn't have been able to hold the thread even inside the jewelry box if Petra had not placed it there with her own hand, granting her unspoken permission. James also had an idea that Ralph, were he there, would object strongly to Odin von's possession of the thread, and this, Odin von said, tugging the unicorn horseshoe from his pocket and handing it to Petra, I assume you can return to its rightful place of protection? Petra accepted it with a weary nod. The curators of the Tower of Art will never know it was gone. Shortly, James felt the pull of the collapsing dream visit. The walls of the game room darkened. Voices became insubstantial, like noises heard underwater. And then, for a long time, there was only darkness. He returned to his bed via the dark, much more quietly and subtly than he had left. James spent most of that Saturday midday listlessly haunting the common room, making half-hearted attempts at his herbology reading assignment and other homework. He had just begun an essay on the 17-point mental checklist required before disapparation, when Rose came through the portrait hole. Followed by Scorpius, joining James at a corner table, she demanded explanations of everything that had happened the previous night, and James, in turn, berated her lateness in warning them of Merlin's departure. "Late nothing," she hissed at him, leaning close, her eyes stern. "He never left at all. At least, not in any way that the map showed." James frowned. "But you sent the duck warning. One magical battle too late, of course, but you sent it." "What do you mean he never left?" Scorpius unslung his knapsack and pushed it across the table to James. "The map," he gestured at it. "It's there inside. It shows the headmaster all right, just as expected. We followed his movements precisely, all night, from right here in the common room. He started out in the entrance hall. Then he went to the library." Rose nodded. "And then he went down to the laundry. We wondered about that. But what do we know? Maybe he checks in on the house elves every night. He's the headmaster, but then he went to the girls' third-floor bathroom," Scorpius went on, arching an eyebrow. "So we got a bit suspicious." Rose counted off on her fingers as she recited. "Then he went to the Ravenclaw common room. Then a broom closet. The potions classroom. An empty teacher's lounge. The kitchens. A supply cupboard. And then he spent some time at the top of the stairs just down the hall," Scorpius said, tilting his head. "So we poked out to see what he was up to." James looked from Scorpius to Rose, baffled. "So? What was he doing?" "Who knows?" Rose said meaningfully. "All we found was Peeves defacing a statue with a stolen lipstick. Peeves wearing Merlin's black ring on his finger." James blinked at his cousin for a moment, trying to absorb the implication of this. Rose grew impatient. "Merlin gave his beacon stone ring to Peeves for safekeeping." She made sarcastic air quotes with her fingers. "We tried to take it away from him, told him it was a powerful dark relic, but he acted like we had insulted his dear beloved mum." Assuming poltergeists have mums." She frowned a little uncertainly. "So Merlin tricked the map into thinking Peeves was him," James finally understood with a thoughtful nod. "But how did Merlin know to do that last night?" "He didn't." Rose perked up again. "That's just the thing. Peeves told us Merlin entrusted him with the ring almost 2 years ago." James considered this for a moment and didn't find it particularly surprising. "Well, I did tell him about the Marauders map. Blokes like Merlin are keen on keeping an eye on everyone else, but not so keen on having any eyes kept on him. But it's not exactly safe to let Peeves run around with a beacon stone, is it?" Scorpius shrugged dismissively. "It's probably the safest place of all. Merlin's about the only person Peeves is afraid of. Also, the little imp's too stupid and petty to understand the ring's significance, and too fanatically jealous of his sworn duty to let anyone else so much as look twice at it." Even Rose couldn't argue with this logic. Later that evening, James found Ralph in the library and attempted to explain Odin Van's detentions, and the events that had followed. Ralph's face was stoic as he listened, his arms folded across his big chest and his eyes glaring pointedly at nothing in particular. "So, Odin Van invites you, Zane, and Rose on some secret, dangerous mission," he finally said, still avoiding James' eyes. "But leaves me out of it completely. And you believe him when he says it has nothing to do with the fact that I don't trust him?" James shrugged a little. "He said Rose and I were enough. And he was right, more or less," he admitted reluctantly. "Zane only came because he was the one that emptied out Apollo Mansion. Other than that, we were just there to protect Petera. Turns out we were about as helpful as a pair of flobberworms. My one's a part of Merlin's staff, if you remember," Ralph said, raising his chin and finally turning his gaze on James. "If I'd been there, I might have been able to get Merlin's attention with it, at least." "Did you think of that?" James hadn't. Before he could think of any response, however, Ralph went on. "You lot are keeping Merlin out of this, but I think that's a huge mistake. Everyone else might be mad with paranoia about Petera. Maybe even your dad and the Auror department. But Merlin's better than that. It's a mistake to keep him out. I think that's why Odin Van didn't include me." James shook his head. "I really don't think so, Ralph," he said, dropping his voice to a whisper. "I trust Merlin just as much as you do. But he's the head of the school, and that makes him part of the machine that wants to catch and stop Petera. He may be Merlinus Ambrosius, but even he has to obey the laws of the land now, just like my dad. And besides," he added, trying not to be stung by Ralph's words, "Odin Van wanted us to tell you about it. He said it was best to keep you in the loop, just in case Petra needed us again." This was a slight exaggeration of Odin Van's words, James knew, but he thought he could be forgiven for it. Ralph sighed and returned his gaze to the far wall. "I don't trust him," he muttered. "And more importantly, I don't like him. I don't know what it is. But he's wrong for you lot, and he's wrong for Petra." James leaned forward on the table dejectedly. "It won't matter much longer, it looks like," he murmured glumly. "They'll be returning the Crimson Thread to the loom soon. Petra will be gone from our world forever. Odinvan may be dodgy and unpredictable, but when that happens, he'll just be a dodgy and unpredictable charms teacher. Nothing more." Ralph softened slightly. "So when's that going to happen?" James shook his head. "Zane has to get them into the archive to do it, though. He'll tell us via the shard just as soon as Odinvan gets everything ready and sets the date." "Will we see Petra again before it happens?" James considered this, and then shook his head again, slowly. "She wanted me to tell you she missed seeing you, and Rose, too. I think that was her way of saying goodbye. Probably to all of us." Ralph nodded sadly. There didn't seem to be anything left to say on the subject. At another table across the library, Millie Vandergriff sat with a group of other Hufflepuffs, their heads together and whispering animatedly. Her profile was to him, and James considered it as he watched her. She was pretty, he realized. More, he wanted to go to her. He wanted to sit down with her and her friends, to lose himself in their conversation, and forget the sad worries that hung over his head like storm clouds. Millie didn't command his heart like Petra did, he had no illusions about that, but neither did she promise the inevitable heartbreak and regret that his love for Petra demanded. He wished Millie would look over at him, perhaps wave him over. He would hold her hand under the table if she allowed him. Maybe later, he would walk her to the Hufflepuff common room door, and she would kiss him again. Or maybe he would kiss her. And this time, he allowed himself to muse, it would be full on the lips. She did not look around at him, however. She was too engaged with her friends, covering her laughter with one hand, pushing her blonde hair back behind one ear, completely oblivious of James' pensive, considering gaze. Soon enough, he got up, gathered his things, said goodnight to Ralph, and left. Graham was just posting the Quidditch roster on the notice board near the portrait of the fat lady, surrounded by a group of curious onlookers, when James approached. He almost asked Graham directly if he'd made the team, but realized he didn't want everyone to hear the response, just in case the answer was no. He shouldered toward the notice board and scanned the names, his pulse suddenly thudding in his chest. When he reached the bottom of the list, his heart plunged. His name wasn't there, but then he realized that he had skimmed the list too fast, scanning it almost without reading, searching only for his own name. It was there after all, but reversed, last name first, so that his eye had initially skipped right over it. Potter, James, Seeker. James' heart leapt upwards again, now trip-hammering. He felt such a deep, sudden sense of elation that he swayed on his feet, nearly faint with relief and surprise. He had been waiting for this moment ever since his first year, and had begun to suspect, deep down, that it would never, could never, happen. Only now did he realize just how much he needed this good news. "Congratulations, James," Lily said, joining him and nearly hopping with excitement. "Mom and Dad will be so proud. Both of us playing for Gryffindor, me as keeper and you as seeker. We're destined to take home the trophy this year." James' face split into a helpless grin. He nodded, then shook his head in wonder, and then nodded again. Lily laughed and pulled him toward the portrait hole. "Come on," she enthused. "Let's get the whole team together and start planning formations. Oh, this is going to be simply excellent." James was still speechless, but he agreed with a nod, allowing his sister's enthusiasm to drag him along, into the warmth and light of the common room, where a round of spontaneous applause greeted him. James' face reddened, but he didn't mind. He saw Deirdre and Graham beaming at him, along with Xenia Prince, Marcus Cobb, Walter Stebbins, and the rest of the Gryffindor team. James had gotten what he wanted after all, something to distract him from the worries and sadness of the past several hours. As the team surrounded him, patting him on the back and ruffling his hair, James thought, this might almost, possibly, be better even than kissing Millie Vandergriff again. But only almost. The school year finally began to settle from the exciting unpredictability of new classes and schedules to the familiar pattern of assignments and homework, busy weekdays and 2 short weekends. Autumn stole over the grounds like a thief, absconding with the hot afternoons and leaving footprints of mist, even curling frost, on the morning bright windows. The Forbidden Forest began to replace its seamless green with hues of coppery orange, neon yellow, and glossy maroon. The wind became stiffer across the lake, which shivered into choppy waves, as if applauding the oncoming change of seasons. For James, as the days turned into weeks, there was no more word from Petra, nor any nighttime treks to see her via the invisible, private ribbon that connected them. He didn't sense that she was shutting him out so much as that she, like him, was simply in waiting mode, with little to do while Professor Rodin prepared the recaptured crimson thread for its return to the mystical loom from which it, as the symbol of Morgan, had been plucked. According to the professor, there was a good bit of magic that needed to go along with the return thread in order to reset the loom and jumpstart the Vault of Destinies again. Or perhaps, James mused disconsolately, the young professor, like James himself, was simply reluctant to see his old friend vanish from the world forever, and was finding reasons to delay her departure. Zane believed this firmly, implying, via the shard, that Odin von and Petra were much more than friends. His eyes go all ablaze whenever he's around her, he insisted one afternoon, half a month after the debacle of the World Between the Worlds. You saw it yourself. When they talk about what he calls her final mission, he gets so antsy he looks like he's about to jump right out of his skin. They obviously have a thing. James, retying his tie after midday Quidditch practice, shrugged and shook his head at the shard where it lay propped on his bed in the Gryffindor dormitory. He knew what Zane meant by a thing, of course, and didn't like it in the least, not because he didn't think it was true, or even likely. It was far more plausible that Petra would fall for the worldly wise older man than the younger friend still in school, but because he hated the thought so intensely. He hated the jealousy it provoked in his chest, mostly because he loved Petra himself, but also because he liked Professor Odin von. He liked the professor's odd quirks and restrained fervor and his commitment to helping Petra. Still, if the young man did harbor a romantic affection for Petra, how could James blame him? Maybe, at least, it meant that Petra would enjoy her last days in the world she was born into. If James' love for her was true, he would want her to be happy, right? Even if that meant finding comfort and love in another man's arms. The thought made him prickle all over as he knotted his tie violently under his chin, his hair still damp from a cursory shower. With a yawn, Zane said, "But I still think this whole magical catalyst thing Odin vends on about is complete doxy-do." It was still morning, Zane's time, and he was lounging in his pajamas, a pair of too short bottoms printed with bright blue snowflakes beneath an orange t-shirt, seated cross-legged on the rumple of his bed with a steaming mug of coffee balanced on one knee. I may not like old Professor Stonewall much, but I trust his gigantic noggin. If he says all that's needed is for the thread to be put back into the loom, then that's the way it is. Snap, bang, and Petra is gone to her new dimension. But I guess there's no harm in being overly prepared, right? Especially if it's just an excuse for the pointy-bearded Professor Odin von to have a few more romantic evenings with his doomed love. James said goodbye to Zane abruptly and stuffed the shard back into his trunk, not wishing to think any further about Odin von and Petra having romantic evenings, no matter how doomed. The truth was, as the days began to tick by like minutes on a clock, James knew that he had to get over his own hopeless affection for Petra. It would only make it harder for both of them to do what needed to be done. And if Petra was indeed romantically involved with Odin von, then perhaps that was all the better. James, on the other hand, had Millie Vandergriff. Almost without any official declaration, the two of them had become what Zane referred to as a thing, and subtly, the dynamic of James' entire school experience had changed. Millie met him occasionally in the halls and walked to classes or meals with him. Sometimes she would reach for his hand and hold it lightly as they walked, talking breezily of this or that, pretending to ignore the electricity of their laced fingers, while other students watched furtively and whispered. Millie often joined James, alongside Ralph and Rose and sometimes Scorpius, for study sessions and homework in the library. She even came, on rare occasions, to hang out with James in the Gryffindor common room. He returned the gesture once, going to see her in the Hufflepuff quarters, which were low and warm, accessed by a tunnel behind a stack of barrels near the kitchens. James was welcomed by the Hufflepuffs, but didn't feel quite at home there, despite the mellow wooden furniture and the round dormitory doors reminiscent of a hedgehog's warren. Another thing James discovered, with a mixture of pride and consternation, was that dating Millie meant that she attended his Quidditch practices. She and her entourage would be seated high in the Hufflepuff grandstands, usually chattering obliviously, except when Millie applauded James for some well-executed maneuver. He was invariably embarrassed on these occasions, and yet the sight of her guileless smile and unabashed cheering warmed his heart, even as the air turned cool and crisp all around. He liked Millie. He liked the way her eyes sparkled when she saw him in the halls, and her unself-conscious precociousness, and the way she didn't always reach for his hand, or sit next to him in class, or accompany him into the Great Hall for dinner. If she had obsessed and fawned over him, James would have quickly felt stifled and overwhelmed. Instead, Millie maintained a sense of pleasant, teasing unpredictability and mystery. Often, instead of joining James at his table in the library, she would breeze past and sit with a group of fellow Hufflepuffs, He would glance up at her throughout the evening, watching her laugh with her friends, or bite the feather of her quill as she read, or practice spell motions with her wand while studying the diagrams in the caster's lexicon. But every now and then he would catch her glancing up at him, just as he was her. Usually she would look away, smiling sheepishly. Sometimes, however, her eyes would lock with his, briefly, sharing a surprisingly intimate moment across the hushed anonymity of the library. James became aware that Millie's family was what Scorpius referred to as old magic, exceedingly wealthy, historically pureblood, and aristocratically connected. Millie herself scoffed at any suggestion that her family was influential in any way, or that she took any cash from it if they were. "I barely represent them at all, much to my mother's chagrin," she told James with a wry smile. "You'll meet the Vandergriff kith and kin soon enough, I hope. You can make up your own judgment about them when you do." On some occasions James felt bold enough to kiss Millie, usually in the evenings after he walked her to the Hufflepuff common room, where they huddled in the nook formed by the stacks of barrels. He would kiss her until her lips formed a delighted smile and she withdrew, her face as flushed as his, whispering breathless goodnights. He would watch her duck into the hidden entry, and then walk back the way he'd come, hot and tingling beneath his collar, blaming it on the flickering torches that lined the walls around the kitchens. Sometimes he thought guiltily of Petra. When he did, he would insist to himself that she was probably doing the same thing with Professor Odin Vaughn. After all, it wasn't like James and Petra were, or had ever been, a thing. Petra wouldn't feel jealous of Millie. She would be delighted that James was happy. He repeated this to himself, while simultaneously hoping that it wasn't remotely true. Midnight Quidditch started up again, and as much as Graham had warned James not to be involved, he simply couldn't bring himself to stay away. It wasn't merely that it counted, in James' mind, as extra team practice. He also relished, more than anything, the chance to ride his beloved Scrim, surfing the dark air in ways that no broom could quite duplicate. Scorpius informed James of weekly matches via notes passed in herbology class, which James quickly read and, per arrangement, immediately fed to the giant potted cobra Lily. He told no one of the night Quidditch matches, especially Ralph, who would have felt exquisitely awkward knowing of such things in his new role as head boy. And yet, despite informal rules to the contrary, James was by no means the only official house Quidditch player who also appeared in the clandestine matches. His sister Lily had been on the Night League even longer than she'd been playing for the Gryffindor team. Both Nolan Beetlebrick and Trenton Block appeared on the Slytherin night team. Julian Jackson had begun to play for the Hufflepuffs only after she had snuck out the previous year to chastise Stanley Jasper, the daytime Hufflepuff seeker, about his extracurricular involvement, only to become swept up irresistibly in the Night League herself. As usual, the teams compensated for their nights of lost sleep via a special potion brewed by Scorpius and Ashley Doon from a questionably legal plant called Somnambulus. Officially, Professor Longbottom had ceased growing the plant 3 years earlier. Unofficially, Scorpius was still able to steal a fresh supply every 3 weeks from a cluttered back corner of the greenhouse. Professor Longbottom himself still attended some Night League matches, albeit anonymously, dressed in a deep hooded robe and rarely speaking. Nor was he the only secret observer. On any given night, the grandstands were peppered with as many as 24 robed and disguised figures, most seated well away from each other, all slipping away wordlessly as the matches concluded. James was quietly certain that one of the observers was, in fact, Professor McGonagall, as evidenced by her familiar purposeful walk and rigid posture. Unlike daytime matches, which were wild and deafening affairs, the Night League was characterized by feverishly hushed matches, punctuated only by harsh whispers, the whoosh of the gently glowing bludgers, and the occasional bone-rattling crunch and yelp as one of the balls struck its mark. The loudest moments were when rasped arguments broke out over the always nebulous and changing league rules, or when goals were made, whereupon hoarse cheers and jeers would waft over the pitch, accompanied by the dull thumping of gloved hands, applauding by moon glow. At the end of the third match of the season, as Scorpius was summoning the blue glowing bludgers and forcing them into the old trunk, James approached with his scrim clutched under one arm, dripping sweat, his shoes soaked with pre-dawndew. "There's one thing the Night League is still missing," he said, half whispering in the misty dark. "Something to really set it apart from the daytime matches. Playing in the pitch dark of the wee hours on one of those daft flying ironing boards isn't enough for you, is it?" "Game magic," James nodded, ignoring Scorpius' grumpy mood. The Gryffindors had just lost to Hufflepuff, after all, although James himself wasn't particularly upset about it. The daylight teams were set to compete later that week, and James was confident of a solid win for that matchup. "Game magic?" Scorpius scowled, his face lit blue by the glow of the struggling bludgers. "That's from that ridiculous American game. Cudgel clutch. We don't do that." "We don't, "But we should," James insisted. "All we're doing now is playing Quidditch in the dark, with scrims optional," Lily suggested, coming alongside James and mopping her brow with her sleeve. "And snitch is only worth 20 points, Julian Jackson piped up smugly. "Sorry James. A good catch isn't enough to seal a victory when the moon's up," James nodded, unperturbed. "Night League's different enough, but it could be better still, while also keeping us sharp with our wands. When I first started, we used to use dueling spells, remember? But that got too dangerous, with people getting blasted right off their brooms or getting petrified and running into the grandstands. Game magic is specially designed for use during sport. Imagine using a gravity well charm to redirect a bludger away from your head. Or a bone fuse hex to make your opponent drop the quaffle. Gravity wells? Bone fuse hexes?" Lily frowned. "Those aren't in the caster's lexicon." Coming alongside his team captain, Stanley Jasper nodded, warming to the idea. "Yeah, I've heard of that. Spells invented only for sporting matches. I've used magic during scratch games back home, playing against my older brothers, although it was never legal or anything. Just a way to keep things interesting." "You're just looking for an unfair advantage," Julian suggested, narrowing her eyes at James. "You're already good at those spells. We'd all still have to learn them." James shrugged, switching his scrim to his other arm. "Game magic isn't hard to learn. Most of it's just variations on traditional dueling spells. But if you don't feel like you'd be up to facing off against me..." He blinked up at the dark sky mournfully. Julian frowned. "You'll have to try harder than that to bait me, Potter," she said, poking him in the stomach with her broom handle. "But if you want game magic, we're more than a match for you. You get us a clutch cudgel rulebook with approved spells and watch what happens. You want gravity wells? We'll give you gravity wells deep enough to suck the paint off your scrim." James grinned. "Now you're talking." He realized as he said it that Zane Walker seemed to have rubbed off on him over the years, at least a little. The only class James had any serious difficulty with, apart from his usual lackadaisical attitude towards studying and essay deadlines, was Apparition. Despite its only being a 12-week optional course offered by the Ministry of Magic for qualifying 7th years, he'd become so bored with the class that he wished he'd never asked his parents for the 9 galleon laboratory fee to sign up. This was because the first 10 weeks of the course, much to his disappointment, were devoted to an intensive study of apparition technomancy, its myriad dangers, and the seemingly endless legal ramifications of improper use. The instructor, a Mr. Wilkie Twycross, was a very old man with white hair as fine as dandelion fluff and glasses so huge and thick that James feared an errant sunbeam might cause the man's eyebrows to burst into flame. He insisted, in his high, tremulous voice, that apparition was a binary process, allowing no luxury of a learning curve. You will either do it perfectly and properly, or you will fail abominably. There is no in-between. Apart, of course, from the very real possibility that you may reappear in between 2 floors, or much worse. He eyed James as he said this, his pale blue pupils magnified to the size of eggs behind his bulbous eyeglasses. James pretended to take notes. On the top of his parchment were the words destination, determination, and deliberation. He had foregone any further note-taking, choosing instead to studiously apply more and more emphasis to Twycross' initial 3Ds, adding multiple underlines, quotation marks, circles, and arrows. As Twycross droned on, beginning again his prescribed pre-diss apparition checklist, James sighed and laid down his quill. He knew he'd be excellent at apparition when the time came. He longed to try it for the first time, even considered attempting it on his own, outside of class. He sat up again at the idea, telling himself he could recruit Millie and Ralph to do it with him. Ralph was less eager to attempt apparition himself, but he would probably be glad of the chance to practice it first without an audience. He picked up his quill again and, underneath the 3Ds, wrote, "Who's ready to bunk all this and just try it?" Keeping his eyes on Twycross, he nudged Ralph on his right and slid the parchment toward him. Ralph read the note and shrugged a little uncertainly. James repeated the gesture on his left, for Millie's benefit. He half expected her to give him one of her eager, precocious smiles, but she merely blinked at him in odd surprise, and then scribbled a note beneath his. "Apparition scares the hair off me. I would pay not to do it." James was mildly surprised, but didn't press it. He supposed it was possible to be frightened of apparition, especially in light of Twycross' hectoring warnings. But James knew it was mostly quite safe, if you understood what you were doing. He'd side-along apparated with his mom and dad on many occasions, and they'd never been splanched, scunched, contrasected, unverted, or any of the other dire things Twycross warned about. They'd never left behind even a single fingernail or had so much as a sock turned inside out. At dinner, James suggested to Rose that the three of them sneak back to the classroom that evening to give it a try. "Fine," Rose agreed. "But don't tell Scorpius. For once, I want to know how to do something before he does." "You know how to do everything before everybody." James blinked at her, but Rose shook her head, glaring down the table toward her off again boyfriend, with whom she was apparently back off again. His parents hired tutors for him every summer to prepare him for the rigors of the next scholastic term. This time she implied the quotes with a snarky tone, but James heard hurt more than nastiness in her voice. "But I doubt even he's been allowed to practice disapparition before he's of legal age." Regardless of Rose's reasons, James was glad of her accompaniment. Seated a little further down the table from Scorpius was Albus, once again joining the Gryffindors to accompany Chance Jackson, whose crush on Albus was finally, apparently, being reciprocated. He allowed her to feed him strawberry slices with her fingers while he regaled her friends with some story or other. As James watched, the group dissolved into laughter and Chance threw an arm around Albus, leaning her head onto his shoulder. "Ugh." James shook his head, turning away. "Now you know how the rest of us feel whenever you bring Millie Vandergriff over for a snog," Graham commented. "We study, that's all," James insisted, surprised. He'd been very careful not to let anyone see him kissing Millie. Deirdre rolled her eyes. "You two are snogging even when your noses are buried in books. It'd be adorable if it was a bit less painfully obvious." James' face heated and he knew he was blushing fiercely. The truly embarrassing part was, deep down, he knew he wasn't as infatuated with Millie as everyone thought he was, probably even her. As he gathered his things and left the Great Hall, he realized that he felt, more than anything, like a total clod. After all, despite the heady thrills of kissing Millie and the tremulous mystery of dating her, he knew he was mostly using her as a sort of human shield, a distraction from the hopeless, doomed love that he felt for Petra. He determined it couldn't go on. It wasn't fair to her. But he also didn't want to break her heart. Not yet, at least. The holidays were coming soon. Maybe he could do it then, while they were apart for a while. He felt slightly better having decided this, and relegated the worries to a back corner of his mind until the time came for him to act on this new plan. That evening, he and Rose met Ralph outside the apparition classroom. "What do you keep looking for?" James asked, noticing Rose's backwards glance for the third time as they gathered around the classroom door. "I don't know," she whispered. "I keep thinking someone is following us." "Who cares? We've got the head boy with us. We can't be up to mischief." James reached for the door handle and gave it a tug. The door rattled but didn't budge. "Oh. Well. Unlocking a classroom door isn't mischief, exactly. Especially the way Rose does it." Rose hid a look of pride as she fingered her wand. "I might have left my notes in there, after all. Or we might have heard a suspicious noise. We're just doing our duty, checking it out." A suspicious noise suddenly echoed from the depths of the hall behind them, a scrape and a thump, as if someone around a corner had dropped a book. Ralph jumped, and then ran a hand over his face in nervous annoyance. "Stop winding me up," he nudged James with his elbow. "If we're going to do this, let's get it over with. There's no rule against practicing stuff we're learning. And this classroom is usually unlocked." James had an idea that the classroom was locked right now because it was temporarily exempt from the anti-disapparition spell that blanketed the school, but chose not to remind Ralph of that fact. Rose spoke the unlocking spell and her wand burst a spark of golden light. The bolt clicked and the door budged open. James gave it a push and the well-oiled hinges swung silently, revealing the darkened classroom. The three crept inside. By moonlight, the empty half of the room looked like a haunted dance floor, decorated strangely with pale hoops, 3 ranged beneath the windows, matched with 3 more beneath the chalkboard. The class tables and chairs were pushed close together in the rear of the room, overlooking the as yet unused practice area. "Well?" James asked, glancing aside at Rose and Ralph with an unexpected stab of trepidation. "Who's first?" "This was your idea, cousin," Rose said, prodding him forward. "You have the honors." James nodded and swallowed hard. But then, suddenly, Ralph moved past him, stepping carefully inside one of the hoops. "I'm head boy," he gulped. "It's, like, my duty to go first. To make sure it's safe and all. Also," he admitted, offering James a sheepish grimace, "if I don't get this over with now, my nerve will go right out the window." James blinked at his friend, both impressed and suddenly worried. What if something did go horribly wrong? What if Ralph got splanched, or scunched, or contrasected? James realized he didn't even know what contrasecting was. He cursed himself for not paying more attention in class. "Rose," he muttered out of the corner of his mouth, "what's contrasecting?" Rose glanced aside at him and frowned. "Why do you ask?" James raised a cautionary hand to Ralph, opened his mouth to offer a warning, but at that moment the big boy squeezed his eyes tight shut, fisted his hand on his wand, and gulped a breath. The oversized wand in Ralph's hand sizzled suddenly with pinkish light, and then vanished, along with the boy himself, leaving only a bang of rushing air. An agonizingly long moment later, the pink light of Ralph's wand illuminated the opposite side of the classroom and Ralph reappeared with a pop. He thumped to the floor and his knees buckled slightly. "Brilliant, Ralph," Rose said, moving to examine him, her eyes sharp. "You look fine." "No visible splinching, and only a little residual magic," she commented, glancing back over her shoulder. James saw it as well. A faint trail of pink light was still settling to the classroom floor, drawing a line from where Ralph had begun to where he now stood, breathing hard, his eyes wide and startled. "Why did it do that?" Ralph panted, frowning worriedly at the settling pink glow. "Magical exhaust," Rose nodded, as if she'd expected this. "It's all in Twycross book. First-timers rely too much on the magic of their wands, rather than their own intrinsic power. They propel themselves a little, like disapparition is a spell to cast, not an ability to hone. It's perfectly normal. You'll learn to let go of the wand as you practice. Think of it as magical training wheels." "Wow," Ralph breathed, and then gave a nervous laugh. "Look at me. I did it." James clapped his friend on the back, happy that his own momentary worry had gone unspoken. "I knew you were up to it, Ralph," he lied. "Just wait until we tell Zane you nailed your first disapparition. He'll hate that he wasn't here to see it." Rose shrugged. Ralph could just apparate to Alma Alaron and tell him himself. "No way." Ralph raised both hands and took a step backwards. "Let's not get crazy. A step across a classroom is way different than a trip across the ocean." Rose rolled her eyes impatiently. "Actually, no, it isn't. Neither of you pay the slightest attention in class, do you?" "Your turn, James." Ralph gave him a friendly push toward the rings beneath the windows. "If I can do it, it'll be a cinch for you." James nodded and approached the windows, placing his feet carefully inside one of the white rings. He gripped his own wand in his right hand, happy to use whatever training wheels were available to him for his first solo apparition. He turned around to face the opposite side of the room, and blinked in startled surprise. Behind Rose and Ralph, three figures stood huddled in the partially open classroom door. Despite their silhouetted shadows, James could still make out their nasty grins and beady eyes. "What do you want?" he asked, masking his surprise with anger. Rose and Ralph spun on the spot to see the three younger students peering around the door frame. Edgar Edgecombe was in the middle, flanked as usual by his mates, Quincy Ogden and Polly Heathrow. Ogden's greasy black hair hid one eye as he glared at them, while Heathrow, the tallest of the three, narrowed her eyes with unmistakable glee. "Get out of here, all of you," Rose said, jamming her fists onto her hips. "This is a closed practice. You won't even be in this class for 6 more years." "You're not in this class," Polly Heathrow said, raising her pointed chin at Rose. "And practicing apparition is against the rules." "Surprised I need to remind you of that, Granger." "The name's Weasley," Rose said, rising to her full height. "Granger is my mother, and I'm not her. Too bad for you, because she'd never even think of doing the things that I'm considering." She took a step forward, brandishing her wand meaningfully. "That great lunkhead behind you is the Weasley of the threesome." Polly wrinkled her nose and pointed at Ralph. "The incompetent clod who's only along for comic relief. Head boy my grandma's knee-length knickers." "The Golden Trio, reborn," Ogden sneered. "Potter, the chosen one, Weasley, the bumbling prat, and Granger, the insufferable know-it-all. Think they can do whatever they want. Even curse a bunch of precious first years." James raised his own wand now and took 3 brisk steps toward the door, opening his mouth, not even sure which hex or jinx was going to come out, hoping distantly that it wouldn't be something too awful. "I'll tell you what, Potter and Granger," Edgar Edgecombe interrupted James, still smiling nastily. "You pocket your wands and do a little disapparition demonstration for us, and we won't run off to the library to tattle on you for breaking into the classroom and performing illegal magic. Professor Heretofore is on duty, and she's in a detention sort of mood, I'd wager." "Your call." James still had his wand out, pointed at Edgecombe. He bit back the spell that had been forming on his lips and glanced aside at Rose. She was still glaring at the three, her wand raised but tilted slightly up at the ceiling. Suddenly she shrugged and dropped her hand to her side. "Fine," she said breezily. "I think you were up, James." She turned to look at him, her face carefully composed to display no emotion at all. James knew his cousin, however, and recognized that this was her most dangerous expression of all. He nodded slowly. "Right. Fair enough, I guess." He glanced back at the three in the doorway. "But look, I don't know what you lot are on about, But you're completely mental. We're not anyone's golden trio. Yeah, Ralph nodded. And besides, if you count Zane, we'd be more of a... What you think? A silver rhombus? Rose shrugged. A trapezoid, I imagine. And let's go with platinum. James blinked rapidly at Rose and Ralph. Ralph was simply nervous and blabbering, mostly worried about getting caught. But Rose was fuming with fury. It came off of her in palpable waves, despite her carefully blank face. Lowering his wand, James turned and retraced his steps back to the white rings under the windows, stepping into the one in the middle. He turned around and tried to ignore the grinning glares of the three younger students in the doorway. It was impossible, of course. He could feel their eyes like hot little beetles, crawling all over him. He focused instead on Ralph and Rose, who stood in the shadows next to the chalkboard, near the matching three rings. Ralph offered him an encouraging nod, but his face was taut with worry. Rose's mouth was pressed into a tight line now that she turned away from Edgecombe and his crew. Her eyes sparked like flints, although James couldn't guess what she was planning. He closed his eyes, fisted his fingers on his lowered wand, and realized with a cold shock that he had absolutely no idea what he was doing. All the confidence and assurance had leaked right out of him. Destination, he recited to himself, determination. And? He couldn't remember the third one. Eyes still squeezed shut, he conjured a mental image of the classroom. He imagined the desks and chairs pushed together in neat rows on one side, overlooking the practice floor. There, he pictured three rings beneath the rank of windows, with him standing in the middle. Across the dim floor, three more rings lay in a neat row, powdered with chalk dust from the board above. James chose the middle ring, and concentrated on it, willing himself to go to it. Something flexed deep in his mind. It didn't happen instantaneously, as he'd imagined it would. Instead, the world seemed to slow down all around, to grow insubstantial, to shrink away, taking all sound and sensation with it. Silence like the first snowfall pressed against his ears. James remembered enough technomancy to understand that he was entering a sort of flux state now, becoming momentarily incorporeal, unfocusing from the here and now and refocusing on the there and then. But then something startled him. There was an explosion of light and sound, illuminating the emptiness behind his eyelids and buffeting him with waves of force. He retreated from the noise and light, and his concentration faltered. His mental image of the classroom cracked, shattered, and he sensed his discorporated form falling back into himself. It happened too soon. He felt the wrongness of it even before his feet stumbled to the floor again, disconcertingly far apart. He came back to himself with a shock and a gasp. Two gasps. He tried to open his eyes, and realized that he was seeing double. Or rather, he was seeing the classroom from two entirely different perspectives, each perfectly overlaid over the other, obliterating each other into nonsense. He swayed and clapped a hand to his head. Somewhere nearby, Ralph yelped and stumbled backwards, slamming his shoulder against the chalkboard, which rattled and rained bits of chalk to the floor. Rose gasped in shock. From the doorway, Edgecombe's voice was thin with mingled awe and laughter. "Look at that. Will you look at that, James?" Rose said, moving urgently into the middle of the room, between the rings, and looking back and forth swiftly. "Are you all right? What happened?" James asked, and heard his voice twice, echoing from both sides of the room. Dimly, he saw himself. It was like looking in a funhouse mirror, one that both distorted your shape into something inhuman and doubled the view. In one view, he saw his own head and shoulders, one arm, one leg, standing before the chalkboard, wobbling slightly. In the other view, perfectly overlaid atop it, he saw an exact duplicate of himself still standing one-legged in the ring beneath the windows. There were two of him, but only almost. He was stuck in mid-apparition, half-duplicated, with neither part completely whole. Holy hinky-punks. The two Jameses cried thinly, staring at each other across the dark and dusty floor. "I'm still over there." The two versions of himself pointed at each other with their single arm each, one an empty left hand, the other a right hand still fisted on his wand. "Well," Rose said with a helpless shrug. "At least now you know what contrasecting is." There was a hiss of hysterical laughter, followed by a thumping of footsteps as Edgecombe, Heathrow, and Ogden scrambled and ran from the door. Their laughter turned to mean hoots, echoing back from the corridor as they hurried away, surely eager to tell everyone what they'd seen. "Stop them," James said twice, but Rose was already striding to the door, her wand snapping up in her hand. She leaned economically around the door frame and fired 3 red bolts in quick succession. The hooting laughter choked to silence, followed by 3 messy thumps. "Oh, this is bad," Ralph said, his voice an octave higher than normal. He wrung his hands fretfully, glancing from Rose's raised wand to James' doubled form. "This is so bad. We're doomed. We're seriously, completely, totally. Ralph, get a grip, Rose said firmly, pocketing her wand again. Go drag those three into a closet or something. Get them out of the corridor until they wake up again. I'll. She glanced back and forth between the two partial Jameses. He saw her glance at him twice from his two different perspectives. I'll go get help, not Twycross, James said with his oddly doubled voice, struggling to keep his two forms standing on 1 foot each. Odin Von. Rose nodded, understanding. Briskly, she turned and bolted through the door, her robes flying. Oh, man, Ralph muttered again, his voice still unnaturally high. Are you, like, okay, James? James rolled his eyes and felt a wave of dizziness at the doubled effect. Never better. I love this. I can comb my hair without a mirror. Mum would be so proud. Go move those three twits before somebody sees them. Ralph nodded briskly, as if suddenly remembering the stunned first years in the corridor outside. He turned jerkily, his heels scraping in chalk dust, and hurried through the door, apparently relieved to flee from the disconcerting sight. James steadied himself. It was easier to stand on 1 foot each than he expected, and he realized it was because both versions of himself were still somehow connected through empty space. His consciousness was split between them, stretched across the center of the room like a rubber band. And some small sliver of his mind, he realized, was still floating in the discorporated ether of the flux. There, the view was not doubled, merely blank. Except not completely blank, now that he focused on it. He could see the faint glimmer of his and Petra's silver-crimson cord. It stretched off in floating curls, fading into distance. He could probably follow the cord if he wished, leaving behind the alarming split of his form. But he knew instinctively that that would be disastrous. If he fled from his doubled body, he might never be able to come back to it again. He sighed harshly, fear and annoyance settling in his mind in equal measures. He tried to focus on the classroom again, looking from his strangely doubled perspective, and saw something lying in the center of the practice floor between the lines of white rings. Bright blue shreds of wrapper surrounded a tiny scorched starburst. James shook his head, realizing at once what it was. Edgecombe had thrown a Weasley Wizard Wheez's firecracker into the room just as James had attempted his disapparition. The seemingly planet-sized explosion he had encountered in the flux was barely a crack of noise and puff of sparks from a harmless novelty, harmless under any other circumstance. Of course, Ralph came back a moment later, huffing, with figures clutched under both of his arms. Ogden and Heathrow lolled like life-size ragdolls as Ralph flung them onto a desk each. Not in here, Ralph, the Jameses sighed. I don't want to look at their stupid faces. Especially twice at once. We have to keep an eye on them. Ralph shook his head, hurrying back to the door. Odin Von will know what to do, right? He's a teacher, and your head boy, James reminded him. Use your, what do you call it, executive authority. Forbid them from talking about it. Give them punishments. Promise to take away 100 house points if they blab. It doesn't work that way, Ralph said with sudden strength, turning to glance first at one James, and then the other. He shook his head with harried annoyance. Just shut it for a minute. The two of you are giving me a headache. He disappeared through the door again. When he came back into view a moment later with Edgecombe's chunky body heaved over his shoulder, he paused, looking along the corridor. He backed up a step as Professor Odin Von approached the door with Rose close behind. You, the professor said, frowning uncertainly and pointing at the stunned boy slung over Ralph's shoulder like a lumpy bag of sand. You didn't? He glanced back at Rose for a moment, and then shook his head. Never mind. First things first, he ushered Ralph into the room ahead of him, and then entered himself, stopping in the doorway and gripping the frame with both hands, as if for support. Son of a banshee, he swore under his breath, his eyes wide, flicking back and forth between James' doubled forms. We were practicing disapparition, the Jameses said. Failing spectacularly at it, more like, Odin Von said, and gave a low whistle. I've never seen a contrasection this complete. Do you still think with a complete brain? I don't think he's ever thought with a complete brain, Rose sighed, approaching the Jameses with a shake of her head. She looked back and forth between them. What can you do, Professor? Odin Von stood next to her, a studious frown creasing his face. Normally this would take a team of healers from the misapplied magic wing of St. Mungo's, he admitted thoughtfully. But I see you have your wand with you, James. Did you, perhaps, use it to assist your disapparition? Rose said it was like training wheels. James exclaimed defensively, his twinned voice louder than expected. Ralph did it and only left a trail of pink exhaust across the room. I thought it was harmless. It is harmless, Odin Von nodded, his own voice almost eerily calm. But if you used your wand to fuel your apparition, I may know a way to undo it." The young professor glanced from James to James. James made eye contact with both glances. "Which one's the original?" Odin Von asked, and then turned to the James still standing in front of the windows. "That one," he said, pointing. "Your one made it across the room, to James number 2. "That's good." As the Jameses watched, Odin Von raised his own wand and pointed it at the James standing in front of the chalkboard, his wand fisted in his single hand. Odin Von paused for a moment as a look of doubt crossed his face, and then he cleared his eyes. When he spoke, the words sounded more like a command than a spell. Priorian Vortu. A bolt of white lightning connected Odin Von's wand to James, snaking and arcing for several long seconds. James felt the wand vibrating in his hand, but held on tight, unsure if the spell would work if he dropped it. The vibration built to a thrum that nearly numbed his fingers. Then, with a sound like a whip crack, the second James flipped back through itself and merged back into the first, who stumbled backwards 3 steps, struck the window hard enough to rattle the panes, and collapsed to the floor in a clumsy heap. Rose rushed to James's side and grabbed his face in her hands, turning his head this way and that. "Get off," he moaned impatiently. "I'm fine. Let me be." Rose ignored his protests and continued to inspect him. Behind her, Odin Von turned his attention from the reincorporated figure of James to the wand in his hand. He studied it with apparent satisfaction. "Do your eyebrows always look like that?" Rose said, squeezing James' cheeks between her palms and forcing his head up toward the moonlight, "all scrunched together and unruly in the middle?" "I'm fine," James insisted, finally batting her hands away. "You're off me." He began to struggle uncertainly to his feet, but his knees felt like rubber and his head suddenly spun with dizziness. He dropped back to the floor. "It was their fault," Ralph said, moving alongside Odin Von and pointing at the 3 younger students, who were just beginning to stir. Edgecombe threw a firecracker at James just as he was beginning his disapparition. Edgecombe moaned loudly, rolled, and fell off the desk where Ralph had tossed him. He hit the floor with a muffled thump and his moan turned into an affronted grunt. Polly Heathrow sat up blearily, her pigtails flopping. Quincy Ogden gave a sudden, snorting snore. "So you stunned them?" Odin Von said, still calm, glancing from Ralph to Rose. "Only when they started to run away," she answered shrilly. "Believe me, they had it coming. And loads more." Edgecombe spoke up then, his voice mushy. "They were practicing illegal magic, Professor. They broke into the classroom." "Yeah," Heathrow added, cupping a hand gingerly to her forehead. "And then they cursed us." "They cursed us just because we saw them." "They cursed you?" Odin Von said, his voice as calm and pedantic as if he'd been standing in his own classroom in broad daylight. "Because you startled them with a contraband incendiary device, you attacked them. They responded on instinct. You might consider yourselves fortunate that they merely stunned you, but..." Edgecombe sputtered, his eyes bulging as he glared at James, then Ralph and Rose. "But they were performing illegal magic. Mr. Deedle and Mr. Potter were practicing a prescribed class exercise. This is the only classroom they can do it in. I gave them permission to unlock the door. You, however, were skulking around the halls looking to cause trouble. Do you perhaps have any more Weasley Wizardweez's contraband merchandise in your pockets?" Edgecombe's face clamped shut tight, clearly understanding that the odds had turned against him. Polly Heathrow slid her feet to the floor and gave Ogden a sharp jab with her elbow. He groaned and stirred. "We were only having a little fun," she said sulkily, throwing James a black glare. "Ah," Odin Von nodded sadly, "the myriad gleeful horrors that have been committed in the name of a little fun. I suggest you 3 go directly back to your dormitory before I determine to investigate the matter any further. And if I so much as sniff that you've mentioned a word of James' misfortune to anyone, a misfortune I would be careful to point out was entirely your fault, I shall see that you receive every ounce of the consequences that you are due. Am I quite clear?" Edgecombe got to his feet, his cheeks burning red and his eyes sullen. He deigned not to reply, but the angry submission in his eyes was answer enough. Head down, he stalked out of the room, followed closely by Polly Heathrow. Quincy Ogden, still swaying on his feet, bumped the doorframe with his shoulder as he ambled along after. Odin Von hunkered down in front of James, pocketing his wand. "Feeling a bit more put together, are you?" "A bit," James admitted. "Thanks for handling those 3 for us." "Hush," Odin Von said, glancing back toward the door, "nary a word. They had it coming, meddling in a first-time disapparition. Things might have turned out much worse. Don't let it rattle you." "What was that spell you used, Professor?" Rose asked, sighing and plopping to the floor next to James. "I've never heard of a Priorian Vortu incantation." Odin Von glanced at her, then down at his own wand again. "It's a Proprietary spell of my own devising, he answered vaguely. It simply reads another one's most recent spell and automatically performs a counterspell, if one exists. Ralph leaned against the nearby desks and frowned. So since first-time apparitions usually use their wands to help make the magic happen, your wand was able to undo James' attempt using a... what? Odin von shrugged and pushed his wand into a pocket of his robes. Couldn't tell you, precisely. Not because I don't know, but because the process is purely automatic. I've been programming counterspells and anti-jinxes into my wand for months now, but tonight, I admit, was my first chance to really test it out. If I had to guess, I'd say it probably used a modified lanyard charm to retrieve James' doubled form and undo his interrupted apparition. He seemed both quietly proud of this, and carefully evasive, as if he deeply wanted to talk more about it, but felt the need to protect his methods. Perhaps he didn't want to reveal too much until the process was perfected. I'm just glad it worked, James said, giving his head a firm shake, as if to clear his mind. One of you should probably follow our new friends, Odin von said, glancing aside at Rose and Ralph, just to assure that they abide by my command and return directly to their dormitory. An evening with their thoughts should suffice in convincing them to keep their mouths shut, but if they should meet anyone in the halls tonight, their anger may still get the better of them. Ralph nodded, pushing away from the desk. I'll do it. They have to listen to me, at least. He tapped the badge on his chest and shrugged. See you lot tomorrow. And let's not do this again sometime. As Ralph left, James thought he could sense just the slightest spring in the big boy's step. Now that the disaster of James' botched apparition was over and the trio of little prats had been put in their place, Ralph could at least enjoy the fact that he had succeeded at his own first apparition, unlike James. You'll be fine at it, next time, Odin von said, as if reading James' thoughts. He seated himself on the floor and held up a hand. Don't try to get up just yet. Your body needs a few minutes to get reacquainted with itself. Tell me, James. He peered at him with a slightly cocked head. What was it like? What, you mean being nearly split into two copies? James asked, a wave of embarrassment washing over him again. It felt like being a massive failure, that's what. But it also felt. He paused and narrowed his eyes, a little like being strung out between two cliffs, with nothing but empty space between them. Part of me was stuck there, floating in the nothing. I could feel it, and see into it a little. Odin von was nodding. The transistus nihilo. The void outside of matter. Intriguing. But it wasn't a complete void, James sighed and slumped. I could see the cord that connects me to Petra. It crosses the border of apparition with me. I could see it trailing off into the darkness. Your connection, Odin von said thoughtfully. The means by which you travel to her when you're asleep. Whenever she lets me, James agreed, slumping back against the wall beneath the window. Odin von relaxed as well and went on in a different tone of voice. You know, I've been curious about that connection of yours, James. We have a few minutes whilst you collect yourself. I wonder if you'd mind telling me about it? Rose interjected suddenly, a bit too loudly. Oh, James has been besotted with Petra ever since his first years at Hogwarts. He's just a magical romantic and a poet. Not a very good poet, of course, but he's a Potter, so what can you expect? No, Rose, James said, glancing back and forth between his cousin and the professor. Look, if we're going to trust each other enough to steal back the Crimson Thread together and try to send Petra to be Morgan in some other dimension, then we have to be willing to trust each other with everything. He focused on Odin von again, who seemed merely to be patiently waiting. It happened right before my third year, when we were on our way across the ocean to America and Alma Alaron. As briefly as he could, James recounted the story of how Petra had climbed to the stern of the Gwyndomere just as a freakish storm descended on the ship, threatening to capsize it amidst mountainous waves. He described how Petra had been in a sort of confused funk, facing the storm almost as if she meant to let it take her. Thus, when lightning struck the ship, cleaving a mast and knocking her overboard so that she dangled perilously from the rigging, she had considered letting the broken mast drag her down into the depths. James had rushed to grasp her hand, but she had resisted, asking him to let her fall. But I couldn't, he said, losing himself in the retelling, staring down at the dark classroom floor. I couldn't let her die, no matter what she said. There was nothing I could do, though. She started to slip from my outstretched hand, and I realized she was letting go. She was loosening her grip, ready to drop into the waves below the ship and sink. She fell, and it felt like my own heart was falling away with her. And that's when it happened. The cord appeared, Odin von half whispered. It caught Petra, connected my right hand to hers, glowing like an acromantula web in the dark, vibrating like a harp string. It caught her and I was able to pull her back up, Rose seemed to have accepted the fact that James was going to share the entire story with Odin. She herself was now caught up in the retelling. Lucy wrote me about that night when she was in the States. She was always a great one for writing letters. I remember it almost word for word. They were all below decks, in the captain's quarters, watching from the stern windows, Lucy, Merlin, Izzy, Uncle Harry, and Aunt Ginny, everyone. They saw Petra fall from the back of the ship and dangle in the rigging. But then Merlin clouded the windows so they couldn't see what happened next. Uncle Harry was unhappy about it. He said they should do something, but Merlin said no. Lucy quoted him exactly. He said something like, "She squinted and thought for a moment. He said that the storm would claim its own, but the rest of them had nothing to fear." And in the end, it turned out that he was right. James saved Petra by borrowing from her own powers. She glanced up at Odin, suddenly unsure if she'd said too much, but he only nodded. "I know of Petra's strange and seemingly unlimited powers, as I've already said. She hasn't told me as much as I wish to know about them. I don't suppose she ever could, but I do have some idea of what she is capable of." He shook his head thoughtfully and turned his attention back to James, his eyes sharpening. "Petra was willing to die, you say? To fall to her death from the back of the ship? But why, do you think?" She was confused. James shook his head, probing his memory. She'd just lost her grandfather and was under suspicion in the disappearance of her stepmother. She was homeless and lost and being chased by a. He stopped himself from mentioning Judith, the Lady of the Lake, who had been conjured by the death of Petra's stepmother through a sort of poisoned bargain. Trusting Odin was one thing, but James didn't wish to complicate the matter any further or implicate Petra any more deeply. He went on a little lamely, "Well, she was being chased by her own guilt, in a way." Another memory struck him and he sat up. "But she had the brooch. It was sort of an opal thing with silver scrolly stuff all around it. She'd said it was a gift from her father. It must have come in the box of things that the ministry sent her after he died in Azkaban. She was wearing the brooch on the night of the storm. When she fell off, it dropped into the waves, and she screamed. It seemed to represent a lot to her, the family she'd lost. The life she never had. I think that's what finally broke her, losing that one thing that connected her to her dead parents." Odin wasn't looking at James now. His gaze had drifted to the black window behind James' head, at which he nodded slowly, thoughtfully. There was a strange glint in his eye. "But you were there," he mused, half to himself. "And you saved her. You saved her from herself." James sank back against the wall again. "I guess so. I spoke to my dad afterward. He said that it was more than Petra's magic that connected us and kept her from falling. He said that it was like when he was a baby and his mom was willing to die for him. Her death called on an older, deeper magic, and it made a sort of unbreakable protection, saving my dad from Voldemort's curse. Dad said that because I was willing to die for Petra when she fell, we made the same sort of bargain with the deep magic. That's what really saved her." Odin glanced back at James, his face clouding slightly. "Really?" he said, and blinked. "Your dad, Harry Potter, told you that?" James nodded. He said he recognized the feeling of it, but, Odin said, as if reluctantly clarifying some small but important point, "Your dad's mum died to summon the deep magic. It was her death that created the bond of protection, or so the story goes. He cleared his throat a little awkwardly. "You didn't die for Petra." He shook his head and shrugged a little in confusion. James sighed again, deeply. "That's what I told my dad. He didn't have any answers for me, just said that because I was willing to trade places with her. That must have been enough. The deep magic caused the cord of her powers to appear, connecting us, letting me pull her back up. I didn't die. But somehow, being willing to was enough." Suddenly, to James' own ears, it sounded weak and unsatisfying. But clearly it had happened, hadn't it? The deep magic had saved Petra, had permanently connected them, just like his dad and Voldemort, even if James hadn't needed to die to make it happen. At least. Not yet. The thought chilled him suddenly, deeply, all the way to the bone. Odin seemed to dismiss the topic with another shrug. "Well, I imagine you've convalesced enough to stand now, James. I would expect no more trouble from our three young friends, Edgecombe, Heathrow, and Ogden. At least, not about this. I have known young people like them in my life, though, and they do always find new ways to spread their particular brand of viciousness." Rose began to climb to her feet and shot a glance at the door, clearly remembering the trio of poisonous first years. "I almost hope they cross my path again. I owe them more than a stunning. I can't begin to imagine what their gripe is." "Ah," Odin said, rising and tugging James to his feet, "therein lies your mistake, Miss Weasley. You assume people like Edgecombe have a specific gripe. Clearly it has not occurred to you that some people like to harm others simply for the pure, unadulterated power and pleasure of it. They may invent excuses to satisfy the diminished shreds of their consciences, but they are merely that, excuses. Beneath the lies they tell themselves, they fear you. They know you are better than they, and they hate it. This is the source of their guile. My advice is, don't engage them any further. You will only frustrate yourself trying to appeal to some buried sense of common decency. None such exists. Some poison apples are poison all the way to the core. There was a coolness in the way that Odenvaughn spoke of Edgecombe and his cronies. James wondered if the man had had his own encounters with petty bullies, and then realized that the answer was obvious. It was in the way the professor seemed unable to perform magic when under stress, despite his impressive skills and knowledge. He was a man who had once been a boy who had likely been teased mercilessly about his impotence under pressure, which would only have made matters exponentially worse. As the professor bid them goodnight and relocked the classroom door, James didn't know if he felt sorrier for the boy Odenvaughn had once been, or angrier at the bullies people like Edgecombe always were. Mostly, he was just weak with relief that the evening was over, the disaster had been undone and averted, and thankful that Rose, for once, didn't seem to feel the need to discuss any of it with him as they walked and wended their way back along the dark corridors toward Gryffindor Tower. She merely nursed a thoughtful frown, mulling her own thoughts, and James was glad. Together, they clambered wearily through the portrait hole. 5 minutes later, James was on his bed, barely half undressed, sleeping the sleep of complete exhaustion, not even aware that he was wearing 2 pairs of magically identical underpants, and that both of his socks were inside out. 10. Hagrid's letter. The first snow fell on Hogwarts even before the autumn leaves had fully abandoned the trees. The flakes fringed the remaining leaves with sparkling beards, and then cloaked the entire forest with fluffy brilliance. James awoke on the last day of November with grey brightness glaring from the window next to his bed. He sat up blearily, rubbing his eyes, only to find that it was not, in fact, breakfast time, but barely dawn. Outside, the snow had converted the world to a blanket of unnatural brightness, fooling even the birds in the forest, who sang and twittered in the muffling distance. James was about to flop back onto his bed again when a shape moved silently nearby, accompanied by the stir of coals in the stove at the center of the room. He was not alarmed, recognizing at once that it was the house elf assigned to Gryffindor Tower. He had seen the tiny imp on only a few occasions over the years, but felt comfortable enough with it to whisper a good morning. Surprised, the elf stiffened so that its shoulders hunched up next to its ears. Its head turned to look back at James with one enormous, crystal ball-like eye. The iris was mossy green, surrounding a huge black pupil. James could clearly see the reflection of the open stove door reflected in the elf's eyeball. "Sorry, Master Potter," the elf whispered back, hiding the squeak of its voice. It was a male, James was quite sure, his ears pointed like bats' wings and large enough to serve as an umbrella in the event of rain. Like most of the other Hogwarts house elves, this one wore a cloth napkin like a small toga. The napkin was embroidered with the Hogwarts crest. "Piggin didn't mean to wake Master Potter, sir." "Piggin?" James yawned hugely, so that his jaw cracked. "That's really your name? Piggin?" "Piggin Totten Wagahula sir," the elf answered obediently, still in a thin whisper. "Son of Totten Wagahula Ugershan, Piggin it is, then." James stretched and flopped so that his head was at the foot of his bed. Arms crossed over his footboard, he studied the elf by the stove. "It's my last year, Piggin. Just thought maybe I should introduce myself while I still have a chance." The elf's eyes widened and he took a step backward on his huge, bare feet. "No introduction needed, Master Potter. Sir Piggin is happy never to be noticed as he stokes the fire and collects the laundry and dusts and sweeps and cleans the bathroom. My Aunt Hermione wouldn't let me come home for Christmas dinner if she knew I'd had a chance to introduce myself to you and passed it up." James smiled ruefully. "Ah," the elf blinked, "Miss Granger, the founder of the SPEW. We has her school picture hanging on the wall in our rooms, sir. We're very indebted to Miss Hermione Granger. She's the reason we has a coalition agreement with the school, making certain only elves do elf work, you see. The master of our guild, Duffer Wunkin, has a term for it. He calls it job security. He says job security is very important for us elves." "Jobsec?" James squinted. "You mean job security? I don't think that's quite what Aunt Hermione had in mind when she started SPEW." "Well, we doesn't wish to become freed, sir," the elf said, wagging his head with slow emphasis, "especially now that the vow of secrecy is weakened. Well-meaning witches and wizards speak of freeing all the house elves now, even outlawing our service. They say it will look bad to the Muggles, should the two worlds merge. James was not a morning thinker under the best of circumstances. He closed his eyes and rubbed them with a thumb and forefinger. Like, the Muggles will think you're slaves or something? But, like, aren't you basically slaves? Piggin stood up as straight as he could and squared his shoulders. Piggin is in service to his masters, Master Potter. Sir, service is not slavery. So you get paid, then? The elf's eyes bulged so hard that they looked as if they might pop out and roll across the floor like grapefruit-sized marbles. Payment, sir. No elf is ever paid, sir. It wouldn't be proper to take payment from one's master for service rendered. But you can't just quit, either, James went on, frowning at the elf. Can you? The elf seemed distressed and baffled by the concept. I suppose, begging your pardon, sir, that such a thing would be technically possible. At least, here at Hogwarts. But... He blinked rapidly, glancing around the dim room as if for help. The rest of the beds were filled with faintly snoring Gryffindors. James shrugged, too blary to press the issue. Sounds like slavery to me, no matter how you slice it. But if it makes you happy. Oh, happiness doesn't come into it, Master Potter, sir, the elf said with a relieved sigh, as if content to put an uncomfortable subject behind him. We elves don't have any truck with things like happiness, sir. Happiness is the mortal enemy of job security. James knew he should abandon the conversation while he was still on moderately level footing, but couldn't help blinking curiously at the elf again. What do you mean, happiness is your mortal enemy? The elf looked around again, as if worried about being overheard. When he returned his gaze to James, he couldn't quite look him in the eye. Nervously, he kneaded the knot of his napkin toga with his hands. There's another picture we have hanging on the wall of our rooms, he said, lowering his voice to a whisper so thin and high that it was almost inaudible. Another house elf, by the name of Dobby Fogging Puddlenev. James pushed himself back up to a seated position on his bed. You mean Dobby? The house elf my dad knew? Dobby was happy, Piggin nodded gravely, meeting James' eyes again. He made friends with Harry Potter. And then, Dobby was killed. He was killed outside of service, with no master or mistress. His head was placed on no one's wall with the heads of those who came before and after. Dobby died a free elf. He said this last with a hand cupped around his mouth, as if he was repeating the most offensive swear word imaginable. And that, James said as realization dawned on him, is why you don't want me to introduce myself to you. Piggin looked miserably uncomfortable. Begging your pardon, please, Master Potter, sir. Piggin doesn't wish to be free. He doesn't wish to be happy. He doesn't wish to be Master's friend, sir, and no offense meant. He just wishes to do his duties and keep his job secure ready. James shrugged wearily. Okay, Piggin. We're not friends. I'll pretend I don't even know your name. The elf's face broke into a grin of abject relief. Oh, thank you Master Potter, sir, and I'll be out of your way in just a jiffy. He turned back to the stove, closed the door with practiced care, and then scampered away into the shadows toward the bathroom, making no sound whatsoever in the dawn stillness. Scorpius rolled over, gave an uncharacteristically undignified groan, and lifted his head, squinting in James' general direction. In a muzzy voice, he asked, "Who are you talking to?" "Nobody, it turns out," James answered, swinging his feet to the floor. "Go back to sleep." "If it's Cedric," Scorpius murmured, letting his head drop back into his pillow, "tell him to go back to Hufflepuff. Too early for class." His voice trailed away into incoherence. James decided to get up and be early to breakfast for once. That Friday, the Gryffindor Quidditch team faced off against Slytherin for the first time that season. James stoically took his position high over the field, his goggles strapped over his spectacles against the steadily falling snow, the world a seamless tableaus of white all around. The roar of the grandstands was interrupted only by the voice of Josephina Bartlett, who was calling the match from the announcer's booth, clearly enjoying the amplification of her own words far too much. "An important contest is today's event," she said, pausing to allow her words to echo around the grandstands, as statistically, the team to win their first match has a 77% chance of defeating that same team, should they appear together in the final tournament. Much rides on this performance for both teams, in particular on the new players in key positions, such as Mr. James Potter, who will be facing off against his own brother as seekers for their respective teams. The roar of the grandstands increased to a fever pitch at this announcement. James knew he should feel abashed by such attention, and yet he secretly relished it. He'd been looking forward to this matchup for years, ever since Albus had been named seeker for the Slytherin team. He was deeply committed to beating his younger brother and bringing home an important win for Gryffindor, and his assurance that he could do so was bolstered by the confidence that the team seemed to show on his behalf. "We've got this," Graham called through the snow, swooping into position. "Go Crimson and Gold, go Gryffindor," Deirdre shouted in response, rallying the rest of the team into whoops and cheers. James gripped his broom tightly, wearing the fingerless gauntlets he'd first worn 3 years earlier when he'd played clutch cudgel at Alma Alaron, eventually accompanying Team Bigfoot to their first win in decades. He looked wistfully at the slot on the right wrist, especially sewn into the gauntlet to store his wand. No game magic allowed in Quidditch, he mourned, although he had successfully brought it to the Night League, where Julian Jackson had proven herself right about quickly adapting and mastering the clutch cudgel spells. All of the teams had borrowed and duplicated James' old clutch cudgel rulebook, and subsequently made very good use of gravity wells, bone fuse hexes, knucklers, inertia enhancers, and many others that even James had not yet fully mastered. The slot on his gauntlet was empty now, however. No wands were allowed on the Quidditch pitch. James would have to defeat his brother using plain old grit, finesse, and determination. Fortunately, as match official Hagrid Colley blew his whistle and released the game balls, James was fairly brimming with grit and determination. He launched into motion, swooping immediately in pursuit of the snitch, even as it flashed its golden wings and flitted into the pall of densely falling snow, vanishing from sight. It turned out to be a very long match, lasting well past nightfall. Josephina's voice grew hoarse as the evening progressed, with Slytherin maintaining a steadily growing, even daunting, lead over Gryffindor throughout. James began to dread the shrill ding of the scoreboard as more points accumulated, marked by green fireworks from the enchanted sign. Slushy snow caked James' hair, freezing it to stiff fronds that slapped and battered his skull as he flew. His jersey and cape, like the rest of the players, was sodden with a mixture of melted snow and cold sweat, weighing him down as he slewed through the melee, dodging bludgers that hurled out of the dark like malevolent comets, whistling dully as they whickered past. All around, the crowd had reached that point of stubborn weariness that reduced their cheers to a dull, constant rumble, strung out between a sturdy commitment to their team's victory, and the increasing desire for the match to be over so they could all return to the warmth and light of the castle. James was wiping the slush from his goggles for what felt like the millionth time when a sudden roar lifted from the crowd. There was no ding from the scoreboard, no flash and pop of celebratory fireworks, which meant the roar could only mean one thing: the snitch had been seen. And if the crowd had seen it, that meant that Albus probably had as well. James flung his gaze around the pitch desperately and finally found it, a streak of fluttering gold, zigging and zagging through the players. Albus was closing in on it already, his hand outstretched, banking and swooping in pursuit. James threw himself low over his broom and it shot forward, dipping toward the golden streak as it angled nearer. The crowd was a seamless blare now. As James arced to intercept the snitch, he caught a glimpse of the scoreboard. Gryffindor was currently down by a score of 28 to 162. If James failed to capture the snitch during the sighting, even if Albus managed to miss it, the Slytherins would soon have enough points to win the match no matter who eventually caught it. As James neared the whizzing golden ball, he watched it swoop directly over Deirdre's shoulder. She watched it go past, clearly resisting the urge to catch it herself, which would, of course, only result in a penalty. She whipped her gaze back to James as he swooped after it, reaching forward with his right hand. Voices called in passing, some shouting him back or vying to distract him, others urging him on. James heard none of them, merely strained forward, dodging bludgers that threatened to bash him from his broom, piloting as if through a tunnel of snowy white streaks. Albus was ahead of James still. His cloak flapped and snapped behind him, flinging damp mist into James' face. The snitch dipped, however, and James saw it an instant before Albus corrected. James' broom dropped away beneath him at his urging, cutting beneath Albus and catching up to the golden ball. James reached, stretching so hard that his arm felt it would pop right out of its socket. His fingers brushed the snitch's buzzing wings. He grinned with determination, then snapped his hand closed onto empty air. Another hand had swept across his view from above, engulfing the snitch in an instant and sweeping away again, taking the golden ball with it. James boggled at the empty darkness where the snitch had been, still reaching uselessly with his fisted right hand, then twisted his head to look up. Albus was hanging upside down beneath his broom, dangling from his folded knees with his right arm fully extended, grasping the golden snitch just above James' head. He met James' gaze through his own slush-streaked goggles and grinned, shrugging his upside-down shoulders down at his brother. The crowd erupted into shocked, and perhaps even slightly relieved, applause. The match was over. Josephina Bartlett breathlessly announced the final score, but James deliberately tuned her out, swooping down to the field and not even dismounting, merely ducking his head and flying straight into the open doors of the locker area beneath the Gryffindor grandstand. His face was hot with mingled rage and embarrassment. He had no wish to speak to anyone or endure the cheering that even now still echoed from the pitch, celebrating Albus' amazing capture. By the time James had stripped out of his wet gauntlets and hay-frozen cape, the rest of the team came trudging along the tunnel, dragging their brooms, their heads down. Few spoke at all, none made eye contact with each other. James plopped onto a bench to pry off his wet shoes, the laces stiff with ice. He changed into a dry pair of trainers, tossed his Quidditch shoes into the bottom of his locker, and tugged his coat from a hook inside the door. He was just turning to leave when he saw Lily near her own locker, disconsolately shaking frozen clots of snow from her ponytail. He walked over to her, straddled the bench that ran between the row of wooden lockers, and plopped down. He had some vague idea of walking back with the team, finding some nominal solace in their silent camaraderie. It had been a bad loss, there was simply no escaping that fact, but at least they could suffer it together. Lily plopped next to him and grunted as she pried her own shoes off. The second one kicked from her foot and struck her locker, knocking its door shut with a bang. She glared at it, breathing angry chugs through her nose. "You might have seen that coming, if you've been paying any attention over the past few years," she said quietly, still gazing at her closed locker door. James frowned, replaying her words in his head. "What do you mean, if I'd been paying any attention?" She turned to him but kept her voice low. "Albus loves those stupid aerial acrobatics. He's always looking for reasons to try out some harebrained maneuver, like that thing he did tonight when he stole the snitch right from under your nose. You might have seen it coming, is all." "Oh, so you're going to pin this whole thing on me, are you?" James hissed, pushing himself upright. "And what about when Beetlebrick and Dvorak were drilling home goals all match long, right under your nose? Are you going to tell me that was my fault too?" "I knocked more away than made it through," Lily snapped, stripping off her gloves and throwing them violently to the floor. "It was snowing buckets out there, in case you didn't notice. I could barely see the bloody quaffle before it was too close to catch." "That didn't seem to bother Lamia Lorelei at the other end of the pitch, did it?" James declared, heaving himself to his feet and pointing in the general direction of the Slytherin goal rings. "She was like a brick wall out there." "Well, none of it would have mattered if you'd done your duty and caught the snitch in time," Lily shouted, giving James a shove in the chest. "I was busy all night. You had one job, and you blew it, just because you fell for some stupid stunt your own brother's been dying to pull for months." James felt like an icicle had been stabbed straight through his chest. He took a step back from Lily's furious gaze, his mouth open in surprise and dismay. "Now hold on, both of you," Graham said with weary alarm, moving to get between Lily and James, but James smacked his placating hand away. He turned, grabbed his broom, and stalked away from the locker area, into the darkness of the tunnel, smarting from Lily's words, feeling betrayed and furious at his brother, and most of all cursing himself as a complete failure. Snow was still falling in steady, skirling clouds over the pitch, which was now crisscrossed with footprints. The grandstands were mostly empty as the last spectators trickled away. James moved to follow them, keeping his head down. "James," a girl's voice called, the sound muffled by the falling snow. For a moment he thought it was Lily coming to apologize and his heart quickened, unsure if he would let her beg forgiveness, or scorn her and make her stew for a while. It was not Lily, however. He stopped and glanced back to see Millie plodding quickly toward him through the deepening drifts. She was bundled in her coat and Hufflepuff scarf with a fetching woolen hat on her blonde hair, now heavily dusted with white, but she carried a Gryffindor pennant in her right hand, drooped in defeat. She stopped near him, her breath puffing in thick white clouds. "I'm so sorry," she said simply. For a moment, he thought she had somehow divined what had happened with Lily in the locker area. The look of commiseration on her face was so heartfelt and unabashed that, for a fleeting second, it almost made him want to cry. He drew a deep, bracing breath instead and looked up at the mostly empty grandstands. "It was a rough match. I should have seen the snitch sooner. Albus beat me to it. He was the better player tonight." Millie nodded soberly at James, her lips pressed into a thin line, and then drew a deep breath and said, "That's complete scrutiny." James glanced back at Millie again, frowning. "Excuse me? I say it's scrutiny, top to bottom. You were by far the better flyer out there. You had Albus beat square. He won by being an umpty show-off, not by being a better player. He did, didn't he?" James suddenly seethed, smacking a fist into his open hand. "I completely had him beat. He didn't see when the snitch changed direction, but I did. I cut him off. He resorted to sloppy desperation tactics and got lucky," Millie agreed emphatically. "He won't pull that off again. That sort of thing only works once." James shook his head at the injustice of it. "I wish you'd been down in the locker room with me and the rest of the team," he said with a roll of his eyes. "Why?" Millie asked, threading an arm through James as they turned and trudged toward the castle together. "Don't tell me they blamed you for what happened?" James blew out a deep sigh. "Not most of them. Just my sister." Millie chose to remain silent on that detail, which James thought was probably a very wise move on her part. They walked in silence toward the warm glow of the castle, which shone from its myriad windows onto the falling curtain of snow and the white blanket that was the grounds. James could just make out Hagrid's hut far to the right, shouldered up against the fringe of the forest. The roof was cloaked with snow. A gray ribbon of smoke arose from the crooked fieldstone chimney. The scent of burning wood was an ode to warmth in the crisp air. "I was wondering," Millie said, snuggling a little closer to James as they turned toward the open courtyard, "if maybe you'd like to come to Canterbury for the holidays with me this year?" James stopped in the lantern light of the main entrance, turning to look aside at Millie, surprised at her offer. She went on before he could answer, "I already asked my mom and dad and they were totally keen on the idea. Honestly, I think they're more excited about it than I am. I just thought." She shrugged a little and looked out over the dark courtyard. "Maybe you'd like to meet my parents, and brother and sister. I mean, I'm sure you have your own holiday traditions and things that you're looking forward to. So maybe this is absolutely the last thing you expected. And my timing is probably perfectly horrid, now that I think of it. So maybe we should just pretend I didn't even." "I'd love to, Millie," James interrupted. He very much enjoyed the look of surprised delight that crossed her face, bringing her eyes immediately back to his. "Really? Seriously?" He shrugged and nodded, glancing back toward the unseen darkness of the Quidditch pitch. "I'd love to meet your family. And I love Christmas in the city. It'd be nice for a change, since we usually have Christmas at the Burrow, out in the middle of nowhere." Millie's enthusiasm was seamless. She squeezed James' arm ecstatically and kissed him briefly on the lips. "Oh, but I love Christmas in the country. We should go to your family's next year. Promise you'll invite me. Even if we aren't. Well, I don't want to assume." Her cheeks reddened, but James was feeling very cavalier in the wake of the evening's disappointments. "Make all the assumptions you want. Sure, I'll invite you next year. But you have to keep in mind that Headmaster Merlin is part owner of the Burrow and spends his summers and holidays there. That means when we go home for Christmas, even next year when we're graduated, school sort of comes with. I'll love it no matter what," Millie enthused, dragging James onward again, up the steps to the main entrance. "I'll send an owl to Mum and Dad tonight telling them to expect us both. Oh, we'll have simply a grand time. But do pack your dress robes. It's traditional for the Christmas Eve dinner, and we attend a play every year, too, at the Theatre Extraordinaire. This year it's the Triumvirate. Isn't that just perfect? And, oh, my grandmother Eunice will be there, too. She takes some getting used to. I'll tell you all about her on the way." As they made their way into the entrance hall, James allowed Millie to fill the air with excitement and planning, warnings of dodgy relatives and promises of amazing sights and experiences. Filch watched them go past with a malevolent glare, leaning on a mop, pausing in his futile attempt to sop up the slush that had accumulated in the wake of the evening's match. As Millie went on, James wondered if perhaps he'd agreed a bit too easily. He'd meant to break up with Millie over the holiday, not deepen their relationship with a visit to meet her parents. A dull, sinking feeling darkened his already dark mood, but he pushed it away. At least going to the city with Millie meant not having to spend the holiday with his show-off brother and blaming sister. At the mere remembrance of them, his resolve firmed and he determined to send a note to his own mom that night as well, announcing his new plan. Millie was so caught up in her excitement about the upcoming holiday that she accompanied James all the way to the portrait of the fat lady, only then remembering herself. "Oh, I passed my own corridor, didn't I?" She laughed, and then kissed James again, impetuously. "We'll have a grand time. You'll simply love it. I can't wait." She gripped his hand and squeaked with delight, and James was once again both gratified and slightly worried by her enthusiasm. A moment later, she turned and skipped back the way they'd come, humming Christmas carols happily to herself. "Well," the fat lady indulged with a knowing smile. "It looks to me like somebody is in love." James was still watching Millie as she turned and capered cheerily down the stairs. "That's what I'm afraid of," he muttered with a sigh. James half hoped that his mum would forbid the trip to Canterbury over the holidays, although he knew it was unlikely. She was a born matchmaker, just like his sister, and would likely adore the idea of James partaking in some innocent romance over the break. Further, as hard as it was for her, James knew that his mom was making a conscious effort to respect her nearly of age son, and honor his choices. Thus, it was no great surprise when Nobby returned with her message later the following week. shaking snow from his wings as he landed on the breakfast table. James withdrew the message from the owl's leg while Nobby himself sniffed and pecked at the remains of a kipper, clearly hungry from his morning's flight. The note in his mother's handwriting was brief but surprisingly illuminating. "Dear James, we'll miss you, but I'm certain you will have a lovely time. Your father and I are both familiar with Millie's family, as Mr. V was ministry ambassador to the magical government in Norway for several years and Mrs. V is very charitable in central London with both her money and time. Since Albus is bringing his own new friend home for the holiday, your room will likely be in use anyway. We will all send your gifts to you at the school. Look for Creature before you leave, but don't dare make a habit of being away from us for future holidays. I miss you very much, as does your father, who sends his love and says to be sure not to let things get too romantic during the break. For what that's worth, I reminded him that he married his school sweetheart and things turned out just aces for him. Grandma Weasley sends her love as well. Oh, and she knows the Countess Eunice Vandergrift from her own days at Hogwarts and says to watch out for her, apparently because the woman hasn't washed a cauldron or folded a pair of socks in her entire blessed life. What's your dad mean about not getting too romantic with Millie?" Graham asked with a grin, reading over James' shoulder. James jerked the letter away, hastily refolding it. "It means he doesn't want James getting too handsy with any of the Hufflepuff pals while away from school supervision," Deirdre said wisely, turning to glance back at the Hufflepuff table where Millie sat with a group of her friends. "You're all missing the main point," Rose said, leaning back from the table as Nobby unfurled his wings with a puff of cold air and launched toward the upper windows again. "Apparently Albus is bringing a new friend home with him for the holidays." Scorpius pointed his chin toward the end of their own table, where Chance Jackson and her friends giggled and conspired in the shadow of the Great Hall Christmas tree. "Indeed, I know at least one Gryffindor who wasn't too broken up about last week's big loss to Slytherin." "Could that be little Albus Guest? Got it in one, I wager," Rose said, vaguely disgusted. "He and Chance have become quite the little item. But still, letting romance come before team." She shook her head and wrinkled her nose. "Where's Hagrid?" James asked, attempting to change the subject as he stuffed his mom's letter into his knapsack. "We have care of magical creatures this afternoon, right?" Scorpius shrugged. "Maybe he finally got eaten by one of the monsters he keeps out in that barn of his." "All I hear is class dismissed," Rose jabbed Scorpius sharply with her elbow. "The menagerie is mostly empty now, as you well know. The Ministry made him get rid of most of his creatures, just in case any more muggles come sniffing around the grounds. Ridiculous, of course. Merlin's fortified the secrecy charms all around. But still, poor Hagrid's had to send most of his best beasts to some magical preserve in Australia." "Wait a minute," Deirdre said, leaning back and staring up at the teacher's table. "He's up there after all." Well, that's why we didn't recognize him at first. He's..." James furrowed his brow, craning to look up at the dais. "Is he reading?" Sure enough, the top of the half-giant's head could just be seen behind an enormous book, which sat propped upright on the table before him. The book was bound in frayed green cloth, its edges worn almost through. There was no title embossed on the spine or cover, merely a large symbol, tarnished black and illegible. "I have to say," Graham said with genuine surprise, "I wasn't 100% certain that Hagrid could read." "Of course he can read," Rose said tersely, giving Graham a reproachful look. "He reads more than you do, and not just Quidditch scores and chocolate frog cards, at that." Still, James thought, Graham was right that the sight of Hagrid with his prodigious nose buried in an even more prodigious book was a curious sight indeed, especially at the head table during breakfast. He decided to ask Hagrid about it during that afternoon's class. In that endeavor, however, James was disappointed. Just as Ancient Runes was concluding and Professor Votary was announcing the evening's homework, a message arrived that Care of Magical Creatures was cancelled. The classroom broke into a babble of relief and even a few cheers, until Votary sternly called everyone to attention again. "You are all still summoned to the South Barn to assist in cleaning duties," he declared, peering over his spectacles at the note in his hand. "Mr. Filch will be there to supervise." The elation of the room immediately melted to dour grumbling. Ralph looked dolefully past James to the classroom windows, where snow drifted brightly against a dour gray sky. "And here I thought we were avoiding a tramp out into the tundra," he sighed. "Buck up, Ralph," offered Rose, buckling her bag and slinging it over her shoulder. "Maybe Filch will deputize you as junior muckraker, first order." "Har har," Ralph grumped. The threesome followed the rest of the class out into the chill of the day, hunching their shoulders against the steady wind and blowing, stinging wraiths of snow. Hagrid's hut was barely a mound of drifts, with only one window in the chimney visible, its smoke tattering in the wind. "We should go check on Hagrid after class," Rose called into the wind, Speaking James' thoughts, he nodded in agreement. Ralph would come along as much for one of Hagrid's mugs of hot tea and huge misshapen gingerbread cookies as for the visit, but he, James knew, was also curious about whatever was occupying their old friend. The next hour was a smelly and unhappy affair, partly because the stalls and cages of the barn represented a daunting duty under any circumstance, and partly because Argus Filch enjoyed making every task as painstakingly fussy and difficult as possible. He ambled from corner to corner, stall to stall, clucking his tongue in righteous indignation at the unsatisfactory progress he encountered at every turn. He did little work himself, apart from when he yanked a broom or pitchfork from a student's hand to impatiently show how it was properly used, clearly wishing to use the instrument as a rod of punishment instead. James endured one such demonstration, accepting the brush back from the caretaker with a tight frown and watching Filch's back as he stumped away, fuming gleefully. "It's not like anybody's going to be eating out of this thing," he muttered, reaching inside one of the cages and resuming the awkward task of scrubbing its interior. "Well," Ralph said, grunting with his own arm crooked into a cage, scrubbing its mesh ceiling, "something will probably end up eating out of it, eh?" "Wargles don't count," James replied. "They lick their own nethers. I don't think they give a care about the excrement tart into the crevices." Ralph merely shrugged as much as his awkward posture allowed. James knew that Ralph, as head boy, felt a constant pressure not to criticize even the most odious of the Hogwarts staff. James felt no such pressure, of course, and found Ralph's clumsy discretion grating, at best. By the time they finished and stepped back outside, weary and smelling of moldy hay and innumerable flavors of beast dung, the sky had grown dark and leaden, whether with early evening or another impending snowfall no one could tell. The tracks of their earlier footprints were already half consumed by the blowing snow, which shone slate blue in the gloom. Hagrid's hut, however, glowed from its single visible window with buttery lamplight and the flicker of the hearth. They angled toward it, not attempting to speak over the wind that buffeted across the drifts, blasting them with ice crystals. The door of Hagrid's hut creaked swiftly open even before they reached it, letting out a push of deliciously warm air and firelight. Hagrid stood framed in the door, half lit by the interior behind him, half by the blue evening gloom, his breath pluming huge clouds into the wind. "'S about time Yaya 3 showed up at my door," he called out with such sudden impatience that James nearly stopped in his tracks. "What Yaya waitin' for? No sense pretendin' I didn't know Yaya was gonna come out and check on dim ol' Hagrid." With his silly umbrella wand and hardly enough wits he read a simple letter. Come in, come in." He stepped back from the door and waved a slab-like hand into the warm clutter of his hut. James shrugged and tromped inside, doing his best to shake the snow from his shoes onto the mat. Ralph and Rose crammed in behind him, shrugging out of their coats and shaking snowflakes from their hair. Hagrid swung the door shut with a firm slam and shot the bolt before stumping back across the small living space and standing near his table. The interior of Hagrid's hut hadn't changed much over the years. It was still a comfortable shamble of mismatched, oversized furniture, bare wooden floors, and dusty rafters hung with all manner of baskets, nets, and traps. Trife, Hagrid's old bull mastiff dog, twined happily around the three students, snuffling their hands with his wet nose and nearly knocking them over with his excited greeting. The hearth roared, making the room almost uncomfortably hot, so that James immediately flung his coat onto a nearby bureau, which was already weighed down with nested pots and cauldrons. Hagrid merely glanced back and forth from the new arrivals to the huge green book open on the table, propped before a lantern. A mostly empty iron tankard of butterbeer sat next to it, and James could tell that it hadn't been Hagrid's first of the evening. Rose spoke for all of them when she asked, "Are you all right, Hagrid?" "Oh, Rosie," Hagrid cried, raising both of his hands to his face with such a sudden shift of mood that James was again taken aback. Hagrid folded backwards onto one of his kitchen chairs, which chalked a few inches backwards in alarm. "Oh, Rosie. Yaya remind me so much of your mum. That's how I knew Yaya 3 would come. 'Cause they woulda. Ron and Hermione and Harry. They did, Yaya know. They came to see me back when Norberta was just a wee egg, not even hatched. Did I ever tell Yaya that story?" "Only about 1,000 times, James said, not unkindly, moving to join Hagrid at the table. The normal clutter of wooden plates, cheese rinds, and tea mugs had been pushed back in an untidy jumble by the enormous, musty-smelling book. "What is all this, Hagrid?" "It's a letter from Groppy, swan it is." Hagrid sniffed hugely, half embarrassed, half exasperated, and lifted the front cover of the green book momentarily, revealing a huge, heavy parchment unrolled beneath it. "And I can barely read the blasted thing. I see the symbols fair dragon, which can only mean Norberta. And a few other symbols that are worryin', say th least. But th rest is complete gibberish to me. I was never particularly good at Giantish, and it's been so many years, I'm nearly useless. Can't even read a letter from my own dear brother and his beautiful bride." A fat tear trembled and ran down the side of Hagrid's nose. He swiped it away with a calloused thumb. Ralph shouldered closer to the table and lifted the cover of the green book again, closing it to reveal the letter beneath. "Can't be that hard, can it? I mean, Giantish is a language made up of, like, cave drawings and stuff. Stick figures and arrows and hands with not enough fingers." He paused as he looked down at Grawp's letter. It wasn't printed on parchment at all but an expanse of what appeared to be untanned leather, thin as a bedsheet, irregularly shaped and curling at the edges. The entire surface was scrawled with tiny pictograms and symbols, clustered so tightly as to blend into a nearly seamless mash. James turned his head this way and that as he leaned over it, trying to make sense of it and failing. The text of the letter, if text was what it could be called, didn't run in lines down the page, but along the top, down the side, then across the bottom. In fact, the line of symbols followed the uneven edges of the skin, turning upside down and running back up the side again, twisting in on itself in dense concentric circles like a fingerprint, or the rings of a tree stump. James blinked at it and gave his head a shake, unable to follow the dizzying line of imagery. "Right," Rose said slowly. "I don't think even a person fluent in Giantish could just read this letter, Hagrid. Do you have a quill and parchment ready? We can help decipher it if you like." James wasn't certain that he was quite prepared to spend the rest of the evening hunkered over a musty-smelling book translating hundreds and hundreds of tiny hand-scrawled symbols, and the look Ralph shot him communicated the same. But Hagrid's response made it impossible to deny him. He nearly burst into relieved tears and scrambled to make more room on the table, retrieving a stack of damp parchment from a nearby drawer. "Oh, Rosie, Ralph, James, that'd be just golden, yeah. I was reaching the end of my wits. And I know many would say that wa'n't a long trek, but still. I'll make tea. And thanks to ya ever so much. Ever so much." James sighed to himself, unable to keep the smile from his face. Ralph settled onto Hagrid's abandoned chair as the half-giant bustled into his tiny kitchen. "Well," he said, shaking his head dryly. "It's not like I had any plans for the rest of the year." "Oh tush," Rose said, climbing onto another chair, kneeling on it to lean over the table. She peered closely at the huge green book, which James could now see was a dictionary of giant symbology, with translations in English. Giantish has no grammar, no spelling, no pronunciation. That's one of the beauties of the language. It's made entirely of pictograms, translatable to any other tongue. Once we get started and learn some of the basic recurring imagery, everything should start falling easily into place. "I don't know what's more daunting," James sighed, tugging the huge sheepskin letter out from under the book and turning it this way and that. "How hard Hagrid makes it seem, or how easy you do." Hagrid made tea, serving it in his usual collection of chipped cups and mugs, and provided a platter of iced cookies in the shapes of hippogriffs, Christmas trees, and, inexplicably, Yeti footprints. Ralph transcribed what Rose and James translated, leaving crumbs on the sheepskin as they turned it round and round, following the line of symbols as it spiraled toward the center of Grawp's letter. It became evident as they worked that the letter had been a group effort, written not only by Grawp, but also Prichka, his wife, and several other members of their mountain tribe, up to and including their local king. James began to recognize the drawing styles of each hand, simply by looking at the weight of the strokes, the straightness of the lines, and the relative artistic merits of the symbols. As they worked, he learned via Rose that the giant's ink was a mixture of blood, tar, vegetable juice, and red clay. They painted the symbols with brushes made of bicorn eyelashes. Ralph's prediction that translating the letter would take the rest of the year turned out to be inaccurate, although James had to admit as the night wore on that it certainly felt like it was taking months rather than hours. Outside the hut's square windows, the night turned inky black and snow indeed began to fall again. The wind gusted, rattling the panes and howling around the chimney, but the foursome stayed warm and busy, drinking tea until they could drink no more, dining on cheese, crusty bread with butter and peppery olive oil, cucumber slices, tiny blood sausage links, and more iced cookies for dessert. Tempers grew thin, and occasionally James and Rose would argue about the meanings of certain pictograms, especially when Grawp was their author, since his giantish penmanship, as it were, was the most haphazard of all. "It's clearly a sun rising," James insisted, stabbing at the drawing with a sausage-greasy finger. "It's King Kilroy looking over a mountain." Rose argued impatiently. "See the hair? Those are sunbeams. You're as blind as a cave nargle. King Kilroy is the symbol for authority. It makes sense in context. The rising sun represents the future," James persisted doggedly. "That makes more sense in context," Ralph, as usual, broke the stalemate. "Let's just call it authority in the future and move on, shall we? My bum's going to sleep." It was nearly midnight by the time they finished the transcription. Finally, weary but gratified and curious, they retired to the chair and sofa before the fire to read the letter in its entirety. Hagrid stoked the coals to a fierce red glow, crackling and bursting with sparks, and eased into the huge easy chair, his stocking feet crossed on the rug, one big toe poking through a frayed hole. Trife turned 3 circles next to Hagrid's knees and lay down with a contented snuffle. James and Rose plopped onto the sprung sofa while Ralph remained standing as if he was about to give a presentation in class. He began to recite the transcription, which, while written in his own handwriting, was still rather a task. As Rose had pointed out, Giantish is a language with no grammar or structure, leaving Ralph to fill in the blanks between ideas and concepts as he went. Grop, Prichka, and the rest of the tribe send greetings and the mountain-sized, 10-headed manticore of prosperity. "Ah, that's a traditional giant screedon, that is," Hagrid nodded, his eyes half-lidded with happy anticipation. "Means riches and meat for endless seasons." Go on," Ralph nodded uncertainly. "Time is hard as the year gets old. The future is foggy and full of danger. But smaller worries first. Dragon." Ralph paused and looked up. "We're sure he means Norberta here, right?" "No other dragons in the mountain tribes," Hagrid said. "He's got to mean good old Norberta. She was their wedding gift, if ye recall. I'd love to have kept her myself, but it's nice knowing she's still in TH family, at least." Ralph nodded and frowned back down at the letter. "Norberta smells a different dragon on the wind. She is excited and hard to control. Her desire for the male dragon of her kind makes her disobey the command of the giants who love and keep her. She leaves her cave home to go find the male dragon, but Grop and Prichka, with the help of the tribe, even the king, bring her back. Soon, she will go far enough and fast enough that they won't catch her in time. She goes always south and east, bypassing the small man places, heading toward the Sea of Light." James asked, "Who are the small men?" "All men are small compared to giants, silly," Rose said. "But that's not what it means. Small man places means human villages. Norberta is going around little towns and such to get to the male dragon she smells." "Oh," James said, his brow furrowed. "So what's the Sea of Light?" Hagrid answered in a thoughtful voice, "That's the big man place. London town itself. Most giants have never been there, and won't ever go, not even to bring back Norberta. It's a mythic, frightening place in their lore. To them, it's just a huge ocean of lights shining up on the nighttime clouds." Ralph grimaced in confusion. "But how could Norberta be smelling a male dragon from that far away?" "Gore," Hagrid said, sitting up slightly in his easy chair. "We covered that 2 years ago in class, didn't we? Dragon pheromones are TH strongest in TH whole animal world, so powerful and deep that humans can't even smell them, same way our ears can't hear a dog whistle. Dragons are known to seek each other over hundreds of miles, across leagues of seas. It's how they find love and make baby dragons." "Oh, yeah. I remember that," Ralph lied, scratching his head. "But there can't be a male dragon in London, of all places, can there?" James' eyes suddenly widened as a memory struck him. "Montague Python," he said, grabbing the arm of the couch as he sat up straight. "Deirdre told me about him on the way up to the school at the start of term. Her parents took her to see a magical traveling circus and there was a male dragon in the show. She said they'd be setting up in Diagon Alley soon enough. It must be Montague that Norberta smells." "Aye," Hagrid said sadly. "Poor girl's just missing dragonish companionship. She wants what any living thing wants. To love and be loved back. Why, her poor huge heart must be breaking from being able to smell another dragon and not being allowed to get to him." After a moment of ruminating silence, Rose prodded, "Go on, Ralph." Ralph nodded and continued, reading studiously. "They say they will all try to keep Norberta safe. But the tribe is busy with bigger worries. The human places reach out to the giant places more all the time. Unrest fills the air as men can be seen crossing boundaries never before crossed. Sometimes the men come to hunt. Sometimes to explore. Deeper and further they travel, often in their roaring metal beasts. He must mean trucks and off-road vehicles, I assume." Ralph shrugged without looking up. "Some tribes prepare for war with the men, and plan to fight to keep their place. Grop and Prichka's tribe will not fight against the humans, though. The king of their tribe says they will go away, find new mountains farther north, beyond the big coasts, but Grop and Prichka don't want to travel to new mountains. They want to come." Ralph's face blanched and his eyes widened. "They want to come here, to Hogwarts. They believe it's the safest place. They remember their cave in the Forbidden Forest, And want to live there again. They can't be serious, James said, surprised. That's, like, hundreds of miles away. There's no such thing as giant trains or planes. They'd get lost for sure. Nah, Hagrid said, reaching forward on his chair to poke at the hearth with the metal tip of his umbrella, flaring the coals to light again. Giants is dead smart with directions. Yeah, I know that. It's like a sixth sense they have, and once they've been a place, they can always find their way back to it again. That's the way they find their ways around the mountains, from cave to cave and peak to peak. Rose looked from Hagrid to James, her face alarmed. But that would have them walking the whole way themselves, through loads of Muggle villages and towns, right out in the open. They'd be seen for sure. It'll never happen, Hagrid said, leaning back into his easy chair again, wrenching a long creak from its innards. Groppy would never take such a chance. I spect he's just missing his old home here in the Forbidden Forest is all, talking about it all wistful like, the way some people talk about the olden days. Giant language is tricky with concepts like the past. The real problem is poor Norberta. Hold on a second, Ralph said, lowering the finished letter and cocking his head. Two giants say they're planning to waltz across hundreds of miles of Muggle land to come to Hogwarts, possibly bringing loads of Muggles following along with them out of pure amazement, and you say that's no big deal? I say it'll never happen. Hagrid waved a ham-like hand. Things may be getting touchy in the mountains, but we're nowhere near that point yet. Groppy's smarter than that. James grimaced and widened his eyes. I remember Gropp pretty well myself. Lovable enormous bloke he may be, but smart isn't the first word that comes to mind. You're all missing the point, Hagrid said with a huge sigh, staring glassily into the low fire. James glanced back at the half-giant, who hiccuped and sniffed deeply. Poor little Norberta's all alone. She needs companionship, she does. She's not trying to be bad. She's just doing what nature and her own dragonish heart demands of her. We've got to help her, we do. No, Hagrid, Rose said, mustering her mother's firm, implacable voice. Hagrid, she said, the professor's voice again, commanding his attention. What are you thinking about doing? Hagrid blinked aside at Rose as if snapping out of a deep reverie. What? Oh, nothing. Nary a thing. I'm just thinking of poor Norberta. That's what we're worried about, I think, Ralph sighed. Hagrid, James said, tilting his head at the big man. We can't have Norberta tramping off into London in search of a trained circus dragon. You know that, right? It's bad enough thinking about Gropp and Preachka stomping through Muggle villages on their way to Hogwarts. A dragon sniffing around London would be completely disastrous. Catastrophic, Rose agreed meaningfully. But, Hagrid protested, narrowing his eyes. James could almost see the wheels spinning inside the professor's shaggy head. But, she's got needs, she does. I'm not saying Groppy and Preachka should set her loose to run rampant through TH City looking for this performing dragon. But maybe there's a better way, and then, when there was a new dragon egg, I could hatch it myself. Yeah, 3 could help. It'd be like old times. His beetle black eyes nearly sparked with anticipation. No more dragon eggs, Ralph declared, glancing rapidly from Rose to James as if for support. I mean, right? That's perfectly daft from every direction. Ah, you're right, Hagrid deflated reluctantly. He reached up and rubbed the back of his neck, still staring into the fire. But like I say, maybe there's a better way, a way that'll keep Norberta from gallivanting off unsupervised into London while also giving her what nature demands. But I'll need help. Yeah, 3 would come along, wouldn't ya? After all, yeah, have come this far already, translate in the letter and all. Yeah, have earned it. You make it sound like it'd be a sort of happy holiday. Ralph shook his head wonderingly. James tried to imagine what Hagrid was planning. Ralph's got a point. This won't be some half-crazy, potentially dangerous, completely unworkable scheme that will land us all either in Azkaban or dead, will it? Of course not. Hagrid shot him a reproachful look that James could clearly see through. Rose shrugged. I'm in. Ralph boggled at her, his eyes wide with betrayed surprise. Of course I'm in, she repeated to him firmly. And you are, too. If it keeps Norberta out of the city, then it's our obligation as citizens of the magical world. Ralph's eyes bulged even more. You're as nutters as he is, he pointed at Hagrid. Rose merely shrugged. My Uncle Charlie works with dragons in Romania, James suggested. I bet if we could somehow get Norberta to him, he'd know how to introduce her to a real male dragon, not some tamed, performing giant snake named Montague Python. He rolled his eyes. Hagrid was nodding vigorously, leaning forward in his chair again. That's right. Charlie Weasley would know what to do. All we'd need to do is get Norberta to him. Oh, That's all, eh? Ralph said with mock relief. All we need to do is transport a 5-ton Norwegian Ridgeback across international borders while keeping her secret from both the Muggle world, who would faint in droves at the mere sight of her, and the magical authorities, who would arrest us on sight for transporting an illegal beast and endangering the vow of secrecy. Rose shrugged and suppressed a smile. You make it sound so easy, Ralph. It'd be one thing if she could fly, James mused. One of us could just ride her. But her wings never fully healed, right Hagrid? Overland is the only way, Hagrid nodded, grimacing at the thought of the dragon's handicap. His eyes sharpened as a thought struck him. Overland or what? Ralph clarified skeptically. Nothin', Hagrid said, suddenly pushing to his feet. Nothin' at all. Forget I said anythin'. For now, it's late. I shoulda sent Yaya 3 back to your dormitories hours ago. What kinda teacher am I? A ruddy irresponsible one, to keep Yaya out like this. But he was merely babbling. James could tell that the big man was caught in the unaccustomed grip of an idea. The mad glint in his eyes was almost comically intent. James half expected steam to burst from Hagrid's ears. You won't do anything stupid without us, will you? Rose asked, shrugging into her coat as Hagrid virtually broomed them from the hut. Don't listen to her, Ralph countered. Feel free to do all the stupid things you want without us. Good night, Yaya 3. Hagrid bid them, smiling tightly through his bristly beard. Straight back to TH Castle with Yaya now. No lollygaggin'. A moment later, the door boomed shut, closing off the glow of the hut. The warmth of it still surrounded the 3 students, but James could feel it tattering away in the snow-flecked wind. Come on, he shrugged. He'll call on us when he needs us. Ralph shook his head as they started their tramp toward the wintry frosted castle. You make it sound like you're looking forward to it. You don't have to come along when the time comes, Ralph, Rose said primly. You'd think that, wouldn't you? Ralph moaned in a terse voice. But I know how these things go. I'll end up getting sucked along anyway, somehow. I always do, and James will end up needing my wand for some reason because he lost his or broke it somehow, or there will be some task that only I can do because, I don't know, I'm the right height, or the rest of you are in mortal danger, or busy battling mythical beasts of terror or something, and that seriously makes you not want to come? James grinned. It won't be like that this time, Rose said firmly as they shuffled into the courtyard, kicking snowy powder before them. It's a simple enough job. Uncle Charlie will know exactly what to do. All we have to do is get Norberta to him. I know all about simple, easy, totally safe jobs with you lot, Ralph sighed dirly. Turns out they never are. James didn't say so, but he expected that Ralph was more right than even Rose was willing to admit. 11. Blackbriar Quoit. No word came from Hagrid before the Christmas holidays, leaving James free to attend to his packing and planning and general trepidation about his trip with Millie. He remembered to bring his dress robes and secretly dreaded having to wear them. He thought about being alone with Millie outside of school and felt both nervous and feverishly excited about the prospect. Would they be unsupervised a lot of the time? Or even more supervised than they were at school? What would her parents and family be like? Millie had attempted to describe them and warn him of certain eccentricities, but he hadn't absorbed much of it. The only thing he understood for certain, based on her descriptions, was that the Vandergriffs had a much different lifestyle than any James had ever encountered. Scorpius had summed it up when he had described them as old magic, although James had only the vaguest idea of what that meant. The train ride back to London was typically raucous, the compartments filled with happy students, the corridors decorated with pine boughs, colorful enchanted light globes, and foot-long candy canes. The cart ladies' wares consisted entirely of holiday cookies, miniature mincemeat pies, sugar snowballs, cocoa cockroaches, and pepper imp snaps. Millie bought several of everything and distributed them to the crowded compartment they shared. James accepted a palm-sized mince pie with a sheepish smile. He barely knew any of the people crammed into the compartment, most of them being Millie's friends, her fellow Hufflepuffs, although a few were at least familiar faces from night Quidditch. For their part, they seemed to accept James as one of their own, based solely on his connection to Millie. She sat next to him, hip to hip, holding hands, bouncing excitedly with the conversation. Outside the window, the winter sun descended over pristine white fields, snow-decked forests, and mountains dim and hazy with distance. The light turned dusky and purple and the shadows grew long. Eventually, the lanterns of the Hogwarts Express lit themselves with soft popping sounds, bathing the entire train in golden light, and James knew that the journey was very nearly over. A pang of trepidation came over him as he remembered that, with their arrival at platform 9 3/4, the familiar part of the holiday would be over. Suddenly, He missed the comfortable banality of the burrow, the gingerbready smell of his mother's frantic baking and the warmth of Grandma Weasley's hugs. The homely live spruce Christmas tree decorated with beloved family ornaments and the bullfrog croaking voice of Creature. At least, he didn't have to miss very much. He had just seen the ancient house elf only the morning before, awaking to his patiently grave stare and drooping watery eyes as the elf stood on the foot of his bed, a stack of wrapped presents at his feet. James had decided that he couldn't open the presents yet, despite Creature's monotone holiday benediction. "It's not Christmas yet," James had said, yawning and stretching, his hair still prickling from the shock of waking under the elf's unblinking glare. "I'll open them when I get back. It'll give me something to look forward to." The elf had accepted this with stoic grimness, vanishing shortly thereafter with a snap of his bony fingers, leaving a scent of pine needles and peppermint in his wake. Now, as the train steamed slower and slower, the chug of the engine dropping from a staccato rhythm to a descending bass drum beat, with the dark brick walls and chimneys of the city sweeping past the windows, James cursed himself for agreeing to go with Millie for the holiday. He knew now that he had mostly done it just to spite Albus and Lily, but now he felt that he was only punishing himself, and digging himself into a deeper hole with Millie, with whom he still intended to break up just as soon as the moment was right. If the moment was ever right. He scanned the crowd of waiting parents and families as the train slowed, hissed, and shimmy rattled to a halt. He knew he wouldn't see his own parents there. It had become tradition for he, Albus, Lily, Rose, and the rest to travel via Portkey directly to the burrow. The enchanted Christmas sweater Portkey had arrived only a few days earlier, addressed to Albus and Lily. James had seen it and acted disinterested, had even made a snide comment about how much fun he'd be having in the city instead. Albus hadn't cared, but Lily had looked sincerely jealous, and James felt nastily gratified by that. The platform milled with people in coats and hats, scarves and boots, festively dusted with snow and watching bright-eyed as the travelers began to disembark. James saw Scorpius' parents, Draco and Astoria, standing in long dark coats near the edge of the crowd, looking just as severe and haughty as always. Other vaguely familiar faces shone like moons in the lantern light. As James climbed down onto the cold footpath, he scanned the crowd for anyone who might be part of Millie's family. For her own part, Millie made a huge show of saying goodbye to her friends, hugging them one by one, clasping their hands earnestly, as if she wouldn't be seeing them again for months or years, rather than mere days. James tried not to feel impatient and forgotten. "So which one's your mum or dad?" he finally asked when she joined him again. "Oh, Mummy and Daddy don't meet us at the platform," she said breezily, smoothing her hair and tugging her yellow gloves onto her hands. "Ah," James frowned. "So, you're Grandma Eunice then?" "Grandmother Eunice," Millie laughed and shook her head. "Don't be silly. Grab your bag and come on." She slung her own bag onto her back and shouldered into the throng, leaving James to catch up. After a moment, she reached back with one yellow-gloved hand, found his, and pulled him eagerly onward, threading through the crowd and eventually out through the brick wall portal into the Muggle reality of King's Cross Station. Still she did not look back but wended this way and that along the broad concourse, her boot heels clacking over the sound of recorded Christmas carols and toneless announcements of arrivals and departures. Muggle travelers milled all around, some happy and festive, meeting relatives and friends, others frowning and harried, checking their watches or pocket telephones, flowing in all directions. Finally, Millie led James to the lofty, echoing expanse of the main terminal, flooded with light and seemingly as huge and crowded as a football stadium. There, she stopped momentarily, looking this way and that. James, however, saw the man a moment before her. He said, squeezing Millie's hand to get her attention and pointing with the other. "I assume he's for us?" Millie followed James' pointing finger, and then smiled and nodded excitedly. She began to tug him forward again. The man James had seen held a large sign at chest height, clutched in black-gloved hands. The sign read Vandergriff and Guest in neat copperplate letters. It was not the sign, however, that made the man stand out. It was the fact that he was at least 10 feet tall, with a head so huge and blocky that it might have been hewn at Stonehenge. His thinness was almost freakish, emphasized by a double-breasted black uniform so snug that it appeared to have been sewn directly onto his body. The double row of brass buttons on his chest glinted in the overhead fluorescence, as did the patent leather brim of his chauffeur's cap. None of the other travelers seemed to notice the mantis-like man who towered over them like a telephone pole, his gray eyes unmoving and patient in the shadow of his cap. But even that was less amazing than what sat behind the chauffeur, completely unnoticed amidst the flowing, busy, hectic throng. It was a car, but not like any James had ever seen. It was very old, immensely long and low, its fenders sweeping back like smooth metal waves over fat white-walled tires. Chrome gleamed from the spoked hubcaps, the gigantic round headlamps, and the tombstone-like frame of its grille. The passenger compartment was so long and regal that it looked as if it might contain a ballroom. Jutting from the moon-gray slope of the hood was a silver figure, a robed woman leaning forward as if into a gust of delicious wind, her chin raised, her arms thrown back so that her sleeves trailed like wings. The throng of travelers flowed around the car like water around a rock, giving it not so much as a sidelong glance. "Good evening, Mistress Millicent and Master Potter," the chauffeur said as Millie approached. His voice was deep but surprisingly melodic. He touched 2 fingers to the brim of his cap and offered them a stately little smile. "Hi Balor, Happy Christmas." Millie called up to the giant man, and then surprised James by throwing her arms wide, as if in expectation of a hug. Balor lowered the sign and hunkered to one knee, allowing Millie to throw her arms around him, although not exactly returning the embrace himself. When she disengaged, he straightened again, rising so tall as to blot out the overhead lights, and ran a platter-sized hand over his uniform, straightening non-existent wrinkles. With a faint clunk, the boot of the car swung open. Balor deftly collected James and Millie's bags and loaded them into the car, then opened the rear passenger door. Millie clambered inside. More tentatively, James stepped in after her. The interior was so large that he barely had to duck his head, and joined her on a sumptuous burgundy leather sofa that served as the rear seat. Speechless, he looked about, taking in the paneled walnut furnishings, the silver fixtures, the gently curving side seats and thick plush carpeting. A miniature crystal chandelier hung from the gentle dome of the ceiling. There was no ballroom, in fact, but the front of the passenger compartment was divided from the driver's seat by a polished wooden bar decked with crystal decanters, wine and cordial bottles, and rows of glasses hung upside down in knee tracks. "That's Balor," Millie said, fitting her hand into James again and giving it a squeeze. "He's been in the family for, centuries probably." "What?" James asked, watching over the bar as the enormous man folded himself behind the driver's seat, wrapping his black-gloved hands around the ring of the burled wooden steering wheel. "What is he?" Millie blinked up toward Balor as if she'd never really considered the question. "A Cyclops, I think," she answered with a shrug. The engine of the car started with a subtle, throttling thrum, almost like a butler clearing his throat. None of the Muggles looked at the car, and yet they moved aside before it, clearing a channel for the car to travel through. It began to roll with understated grace, the prowl of its engine preceding it like a red carpet. The chandelier barely swung, merely turned its crystal pendants gently, adding prisms to its distinguished glow. James had ridden in the night bus through this very terminal once. But that ride had been wild, frantic, like dancing with a banshee. By comparison, this was like riding on the shoulders of a giant black panther as it calmly stalked the jungle. "But," James said faintly, "I thought Cyclopses only had one eye." Millie shrugged again. "We haven't read that section in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them yet." The car, Millie told James almost offhandedly, was a Rolls-Royce Wraith, though admittedly equipped with distinctly magical options. The engine required no petrol, for instance, running instead on liquid goblin fire, and the hood ornament statue projected its own unplottability field everywhere it went. Even more impressive, James thought, was the car's ability to bend space around it wherever it rolled, allowing it to fit through small openings, such as one of the revolving door entrances of King's Cross Station. The car didn't do anything so undignified as shrink itself. Instead, it seemed to press reality aside as if the world itself were made of plastic, or the metal and glass doors were mere curtains, drawn back by hidden cords. The Wraith merged into the dense holiday traffic, but wasn't in the least affected by it. Ranks of taxis, cars, lorries, and vans crowded the slushy boulevard at a near standstill, lurching forward one by one like impatient animals at a feeding trough, but the Wraith merely slipped between them, riding the center line like a rail, bulging the space so that the narrow L became a grand, empty thoroughfare. Balor did stop the car at traffic lights, but James noticed that the Rolls was always the first in line, its engine throttling patiently, until the light on the falling feathery flakes switched from red to green, whereupon the vehicle would ease forward again, preceding the traffic all around like a general leading troops on parade. The drive to Canterbury took some time, and James was reminded once again of how immensely large London really was. They passed through shopping districts crowded with travelers on foot, most loaded with bags and boxes. They skirted industrial areas dominated by brick walls and filthy windows, tall smokestacks and metal garage doors. Finally, they came to a neighborhood of large homes set far back behind carefully pristine gardens. Trees lined the double boulevard, most decorated with understated white Christmas lights. No cars were parked on the streets here, and the snow was no longer tramped down by endless intersecting vehicle and pedestrian tracks. Instead, The boulevard was striped with two neat black tire marks, repeated carefully by the few cars that drove here. The Rolls-Royce followed the tracks discreetly while James peered from the huge side windows, wondering which of the large, impressive-looking homes might be their destination. "We're not there quite yet," Millie said with a smile in her voice. James waited, his chest tight with a blend of anticipation and trepidation that was becoming all too familiar. The only other vehicle on the road, he noticed, was another large luxury car, though of much newer vintage, following the Wraith at a respectful distance, its headlights bright as diamonds on jeweler's velvet. As they neared the end of the boulevard, James realized that there was something unusual about the houses lining the left side. The spaces between and behind them were seamlessly dark, stretching off into foggy flatness. With a jolt of mild surprise, James realized that the flatness was the sea, mostly frozen over, so that the blue-white edges blended into smooth black over the depths. The rear yards of the homes sloped down to stony beaches, some dominated by the blocky silhouettes of boathouses, all dark and shut tight for the winter. A line of trees obscured the shore view as the Wraith reached the end of the boulevard, which angled toward the sea and terminated at a neat round cul-de-sac with a curving metal guardrail. Trees lined the rail, crowding directly up to it, blotting out the sea view and the night sky beyond. The street lamps ended at the last house, leaving the cul-de-sac thick with shadow, like a giant paved period at the end of a formal sentence. The Wraith stopped in the center of the period. "Are we?" James asked, leaning forward on the seat to peer through the windscreen far ahead, like, "Here yet?" Beyond the windscreen, the dark line of trees began to shift. The trunks moved as if in the teeth of a stiff wind, and yet James could tell by the falling snow that the air was perfectly still. Faint creaks and pops emanated from the wood as the trees shuffled aside, crawling on their roots to reveal a dark opening. The opening did not reveal the sea, however, but a long wooded passage, shadowy and mysterious. With a screech and creak of metal, the guardrail shimmied, shuddered, and rose up into the air, its posts growing like tentacles. The rail transformed as it stretched upwards, changing from a rust-spotted barrier to a wrought iron archway, complete with more copperplate letters arranged over complicated iron scrollwork. "Black Brier Quoit." The Wraith rolled forward again, passing beneath the sign the moment it rose to its full height. Speechlessly, James watched, leaning close to the window on his side. Millie still held his hand between them, herself paying almost no attention at all. The car should have rolled past the tree line and down onto Stony Beach, if James' understanding of the local geography made any sense at all, and yet it proceeded instead onto a long, perfectly straight drive lined and roofed with birch trees. Their branches knit overhead like revelers holding hands over a dance. Beyond the trees, on either side of the drive, James could just make out flat, gray ice, as if the drive occupied a very narrow peninsula stretching out into the sea. Gaslights began to glow along the drive, flickering to life atop tall iron poles, illuminating the birch branches and creating golden pools on the snowy path. After a minute, the drive widened, still bordered by trees, and opened onto a broad park-like expanse, blanketed with snow and decorated with winding, illuminated pathways, stands of trees on small hills, meticulous hedges, and regal statuary. Situated on the rear quarter of the park was a stone house so broad and square, so lined with windows and pillars, ranks of steps and corner towers, that it was more castle than mansion. "Home sweet home," Millie sighed, not quite affectionately. James barely heard her. He was just now noticing that, despite the size of the park and its gardens, the trees that surrounded it still somehow met overhead, lacing their branches together into an unbroken dome 100 feet high, effectively shrouding the house and the entirety of its grounds from outside view. The Wraith swept into a curving drive and angled toward the glow of the house, coming to a gentle halt before its grand front doors. The doors opened as James watched and a line of 3 men in formal black tailcoats and white shirts came out, descending dutifully into the cold to take up positions on the steps, where they stood at attention. Balor opened the passenger door and Millie prodded James to get out. He did, stepping speechlessly into the cold, his feet crunching on gravel beneath a frosting of snow. "Good evening, mistress and master," the nearest of the formal-clad men announced, bowing his double chin with jovial good humor. He was rotund but sturdy, with black hair pasted severely over his scalp. "I trust your journey was pleasant and without event." Millie climbed out after James and nodded to the man. "It was fine, Topham, milady." The man provided his name with no hesitation, and then indicated the others with a sweep of his hand. "And this is Headley and Blake." Headley was middle-aged with a pleasant, clean-shaven face, while Blake was only a little older than James and Millie, dark-haired with sharp, handsome features. He smiled at Millie and then James in a perfunctory manner. James noticed that the man's smile did not at all affect his eyes. Millie nodded and opened her mouth to say something, but the arrival of a second car interrupted her. James turned, surprised to see the luxury automobile that had been following them earlier draw to a halt behind the Wraith. The driver's door swung open as Headley and Blake descended the steps to retrieve the luggage from both vehicles. "Millie." The driver of the second car called cheerily as he hopped out, his teeth showing as he grinned toward the steps. He was thin and sandy-haired, dressed in a grey tweed suit and gold tie. "Bent." Millie called back, dropping James' hand and running to greet the newcomer. They embraced, laughing, before Millie dragged the man back by the hand. He allowed himself to be pulled along, smiling gamely in James' direction. "Bent, this is James Potter, from school." "James, this is my big brother, Benton Ford." The thin man stripped off his driving gloves before reaching to give James' hand a firm shake. "A Potter at Blackbriar," he proclaimed cheerily. "Will wonders never cease?" "A delight to meet you, James." "And you, too," James grinned, helpless not to return the man's happy enthusiasm. "Matty," the man called back over his shoulder, still gripping James' hand, "come meet Millie's new friend, James Potter." James glanced back toward Benton's car as a woman ascended from the passenger seat. She was dressed in a pale coat and a slim golden gown that did not exactly bless her bony body. She had large, protuberant eyes and a chin sharp enough to open letters. Her red hair was drawn up into a complicated arrangement of waves beneath a furry ivory hat. She peered at James with cool, professional courtesy. Millie nodded toward the woman in gold. "And this is my sister, Matilda Constance. Welcome to Blackbriar Quoit, Mr. Potter," Matilda said, gazing at him down the length of her blade-like nose before turning her attention to Topham. "And who shall it be this time, dare I ask?" "Miss Gillian, m'lady," Topham answered immediately. "I believe she served you during your most recent visit. I hope her efforts were satisfactory." "It isn't her fault," Matilda sniffed, ascending the steps past the butler. "No outsider can compare to a true house servant, as you say, m'lady." Topham nodded, averting his eyes tactfully. "Come," Benton said, deliberately ignoring his older sister and smiling again. "Let's go inside and show James here around the old place. It looks impressive until you realize that it's really just a stuffy old museum that some people insist on living in." "Right, Millie," Millie agreed and followed her brother up the steps toward the open double doors. The interior of the house was brilliant with golden light, revealing a long corridor of vaulted ceilings, chandeliers, and darkly gleaming wood. "Speaking of museums," Benton announced with a laugh in his voice, "here we find the best exhibits of all. Mr. and Mrs. Vandergrift themselves." "Oh, do stop, Benton, you embarrass yourself," his mother said, but she was smiling, her white-gloved hands outstretched to him. He embraced her while Mr. Vandergrift turned his attention to James and Millie. "Welcome home, darling," he said, smiling as Millie trotted up the steps to hug him in the doorway. "And her young friend," Mrs. Vandergrift said, turning her twinkling green eyes on James and giving him a secretive smile. She was lithe and athletic, appearing almost 10 years younger than her thinning-haired husband. Her own hair was dark, swept up and held in place by an emerald and silver comb that accented her forest green dress. Mr. Vandergrift clapped James on the shoulder, turning him toward the door. "I've met your father on several occasions," he confided briskly. "Someday I shall succeed in coaxing him and your mother to visit us here at Blackbriar. I do hope your stay here will speak well of us." James nodded, not quite sure what he could say to express his response thus far. His first impression was that, with the exception of Millie's sister Matilda, Blackbriar Quoit was both the richest and warmest household he'd ever visited. "Dinner in mere minutes, I'm told," Mr. Vandergrift exclaimed, turning to address the gathered family. "Isn't that right, Topham?" "Indeed so," Topham answered with a nod. "If the family would like to convene in the drawing room, we may begin with hot cocoa and licorice toddies, wherever age-appropriate." "Age-appropriate nothing," Benton jibed, walking backward along the marble-tiled hall, his arms held wide. "It's Christmas. Toddies for everyone who wishes." "Ah, Benton," Mrs. Vandergrift rolled her eyes with the weary affection of the mother of a born rogue. "The servants," James whispered to Millie as the family moved into the high bookcases and upholstered couches of a long library-like room. "They're all Muggles?" Millie nodded. "Happened about a year after the night of the unveiling," she answered behind an upraised hand. "All the upstairs house elves were replaced with Muggle staff. Topham's the butler. Blake's a valet, along with the other bloke. I always forget their names. There are 2 ladies' maids and a footman or 3. Of course all of them have to sign secrecy contracts and that sort of thing." She sighed, glancing back toward the door where Topham stood respectfully at attention. "Matty and Ben and I all grew up with house elves caring for us. It's a little hard getting used to having actual humans around. But time marches on, Apparently. I guess Piggin was right, James muttered. Who? Piggin? He's the Gryffindor house elf. He says all the elves are worried that they'll lose their jobs. I told him it wasn't that bad a deal, since they were all basically slaves anyway, but they don't see it that way. Millie nodded and shrugged. Mummy says that hiring muggles is a way to spread goodwill for when the vow completely breaks down. She says that keeping unpaid servants around is a relic from a darker age. Anyway, James considered this, but his reply was drowned by Topham, who suddenly spoke to the room at large, announcing another arrival. The Countess Eunice Vandergriff of Blackbriar, he proclaimed loftily. James turned to see a woman so ancient and wrinkled that he wondered briefly if she was older than the manor itself. She walked imperiously in a sweeping burgundy dress, her back ramrod straight as she clacked a cane to the marble floor, seemingly more for effect than support. "Mother," Mr. Vandergriff said grandly, moving to kiss the old woman on the cheek. Millie and Benton followed suit. The Countess accepted this with stoic patience, eyeing the room severely. Her gaze lit upon James like a set of weights and he had to resist the urge to shrink back from her stare. "Please introduce me to our guest," she said, nodding once toward James. Her voice was high and tremulous, painstakingly genteel. "Of course," Mrs. Vandergriff said, stepping back and smiling aside at James. "This is Mr. James Sirius Potter, Millicent's new friend from school." The Countess' eyes crinkled slightly at the corners and she seemed to suppress a small, knowing smile. Millicent's new friend, indeed? James stepped forward, his mind racing as he wondered what was expected from him under the circumstances. "Nice to meet you, ma'am. In this house, you may call me Lady Blackbriar, which is my less formal title," the Countess said, extending her gloved hand, palm down. James shook it tentatively by the fingers. She seemed content with this. "And I shall call you James, rather than by your more formal title, I think." James blinked up at the woman, who regarded him with slightly raised brow. "My more formal title, ma'am, I mean, Lady Blackbriar?" "Certainly yes," she answered smoothly. "You are the firstborn heir to the Master of the Black Estate of Grimmauld, are you not?" James frowned, replaying her words in his head. Was it possible that she meant Grimmauld Place? "I guess so," he answered. "Then by law that makes you the future Earl of Blackdowning, if I'm not mistaken." "And I'm quite certain that I am not." She cinched her left eyebrow a notch higher, giving James the impression of a regal wink. A moment later, she turned away and said in a louder voice, "What does a lady need to do to get a toddy to warm her poor bones from the cold?" Topham bustled, and the conversation in the room gradually resumed. James stood exactly where the Countess had left him, his eyes wide, completely flummoxed. "Well," Millie said brightly, half a smile cocked onto her lips. "Does this mean I must start calling you m'lord?" 12. Midnight Rendezvous. The answer to James' early, idle question, would he and Millie, while visiting her family, be more or less supervised than they were at school, was answered over the course of the following hours and days. Every moment was scheduled, it seemed, and there were always people around. It was less like being supervised, exactly, and more like attending a sort of school for aristocrats, where the lessons were tea time, formal receptions, incomprehensibly dull party games, and long-winded introductions to this visiting family or that impressive dignitary or the other guest foreign ambassador whom James had only ever seen in photographs in the Daily Prophet but whose knee Millie remembered sitting on when she was 5 years old, and whose children she asked after with sincere fondness. It took James a while to realize that many of the people that appeared in the paintings decking the manor house walls were real, living people, albeit much older, who frequented the home over the holidays. Every meal was a nearly 3-hour affair for which everyone changed into their best clothes and went through a sort of multi-room procession, beginning in the drawing room for aperitifs, then moving to the long, regal dining room for the actual courses whereupon more Muggle servants in tailcoats and white ties served the food and poured the drinks, and ending eventually in the parlor and the library. After dinner on the second night, James joined the men as they gathered around the enormous library hearth, which was large enough to park a car in, drinking a brownish ruby liquor called cognac, and talked loftily of weighty matters of which James had little understanding, upcoming changes of justices at the Wizengamot, revised regulations about magical flight in Muggle places, breaches of international magical secrecy in places like Tibet and Istanbul. At first James felt awkward and out of place, but soon enough he realized that not only was he interested in the topics, he was welcomed into the discussion by Mr. Vandergriff himself, who always stood in his dinner jacket with his back to the fire, swirling his cognac in a round bowl-like glass. "Your father was on the scene when the wizarding monks of Legion City threw open their doors for their Muggle counterparts, if I am not mistaken," he prodded James with a nod. I envied the conversations your family must have of an evening. We don't talk about it much as a family, actually," James admitted. "But Dad and I did talk about it in his study." He said that the monks of Lijiang had wished for centuries to combine the methods of their magical lifestyle with their non-magical neighbors. They believe that even the Muggle monks are secretly magical, but that theirs is a magic of the inner world of the mind. They call it the Inscape. One of the evening's dinner guests, a fat ministry official with huge pork chop sideburns, grey as iron, and a mottled red nose, now redder from cognac, snorted into his glass. "Everyone knows the wizarding cannot merely teach magic to the Muggles. Well-intentioned codswallop. Dad says the wizard monks don't intend to teach magic to the Muggle monks. They want to be taught by them, about their own more subtle disciplines of inner magic. The only reason they waited until the magical boundaries were weakening was because it felt selfish to them to want to know both." The ministry official harumphed at this, but Mr. Vandergriff smiled and raised his glass in a toast. "To the wise wizarding monks of Lijiang, and all the rest of us who will hopefully make the best of this brave new world we find ourselves on the cusp of." James raised his own glass, enjoying the grown-up feeling of taking part in such a proper-sounding toast, but the effect was marred shortly by the late arrival of another wing of the family, accompanied by a gaggle of 3 small children. The children had heard of James Potter, and were immediately enthralled. The 2 boys and 1 girl, all under 6 years old and immaculately dressed in miniature versions of the adult formal wear, immediately claimed James as their own and circled him like happy butterflies, demanding he play with them. Acting out the stories they'd been told and retold about his legendary father, James played along gamely, reluctantly giving in to their insistent rambunctiousness, until Millie emerged from the parlor and intervened on his behalf. "You know," she said, dipping her head secretively, "James is rather famous himself. He once played Trius in the Triumvirate." The 2 boys' eyes widened in newfound amazement as they looked up at James. The girl, who was the eldest, cocked her head dubiously. "No, he couldn't have," she protested with flinty-eyed certainty. "He's too young. It was a production at our school," Millie explained. "Everyone in it was young. Even Donovan, the villain. I want to be Donovan the villain." The youngest boy, Nigel, suddenly shouted. "Edmund can be the king. The king doesn't do anything. He's just a fat old numpty." And with that, for better or worse, it was apparently decided that the children, with Millie's and James' help, would put on their own version of the Triumvirate, acting it out in the drawing room for the benefit of the adults and even the Muggle servants 2 nights hence. On Christmas Eve, "What a charming idea," Mrs. Vandergriff announced, giving James a warm, surprised smile. He started to protest that it hadn't at all been his idea, but then he understood her expression, half grateful and half sympathetic. The lady of the house was secretly relieved that someone would be occupying the children, who could, at times, be quite a handful. He glanced at Millie, who merely shrugged and nodded at him. The children cheered this development enthusiastically. It was nearing 11 o'clock before the family and guests all began to trickle up to the 2nd and 3rd floors where the many bedrooms ranged down long hallways. James met Millie at the bottom of the grand staircase to say goodnight. She pecked him chastely on the cheek and the sight of her parents in the hall below and the painting of a stern-faced Vandergriff patriarch on the wall above. "Meet me in the dining room in half an hour," she whispered into his ear, so close that her breath tickled. A moment later, she turned and ran up the steps, her dress flouncing around her ankles. He watched her go, uncertain what to make of her suggestion. Did she want time alone with him? Somehow he expected that she had more in mind than a brief snog in the dark. He waited in his room for 20 minutes with the door closed and the fireplace roaring, filling the room with golden light and warmth. The 4-poster bed was as high as a table and wide enough for his whole family to sleep on. The curtains bracketing the windows were 12 feet from floor to ceiling, held back by golden cords as thick as his wrist. A clock on the mantel stood square and upright, like a soldier at attention, its brass face gleaming, its soft tick cutting the minutes into precise, paper-thin slices. James waited and watched. When the clock struck 11, it emitted a faint ratchet and whir, stood higher on its wooden legs, and raised a pair of articulated brass arms. It struck its own bell with one arm and wound itself with the other, twisting a tiny key in what, for all intents and purposes, now looked like its belly button. Just as it had the previous night, the fire diminished in the hearth as if someone had turned down a dimmer switch, shrinking from a flickering roar to a sleepy bed of red coals which danced with only a few tongues of flame. The cords of the curtains untied themselves and the curtains swept shut over the windows, closing like sleepy eyelids. The effect made James himself blink with tiredness. Even without house elves the manor was clearly deeply enchanted. He shook himself before he could drift into a deeper doze, got up, instinctively grabbed his coat from the wardrobe by the door, and slipped silently out into the darkened hall. The portrait of the stern-faced Vandergriff patriarch presided over the grand staircase, now dim in the glow of a few remaining candles. The figure was much larger than life, seated in a straight-backed wooden chair and wearing a red topcoat resplendent with medals and epaulets and rows of brass buttons. Its mutton-chop bearded face was wide and somber, with regal eyes that seemed to own everything it gazed upon. A fat hand with hairy knuckles absently patted a huge Saint Bernard dog that sat panting next to the chair, its tongue dangling like a carpet in need of rolling up. "You're not going to tell on us, are you?" James whispered up at the huge face as he slipped down the landing. "You're not up to something that needs telling on, are you?" The portrait replied consideringly, raising a patient, bushy eyebrow at James. James shrugged and padded onward, down the carpeted stairs. He honestly didn't know what they were up to. Millie was already waiting for him in the dining room, merely a girl-shaped shadow on the other side of the long, gleaming table. She had changed out of her puffy evening gown into a pair of jeans and a black hooded sweatshirt. Her coat was slung over her shoulder. "Come on," she whispered eagerly, and darted toward a rear door. James recognized it as the door Topham the servants used during mealtimes. She pushed through into a narrow hall, turned toward an equally narrow stairwell, and flitted down, taking the steps two at a time. James followed, trying to match both her speed and her stealth, which was no easy task. She had apparently done this many times before. Whatever this was, the downstairs was clearly the domain of the house elves. Everything was smaller and far more austere. James spied his first house elf as they passed a diminutive kitchen. The elf was scrubbing the top of a wooden butcher block but paused to look up as he and Millie darted past. James sensed more than saw other elves moving here and there throughout the warren of lower rooms. There was a laundry, a pantry, a sewing room complete with an ancient treadle-powered sewing machine, and a wine cellar decked with racks of dusty bottles. Finally, Millie pulled open a door at the end of a short hall. Cold air and flecks of snow rushed in with it. She glanced back for the first time, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Oh good," she said in a quick, low voice. "You remembered to bring your coat." "What are we?" he began, but she was already gone, vanished into the darkness beyond the door. James darted to follow, tugging the door closed behind him with an impatient thunk. Millie ran ahead again along a fieldstone path, neatly cleared of snow, which curved down the slope of the rear yard. He heard her laugh faintly on the cold wind and felt a moment of annoyance at her for not explaining what they were up to or where they were going. It occurred to James, and not for the first time, that Millicent Vandergriff enjoyed teasing and mysteriousness just a bit too much. Like many of the smaller houses on the boulevard that led to Blackbriar Quoit, the manor's back garden sloped away to a shingle of rocky beach and a boathouse. This one, however, was nestled snug among the boundary of trees, poking through them like a hedgehog through a shrubbery. The building was squat and gray, built of sturdy stone and adorned with deep-set, perfectly square windows. Millie reached the green-painted door and heaved it open onto pearly darkness. James slowed to a trot as she turned her face back to smile at him. Her lips were very red in the darkness, and her cheeks glowed with color. "Have you ever ridden a snowmobile before?" James blinked at her as if she'd just spoken in a different language. "It's okay," she went on, reading his expression. "I hadn't either until a year ago. Blake showed me how. It's easy, actually." She turned away again, nearly bursting with excitement, and her boots knocked on the wood of the boathouse floor. "Wait!" James called hoarsely, following her with deepening trepidation. "Did you say a snowmobile?" The interior of the boathouse was dim with the preternatural glow of the snowy world outside, bathing the old shelves and workbench and hanging anchors and coils of rope with a moony softness. The opposite end of the space was a huge garage door, closed and locked tight. The floor was a wooden frame around a huge rectangular hole. A boat hung over the hole, floating by pure magic so that it bobbed slightly, as if haunted by the ghost of swells past. The hull was gleaming varnished wood, long and sleek, with brass portholes, its top wrapped in blue tarp and yellow rope, sealed for the winter, hiding its glory. Millie ignored the boat, stopping at a railing and leaning over to peer into the dimness beneath the boathouse. "Blake?" she whispered, her voice suddenly tentative. "Vroom, vroom, m'lady," a voice called up. "Uck, I told you never to call me that outside of the house. It's embarrassing." As she spoke, she turned back to James, reached to take his hand, and led him to a ladder that ran from the ceiling down through the hole in the floor. "Millie," James said impatiently, tugging on her hand to get her attention. "What is this? What are we doing? We're not going to get into loads at Barney for this, are we?" "Oh, don't be silly, James," Millie soothed, returning to him and nestling into his arms. She batted her eyes up at him. "You've seen what my life looks like here. A girl needs to escape sometimes." She needs to be reminded that life isn't all white gloves and cucumber sandwiches. Why, you should hear the dickens my mother says she got up to when she was my age. A little sneaking out is to be expected. Why, it's nearly a tradition. So that means if we get caught, James ventured tentatively, we won't be in any sort of trouble? Millie's eyes widened and twinkled with excitement. Oh, it would be completely scandalous. My father would go absolutely through the roof. It would make the newspapers and everything. That's what makes it so much fun. She tugged him again to the ladder and began to clamber down herself. James could see the dull gray expanse of ice beneath, skirled with tendrils of snow. 3 black shapes huddled there, one distinctly man-shaped, the other 2 long and low, looking like motorbikes crossbred with thestrals and fitted onto skis. The rear legs of the machines knelt on loop treads like miniature tanks. James had heard of snowmobiles and even seen a few photographs, but never imagined encountering one in real life. Blake was no longer dressed in black tails and a white shirt. He now wore snow-dusted jeans and a hooded sweatshirt beneath a leather jacket. His hair and eyes were hidden beneath a cap and mirrored snow goggles. "It's easy," he called up in what James couldn't help thinking was a nasty lilt. "You accelerate with the right hand, you brake with the left." He demonstrated with hands encased in thick black gloves, then tilted his head provocatively. "It'll be a cinch for you, after riding a broom." "Oh stop, Blake," Millie said, jumping to the ice beneath the boathouse. James didn't want to climb down to the ice. He didn't want to attempt to ride one of those daft muggle machines. And mostly he did not want to share the evening with Blake, whose smile, even while serving in the manor house, struck him as disingenuous and even a little mean. And still he found himself leaning to clamber down the ladder, hopping to the surprisingly solid ice below, and approaching one of the black snowmobiles. He didn't fully understand why he went along, except that the thought of Millie riding pillion behind the young man, holding onto him as they raced along the frozen bay into whatever heady nocturnal adventure lay ahead, filled him with bristling, angry heat. It was much too similar to what he felt whenever he imagined Professor Odinvan and Petra together, a thought that even now poisoned him with jealous bile. "I told you he'd try it," Millie said smugly, nudging Blake with her elbow. Blake accepted this with a half-shrug. "We'll see. Helmets, everyone." He distributed what appeared to be motorcycle helmets to Millie and James before dropping to straddle the leading snow machine with practiced ease. James wished he had his Thunderstreak with him, or better yet, his Scrim. He had a sudden, irresistible urge to show up the Muggle Prat, to blow past him in his stupid snowmobile at top speed, trailing a storm of white powder like a force of nature. Instead, James felt he had no choice but to clamber awkwardly onto the second snowmobile. Millie fitted herself onto the seat behind him and laced her hands around his belly, holding tight and leaning in eagerly. Her helmet bubbled briefly against his and James heard her giggle. The handlebars of the machine were black, wide, and complicated with red buttons, throttles, and triggers. James had no idea what to do but refused to ask. He watched as, ahead, Blake twisted to look back. "Stay close," he called. "We're only going a mile or so. I'll take it slow." "Don't do us any favors," James answered, sounding much more confident than he felt. Blake smiled beneath his mirrored goggles, and then turned back. James watched the young man grasp the handlebars of his own machine and thumb a throttle on the right grip. The tread spun, spewing a cloud of ice shavings, and the machine lurched forward, driving out from beneath the boathouse. James found the throttle on his own machine and thumbed it, just as he had seen Blake do. It was a fortunate thing indeed that they were on ice. The machine jolted forward so hard and fast that James nearly lost his grip on the yoke. Millie squealed and tugged at his midsection, very nearly pulling them both backwards off the snowmobile as it bucked away. Had they been on soft snow, the grip of the machine would have been much stronger, causing it to leap away beneath them like a bounding cat. On the ice, however, the snowmobile spun its treads, accelerating swiftly but gradually. It slewed toward one of the boathouse's wooden pilings and James steered frantically away. It was like trying to control a swinging millstone. The rear quarter of the machine struck the piling, juddered against it, and then squirted out into the moonlight of the lake, picking up speed. Millie laughed again and squeezed James' midsection. "I knew you could do it. I'm not doing anything yet." James called back, unsure if she could hear him over the whine of the engine and the scrape of the treads on the ice. "Just hold on." She held on. James twisted the yoke experimentally, threaded the throttle with his right hand, and the machine lunged forward again, following nominally in the direction of the other snowmobile. Blake raced ahead without looking back, cutting across the expanse of flat, gray ice while keeping a discreet distance from the shoreline and the dark houses that presided over it. James had expected disaster. He had expected to spin the machine into the rocky shore, or somehow crash it through the ice, or otherwise completely in danger and embarrass himself in front of Millie and the smugly smiling Blake. For the moment, at least, that hadn't happened, and he was relieved. He pressed the throttle harder and the machine revved beneath them, leaping forward on the ice even faster. It was heady, even exhilarating, despite being completely daft and reckless. Ah well, he thought with a mental shrug, what else is being young for? Blake led them past the row of stately homes on the shore, around a promontory of spindly woods, and across a bay surrounded by hulking industrial buildings, smokestacks, and factories. Beyond these, a cluster of docks stretched like fingers out into the ice, now bereft of boats and drifted with snow. Blake angled toward these and slowed, eventually slotting his vehicle between the skeletal shapes of the docks. He ducked as he killed the engine, letting momentum push the snowmobile forward into the shadow of a cement pier, where he seemed to park it. James followed suit, threading much more slowly around the dock pilings and humping over smooth dunes of snow. As he edged the machine close to its twin, Blake met them, reached across with a snow-crusted glove, and did something that caused the snowmobile's engine to cut off with a cough and a jerk. "We could take these all the way into London proper right now if we wanted to," he said, showing his teeth in what James thought was the first genuine smile the man had offered. What with the Thames being frozen over for the first time in a decade. "But this should do the trick for tonight, I think. Now, let's have some Muggle-style fun." He led them to a rusty ladder bolted to the side of the concrete pier, then up the pier and into a warren of ramshackle buildings, all clustered and leaning together as if for warmth. Some of the buildings were houses made of weathered gray planks, most with porches sagging under mounds of snow. Others were brick warehouses or wharves, garages with indecipherable graffiti spray-painted onto their doors and walls. Blake led them to a corner beneath a stuttering, buzzing street lamp, where a tiny pub thumped with a dull bass beat and a rabble of loud voices. Neon signs glowed from its tiny windows, advertising brands and logos James had never heard of. He gulped but forced himself to follow with no hesitation as Blake led them to the plain wooden door, which was covered in peeling paint the color of dried blood. He heaved it open, and a roar of heat and noise and laughter barreled out over the slushy footpath. The smell of cigarettes and beer was so strong he could nearly taste it. "Millie here calls this slumming," Blake said, leaning toward James as they edged inside. "But for you and me, it's not slumming if it's the world we come home to every night, eh?" "I guess not," James nodded, trying to take in every corner of the tiny pub at once. Along the rear was a crowded bar backed by rows of bottles and a cloudy wall-length mirror. A television flashed blue over the bar, presiding over the scene with its bright, blaring eye. Elsewhere, a billiard table clacked and knocked, glowing red beneath its own dedicated stained glass lamp. A jukebox thumped and pulsed. People danced on a postage stamp-sized dance floor. The crowd was dense but strangely faceless, mere gyrating silhouettes in the pooling, smoky darkness. "I don't live like Millie," James said, raising his voice carefully so that only Blake would hear him, "but this isn't the sort of neighborhood I go home to every night." "Thank your lucky stars," Blake said, nudging James jovially. The next hour and a half went by in a blur of thumping music, clattering bottles and glasses on a cracked wooden booth table and trying awkwardly to dance amongst the constant bump of elbows and knees on the diminutive dance floor. Millie seemed to love every minute of it. She smiled, showing all of her teeth, something she hadn't done since arriving at her parents' home, and sipped a ridiculous pink cocktail that the bartender had happily provided when she'd requested the girliest drink in the house. James had an idea that if they had not been accompanied by Blake, who seemed to be a very familiar face in the neighborhood, he and Millie might not have been served quite so readily, and surely not without any identification to prove their age, at the very least. In Blake's presence, they were dismissed as simply two more affectionate hooligans out for a night of harmless debauchery. By the time they stepped back out into the blowing cold and dark of the street, James' ears felt like they were packed with cotton batting from the noise inside. Millie was giggling and reeling slightly from her drink, holding on to James as they followed Blake back down the street toward the docks. "It's a good thing James here is driving," she said rather too loudly, her voice strained with laughter as she patted him on the shoulder with one hand, gripped his elbow with the other. James' mood alternated between relief that the night was nearly over, annoyance at Millie for her cavalier attitude about getting into trouble, and cautious satisfaction that he seemed to have held his own against the seemingly far more dashing and mysterious Blake. Without any more conversation, they shuffled down the pier, climbed to the waiting snowmobiles on the ice below, and started them up again. Within minutes, they were traversing the cold blue numb of the bay again, Millie once more gripping James tight around the waist, James following the speeding dark shape of Blake ahead. The moon had come out, sheathing the world in preternatural blue light. It shone off the snow and ice so brightly that it made its own ghostly daylight, surreal beneath the sharp glitter of the stars above. The ice blurred beneath the snowmobile skids, laced with ribbons of white against deep, cloudy gray. The peninsula of Blackbriar Quoit hove into view, scratching at the low sky with its impenetrable dome of trees. James marveled at it. From the outside, the peninsula appeared as nothing more than a strip of wilderness, dense with birches and snow-laden pines, allowing no hint of the manor or grounds within. Even the stone boathouse at its tip was so overshadowed by trees that it was virtually invisible unless one knew exactly where to look. Blake slowed and swung toward the structure, sliding into the shadows beneath. James followed, squeezing the brake lever with a modicum of confidence now, and cut the engine before Blake could come back and do it for him. Millie clambered off the seat behind him and slipped on the ice, grabbing a nearby wooden piling for support and giggling again. Blake reached to steady her as James dismounted. He pried the helmet from his head, dropped it to the snowmobile seat, and stepped out from beneath the boathouse with a sigh, glad to be shut of the noisy muggle machine. The expanse of the bay shone like polished stone in the moon glow, like blue-gray marble threaded with white. He breathed in the icy air, listening to Millie's and Blake's whispered words and laughter behind him. "So, are we still a go for tomorrow night?" Blake asked in a hushed voice. Millie shushed him before he could finish his question. "What?" James began to ask, a flicker of jealousy flaring once again in his chest, but something caught his eye far out on the ice, distracting him even as he began to turn around. It was a figure, but so distant, so fogged by blowing phantoms of snow that James couldn't tell if it was real or a statue. It didn't appear to be moving, only standing straight, alert, as if watching from the dead center of the frozen sea. Behind James, he could still hear Millie and Blake whispering. He glanced back over his shoulder as they made their way deeper into the shadow of the boathouse. "Do you either of you see?" he began, turning back to the mysterious shape, but a gasp of shock cut off his words. The figure was standing directly in front of him now, having traversed the vast, icy distance as if it were a mere footstep. James recognized the tall, lithe figure immediately. The strength fell out of his legs and he only remained standing because his knees had locked. "She's a very pretty girl, James," Judith said in a low, confiding voice, a voice that was somehow both warm and brittle with cold. Her words made puffs of vapor from beneath a black cowl. Her face would have been hidden completely if not for the moonlight that reflected up from the ice. "I'm glad you've finally gotten over Petra. She was no good for you. For either of us." James took a single, halting step backward. He tried to call out to Millie and Blake, but the breath seemed locked in his chest. All he could produce was a sort of huffing exhalation, stifled with sudden shivers. Judith stepped forward and raised her hands, open and empty, in a sort of conciliatory gesture. The effect was ruined, however, by the blackened, shriveled skin of her arms and fingers. The flesh beneath her skin seemed to have shrunken away so that only bones remained, mere skeletal hands wrapped in dead, mummified leather. "I've gotten over Petra as well, you see," she said, looking sadly down at her own hands. "She's turned on me, poisoned me. She leeches the life right out of me. But perhaps it's for the best. Sometimes we have to sever the relationships that formed us. Sometimes that's the only path to forging new and better relationships." She stepped forward again, bringing her face closer to James. He backed up another unsteady, clumsy step, and felt his back thud against one of the boathouse's support pilings. The blackness of Judith's hands and arms began to creep up her neck beneath the cowl. It cast veins of deathly purple around her mouth and eyes, sapped the color from her vibrant cheeks. Her eyes dulled, faded, darkened to inky black orbs. "You're a wise young man to stay away from Petra," she said, and her voice was changing as well. It buzzed in her throat, as if she was full of wasps. "Despite what you may think, I loved her as well. But love can turn on us. It can be the sharpest dagger of all. Love can be either the blade that destroys us." She raised her hands again, showing the decay in her spindly, ghastly fingers, or the weapon that empowers us to do what we must. She was bare inches from him as she spat this last, rasping the words as the blackness claimed her entire face, sinking her cheeks and eyes, pulling her lips back from her teeth and gums in a grimace of deathly hate. "Stay away from her, James," she rasped, writhing as if the words were like broken glass in her throat. "You cannot stop Petra. You cannot win her. If you try, all that you love will die. And still she will prevail. She must prevail." And then, horribly, a hoarse scream of pain and rage ripped from Judith's throat, forcing her head back, her chin up, so that her cowl fell away, releasing her hair. It was white, as dry as cobweb, flowing like seaweed into the suddenly rushing air. "James?" A hand gripped his shoulder and he jerked away from it, batted at the fingers as if from the clutch of death itself. Wind whipped through his hair, icy and flecked with mist, howling beneath the boathouse and shrieking in its drain pipes. He boggled and flailed and nearly collapsed to the hard ice in shock, but suddenly there was no Judith. The Lady of the Lake was gone, if she had ever really been there at all. Millie stood with her hands still raised, frowning at James in surprised consternation. He gasped deeply, drawing the cold air into his lungs as if he hadn't breathed in minutes. The noise of the gusting wind rattled the windows above. Millie had to raise her voice to be heard over it. "Are you all right?" Her eyes were wide and startled in the dimness. James tried to nod, to collect himself. I just thought I saw something out on the ice." Millie considered this, glancing out over the flat expanse of the frozen bay. There was nothing but blowing ghosts of snow and moonglow to be seen. "We should go in," she said, bringing her gaze back to James with some concern. "Feels like a storm is coming in. Blake will take one of the snowmobiles back tonight. He and a friend will collect the other one tomorrow." James nodded, as if the parking status of the snowmobiles had been of some nagging concern to him. In truth, he barely heard Millie's words. In his mind, all he heard was Judith's hoarse shriek and the howl of the wind. All he saw was the creeping purple-black emaciation of her hands and face. "All that you love will die," and suddenly he knew, it was not death or flame that was shriveling Judith's heretofore perfect skin. It was the scorch of a kind of existential frostbite. Without Petra's connection to root Judith in reality, she was slowly succumbing to the absolute zero of the waiting, hungry void from which she had come. But if so, why would she wish James to stay away from Petra, to assure that she, Petra, succeeded in her mission to leave this reality forever? A shiver that had nothing to do with cold shook James from head to toe. Millie took his hand. 5 minutes later, she kissed him outside of his bedroom on the second floor. He barely felt it. His lips were numb. The air around both of them was still a wreath of cold. 20 minutes later, James lay in the enormous bed staring up at the dark ceiling. Outside, the wind wailed and moaned, hiding the voice of chaos and madness that seemed to surge constantly beneath it. James tried to tune it out, even pulled a pillow up over his head, but could not seem to drown out that keening, pained howl. It was a voice that only he, unfortunately, seemed doomed to hear. 13. The Triumvirate revisited. James slept in late the next morning, missing breakfast, so that by the time he came blearily to the table in search of tea everyone else was already gone for the morning, apparently on a final Christmas Eve shopping trip to Sartori Alley. The glare outside the broad windows was so bright with new snow that it was painful to look at. Cold light filled the dining room and reflected from the glossy wood of the table so that James had to squint as he plopped to a seat. To his embarrassment, he was waited on by Blake, who was once more dressed in his formal tails and white shirt, his hair combed severely and gleaming black. "I trust sir had a restful night," he commented perfunctorily as he poured hot water into James' cup. James couldn't bring himself to answer or even to make eye contact. Blake, for his part, seemed to enjoy James' discomfiture. "Toast, sir?" he asked brightly. "Sure," James answered dully, watching the steam rise from his steeping cup. "Jam, sir?" "No. Thanks." "Honey, sir?" "No." "Butter, sir?" "No." "Wait. Yes. Straight or diagonal sliced, sir?" James finally turned and looked up at Blake where he stood nearby. "Tell the house elf who makes it that she can draw and quarter it for all I care. And while you're at it, feel free to take it down a notch, why don't you?" It was like kicking a statue. Blake didn't blink, merely smiled his small, insincere smile. "Very good, sir, I shall have that for you in just a jiffy." When the toast came, it was diagonally sliced, perfectly buttered, sitting on a china plate without a single crumb visible, and decorated with a twist of orange and a sprig of parsley. "I hope this is to sir's satisfaction," Blake said, with just a trace of courteous doubt. James sighed and gave up, stuffing a slice of toast into his mouth before anything he regretted could come out of it. Blake went out a minute later, leaving the servants' door to swing in and out on its hinge. His voice echoed back dully, impatiently, and as the door swung, showing regressively smaller slices of the hall beyond, James caught a glimpse of a female house elf standing just inside, observing him with her large, strangely somber eyes. She was probably the one from the kitchen, checking to assure that James found his toast acceptable. The expression on her face, however, showed less servile efficiency and more watchful intent. As the door swung one last time, showing only a few inches of dark hall and one large elven eye, James saw her face tilt back in the direction of Blake, her expression sharpening, her brow lowering with undisguised contempt. James chewed his second slice of toast and thought about his conversation with the Gryffindor house elf, Piggin. Things seemed to be coming through just as he and his fellow elves feared. Humans were taking over house elf duties, all in the name of equality and progress. And Hermione would heartily approve. And yet the house elves themselves were obviously painfully unhappy with this new reality. James wondered briefly what had happened to the former upstairs house elves that had been replaced by Blake and Topham and the rest. Where did house elves go when they were dismissed? Did they all still live in the downstairs warren of rooms, only without any purpose or duties to occupy them? If so, it seemed like an arrangement destined to end badly. Impulsively, James jumped up, tossed the last bite of his toast onto the plate, and strode to the servants' door. He pushed it open with one hand, certain that he would be too late to speak to the female house elf, to ask her his questions, and he was right. The hallway was empty, dark except for the glaring light from one window at the far end, reflecting on the polished wooden floor, turning it into a blind, imperfect mirror. James exhaled, slumped, and allowed the door to swing shut again. He spent the next hour and a half haunting the house by himself, never fully alone. The servants could be sensed just out of sight at most times, slipping furtively from rooms as he entered them, leaving a feeling of half-finished dusting or half-fluffed pillows behind them. So that James felt underfoot at every turn, but surrounded by the somehow watchful emptiness of the house. The portraits observed him sleepily, but James couldn't bring himself to talk to any of them. They were all just a bit too old and imperious for his comfort. In the ticking silence, his thoughts returned repeatedly to last night's confrontation with Judith, probing the memory like a tongue probing a loose tooth. His first question was the most obvious one of all: had it really happened? Was it possible that he had imagined it somehow? Or, more likely, that it had been a sort of magical vision projected directly into his mind by Judith? Neither Millie nor Blake seemed to have seen her. But then again, they had been chatting secretly in the shadows beneath the boathouse. The wind and blowing snow would have been enough to conceal Judith's form and drown her voice. The memory of her certainly didn't feel like a dream or a vision. He remembered the wasted, blue-black shrivel of her hands and arms. With a hard shiver, he recalled the way the deadness had crept up her neck and over her face, spreading in blossoming veins just beneath her skin. He decided that it didn't matter whether Judith had physically appeared or merely projected a vision into his mind. By venturing out onto the frozen bay, he had stepped into her domain. She was the Lady of the Lake, after all, and she had taken the opportunity to send him a simple, emphatic message: stay away from Petra. But she had sent another message as well, perhaps unwittingly. Over the past few years, Judith had clearly begun to lose her grip on this plane of existence. When Petra broke the connection between herself, Izzy, and Judith during the night of the Morgan Web, she had apparently revoked Judith's right to occupy human reality. Without Petra's sponsorship, Judith was slowly being reclaimed by the void beyond life and death. It was sapping her, perhaps weakening her, but also making her mad, and desperate, and far more dangerous than ever. This, he decided, was a good thing. Soon, Judith's grasp on human existence would collapse entirely. She would sift away back into the nothingness from which she had been summoned those several years before, when she had apparently arisen from the small woodland lake on the fringes of Morgenstern Farm, paid for by the murder of Petra's stepmother, Phyllis. But in the meantime, Judith was restless. What had she said before vanishing into the wind and snow? Sometimes we have to sever the relationships that formed us. Sometimes that's the only way to forge new and better relationships. Was Judith seeking a new host? A different sponsor that could renew her right to occupy the human world, allowing her to continue her quest for chaos, death, and destruction? James sat in the cold sunlight of the empty library and shook his head firmly. No one, he told himself, could be so foolish as to accept Judith's poison bargain. But he knew better, of course. The world was depressingly full of people who would trade chaos for power, if the opportunity arose. His best hope, he determined, was that Judith would dissolve into the creeping black before she could find any new human sponsor, whoever such a person might be. And surely Petra was watching, guarding against just such a thing, assuring that the process she began when she broke from Judith continued to its final, inevitable end. The thought of Petra was the one thing that finally took his mind away from the shivery chill of the Lady of the Lake. Despite Judith's intent, her words had had exactly the opposite effect on James. By comparing Millie to Petra, she had shown him just how different his feelings for the two young women really were. The thought of Millie inspired desire, certainly, but that was a shallow affection, a thin sheen over a puddle of more conflicted feelings and emotions. By comparison, thinking of Petra was like walking a tightrope across a chasm of unimaginable, dizzying height. He might fall off the tightrope on one side and drop to the most horrible loss imaginable, a loss so heartbreaking and soul-crushing that he could barely conceive it. But he might jump off the tightrope on the other side and soar into a bliss of fulfillment so deep and wide that it was an ocean of joy. He knew, on some level, that he was young, and idealistic, and hopelessly love-struck. But knowing that didn't make the feelings go away. He couldn't make himself believe, No matter how hard he tried, that his love for Petra was childish, or silly, or merely a passing fancy. He suspected, he knew, that even if she vanished away into Morgan's dimension, leaving his world forever, he would still live his entire life thinking of her daily, missing her, pining for her silently and affectionately through the years. The tragedy, he began to understand, was not in missing her every day for the rest of his life once she was gone. The tragedy was in denying his love for her while she was still, if briefly, walking the same world as him. He was not, as Judith had assumed, over Petra. He never would be. He drew a deep, aching sigh, filling his lungs in the frozen stillness of the manor house, and let it out slowly. He knew once again what he had to do. He'd told himself it would be easier at some later date. But of course that later date was likely never to come. He'd done extremely difficult things in his life. He had faced demons and horrors, confronted monstrous forces and villainous powers. But now he felt that he would gladly face them all over again if only he could avoid the one task that now lay before him, breaking up with Millicent Vandergriff. After the holiday, he said to himself with a firm nod, his voice small in the tall, empty library. No excuses, Potter. Make it happen. He nodded again, resolved, and fisted his right hand on his knee. Shortly, fortunately, he heard the sweep of the opening front door, felt a push of cold air that swayed the curtains slightly, as if they were sighing with relief at the family's return. Boots knocked on the hall floor, voices echoed loudly, cheerfully, and James jumped up to join them, sheepish at having missed the shopping trip, but grateful to no longer be alone with his troubled, worrying thoughts. He and Millie whiled away the midday practicing parts with the younger children, Ariadne, Nigel, and Edmund, for their presentation of the Triumvirate the following evening. As it turned out, Nigel was to play Donovan the villain, Edmund took the role of Trius the hero, and Ariadne, after some argument, filled the parts of the marsh hag, the page boy and various other roles. Mostly to avoid having to play a romantic lead alongside her own brother, a conundrum that James, having a sister himself, could well understand. Millie accepted the role of Princess Astra, calling upon every ounce of her Hufflepuffet pal's histrionics to give the part the melodramatics it deserved, and James took on whatever parts were left as each scene demanded, sometimes acting as the king, other times as various soldiers, villagers, sailors, a ship's captain, and even the raging sea monsters of the dreaded Dagger Peninsula. "You're not doing it properly," Edmund complained, breaking character as James hulked over him, his hands raised into hooked claws. "You're not scary in the least. You have to be scary or else Trius won't overcome his fatal flaw." James frowned, still hunched in monster form over Trius' boat. "What's Trius' fatal flaw?" Edmund rolled his eyes, but it was Nigel who spoke up, observing from the backstage of a nearby sofa. "Everyone in a tragedy has a fatal flaw. Trius' flaw is his naivety. You should know all this, shouldn't you?" James slouched and looked helplessly at Millie, who sat forward on a nearby chair attempting to rework one of her old dresses into a marsh hag costume for Ariadne. She glanced aside at him and shrugged. "I don't know how you missed that, either. It was on our Wizlit final last year." Ariadne gave James an indulgently patient look and crossed her arms. "Trius has the fatal flaw of being naive. He knows that Donovan, the king's advisor, has plans to marry Princess Astra so that he can become viceroy when the king dies. Trius also knows that Donovan has already used dark magic to trick the king into decreeing their marriage, against Astra's wishes, and yet, when Donovan sends Trius, his only rival, off on some trumped-up sea voyage, it never occurs to him that, this is probably a ruse to get me alone on the ocean so that Donovan and the marsh hag can send a magical storm to sink my ship and kill me." She cocked her head at him and raised her eyebrows. "Naive, I know all that," James said, glaring up at the ceiling and raising both hands, palms up. "Then you know that, by sailing through the horrors of the Dagger Peninsula to cut around the marsh hag's magical storm, he is also sailing through his own journey of growth into true manhood," Nigel prompted in his squeaky voice, as if reading from a cue card. "Of course," James said, trying to give the words a patiently weary lilt. "Can we just get on with this? We have to get changed for the actual play soon, and that's why the marsh hag's storm follows Trius all the way back to the castle of Seventide," Ariadne finished, eyeing James critically. "It's a representation of Trius' noble foolishness, a lesson learned too late to save him. Or his love, the Princess Astra." Without looking up from her costume project, Millie said, "So what's Princess Astra's fatal flaw?" "Oh, that's easy," Edmund said smugly, still looking at James from his perch on the ottoman. "Princess Astra's flaw is that she's impulsive. She falls in love with Trius, who's just some random soldier. Not a bad thing, but an impulsive thing. Then she tries to attack Donovan with her own letter opener when she learns he's arranged to have Trius killed out on the high seas. Donovan nearly cuts her with her own knife as a result. Then, after Trius gets back to the castle and kills Donovan to save her, and the Hag's storm unleashes itself on the castle to kill Trius, she stays with him instead of escaping. Totally impulsive. But that's what makes it so romantic. Ariadne interjected, sighing solemnly. You're off your onion. Getting crushed under falling walls during your first kiss isn't romantic. Nigel shook his head dismissively. It's daft as a drunken doxy. Escape and find yourself a new soldier, if you ask me. One without any stupid fatal flaws. How did you three learn all this? James asked, plopping to the ottoman next to Edmund. Old Mrs. Birtwistle, our tutor, Ariadne sniffed. 3 hours of lessons every day. Who was your tutor? James blinked. My mom, I guess. I'd sack her, if I was you, Ariadne shrugged dismissively. James is right, Millie announced, standing and draping the dress in her hands against Ariadne, testing the fit. This will do until tomorrow. For now, we should all get ready for the real play. We leave in less than an hour. The rest of the evening was occupied entirely with the trip to the famed and ancient Theatre Extraordinaire in central London, and the play itself, which was nearly 3 hours long, including a half-hour intermission. James had seen wizarding plays on occasion, though never a fully magical production of the Triumvirate, and never in a theatre of the sheer size and grandeur as the one he now entered. Decked with gilded scrollwork, arched pillars, and flying buttresses that lined both side aisles, the theatre appeared capable of seating approximately half the population of London itself. The many balconies overlaid each other like drawers in a Baroque dresser, opened into terraces. None were fixed in place, but floated, rising and lowering from the main floor like parade balloons, studded with purple velvet seats and crowded with richly dressed patrons. James watched as they drifted overhead, swapping places for loading and unloading, their undersides decorated with massive frescoes of ancient fictional scenes. The one thing that detracted from James' experience was the woefully old-fashioned and hopelessly wrinkled dress robes he wore. Putting them on in his upstairs bedroom, he had briefly mourned their bedraggled state. Now, sidling into his seat in the grandest of the lower balconies with the Vandergrift family, he understood just how exquisitely ridiculous he looked amongst the coiffed finery that surrounded him. As James passed, a fat man with a monocle flinched back from him, blinking rapidly, as if James had flicked water into his face. The woman next to him, resplendent in a stiff jeweled dress, her grey pink hair piled into a knotty beehive large enough for storks to nest in, frowned elaborately at him, looking him unabashedly up and down. James sighed and shook his head to himself, feeling the two short sleeves slap at his wrists, the moth-eaten fringe of lace flopping limply, embarrassingly ratty. The high burgundy collar and broad lapels had likely last been in fashion when Grandmother Weasley had been in school. Even worse than this, however, was the sadly wrinkled state of the entire garment, the result of spending the last several months crushed and damp in the bottom of James' trunk. He emitted an odor of old bananas and mold as he walked, trying as hard as he could to shrink, to become as small as possible, to blend right into the crushed purple velvet of the seat as he sank into it. "I could have let you borrow one of Bent's old dress robes," Millie whispered aside at him as the huge chandeliers dimmed. "Or at least used an ironing charm to smooth that travesty out a bit." "A little late for that, now, isn't it?" James whispered back, trying to make it sound as if he was merely bemused, rather than completely mortified. He thought back to the look on Countess Blackbrier's face when he'd first come clumping down the stairs, his hair still damp from a severe, desperate combing, without a minute to spare before loading into the vehicles gathered along the front of the house. She hadn't said a thing, she was far too diplomatic for that, but her wrinkled eyes had widened slightly, her brow raised, and her chin dipped a tick. James understood that he had lost several points with her, and regretted it more than he might have expected. The children, however, had been far less discreet, collapsing into nearly hysterical laughter at the sight of James' trailing lace frill and the gown that stopped a full 5 inches short, showing his trainers and incongruous argyle socks. As the lights dimmed over the theater, James finally relaxed and sighed, sinking low in his seat. The stage shone like an illuminated jewel, surrounded by waves and terraces of shadowed balconies, and the play launched to life with a fanfare of horns, a trill of flutes, and a boom of timpani. The orchestra in the pit below the stage was nearly 60 members strong, according to the program in James' hand, and it sounded like it. Music filled the theater like warm spring air, with barely any echo to dull its effect. On the stage itself, actors sprang into motion, dozens of peasants moved among a life-sized and perfectly captured medieval square, a line of soldiers marched into view. And there, entering from the right, was the king, and Donovan his royal advisor, and finally the regally beautiful Princess Estra. James remembered the scene well from his second year at Hogwarts, when he himself had been on stage in the guise of Trius, the captain of the guard. But this was different in nearly every way. The king was not young Tom Squallis with a pillow stuffed into his tunic. He was an actual large man, more stocky than fat, with a true beard and a stately demeanor and robes and crown that looked as if they'd come directly from a museum. Donovan was a tall, beardless man with sharp, angular features, so cunning in the very lines of his face and squint of his eyes that James had to remind himself that this was an actor, not an actual villain scheming against the jovial king and the young princess that followed them. Astra, James saw, was barely older than himself. She was ginger-haired and stunningly beautiful, the pale pillar of her neck adorned with a glittering necklace of silver and deep blue gems, flashing in the brilliant stage lights. Despite having been in a version of the play himself, James had never fully grasped the story of Astra, Trius, and Donovan. He'd been far too preoccupied with the extraneous details of production, the costume shop and props crew, the glowing painted markers on the stage floor, and the constant, droning repetition of rehearsals. Now, as he watched the full production in all of its theatrical glory, he began to see why it was the ultimate classic story of the golden age of wizard literature. This was, of course, helped immensely by the grandeur of the deeply enchanted production. When Donovan manipulated the king into granting Astra as his bride, the villain used an actual spell, conjuring a terrifyingly realistic hex of entrancement that illuminated the entire stage with vicious purple light and left the first few rows of patrons nodding and woozy in their seats. When the villain sent Trius and his crew on the ruse of a completely invented sea mission, the oily coolness of his lies was simultaneously compelling and disturbing. Around the theater, several voices gasped, or cried out warnings, or angry insults at the oblivious, conniving villain. When the marsh hag welcomed Donovan into her swampy lair and agreed to his paying request for a murderous storm, James momentarily forgot that he was watching from a cushioned velvet seat in a crowded theater. He seemed to be dreaming the scene, watching from the flickering edge of the hag's firelight, the stink of her cauldron and rot of fermenting moss filling his nose as she, in all of her extravagant ugliness, proclaimed her famous, cackling warning, "The gale ye conjure hunger's great. Its appetite is hard to sate. Feed it well and bid it sleep, lest its gaze to you retreat." Of course, Millie sniffed during the intermission as they stood in the crowded lobby with glasses of spiced meat in their hands, James' head spinning dully. Every seat in the theater is enchanted with a disbelief suspension charm. The longer you sit there, the more real everything on stage seems. If they didn't have an intermission to break things up a bit, some of us would be charging the stage to join Trius on the ballet wind every time he gives his rallying speech, deadly magical storm and raging wraith river or not. "Wizards and men, forth draw ye wands and wits," Edmund cried, stabbing his own toy wand into the air. "Stop," Ariadne insisted in her most strident, motherly voice. "You're embarrassing yourself. Can't you at least try to act like a proper gentleman?" By the time the fourth act was underway, the aforementioned magical storm was a pall of clouds and thunder boiling in the upper reaches of the theater from wall to wall, flashing with gouts of bruise-colored lightning. Trius gave his famous rallying speech, and while no one rushed the stage to accompany his quest, many in the audience did join in the recitation even from the first words, "Foul Donovan, thou traitorous malcontent," some standing in their seats and raising their own wands in the air, pointing them at the magical storm overhead. Somehow, actual ocean waves crested and broke over the ledge of the stage, cascading into the busy orchestra pit. As the ballet wind circumvented the storm via the treacherous Dagger Peninsula, it beached spectacularly on the shore of Seventide within sight of the castle, just in time to prevent Donovan's and Astra's cursed wedding. The villain was confronted and defeated by Trius' sword, yet the castle itself quaked under the onslaught of the merciless storm as it tirelessly hunted its focus, Trius himself. James gasped as the cyclone tore across the stage, shattering stained-glass windows with its icy mist and stabbing the walls with lightning, setting tapestries afire and cracking the stone floors into heaving, broken canyons. Trius leapt these, drawing Astra along with him, still in her wedding gown and streaming veil, now torn by the battering gale. Distantly, James remembered this scene from his own performance of the Triumvirate. Then, the pedal-powered wind machine had accelerated out of control, causing real and unexpected chaos. The scene playing out now seemed even less staged than that. Walls tilted inward, disintegrating into rains of break and stone. Fire raced along the ceilings, wrenching rafters loose and heaving them like pickup sticks in the hand of a child in tantrum. And Trius wove through it all, sometimes leading Astra, sometimes tugged forward by her, until the doomed lovers were in sight of the castle entrance. A flaming rafter fell upon them, finally breaking the lovers' grasp on each other, and crushing Trius under its weight. James simultaneously saw the remainder of the scene as both lines in a playwright's script, and dim, Heartbreaking memories of Petra. Astra, advance. We're nearly free. The castle's doomed, but hope prevails. Oh Trius, curse it not. James heard the line in Petra's voice, untainted with melodrama and hysterics, speaking as if no one was listening but he himself, her expression stricken but stubborn with a thread of hope. Trius, dear love, I curse not hope. I've braved the tempest's watery wrath and felled its sorcerer's might. I've cursed them all to gaze upon your loving face. But hope? What life I've left I live in barricades of hope. On the stage, Trius struggled to free his arm from beneath the burning rafter, flinging it out to grasp Astra's hand. Blood painted his fingers, stained the side of his face. Astra dropped to her knees as darkness closed slowly in on them, the castle collapsing and crumbling inward, tightening the space, making it tragically more intimate and desperate with each moment. Trius went on, and James mentally said the words along with him, thinking of Petra. Though God himself may shake this world to fall upon itself, my love and hope remain. Depart, my dear, and leave me now, I walk to death in peace. Astra, pray no, beloved. The Astra on stage flung her free hand against her brow, palm out, and sang the line with shrill hopelessness, but her voice was drowned out in James' mind by Petra, who claimed the words forcefully, not like an elegy, but like a sudden plea, hoarse and breathless, the spoken equivalent of a grasp about the shoulders, a desperate embrace that comes seconds too late. James' mind flashed with green, and in that flash he saw his cousin Lucy tumbling through the air dead, heard his own scream mingling with Petra's. The scene on stage blended dizzyingly with James' memories. Astra was Petra, and Petra was Lucy. Astra, for months and years I've longed for thee alone, my dreams the home of thy desperate love. I'll not depart my place at body's side, lest unrequited dreams shall crush my soul. James sat forward in his seat and spoke the final words of the play aloud. Then give me your testament to love. A kiss to cure the pains of death, this one. To stand for all. On stage, Trius and Astra kissed, even as the castle finally collapsed upon them, buried them, ended them. The lights dropped. The entire theater vanished into perfect blackness. And James was kissed. In the seamless dark, it was Petra's lips on his. Strangely, disconcertingly, it was also Lucy's, chaste and brief and careful as a dove. Heartbreakingly, he smelled his lost adopted cousin, the warmth of her exotic, silky black hair, a hint of lavender soap, a tease of licorice on her breath. And then the lights came back on, dimly, and it was Millie. Her face was close to his still, smiling faintly, one eyebrow arched. Wow, she whispered, that suspension of disbelief charm really worked on you, didn't it? You were Trius for a second there. Her eyebrow arched a notch higher. Was I your Astra? James couldn't answer. He couldn't think quickly enough to lie. Millie saw this on his face, but merely nodded, still smiling, and dipped her eyes. James had very little memory of leaving the theater. James was, in fact, in a distracted, charm-induced daze until dinner that evening in the grand dining room of Brier Quoit. As the formal dinner of Christmas Eve night, the event was the most ceremonious private affair that James had ever attended. Fortunately, Millie's brother Benton rescued James from the embarrassment of his dress robes by raiding the mansion's expansive attic, tracking down one of his own old wardrobes, and providing from it a much better, if mothball-scented, set of robes. James was glad to make the switch and arrived at the dinner table much improved in both mood and appearance. "You'll sit between me and Grandmother Eunice," Millie whispered to him as they filed into the room, herself changed into a mermaid-shaped emerald green dress and a triple string of pearls, "and you'll be expected to make conversation with her at certain intervals." "What do you mean, at certain intervals?" he whispered back, a note of urgent worry edging into his voice. "And what am I supposed to talk about?" Millie gave a bland, brief shrug. "She'll decide that. Just play along. And answer honestly, whatever you do. Grandma Eunice can smell a lie a mile away, but how will I know when I'm supposed to do what?" Millie frowned and blinked at him, and James was reminded that, to her, this was just a traditional holiday dinner. Just watch everyone else. It's easy. "Merry Christmas, one and all," called the booming, jovial voice of Millie's father as he reached the head of the table, his own formal robes resplendent with a high white collar and matching bow tie. He raised both arms grandly, gesturing at the lines of tall chairs, the glittering crystal glasses and goblets, glinting ranks of silver laid atop neatly folded napkins, and glowing, moon-like plates, saucers and platters. "Do be seated, and let us be merry." James tugged out his chair and sidled onto it, watching as the dozen guests sank into their own seats, descending into easy, polite laughter and murmured conversation. The young cousins, Ariadne, Nigel, and Edmund, flanked their mother and father, Susan and Otto, across from Mrs. Vandergriff. Facing James over the white table and candelabra, Millie's elder sister Matilda settled in, measuring him with her overly made-up eyes and thin smile. Beneath James, the seat cushion was deep, covered in purple velvet, but the back of the chair was very high and mercilessly straight, forcing him to sit upright. He put his elbows on the table, saw that no one else was doing so, and immediately pulled them back again, dropping his hands onto his lap. Muggle servants in black tuxedos and white ties stood around the perimeter of the room. James counted 4 of them, including Topham, who stood near the outer door, and Blake, who began to circle the table, discreetly pouring ruby wine for the adults from a large crystal decanter. No house elves were in sight, of course, but James knew that they had to be around somewhere, performing whatever meager roles that were still assigned to them. Soon enough, as the conversation progressed and the soup course was served, James began to understand the protocol of the formal table. Mr. Vandergriff led the discussion, usually with a question directed at someone else at the table. "What think you of Bragdon want Swivenhodge chances this year, Susan?" Or Otto, "How is your mother faring in Turkey with her trading business?" Or "Have you seen much of Bryony and the old crew since leaving university, Benton?" And the called-upon guest would answer for the benefit of the entire table, always in a practiced, articulate voice. Unlike dinners at Marble Arch or the Borough, no one interrupted anyone, and if there was laughter, it was unfailingly polite and brief. After the initial answer, the conversation would descend for a time into smaller, related banters around the table. James watched to see which direction to turn when this happened. Just when he thought it was his turn to interact with Millie, Lady Vandergriff spoke up next to him. "How does your father manage to care for the Black Manor at Grimmauld Place while attending to his prodigious professional duties?" she asked primly, dabbing the corner of her wrinkled mouth with a napkin and ignoring the established table topic. James turned to look at the old woman, but she merely raised her chin and lowered her eyes to the wine goblet as she raised it in her hand, studying its prism of crimson light. "Oh, James began, treading as carefully as possible. The answer, of course, was that Dad didn't actually care for the old place, as such. He sent Creature on occasion, just to give it a once-over and assure that it was all still secure. Creature was always content to go, of course, since he alone seemed to harbor a sort of stubborn affection for the musty, imposing mansion. He has help. Our house elf makes sure it's in good shape, more or less, for whenever we go there." "House elf," the old woman sighed to herself wistfully, sticking her chin a notch higher, still staring into her wine. "And how often do you go there, in fact?" James shrugged. "A few times a year, I guess. Mum and Dad prefer the house in Marble Arch, I think. It feels a little less. You know," he reached for his own glass, which was filled with sparkling water, old and dank. If you know what I mean." He realized that this was unlikely to be the sort of answer that the Countess preferred, and quickly took a gulp of water to keep from saying any more. Lady Eunice sighed briskly and set down her own wine glass without taking a sip. "The magical aristocracy is not like the Muggle variety, young Master James. I cannot blame your father for not knowing this. He was not given the proper education in the responsibilities of his position, although one expects that he might have done some research in the years since." She turned an eye on James now, studying him before going on. "The threads of magical nobility are fewer and more tenuous with every passing generation. And yet, that only makes their remaining significance all the greater. The Black Manor is not merely an empty house, old and dank, as you have observed. Your father's title, which you shall inherit, unless he wills it to someone else, as his godfather did, is not simply a name and a document. Magical nobility is quite different from the Muggles in that way. Your title is a responsibility, because it is one that comes with a great and secret power." James felt momentarily captured by the woman's penetrating gaze. "Power, ma'am?" She nodded, still studying him severely. "Power, indeed. But not the power of property, nor position, nor land. The Black Manor itself is a mere symbol. No, when we of magical nobility speak of power, we mean it in the truest and most primeval sense. We are guardians, Master James. Our entitlement is the charge of certain deeply elemental forces. But they have not all been maintained. Some have been lost entirely, neglected to the point of impotence, and forgotten to history." She sighed deeply, resignedly. James was intrigued despite himself. "What sort of forces?" Lady Eunice relaxed slightly on her chair and allowed her gaze to drift over the table. "Few speak of it. Few, even amongst my peers, respect or remember. But once there was the Marquis of Rose whose endowment was the rapture of love. It was that title which guarded and preserved the tides of Eros. Lost now to the ages, love still exists without the title's noble ministrations, and always shall, but ever more tainted and diluted, random and untethered from its deepest cores. And much longer ago there was the Green Barony, endowed with the boundaries of ambition, moderating the supply and demand of jealousy, rivalry, greed, and envy. Now, without its accountancy, such influences run rampant, unchecked, overrunning human nature like an invasive weed. And up until the beginning of this century there was the Dukedom of Goldenrod, guardian of the scales of courage and cowardice. James stared at the older woman as she spoke, not quite grasping the magnitude of what she was saying, and yet one detail struck him. He blurted it out, interrupting her in mid-sentence. "But, they're all colors." Lady Eunice ticked her gaze back toward him, narrowing her eyes. She waited, watching as the significance of this realization settled over him. James' mind spun. Finally, he looked up at the older woman again, meeting her gaze. "You're saying that Grimmauld Place isn't just an old house," he said in a hushed voice. "And black isn't just a name, is it?" Lady Eunice nodded once, slowly. "Black is the elemental color of the force that is your family charge." James blinked at her, his hair prickling. He furrowed his brow as he asked, "But, what kind of elemental force is black?" Lady Eunice settled against the back of her own tall chair, as if content that James had merely asked the question. "That, young Master Potter," she answered, picking up her wine goblet again, "is your duty to discover. Once the day comes and the title passes on to you." James' shoulders slumped, but his mind still whirled, considering everything that the Countess had told him. What did it really mean? Should he tell his dad? Would Creature know anything about it? And what elemental force of human nature could possibly be signified by the color black? Shaking him out of this reverie, an unexpected voice suddenly said, "And what plans do you have, James?" It was Mr. Vandergriff, asking on behalf of the entire table, who turned to listen. James blinked rapidly, glancing up at the man at the head of the table, who smiled at him expectantly. What? Sir?" James stammered. Millie's older sister, Matilda, offered him a chilly smile. "Upon graduation from your schooling, of course. Will you perhaps be following in the footsteps of your famous Auror father? Or perhaps those of your grandfather, James I?" Benton suggested, grinning and elbowing Millie next to him. "If I recall, his biggest plan upon graduating Hogwarts was to marry his school sweetie and start a family." "Now don't be gouache," Mrs. Vandergriff chided mildly. "I'm sure that young James has no interest in anyone's romantic predictions." "Entertaining though they may be," Matilda suggested, still eyeing James closely. Millie shook her head and turned pointedly to James. "Don't listen to them. They've been scheming forever to get me married off to some ultra-eligible, peered family, and apparently you qualify." Susan, the young cousin's mother, confirmed with a sympathetic nod. Benton agreed. "A member of the peerage, and not belonging to any pure-blood family." "Now, Benton," Mr. Vandergriff reproached, his smile thinning slightly. James felt his cheeks redden as he glanced helplessly from face to face. Millie was still turned to him, but her eyes were on her mother. "Mummy becomes impatient with pure-blood families. She's very progressive that way." "I'm not impatient with anyone, except perhaps the lot of you at the moment," Mrs. Vandergriff commented primly. "I simply do not suffer the hang-ups of some other magical households regarding our heritage, and I harbor no shame about who knows it." Lady Eunice sniffed. "Quite the reverse, one might think." Mr. Vandergriff turned his attention to Millie. "And what of you, my dear? Still considering a year abroad? America, perhaps?" He dropped a quick wink to James. "Actually," Millie said slowly, suddenly lowering her gaze, "I might consider going to America. But not for an extended holiday. I was thinking of continuing my schooling there. I've been looking into universities. Ilvermorny looks interesting, and Alma Alaron has a marvelous program that I've become rather interested in." James, while glad that the attention was no longer on him, was surprised at the response Millie's comment elicited. The smile fell away from Mr. Vandergriff's face, while his wife looked both startled and puzzled. Matilda's gaze sparkled with mean interest as she watched, but Benton merely rolled his eyes and folded his napkin onto the table. Millie's mother asked, "More schooling, dearest? Why, whatever for? Do you not feel your schooling at Hogwarts has been sufficient?" Mr. Vandergriff sighed tersely. "I told you she should have gone to Bragdonwand." "No, that's not it at all," Millie said, sitting up straight in her chair and looking at both of her parents. I wanted to do more than look pretty and say witty things at parties." "Well," Lady Eunice commented mildly, "one can't know that until they've tried." "Mother," Mr. Vandergriff said, cocking his head slightly. "You're not helping." "Or," Millie said, warming to the topic and aiming a pointed glance at her grandmother, "sitting around having fancy dinners while real people are serving us and then leaving here to go out and live real lives." "Oh, now this is interesting," Matilda said, her eyes avid as she leaned slightly over the table. "What sort of real lives are they leading, Millicent?" Benton shook his head at Matilda. "Don't pretend that you didn't go through a phase exactly like this." "It's not a phase," Millie said, firming her jaw, her own cheeks reddening now. "And I'll tell you what they do. They write plays, and make music. They go on daring adventures. And well, they build things." "Build things?" Matilda repeated, barely concealing the mocking glee in her voice. Lady Eunice recoiled in mild alarm. "Perhaps I am mistaken, but that sounds an awful lot like manual labor." "I don't mean building things with my hands," Millie said, exasperated, "although I'm not above that. I mean designing things. Planning, and plotting, and drafting buildings. Things like museums and cathedrals, hotels and terminals, all on paper, where there are no limitations. And then watching it all come to life before your eyes." Matilda blinked owlishly at her sister across the table, a mixture of teasing amazement etched onto her narrow face. "Do you mean architecture? Is that what you're on about?" Their mother sighed. "I seem to recall that it was veterinary medicine in your case, Matilda," she said, laying a weary hand over her eyes. "But," Lady Eunice interjected, perplexed, "architecture is dwarf work. I may not know much about common workaday life, but I do know that." "Not in the Muggle world," Millie said, steeling herself. "Oh, bloody Nora," her father groaned under his breath. "More claret, milord," Blake suggested deftly, pouring wine into the man's nearly empty goblet. Mrs. Vandergriff rallied herself. "Now, Millicent, we like to be as open-minded as any modern wizarding family. A human can be an architect in the Muggle world," Millie insisted stubbornly. "A woman can work, just like a man. Ask our new servants." She nodded toward Blake and Topham. Blake merely stood at attention, but Topham's gaze fluttered at the suddenly watchful faces. Millie went on, "In their world, anyone can be anything they want. And yet, somehow, they choose to be servants," Lady Eunice observed archly, apparently to the candelabra. "I don't care what any of you say," Millie proclaimed, calling on every ounce of her lofty upbringing and melodramatic dignity. "I shall go to America, attend Alma Alaron University, and I shall be an architect if I wish. Even if it means working in the Muggle world." This statement was met with a sharp gasp from Mrs. Vandergriff and awkward, stunned silence around the table. James could hear the faint clatter of dishes in the kitchen far below. Finally, young cousin Edmund spoke up for the first time, taking advantage of the break in conversation. "Millie, after we do the Triumvirate, will you do a Hufflepuff Pals show for us tonight?" he asked eagerly, leaning over the table. No one answered. Mr. Vandergriff coughed lightly and pushed away from the table. Lady Vandergriff dabbed her napkin at the corner of her mouth and glanced around brightly, diplomatically ignoring the awkward silence. Edmund looked at James and frowned quizzically. "What? Did she leave the Voldy puppet back at school or something?" 14. The Elven Uprising. An hour later, still reeling from the dinner conversation, James was surprised to see just what a production the miniature presentation of the Triumvirate had turned out to be. The children, with Millie's help, had raided the attic wardrobes and returned with armloads of colorful old robes, feathered hats, boots, belts, swords and scabbards, ribbons and medals, and various other costuming. A small, makeshift stage had been erected in front of the fire, bordered by actual red velvet curtains hung from an enchanted, floating rod. Somewhat more disconcerting were the number of people in attendance. Besides the entirety of the family, including many relatives who had arrived only that night, all of the servants were also invited to watch the performance. Balor the Cyclops was there, towering over everyone else in his intimidating slate-gray uniform, his chauffeur's hat still pressed down low onto his huge cranium. James once again wondered how the skinny giant could be a Cyclops. The whole point of being such a creature, he thought, was that Cyclope had a single giant eye that could see everything, including secrets and trickery. This is why, in ancient history, they had often been employed as bodyguards by wizarding royalty, since no plot or subterfuge escaped their monocular notice. Balor, however, appeared to have two perfectly normal-sized eyes, if solemnly cold and stoic, beneath the black brim of his ever-present cap. He did not sit, but stood stiffly behind the family, his back to a window. Across from the chauffeur, the Muggle servants lined up behind a buffet table covered with platters of cucumber sandwiches, desserts, cupcakes, a crystal punch bowl, and a very large Christmas pudding, so sticky and redolent with sherry that James could smell it from the stage. Blake sat behind the table in one of the chairs provided, along with several other servants, cooks, and maids. He caught James' eye and cocked a subtly sardonic eyebrow at him, seeming to refer to the entire room, the stage, the enormous pudding, and the immensely well-dressed finery of the witches and wizards as they settled into their seats. James remembered the smell of cigarettes and beer from the pub that Blake had taken them to the previous night. "Millie calls this slumming," the young man had said. Clearly, this was the opposite for him, and the irony was palpable. Dismissing James, Blake leaned back and threw his arms around the maids on either side, crossing one polished black shoe over his knee. The older maid elbowed his arm away from her. Topham, who refused to sit, cleared his throat meaningful in Blake's direction. Blake nodded obediently and sat up straight again, as if at attention. Topham accepted this with a satisfied nod, turning his attention back to the room at large. As the children, along with James and Millie, took the stage, the lights of the room dimmed to shadows and the assembly applauded dutifully. Magical spotlights lit the stage from concealed ones. Most of the family and guests smiled with indulgent good cheer, the men's cheeks flushed with brandy, the women sitting ramrod straight in their fine dresses, their gloved hands folded atop their knees. As the play began, the servants watched intently, many with brows knitted, themselves unfamiliar with the story, of course, and somewhat befuddled by the children's condensed, meandering version of it. James and Millie both managed several different roles, as well as performed clumsy but necessary scene and costume changes while an antique, charmed Victrola played accompanying musical overtures. They were just nearing Tria's famous rallying speech, with Edmund standing in his tricorner feathered cap on the ship's bow of the upholstered ottoman, when James, standing at attention behind the ottoman as one of Tria's sailors, saw movement out of the corner of his eye. In the dimness just off stage, beneath the buffet table, half hidden by its draped bunting, a house elf hunkered. James recognized her as the very one that he had seen that morning, outside the dining room door, watching Blake with undisguised contempt. Now, her bulbous eyes were turned up, as if she could see through the bottom of the table to the goods arrayed on its surface. As James watched, the elf snapped her fingers. On the table, the enormous Christmas pudding rocked on its platter. Slowly, subtly, the pudding rose an inch off the table, resting on a cushion of magic. James blinked at the elf, alarm rising in his chest. Her eyes squinted with grim malice as she glanced out over the darkened room, toward the seated guests and family members. The pudding edged across the lip of the table, then floated into the shadows. None of the servants noticed, being too intent on Edmund's rousing speech. Amazingly, inexplicably, the elf seemed prepared to dump the pudding onto the floor, or worse, onto the very head of someone in the audience. Blake, being seated nearest the pudding, would get the blame. With a start, James understood, the elf intended to sabotage Blake, and all of the Muggle servants by association. James lifted his wand, drew a breath to call a warning, but the elf saw him. Her gaze sharpened, and she snapped her fingers again. James' wand hand twisted away, pointing toward the opposite wall. He gasped in surprise. "Sailors and men," Edmund cried, jabbing his own toy wand toward the ceiling. "Forth draw ye wands and wits to fight the violent seas this night." The family members and guests joined in, jubilantly reciting the famous lines with him, "That by the morn we'll hold our win, or lie in beds of ocean sand. Our beaten glory's shrine." A cheer went up throughout the room. Even the Muggle servants grinned and applauded, if a bit bemusedly. James tried to call out a warning as the pudding lofted through the darkness over Mrs. Vandergrift's shoulder, but his own voice was lost in the happy commotion. He struggled to aim his wand, but his arm was wrested firmly away, captured in an invisible vice, pointing in the opposite direction at a high window, pointing, in fact, toward Balor, who stood against the glass like a lanky statue, and suddenly, with perfect clarity, James thought he understood the Cyclops' strange secret. He stopped resisting the elf's magical influence and pointed his wand at the tall man shape instead. With a flick of his wrist, he muttered the first incantation he had ever learned, Wingardium Leviosa. Balor's chauffeur hat popped off his head, freeing the man's wispy white hair in a dandelion-like fluff. More importantly, however, it revealed the huge, closed eye in the center of the Cyclops' high forehead. Balor's two human eyes snapped shut as the giant Cyclops' eye opened, revealing an inky black orb the size of a lemon. The eye swiveled immediately toward the buffet table, homing in on the elf's secret subterfuge. "Stop!" Balor called, his voice a deep bellow that overrode the happy cheers, cutting through them like a knife. His arm pistoned up, pointing one long, bony finger at the elf beneath the table. Her own eyes bulged even more prominently in shock as the entire assembly turned to look, to spy her in her hiding place. But it was too late. Mrs. Vandergrift's sudden scream of surprise was partially muffled by the splat of the pudding as it dropped onto her, breaking over her head and squelching down her front, onto her lap, and all around the sofa on which she sat. Mr. Vandergrift leapt to his feet, clapping his hands once so that the overhead chandelier flared instantly aglow, bathing the room with light. Every eye except Balor's swept toward Mrs. Vandergriff as she arose with a choked gasp, flinging gobbets of pudding in all directions. The people seated nearest her gasped and recoiled, eyes wide. On the makeshift stage, Millie clapped both hands over her mouth, her eyes boggling at her mother's predicament. James at first thought that she was horrified at the sight, but then he saw her shoulders convulse and realized that she was, just barely, restraining a bray of shocked laughter. Mrs. Vandergriff shook her head, her own eyes blazing. Then, with a decisive jerk, she turned toward the buffet table. The elf had not moved. Her knobby shoulders slumped and her gaze dropped to the floor, but the set of her scowl, defiant and hopeless, did not change. "Heddelbun," Mrs. Vandergriff called hoarsely, her voice only faintly trembling. "Would you please step out so I can address you properly?" The elf complied with no hesitation. She seemed to know what was coming. Eyes still on the floor, she sidled from beneath the table and silently approached her mistress. Mrs. Vandergriff raised her hands and, with as much dignity as she could muster, daintily tugged at the fingertips of her left ivory glove, which was now smeared with chocolate, studded with wet crumbs. She withdrew it, allowed it to dangle in her right hand, and then dropped it into the waiting hands of the elf. It was Millie's father who spoke next, his voice low. "Heddelbun, I don't know why you've done this. And, quite honestly, I don't believe I care. You've served this family for as long as I can remember. But you are a free elf now. It breaks my heart to say it, but please be off the premises by midnight tonight. Am I understood?" Heddelbun's voice was small and calm. "Yes, master. I'm not your master anymore," Mr. Vandergriff said. The words seemed to pain him. "Please, take your glove and go." "Yes, my lord." James thought that Heddelbun might offer some explanation for her action, but she did not. Holding the glove draped across her hands as if it were a dead frog, the elf turned and threaded for the door, her large feet making no noise on the carpet. Topham looked down at her, and then away, averting his eyes as if from a rude gesture. Mr. Vandergriff tilted an eye at Balor, who nodded gravely. Without a word, the tall Cyclops retrieved his cap from a nearby chair and moved to follow the elf, apparently to assure that she vacated as ordered. Heddelbun sensed this and paused at the door, waiting for Balor to escort her. She glanced back only once, but not at the Cyclops. Instead, her gaze landed on James, briefly but unmistakably. There was blame in her glare, but it was cold, strangely emotionless. James couldn't help feeling sorry for the elf, in spite of the mess that she had made. Mr. Vandergriff may not wish for any explanation, but James thought that her intention had been painfully clear. Heddelbun had resorted to one final, desperate measure to regain her duties from the Muggle servants. Instead, she had lost her service entirely. Blake, for one, seemed to understand this. He watched the elf go with a placid expression, then looked askance at James. Silently, he mimed wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, and then winked. There was something conspiratorial in the gesture, as if James and Blake had somehow plotted for the elf to be sacked, rather than merely watched it happen. James frowned and shook his head. Many voices began to speak now, in low, urgent tones. Millie still had her hands clamped over her mouth, but she seemed to have lost the urge to laugh. She swiveled her eyes toward James, speechless at what had transpired. "I'm fine," Mrs. Vandergriff stated over the rabble of voices. "I'm fine, truly. It's nothing that a good Georgia charm won't fix. I shall summon Gennywick as soon as the play is completed." "No, I won't hear a word of it, Topham. You stay and enjoy the remainder of the performance. It is, I dare say, just coming to the good bit." Much to the consternation of her husband and their guests, Mrs. Vandergriff composed herself, brushed futilely at the mess on her shoulders and skirts, and then lowered back to her seat on the sofa, crossing her gloved right hand over her bare left. There was a long, pregnant pause as the rest of the room stood by awkwardly, unsure how to proceed. "The lady has spoken," Mr. Vandergriff nodded briskly, changing his expression to a determined smile, "and so it shall be. Carry on then, loves. Lights, please." He clapped his hands again, and the chandelier snuffed itself, plunging the room back into dimness. On the stage, Edmund still stood atop his ottoman boat, his face blank in the spotlight. "Shall I?" he asked in a stage whisper, looking around at Millie and James. "Shall I begin again?" "I suggest we skip directly to the fight scene with Donovan," Millie whispered with a hard glint in her eye, cocking a glance at James. "And do let's make it a good one." James lay in bed that night listening to the low crackle of the fire in the hearth, staring up at the dim shadows of the ceiling. He couldn't sleep. His mind was full of chasing, whirling thoughts, the inexplicable sensation of Petra's kiss during the climactic moment at the theater, the Black Estate and its mysterious, portentous title, the sacking of Heddelbun the elf in favor of Paid, human servants. The latter debacle had led to muttered discussion later that night, with the men gathered secretively in the den for cognac and cigars, discussing a word that James had never heard before. "It'll come up for a vote, this Wexit business. It's inevitable," the ministry official with porkchop sideburns said matter-of-factly. "It's the direction of the future. Britain must lead the charge." Mr. Vandergriff remained unconvinced. "I don't know if it should come to that. It's a monumental step, the entirety of Wizarding Britain exiting the vow of secrecy. There is no reversing from that decision, should it come to pass, and yet, I wonder if there is any hope in fighting it?" Benton suggested, his voice uncharacteristically somber. "You heard what happened at Hogwarts on first night? A Muggle family actually drove straight into the courtyard, purely by accident. The lot of them wandered into the Great Hall, for heaven's sake. Ask James here, he'll tell you all about it." James didn't wish to recount the event, and didn't need to. The story had made its way into the Daily Prophet, of course, and become national news. "Mark my words," the ministry official insisted, raising a single, pudgy finger. "Wexit will come to vote, and it will pass. We cannot wait for the vow to crumble down around our shoulders. This Elven uprising business is just the start. We must act now to minimize and control the revelation while we still can." James thought on the man's words in the darkness of his room, unsure what to make of them, unsure if he agreed or not, knowing that Benton was probably right in saying that it didn't really matter. The momentum was begun. The vow was indeed crumbling. And what, exactly, was the Elven uprising? A low laugh echoed from beneath the bedroom door, as if from a long way off. James glanced toward the door, saw the narrow band of candlelight beneath it. It was unbroken. No one was moving in the hall outside. He dismissed the sound, returning reluctantly to his sleepless reverie, but a moment later the sound came again, and this time it was accompanied by a shrill whisper. After a moment's consideration, James slipped to the floor in his pajamas and padded barefoot to the door. He gripped the brass doorknob and opened the door just enough to peek out. The hallway was long, decked with gilt-frame portraits, flickering wall sconces, and low sofas and side tables. At the end nearest the staircase, a figure stood half-hidden within an open bedroom door. It was Millie's room, James recognized, but the figure standing there was not Millie. Frowning in consternation, he recognized the shape as Blake. The young man was murmuring in a low voice, no longer dressed in his formal coat and tails. Now, he wore a leather jacket and jeans. Millie's voice was thin and secretive, tittering with laughter. James could make out no words. After only a moment, Blake stepped back to make room for Millie. She exited her bedroom dressed in a heavy jumper and winter hat. Closing her bedroom door with exaggerated care, she bounced lightly on her toes, and then pushed Blake playfully toward the staircase. Together, they crept down and out of sight. James felt completely stymied. He stared down the now empty hall feeling a mixture of confusion, jealousy, and surprised spite. What were they up to? Why hadn't she told him about it, much less invited him along? Wounded resentment arose in place of his confusion, bringing a flush to his cheeks and pressing his lips into a firm line. Leaving the bedroom door ajar, he retreated to the enormous wardrobe, yanked out his coat, pocketed his wand, shoved his bare feet into his trainers, and crept quickly out into the hall, closing his own door as quietly as possible. Blake and Millie were in the main entrance hall when he spied them again from the shadows of the landing. They were still whispering as Blake swung open the front door, heavy but silent on its well-oiled hinges. Cold air carried a raft of snowflakes into the entryway. They lit on Millie's hair and hat as she followed the young man outside. With a faint clunk, the door closed behind them. James trotted lightly down the steps, the confused umbrage in his chest heating into a boiling cauldron. A set of tall windows stood on either side of the front doors, each glazed with silvery frost. Leaning so close that his breath fogged the glass, James peered out. An automobile stood on the curving drive, its exhaust puttering white breath as Blake opened the passenger door for Millie. The car was not new, but it was low and muscular, clearly immaculately cared for, shining in deep midnight blue, with fat racing tires. Blake closed Millie's door quietly, then rounded the front of the car swiftly, drawing a hand lovingly across the bonnet before dropping into the driver's seat. A moment later, as the door swung shut, the car surged forward, crunching on the snow. James could scarcely believe what he was seeing. She was sneaking out again, and this time without telling even him. Would she and Blake go to the same place that they had all gone the previous night? Why were they driving Blake's fancy sports car this time? What was Blake's intention with the rich blonde witch? Worse, what was her intention with him? If only there was a way to find out. James cast anxiously around the entry hall. A large coachroom stood on one side. On the other was a narrow door, closed but unlocked. For lack of any better idea, James took a lunging step forward and grasped the handle, yanking the door open. It was a utility closet. A vacuum cleaner stood in the center, surrounded by shelves of cleaning supplies, folded serving towels, feather dusters, spray cans of furniture polish, a rack of hanging black coats for the servants to wear when greeting guests in bad weather, and a leaning collection of mops and brooms. James began to close the door in frustration, and then stopped, his eye catching on the brooms. Was it possible? He scanned the wooden handles. One of them was more curved than the others, dull with age but polished to deep chestnut, with a small brass plate screwed to one side of the handle. On the plate, curlicue letters spelled, Wood Sprite 75. James had never heard of a broom called a Wood Sprite. He didn't even know which century the 75 referred to. He only knew, with immense relief, that the Vandergriffs have consigned someone's ancient broom to the servants for mere sweeping. He grabbed it, yanked it from its fellows with a clatter, and leapt for the front door. It was bitterly cold outside, with fresh snowflakes falling silently through the dome of interwoven trees that canopied the Vandergriffs' peninsula estate. James barely felt the wintry air as he tugged the door closed behind him and straddled the antique broom. The taillights of Blake's car were mere red pinpricks in the distance, obscured by the falling snow. They brightened momentarily as James watched, showing a tap of the car's brakes. Then, the vehicle turned off the tree-lined drive, accelerated, and vanished into the Muggle neighborhood beyond. James kicked off from the mansion's portico and drove the broom forward as fast as it would go. The Wood Sprite felt like a flobberworm compared to his own Thunderstreak, yet James knew that it would be plenty fast enough to catch up to Blake's car and keep pace with it. If, that was, he could overtake them before losing them in the warren of neighborhoods beyond the shore road. Snowflakes streamed past, stinging James' cheeks and blurring his vision, but he only squinted and pressed onward, swooping low along the narrow drive, feeling the pulse of the trees as they rushed overhead. The fringe of forest began to close ahead of him as he watched, hiding the Vandergriffs' drive from the cul-de-sac beyond. James hunkered low and drew in his elbows, and still he had to slalom dangerously through the contracting trees, bursting out of them only a moment before they twined firmly together, completely blocking the drive. With a kick and a swerve, James angled upward, above the glow of the street lamps, and sped into the night, following the boulevard below. Blake's car was no longer in sight. Angry panic throttled James' thoughts, but he merely leaned lower over the broom and pressed onward, glaring down at the snowy, illuminated road below. At the junction, he glanced frantically from right to left. There, much further away than he expected, was the same pair of taillights just turning right, passing behind a grand house. James kicked forward again in pursuit. Soon enough, he caught up to the car, slowed, and followed it more sedately, staying well above the light of the streets below, watching as the car ambled through more junctions, tooled past flashing traffic lights, and eventually made its way into a nearby town, where it began to cruise the streets in a seemingly random, meandering path. This went on for some time. James pressed higher as he flew over apartment complexes, churches, office buildings, and parking garages. Snow gathered in his hair and eyelashes. He grew cold, and then began to shiver so hard that his hands shook on the broom handle. And still, far below, the sleek blue car drove on. It never really arrived anywhere, although it slowed often, pausing longer than necessary at stop signs and intersections, random corners and parks. Several times it pulled off to the side of the road and stopped entirely. And yet, as James watched, Millie and Blake never got out to approach any of the establishments they parked near. The car doors never even opened. Minutes would creep by as James shivered violently far overhead, chilled and crusted with snow, and then, invariably, the car would pull forward again, merge onto the street, and continue placidly on. James tried very hard not to imagine what Millie and Blake were doing in the car during those park minutes. In his mind, he heard Scorpius Malfoy sneering at him. "You really aren't that thick, are you, Potter?" Finally, after what felt like hours, numb with cold and miserable with sick jealousy, James realized he was following the blue car back into the shoreline neighborhood overlooking the sea. He followed more closely now, caring less if he was seen, wanting only to be back indoors, to shake the crusted snow from his hair, and wallow in the stew of confused, indignant anger that now filled him from head to toe. The car's headlights illuminated the cul-de-sac guardrail, but only for a moment. With a silent shimmy, the guardrail shot upwards and transformed into the wrought iron gate of black brier Quoit. The blue car surged through, and James swooped to follow. He considered whether he should confront them right then and there, as they emerged in front of the mansion. It would be perversely satisfying, he knew, but it would also mean admitting that he had jealously followed them, and been miserably frozen and humiliated in the act. He decided, with some reluctance, to hang back, to swoop up toward the interlaced dome of bare branches high overhead, watching down silently as the car angled onto the curving drive, glinting in the glow of the mansion's entry. Some tiny, timid part of him suggested that he should be grateful for this night. He had already decided to break up with Millie once the holiday was over, hadn't he? He had only to come up with a good reason. This made things all the simpler, didn't it? And yet this voice was drowned out by the boiling, affronted rage in his chest, almost but not quite concealing the ocean of wounded pride beneath. The car's engine idled, but the doors still did not open for several minutes. James' fury grew with the intensity of his discomfort. The snow was thinner here as it filtered through the dome of trees, but the air was nearly arctic with cold. James' breath fogged the air, shivering violently. His hands were numb on the wood sprite's handle. Finally, both of the car doors swung open. Blake and Millie stepped out into the dim glow of the portico lamps, looked at each other over the car's roof, and then moved to meet at the rear. Blake took Millie's hands briefly, and then turned to the car. He opened the boot, swung up the lid, and withdrew something from inside. It was small and squarish, a gift of some kind. James nearly vibrated with rage as he watched the young man offer it to Millie. She accepted it, looked at it, and then threw her arms up around his neck, still holding the square object in one hand. She hugged him, and then, as James observed with a wave of blinding, affronted rage, she kissed him. The boot lid banged shut suddenly, slamming so hard that it rocked the car and sent echoes across the snowy garden. Blake and Millie both jumped back from the car, startled. James saw this with some satisfaction before realizing that his wand was in his fist, aimed at the car. His knuckles were wide, squeezing hard enough to make the tendons stand out on the back of his hand. A light popped on in an upstairs window of the mansion. Below, Blake saw this and swore urgently under his breath. "Hide!" Millie rasped, and yanked her wand from a pocket. She waved it at the car and muttered a brief spell. The car wavered, and then took on the ephemeral color and texture of the snowy drive beneath it, effectively vanishing from view. James marveled reluctantly. He himself had never perfected the disillusionment spell. Millie ducked behind a stone balustrade at the base of the steps at the exact same moment that the curtains of the lit upstairs window twitched aside. A silhouetted figure appeared, peering down through the glass. From his angle high above, James could see that it was Matilda, Millie's older sister. She gazed this way and that, her suspicious eyes narrowed. Then, apparently seeing nothing out of order, she withdrew. Far below, Millie peered up from behind the balustrade. Next to her, a shadow moved. Blake was hiding there with her. James fumed furiously. Once still in hand, he flicked it and muttered a spell of his own. A snowball arose spinning from a drift near the steps. It hovered for a moment, and then arced up to the lit window, bashing against the glass with an audible rattle. "What the bloody?" Blake hissed, standing up to look around, annoyed and confused. Millie pulled him back down, but peered up herself, her eyes squinting. She was quicker, and knew what to look for. After only a moment, she glanced up toward the tree canopy just as James summoned another snowball. "James?" she called up in a harsh whisper. James flicked his wand. The snowball arced toward Matilda's window and bashed itself to powder. Blake followed Millie's gaze, spying James overhead. "It's your boyfriend?" he asked, annoyance and amusement mingling in his voice. "James," Millie rasped again, stepping out from the shadows. "Come down here. What in purple blazes are you doing?" James firmed his jaw and heaved a deep sigh. Resignedly, he swooped down and jumped to the top portico step as Millie ran up to join him. "What are you doing?" she demanded again, so angrily that James' own rage was dampened momentarily. "What am I doing?" he rallied, standing up straight and hefting the wood sprite between them like a shield. "What are you doing?" "Sneaking out and getting on with. He flapped a hand vaguely, disgustedly in Blake's direction. For his own part, Blake stood in the shadows at the bottom of the steps, arms crossed, a look of weary impatience on his face. For a moment, Millie appeared angrily confused. And then an expression of dawning realization descended over her face. Her eyes narrowed. In a low voice, she seethed, "You think I was copping off with him? Well." James blanked, and faltered slightly. "Well, weren't you?" "James," she hissed, her face going livid. "He's almost 10 years older than me. He's a university student, studying industrial design and engineering. I've been begging him for months to teach me what he's learning. We spent the night driving around looking at architecture. Look." She thrust an object toward him. It was the squarish gift that Blake had just given her. James recoiled slightly, then glanced down at it, saw that it was a fat book, and read the cover, History of Architectural Drafting and Design, Volume 1. "But," James said, still staring at the book's cover. But, you kissed him." He glanced up at her in time to see her eyes roll in angry impatience. "I kissed him on the cheek. He's like a brother to me." "You really think I would?" "I would." She turned her head to look down at Blake, so fast that her blonde hair flung out beneath her hat. "Do you really think I would betray you like that? With him?" "Hey, now," Blake said, managing to look affronted. James was about to respond when the unmistakable sound of an opening door interrupted him. Blake leapt out of sight behind the balustrade again as a band of light spread down the steps, brightly illuminating Millie and James. "Well," a voice called, and James was not at all surprised to hear a nasty smile in it. "What do we have here? Out for a romantic evening stroll, are we? Mother and Father will be just thrilled to know that you two are so engaged." Millie didn't even look toward the door. Her eyes locked onto James with a degree of furious pleading that took him a split second to decipher. It wasn't the fact that she'd snuck out for the night with Blake, a servant, that she was suddenly terrified of having discovered. It was that she'd been out with him studying Muggle architecture. James needed barely a second to decide what he had to do. "Yes," he said, not breaking eye contact with Millie. "And it was all my idea." Millie's eyes widened another fraction, but she managed, miraculously, not to gasp. James finally looked up at Matilda, not thinking, merely allowing instinct to take over. "I love this girl, you see." "Millie," he looked down at her again, at her speechless, bulging eyes. "I'm completely smitten by you. I can't be without you. I've brought you out here this night, under this moon, to tell you that." He glanced upwards hopefully, tried to locate the moon through the lacework of trees and the pall of drifting snow. No moon was visible at all. Matilda, fortunately, seemed oblivious of this fact. "Really, now," she stated flatly, cocking her head and placing one fist against her hip, causing her night robes to sway. "But it's too soon for you, Millie," James went on loudly, interrupting, marveling slightly at his own inspired temerity. Fleetingly, he wondered if he was channeling Zane Walker. "I fear that you're not ready to respond to my romantic overtures. Go, Millie. Go." He dropped his eyes and flung the wood sprite down the steps. It clattered nonsensically, and James noticed, with a moment of distraction, that while Blake's car was disillusioned to invisibility, it still puttered a dancing puff of visible smoke from its idling tailpipe. "Go," James cried again, raising his voice and throwing an arm over his eyes in a burst of hysterical inspiration. "Go to your sister. I will await you. And when the time comes, indeed, if it ever comes, that you are ready to love me as I love you." His motivation faltered. He glanced aside with one eye toward Millie, who was staring at him with undisguised, gape-jawed amazement. He glared at her meaningfully, and then flicked his eyes toward the open doorway and the suspiciously watching Matilda. "Go," he mouthed. Millie blinked rapidly, and then seemed to recover herself. Her experience with the Hufflepuff pals took over, and she replied, "Yes, I must leave you, James. It's too soon for me. But I will await your word," James encouraged, nodding, urging her away with his eyes, "and your love. Never fear. Never doubt." Millie backed up the steps slowly, somewhat awkwardly, toward the waiting shape of Matilda, who watched the scene with narrowed eyes and thin lips. When Millie reached her sister, moved into the warmth of the open door, she spun on her heel and threw her arms around the taller woman. "Oh, Maddie," she cried, her voice muffled against her sister's thin breast. Matilda looked down at Millie in surprise, her eyes still narrowed, her brows high on her forehead. Then, tentatively, she put her arms around her. It was an awkward gesture, like a stork attempting a card trick, but apparently genuine enough. She patted Millie's shoulder and the back of her head, and then raised her gaze to James. Her lips pursed. "You Potters," she said with a curt shake of her head. "Much too brash for polite society. It seems that you've bruised poor Millicent's sensitivities. I do hope you've learned an important lesson." James still couldn't tell if the older woman was being quite serious or if she was, perhaps, goading him. He didn't really care. He simply nodded in dejection and dropped his eyes, hoping that Matilda wouldn't hear the gentle putter of the idling car, or notice its phantom exhaust, or wonder, for that matter, why James had been holding one of the servants' cast-off, antique brooms. A moment later, thankfully, the women's footsteps retreated back inside the house and the door swung slowly closed, cutting off the band of golden light from inside. Without raising his head, James flicked his eyes up in time to see the door snick shut. He listened for the bolt to shunt into place. When it didn't, he assumed that he was still allowed inside, nominally. "Now that," Blake sighed calmly, emerging from his hiding place, "is what I call a royal cock-up." "Shut up," James muttered blandly. He retreated partway down the steps, retrieved the old broom from the shadows, brushed off the snow, and climbed dejectedly back up toward the front door. Blake spoke again, this time in a voice both taut and smug, freezing James in his tracks. "I would have won her anyway, you know. Even if you hadn't proved yourself to be a jealous, clumsy little Burke. Just so you know. I didn't need your help." He was smiling as he spoke. James didn't look back at the older man, but his mind whirled, clouded with impotent rage, choked with jealousy. He could think of nothing to say. No comeback came to mind, no retort or pithy, withering insult. He considered using his wand to curse the arrogant mugglegit, or, failing that, to hurl himself down the steps and knock the bastard down, but even this impulse was overcome by numbing weariness and cold. Instead, he simply pocketed his wand and said the only thing that came to mind, "Good luck driving home in your invisible car," and he opened the mansion's door, felt the push of warm air against his cheeks, stepped inside, and shot the bolt behind him. Through the window beside the door, he briefly saw Blake at the bottom of the steps, the grin gone from his face, groping blindly, clumsily for his precious car. The women had already gone upstairs to their bedrooms. James was quite glad. The train ride back to Hogsmeade was awkward. James found that he missed seeing his family over the break, and took some minor, jealous solace in Albus and Rose's retelling of the holiday back home and at the Burrow. He avoided Millie, who rode in a different compartment some way up the train, but knew that he had to talk to her eventually. They had hardly spoken since leaving Blackberry or Quoit in the back of the family's limousine, and when they did it was for mere practical necessity. They both seemed to know that it was over between them. All that remained was the actual breaking up, which James sensed was his responsibility. He didn't want to do it. He wished it could merely be over without any of the messy, awkward, official stuff. But she seemed to be in prim waiting mode, knowing it was coming, expecting it, even reveling in a sort of perverse anticipation. Rose had no patience for James' predicament. "You're just a typical boy. All eager as beavers when it comes to the snogging, but thick as paving stones when it comes to talking about feelings like actual human beings. Next thing, you'll be blaming her just for having feelings, like it's some sort of female curse or something, while you act all high and mighty about being an emotionally constipated, coddled, stuck-up little mummy's boy. Things not going so well between you and Scorpius again, eh?" James nodded wisely. "Shut up. I thought you two were back together again after he bought you that necklace for Christmas?" Rose's lips tightened and her eyes narrowed. "His mum bought it and gave it to him to give to me. She even wrapped it and signed his name to the card. He says Christmas gifts are the woman's responsibility." She glared aside at James accusingly, her eyes nearly sparking. "Don't look at me," James said, raising both hands. "I didn't even buy Millie any Christmas gift." He realized, a moment too late, that this didn't really make his case. Rose crossed her arms like a shield and nodded once, firmly. "No wonder Millie's had it with you. You go find her right now and set her free of you. There are probably dozens of better boyfriends on the train right this very moment. Hundreds." James stood up and backed away, afraid to say another word. He found Ralph in the corridor before he found Millie's compartment. "What are you up and about for?" the bigger boy asked, clearly disgruntled. James didn't have it in him to be annoyed at Ralph's tone. He slumped and leaned against a window. "Looking for Millie. It's over between us. I just need to pound the final nail in the coffin." "Oh," Ralph said, taken aback. "Well. Sorry, then. What happened? Holiday a disaster?" James shrugged. "I bodged it all up. It's me, not her." "People always say that," Ralph frowned. "But in your case, I think you may be right." "Thanks, Ralph." Ralph shrugged his huge shoulders. "So, you wouldn't mind if I asked her out, maybe?" James glanced at Ralph in surprise. "Seriously? You're interested?" "I dunno," Ralph sighed, not meeting James' eyes. "She's pretty enough. Rich, too, from what I hear." James blew out a breath, half laughing. "Rich doesn't begin to cover it. They're the most confusing people I've ever met. They're like the progressive element, but dipped in candy, and with all the nastiness sucked out." "What do you mean?" Ralph seemed genuinely interested. "Well, for starters, they're proud of being anti-purebloods. And they do all this stuff that seems all generous and forward-thinking, like hiring Muggle servants instead of using house elves." Ralph nodded consideringly. "Your Aunt Hermione would approve." "I guess she would," James admitted, frowning. "But they don't seem to consider any of the consequences of their choices. The house elves are all desperate for their work back. They don't feel set free, they feel abandoned and useless. And there's something else. Millie's family really are nice, and they take great pains, most of them, not to judge anybody, no matter who they are or what they do. But the moment their own daughter wants to study something other than how to be a rich wizarding aristocrat, they think it's beneath her station and not good enough for her. Ralph looked mildly perplexed. What sort of thing does Millie want to study? James shook his head tiredly. Architecture, of all things. Like, the maths and designs of buildings and stuff. I don't really understand it. But her parents, they call that dwarf work. Well, it is, innit? That doesn't mean witches or wizards can't do it, though. Ralph sighed briskly and nodded. He reached and clapped James on the shoulder. Well, good for you for calling an end to it when the time came. I don't want to do it. James bristled slightly. I'd avoid the bloody hell out of it if I could. I'm sure everything will work itself out, Ralph said, glancing about the corridor. I better get back to work, though. Being head boy is harder than I ever expected. Somebody's been setting off dung bombs but nobody will tell me who's responsible. I've gone up and down the train twice now, trying to sniff them out. James nodded at his friend's distracted earnestness. Yeah, well, happy hunting, Ralphinator. Ralph stood and squared his shoulders importantly. Let me know if you hear anything. Or, smell anything. With that, he stumped away, glancing into compartments as he went. James watched him go, then, reluctantly, pushed away from the wall, resuming his half-hearted search for Millie. He passed the cart lady and bought a box of pumpkin pasties from her, munching them as he went on. A little later, he saw his cousins Louis and Dominique, and barely avoided getting pulled into an argument between them over whose new Christmas socks were the best. I'd love to settle this for you, he said soberly, backing away, but honestly, I'm afraid I couldn't possibly bring myself to give a toss. He bumped into someone in the corridor and turned, relieved for the interruption. It was Millie. You could have had the decency to tell me yourself. She seethed. Her cheeks were livid pink with rage. What? James recoiled. I had no idea what a little blab you were. She shook her head violently, her voice climbing to a shrill hiss. So my family is a bunch of pompous hypocrites who don't think about the consequences of their actions, eh? What? James sputtered. I mean. What? Who said? I got your message from Ralph Deedle, Millie said, dropping her voice again to a near whisper. He told me you were ending it with me, and then he said he thought it was really cool that I wanted to study architecture. I cannot believe you told him that. She raised her hand to poke James in the chest, and then seemed to think better of it, as if she couldn't bring herself even to touch him. He saw, with real dismay, that she was deeply and sincerely hurt. I trusted you, James. I don't even have the words. James was shaking his head. But I didn't. I only said. He struggled to rally his thoughts in the face of her wounded rage. I was coming to tell you myself. I only just ran into Ralph and I told him. You told him everything, she said resolutely. And sent him to be your errand boy. Well, all I can say, James, is that your message is received. There were tears standing in her eyes now. Tears of hurt as well as righteous anger. James was dumbfounded by them. Millie, look. We don't have to end it like this. Maybe. Don't say another word, James, Millie said, shaking her head again so that her blonde hair swung about her face. She swiped angrily at her tears and refused to look at him again. Composing herself with an effort of will, she added in an admirably even voice, and to think, my father really liked you, too. Even grandmother Eunice. How disappointed they'll be. Leaving her words hanging unanswered in the air, she turned on her heel and stalked away, holding her head up, settling back into the practiced composure of her upbringing and heritage. James opened his mouth to call after her, but realized he had no other words to offer. It wasn't that he had too little to say, but too much. And she no longer wanted to hear it. Helplessly, he watched her march away until she passed through the partition between carriages, slamming the sliding door as she went. 15. The one to stand for all. It was the middle of the first day back at Hogwarts before James could confront Ralph about what he'd said to Millie. He caught up to the bigger boy in the hall between classes, amidst the clamor of voices and the frosty light of the high windows. Ralph seemed genuinely taken aback at first, and then solemnly offended. I thought that's what you wanted, he said, hoisting his knapsack and walking fast through the throng of younger years, parting them like a barge through a flock of gulls. You said telling her was the last thing you wanted to do. Excuse me for trying to help, that wasn't helping. You told her I said her family were a bunch of hypocrites. How could you think that was helping? I didn't say anything like that. I only told her it was cool that she wanted to study architecture, and that it was a shame her family wouldn't support her. But that was a secret. James sputtered, exasperated. I made that pretty clear, didn't I? I don't remember you saying it was a secret, Ralph said, firming his jaw and refusing to make eye contact. But even if you did, it wasn't a secret from her, was it? And I'm not about to go blabbing to anyone else about it. Wait a minute, James said, stopping in the corridor and narrowing his eyes. This is because you fancy her, isn't it? You wanted to step on me so you'd look better in her eyes. Is that it? Well, it didn't work, did it? She thinks you're a right clod. Ralph stopped and half-turned, glancing back over his shoulder. You don't have any bloody clue what she thinks of me. He glared at James for a moment, and then deflated slightly. Look, I'm sorry I said anything to Millie. The point is, nobody has any clue what they think of me. Not even me, most of the time. But I've been giving it some thought, and it's time I start acting on my own. Not just as the Slytherin pal of James Potter, or the half-muggle son of a squib. Me. So I'm trying to do the sorts of things I never would have done before. One of them was becoming head boy, and I think that's turning out pretty alright. Another one was telling Millie you wanted to break it off with her, and maybe that wasn't such a great idea. But it was my idea, and that's pretty much the point. I'm trying to figure out the best way to be Ralph. I'm sorry for some things, but I'm not sorry for that. James opened his mouth to reply but was suddenly distracted by Ralph's knapsack. The name stitched across the top in green block letters was different. James assumed that Ralph had mistakenly grabbed somebody else's pack, until he read the name that was printed there. Ralph, he said, squinting distractedly, why does your backpack say Dolohov? Ralph jerked upright and took a step backward, turning fully to James as if to hide the stitched name. His face reddened, but his determination returned. Well, it's my name, innit? James studied his friend's face in confusion. But you've always said you like the detail better. I mean, I can sort of understand wanting to make your own way and all, but you said Dolohov was the name of killers and muggle haters. Ralph shrugged and looked away, toward the glaring white frosted windows that towered on the corridor's north wall. So maybe I changed my mind. It just took me a few years to get used to it. There's more to a name than the worst people who had it. He turned back to James again. Do you have a problem with it? It was a challenge as much as a question. James took a step back, dismayed at this sudden change of events. I don't. I mean, it's your choice, I guess. It'll just take some getting used to. You know? Ralph nodded, his face stoic, the challenge still in his eyes. Well, you do that, then. Get used to it. Dolohov's a good name. It has a great history behind it, going back loads of generations. So there are a few bad branches in the family tree. That doesn't mean I have to be one. And it doesn't mean I should be ashamed of my heritage. James nodded, prickling a little at having the wind taken so effectively out of his sails. Sure, Ralph. But Ralph turned and continued on his way, stalking away from James, leaving him in the hall as doors began to creak and slam all around, announcing the start of classes. James realized that he still had his mouth open. He closed it, stared in confused surprise at his departing friend, and then remembered his own classes. With a start, he ran to catch up. Defense against the dark arts was just beginning as he slipped into the doors, attempting to make himself as small as possible as he ducked behind a knot of standing students. Graham smirked at him from over his shoulder. Across the room, Millie stood with her Hufflepuff friends, deliberately ignoring James' late entry, or so he imagined. Perhaps she simply hadn't seen him, or truly didn't care. He bristled uselessly at the thought. The floor of the classroom had been cleared of desks, making room for a small dueling arena. Today was apparently going to be a practical session, with students facing off against Professor DeBellows or each other. James dropped his knapsack against the wall and drew his wand. Dueling was one of his favorite school activities, and he welcomed it most especially on a day like today, with the thought Millie's aloof disinterest and Ralph's disconcerting new name nagging at his attention. The big boy himself stood with some fellow Slytherins on the other side of the door, his face hard as he watched Professor DeBellows. Today, students, you will not be dueling each other. I intend to challenge you with a more demanding opponent. And no, this time that doesn't mean you will be dueling against me. A sigh and murmur of relief swept over the room. No one had ever bested Professor DeBellows in a duel, but many had limped away from such confrontations nettled, embarrassed, and occasionally trailing colorful smoke. No, today I wish to observe your technique closely as you do your best to face a more advanced challenger. To that end, Professor Rodenvon has very graciously agreed to stand in as your opponent. James blinked and glanced around. Indeed, Professor Rodenvon stepped out onto the dueling floor, looking barely older than the 7th years standing nearby. He wore a long black coat belted tightly around his waist, giving his thin frame a sporty, eager look. James, knowing something about the young professor's spell-casting abilities, was surprised. Dueling definitely did not seem to be the man's strength. In fact, From what James had seen, the professor seemed almost incapable of casting spells under even the most mundane pressure. Had he agreed to DeBellow's request simply because he hadn't been quick enough to think of a sufficient excuse? Was he about to be dreadfully embarrassed by this demonstration of his stress-induced impotence? If so, Ordinance was hiding his discomfiture very well. He turned on his heel, spun his wand deftly in his fingers, and then bowed with a rather strained smile, clicking his heels together. "Mr. Warden," DeBellows called out, consulting a clipboard in his huge, meaty hand. "You're up first. Please take position." Graham shrugged and sidled out onto the dueling floor, moving opposite Ordinance. He bowed perfunctorily, and then lowered to an alert half-crouch, raising his wand diagonally at eye level, focusing past it to his opponent, just as DeBellows had taught them. James glanced back toward Ordinance. The professor stood flat-footed, his wand at his side, his head tilted slightly, eyes narrowed. His posture suggested that he was contemplating a piece of obscure artwork rather than preparing to defend himself or launch an attack. DeBellows watched him passively, his brow furrowed, a quill raised in one hand, held against the clipboard in the other. James knew that in DeBellows' class there was no official commencement of a duel. It began when the first opponent cast their attack. Graham struck first, sidestepping and jabbing his wand forward. "Confringo!" he barked, his voice echoing in the tight confines of the classroom. The blasting curse was one of Graham's favorites, and he was particularly good at it. The bolt of sherbet purple light lanced across the floor and struck Ordinance. The young professor stumbled backwards, knocked off balance. James winced, embarrassed on the professor's behalf, and yet Graham hadn't scored the crippling strike that he had hoped for. Somehow, James realized, Ordinance had cast a repulsion charm, too late to deflect the blast completely, but just quick enough to avoid being blown completely off his feet. The gathered students muttered, half surprised that Graham had gotten off such a strong, if predictable, opening shot, and half impressed that Ordinance had managed his weak parry without so much as raising his wand. It still hung at his side as he collected himself, resumed his position, and then lifted his chin toward Graham, as if challenging him to try again. DeBellows watched with no expression whatsoever. Would he call it off when it became apparent that Ordinance was no match for the students? James hoped so. He watched helplessly, dreading the young professor's humiliation. Graham bobbed on his toes and moved sideways. Always be a moving target, James thought, reciting one of DeBellows' first rules in his mind. Graham seemed to wait for Ordinance's attack, watching for the first tick of the professor's wand, preparing to predict its intent. But the professor made no move. Impatient, Graham sidestepped back the way he had come and lunged forward again. "Petrificus totalis," he cried, speaking quickly but clearly. It was a bold move, and he got it off well. The spell shot across the room, illuminating the faces of the watching students, and struck Ordinance with a crack of magical impact. James stiffened sympathetically, waiting to see Ordinance fall backwards like a statue. Instead, the professor remained upright, his eyes wide, his mouth pressed into a tight frown. His wand was raised in his hand now, but at waist level. He had deflected Graham's spell somehow, without so much as a word. The class muttered again, this time in hushed admiration. Nonverbal spells were impressive under any circumstance, even DeBellows only used them sparingly in dueling sessions. Graham tried again, this time dodging right. Expelliarmus. This time, Ordinance blocked the spell before it was halfway across the dueling floor. His defensive charm snuffed Graham's attack with a burst of golden light. Expelliarmus, Ordinance said, almost conversationally, repeating Graham's own spell. Graham's wand pinged from his still outstretched hand and twirled behind him, clattering against the door. Graham gulped, barely comprehending how quickly and easily Ordinance had beaten him. James himself could barely believe what he had seen. Even Ordinance looked pleasantly surprised. He glanced down at his own wand and smiled. Then, he raised it to his shoulder and bowed again to Graham. DeBellows marked on his clipboard and called, spirited, if predictable, "Mr. Warden. Ms. Doone. Please take position and let us see if you fare any better." James watched as Ashley Doone faced off next against Ordinance. This time, the young professor parried nearly instantly, flicking his wand up even as the spells formed on Ashley's lips, snuffing them before they crossed the dueling floor. Ashley stepped back, dazzled by her obliterated spells, and Ordinance edged forward to close the space. "Ascendio," Ordinance called, prodding his wand smartly toward Ashley. She lofted 3 feet into the air, dropping her wand as she flailed, pinwheeling her arms. "That will do, Ms. Doone," DeBellows announced in a monotone voice, making more marks on his clipboard. "Ms. Four Compass, you're next, if you please." Fiona Fourcompass moved reluctantly into position as Odin Von lowered Ashley back to her feet, depositing her neatly alongside her classmates. Frustrated, she raked her disheveled hair out of her face with her fingers, her cheeks brick red. As James watched, the same scenario was repeated over and over. Student after student squared off against Odin Von, and he parried, blocked, and extinguished their attacks so easily that he barely seemed to be paying attention. Every time, Odin Von bested his opponent with a single, different attack, each more creative and obscure than the last. Patrick McCoy he overpowered with a tickle charm, Trenton Block, by turning his hair into antlers. Fiera Hutchins was unfortunate enough to have her fingers transfigured into jellywarts. And Hufflepuff George Muldoon was subjected to a clown wraith so terrifying that it left him huddled fetal at Nolan Beetlebrick's feet. "It's only a wraith," Nolan said, nudging Muldoon hard with his foot, rolling him over onto his back. "Just smoke and noise, you great baby. It's gone already." Millie elbowed Beetlebrick aside with a withering glance and reached to help Muldoon to his feet. James' own hair was still standing up at the memory of the horrible clown monstrosity, wraith or not. He turned from Millie and Muldoon to Odin Von, who was holding his wand thoughtfully to his chest, buffing it against his lapel. "And with that," de Bellows announced dispiritedly, "I'm afraid we are very nearly out of time. I see we have very much to work to do, students. Very much work indeed." James blew out a pent-up breath, not even realizing that he'd been holding it. He had begun to dread the thought of facing off against the suddenly unbeatable Odin Von, but now, fortunately, it seemed that he and a remaining untouched few had been granted a reprieve. In fact, de Bellows called over the sudden shuffle of feet and murmuring voices, "Before we bid our thanks to Professor Odin Von, I'm afraid we have time for only one more duel." A sinking sensation came over James. Instinctively, he tried to hide behind Graham and Deirdre Finnegan. "No good," Graham growled, shoving James hard with his elbow. "If I have to do it, you do, too." De Bellows swept his gaze over the class, squinting over his reading spectacles. "You," he called, nodding decisively. "Mr. Deedle. If you would favor us with your best game." James sagged in relief, exhaling another audible sigh. Across from him, Ralph was looking at Odin Von, hard-faced, as he said, "I'm Dolohov now, sir. I've decided to take my birth name." "Ah," de Bellows said stiffly, consulting his clipboard again with the air of a man who had difficulty remembering his students' names under normal conditions, much less when they changed them all willy-nilly. "I shall, make a note of it, then. Ahem. But please, Mr. If you would quickly take position." Ralph moved readily out onto the open floor, his eyes still locked on Odin Von, his wand held out at waist level. As always, Ralph's wand looked fairly ridiculous, thick as a broom handle, its sharpened tip still bearing traces of lime green paint. The instrument would be laughable to those who didn't know that it was, in reality, a broken-off segment of Headmaster Merlin's legendary staff. Gifted to Ralph after he had mastered it back during his first year, Odin Von stepped forward to bow stiffly, a polite smile on his face. Ralph did not bow in return. Instead, he struck, suddenly and powerfully, before the professor had even straightened upright. The bolt of red spat from the enormous wand in Ralph's outstretched fist. In response, Odin Von's wand jerked upright and slashed across the red spell, blunting but not quite deflecting it. The dulled bolt caught him in the shoulder and spun him around, stumbling and flailing, his coattails flying like bat wings. Ralph stepped forward, sighting down the length of his arm. He fired again, an orange spell this time. The blinding streak caught Odin Von in the back of the knee and he buckled, his leg momentarily useless. His wand jerked upright again and he spun around on his good leg, following its movement, an uncertain gleam in his eye. He was surprised by Ralph's attack. James could see that. But he was also angered by it. "He's using nonverbals," Deirdre hissed aside, not taking her eyes from Ralph. "Since when does Deedle know nonverbals?" "That's not Deedle, don't you know?" Graham answered in a low voice. "That's Dolohov." Ralph fired again, still stepping forward, closing the gap. This time Odin Von managed to block it, but the sheer force of the blow pushed him backward several feet, scraping his boots on the stone floor as he leaned into the force. "Deedle," de Bellows called out, but his voice was drowned by another crack from Ralph's wand. An arc of pale green lightning writhed toward Odin Von, striking his chest even as his wand fired the counter jinx uselessly into the air. The professor blasted backward and struck a bookshelf, which vomited its freight of books, peppering the professor and the shocked students nearby. "That's quite sufficient," de Bellows announced, raising his voice to a formidable boom. "Mr. Deedle, or whatever you prefer to call yourself." A blast of yellow sparks shot across the room, this time from Odin Von's direction. The spell ricocheted off the ceiling and floor, spraying its force uselessly, but distracting Ralph briefly. The professor flung himself upright from the tottering bookshelf, kicked a scatter of fat textbooks aside, and raised his wand again. Ralph saw and fired another of the pale green lightning bolts. James assumed that it was a repulsion hex, although it was impossible to tell, since Ralph continued to fire without speaking any incantations. Nonverbal spells, James thought, his eyes widening. Odin has no idea what to protect himself against, and yet, this time Odin did protect himself, if only because Ralph cast the same spell twice. The professor's wand swept up, producing a shimmering shield at the very instant that the green bolt lanced across the room. Ralph's spell struck it and rebounded back toward him. The big boar strafed sideways, turning as he did, so that the bolt arced past and struck the door, leaving a blackened starburst on the ancient wood. Ralph spun back toward his opponent and thrust out his wand once more. "Sectum Sempra," he shouted, firing a blast of livid blue. James' blood went cold. Sectum Sempra was a vicious attack, barely known and never used in dueling practices. Also, it was Ralph's first spoken hex. He seemed to have run out of nonverbals to attempt. Odin slashed at the blue bolt, his wand hand moving jerkily, as if it was spring-loaded. Ralph's spell obliterated in mid-air. Ralph tried again, lunging aside as Odin trained his wand on him. "Incarcerus." His voice was hoarse, strained with both concentration and inexplicable vehemence. A spray of rope snaked toward Odin, writhing to incapacitate him, but the professor had found his footing now and was striding forward himself, meeting Ralph's attacks head-on. His wand lanced upright, drawing a streak of flaming red in the air, and the ropes pattered to the floor as worms of ash. Ralph struck again, and again, but Odin barely blinked now. He stepped forward with each deflection, closing the distance between them, forcing Ralph backwards toward the door. The professor was smiling now, or at least showing his teeth in a sort of mirthless rictus, his wand hand moving as if of its own accord, slashing and thrusting, jerking in his fist like a living thing. Ralph was breathless, calling every spell he could think of, faster and faster, but to no avail. Odin's wand met each one with its counter jinx, so quickly that James could barely keep track. The crackle of spent magic, acrid and electric, filled the room and made James' hair prickle. The flashbulb pop and sizzle of the duel was almost too blinding to watch. By comparison, the rest of the room was a gloom of astonished, staring faces. Finally, as the confrontation reached its breathless, explosive zenith, Ralph's back thumped against the classroom door, his elbow struck the wood and the wand fumbled from his hand, trailing sparks and steaming like a log in a fire. Odin swept his arm forward in a blur, stopping just short of Ralph's upraised chin, touching the tip of his own smoking wand to the boy's throat, and freezing there. The room was suddenly thick with stunned silence. James blinked against green after images of the duel, each spell momentarily burned onto his retinas. The only sound now was the huff of Ralph's hard breath as he stood against the door, pushed up onto his toes, his head tilted back from Odin's pointing wand. "I dare say, to the both of you," DeBellows exhaled, shaking his head slowly, "you might do well to learn less spell work. And more when to quit." James felt very alone that night at dinner. He sat across from Rose but didn't say much. She didn't need him to. Having made up with Scorpius again, she was in much better spirits and talked to the blonde boy incessantly about her classes, the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend, the many books that she was reading, and general school gossip, including, of course, Albus' ongoing relationship with Chance Jackson, which had not been remotely diminished by the intervening holidays. For his own part, Scorpius merely ate and nodded in a bored manner, letting Rose's words wash over him like waves on a beach. The sight of it made James angry, fueling his already sour mood. He was embarrassed for his cousin, since anyone could see that Scorpius was just a manipulative little Burke toying with her emotions like a Kniezel with a mouse. She knew better to put up with him, and yet somehow continued to put up with him anyway. He opened his mouth to say something, and then thought better of it, knowing it was no use. "Something stuck in your craw, Potter?" Scorpius interrupted Rose's monologue, raising a sly eyebrow. James shook his head. "Have another roll," he said, throwing the one on his own plate at Scorpius' chest. The blonde boy caught it, not taking his eyes from James. Standing and grabbing his knapsack, James escaped before Scorpius could offer another word. If he didn't get away, James would likely be drawn into a row. About what, he didn't even know. He was simply in that sort of mood. And Scorpius was just the sort of person to sense a person's short fuse, and deliberately light it. He went up to the common room, avoiding eye contact with everyone along the way. This tactic failed him as he entered the portrait hole and encountered Cameron Creevy in the common room. "Hey James," the boy called, hopping up from a table near the window. "My mates and I have to write essays about a famous wizard for Wizlet and I was hoping to do mine on your dad. Can I interview you for it?" James was shaking his head even before Cameron finished speaking. "Sorry, Cam. I've got too much homework myself. I'm just going to camp out in the corner and bury myself in it." He unslung his knapsack and gestured with it toward an empty table across the room. "Oh," Cameron deflated, and then perked up again. "I can come sit with you. I won't interview you or anything. I'll just ask you questions as they come up. You'll hardly know I'm there." "Cam, honestly," James sighed, letting his knapsack dangle against his leg. "You already know more about my dad than I ever will." "Nah." Cameron grinned and blushed crimson, as if he'd been given the highest compliment imaginable. "Let me just grab my things. I'll come and join you right now." James closed his eyes helplessly and reached to rub them with his free hand. Cameron dashed away. Papers rattled and books slammed shut as he hastily gathered his things. "You know what, Cam?" James said, dropping his hand from his eyes. "I just remembered. I need my—" He gestured weakly toward the boys' dormitory stairs. "Things from my trunk, upstairs. I'll just—" He was too annoyed and tired to attempt a more imaginative excuse. Cameron frowned at him from the nearby table, his things half stuffed into his bag. "Oh. Well, why don't I go set up over at our table, and I'll just wait for you." "Sound good?" James nodded dismally. Turning on his heel, he stumped to the dormitory door and climbed up the spiral stairs into darkness. A box was under his bed, just visible behind his trunk. With a start, he remembered, it was his Christmas gift from home, delivered by a creature before the holidays. James had never opened it. Eager for a happy distraction, he heaved out the colorfully wrapped box, stripped away the ribbons and paper, and tugged off the lid, flinging it aside. A note sat atop a mass of neatly folded black cloth. James picked it up and read his mother's neat handwriting. "Happy Christmas, James. I'm certain these new dress robes will come in handy over your holiday with the Vandergruffs. Those old ones are too horrid even to serve as hand-me-downs for Albus. Do us all a favor and donate them to Mr. Filch to use as rags. Much love. Mum." Bleakly amused, he read the note again, and then allowed it to fall from his fingers to the floor. Without looking at the new dress robes, he pushed the box aside and flopped onto his bed, unsure if he felt more like laughing or crying. Some small part of his mind scolded him for blowing off Cameron, whose only crime was thinking much too highly of James than he surely deserved. Another part of his mind half-heartedly reminded him that he did indeed have a stack of homework to do, and yet he couldn't bring himself to address either voice. Instead, he thought only of Ralph battling Professor Odin, and the increasing flash and sizzle of their furious duel. Ralph truly disliked the young professor. But why? Was there something more to it than distrust? Further, what could explain Odin's suddenly expert dueling abilities? Surely James hadn't imagined the professor's earlier impotence. He recalled very well their first charms class, when Odin had seemed unable to so much as magic his own chalkboard clean while everyone was staring at him. Dolohov, he thought to himself, lying crooked on his bed, one leg kicked off and sprawled to the floor. Ralph Dolohov. Get used to it. He didn't know when he fell asleep. It fell over him like a black cloak, dropping him into dreamless oblivion with no transition whatsoever. He didn't dream. He traveled. "James," a young woman said, her voice bemused and surprised in equal measure, though muted with solemnity. James opened his eyes. He stood in a small space that was simultaneously enclosed yet open to the outdoors. Breeze lifted his hair and tugged at his untucked shirt. His feet stood on old wooden planks, rough with peeling white paint. From all around came the unmistakable shush and gurgle of waves. James had been here before, in another dream, only this wasn't a dream, any more than it had been the last time he had visited this place. It was the gazebo on Petra's grandparents' farm, overlooking the secluded woodland lake in which Izzy Morgenstern, Petra's stepsister, had almost drowned at Petra's own hand. Izzy was there now. She lay sleeping on one of the two benches built into the gazebo's hexagonal railing. Across from her, pale in the last shreds of sunset, sat Petra. A heavy book was open on her lap, but she was looking up at him, a weary, affectionate smile on her face. "Is this really you?" James asked, his voice unconsciously hushed beneath the gentle lap of the waves. Petra shrugged. "As real as I get these days, so I'm not dreaming," he confirmed, looking around at the ruddy shimmering water, the distant wood filled with purple dusk and cheering crickets. "But I am, He glanced back at Petra again. Frowning, asleep, Petra shrugged again. "Actually, I don't think so." She patted the bench next to her, inviting him to join her, and then moved an object that was sitting there in her shadow, covering it with her hand. I think you come to me sometimes when you sleep, but for real. This is no vision, not for either of us. I think that somewhere in Gryffindor Tower there's an empty bed with your name on it." James moved to Petra and settled down next to her, but slowly, uncertain that any sudden movement might not break the moment like a soap bubble. "Actually," he admitted, settling his hip and shoulder next to hers, feeling her warmth, "my bed still says Whiny Potter Git on the headboard. A gift from Scorpius's first year." Petra nodded and smiled. He turned aside to her. She looked out over the waves. The burnished gloaming reflected in her eyes, making them look as deep and vivid as the lake itself. Quietly, he asked her, "Is this place really here? Or are you making it?" Petra considered the question. "I think it's real. But it's not in the world that we know, or at least not in the time that we know. I think this is a memory made real again. This is my grandfather's farm back before Grandma died. Before I was a little girl here. Back before the gazebo had broken away from the dock and sunk to the bottom of the lake for all those years." Her eyes unfocused as she went deeper into the thought. "This is the gazebo back before your grandparents died at the hand of Voldemort. Before any of the ugliness happened. Back when the world was simple, with beauty still to be found in it, when there was still the possibility of love and light and hope. I come here with Izzy every night. But I don't make it happen. I just know where to find it again, to reach it back in those long-forgotten days of the past. Maybe it's because of those secret hours I spend asleep in the world between the worlds, where there's no such thing as time. Maybe it happens just because I want it so much." James listened to her words, but barely heard them. Part of this was because what she said sounded so bereft, so prosaically hopeless. Another part was because his mind was still reeling with the suddenness of his appearance and her presence, unprepared and inexplicable. But mostly he barely heard her because all of his attention was focused only on looking at her, soaking up the warmth and solidity of her presence, memorizing the smoothness of her cheek, the solemn vibrance of her eyes, the luster of her dark hair as the wind teased it, trailing silky brown ribbons over her shoulders. He wanted to put his arm around her but didn't dare. He wanted to breathe deeply the simple intoxication of her scent, floral soap and sun-warmed skin, but knew he could never get enough, so he simply stared at her instead, musing pointlessly on a fate that would bring them together like this, if only one more time, only for them to be taken apart again forever. "I've been studying," Petra said, glancing down at the book on her lap. James followed her gaze. The book was huge and old, with pages as heavy as lambskin, covered in dense penmanship, most of which seemed to crawl and writhe before his eyes. Somehow, James knew what it was, even though he'd never seen such a thing before. "It's one of the volumes of the Unknowable Enigmas," he said, as if the information was coming into his mind from Petra herself, through the invisible ribbon that connected them. "The one you collected when you broke into the armory of forbidden books and artifacts." Petra nodded. "But it's of little use. I took it mostly to learn about Horcruxes, but I also thought I could use it to learn how to break through to alternate dimensions without having to go through the Vault of Destinies and the Loom." She shook her head and closed the book on her lap with a thumb. "But it's no use. There are theories, but none of them have ever been tried or proven. They're just ideas, and not very practical ones, at that. No one can break through. Not without the Loom. Not without the right key to the right dimension." James sighed, deep and hard. This was the last thing he wanted to talk about with Petra. But he knew there was nothing else to talk about. This was all that was left. "When will it happen?" Petra shook her head blandly. "It's not up to me. And I'm glad it's not. I want it to be over as soon as possible. But I'm also afraid to go. I'm afraid to lose Izzy. Afraid to become another version of myself that I barely know." Morgan was broken by her choices. She didn't have any hope left. She had nothing to lose, but nothing to live for. "I don't want to become her in the world that she came from. But I don't have any choice." James shook his head as he listened. "But why, Petra? You don't have to do it. What do you gain by it?" Petra turned to him finally and looked into his eyes, as if reading what she saw there. "I don't gain anything by it. But everyone else does. I'm not going to that dimension to become Morgan. I already am her. You know that. When Morgan died in this world, she became a part of it. She stopped being the Crimson Thread. Now, she's Petra, and I'm Morgan, the thread plucked from another dimension. It's how the balance of destinies works. Corpses don't count. This is no longer my world. It rejects my being here. Its destiny breaks down more and more the longer I stay. I can't let myself be responsible for that. I have to go to the world that knows me, no matter how much I may hate it. It's the only way to save this world, and the people that I love in it." "Like Izzy?" James nodded sadly, looking across at the sleeping girl. Petra sighed and said quietly, "Not just Izzy. James turned back to her, unwilling to accept her version of the truth. "But, what if you're wrong?" Petra's eyes hardened slightly. "I'm not wrong. I feel it. I know it. I'm certain." And yet, suddenly, James wondered, was she really certain? There was a stubbornness in her words that hinted that she was trying to convince herself as much as she was him. "There must be another way," James insisted, slumping next to her, turning his own gaze away, letting it rest again on Izzy's sleeping form. Her breathing was slow and deep, her back turned to James, her blonde hair bronzed with the dying sun. "There's no other way," Petra said flatly. "I can't stay here. I can't be imprisoned here. And most of all, I can't die here. That would be the worst thing of all? If that happened." She shook her head, her eyes going glassy. She cradled the object that had been sitting on the bench next to her, placed it on the book on her lap and covered it with both hands. "You mean," James said, hating the thought, "that if both versions of you died in this world, there would be no hope of ever setting it right?" Petra nodded. And then shook her head. "It would be disastrous. Not just for our world, which would have two Petras in it, but the other, which would have none. How can we know what that would cause? Maybe a chain reaction of collapsing destinies across the whole universe of realities?" Her face hardened at the thought. "That's why I can't allow anyone to stop me. No matter what. I can't be imprisoned here. I can't die here." "That's why you made the Horcrux," James said, swallowing hard and looking down at the object under Petra's hands. She looked down as well, and then uncovered it. The dagger glinted darkly. Its jeweled handle was possibly the ugliest and most garish thing James had ever seen. Petra was ashamed of the Horcrux dagger, and yet she did not flinch from it. James saw that, to her, it was a necessary tool, guarantee that her mission would succeed, no matter what it cost her. "I'm Morgan now," she said, speaking as if to the dagger itself. "I've nothing to lose. And nothing to live for." James couldn't approach that thought. His heart, even more than his brain, rejected it. He shook his head curtly, exasperated and heartsick. Maybe Odin von will fail. Maybe he won't be able to prepare the loom in the Vault of Destinies. Maybe he won't even be able to get in. Or maybe the magic just won't work. What then? "It won't fail, James," Petra said, a note of pity in her voice as she looked at him again. "And I've got more than Dawn helping me." This surprised James. He snapped his gaze back to her. "What do you mean? Who's helping you besides Odin von?" He realized, with a note of stupid frustration, that he was jealous. "It doesn't matter," Petra said, not meeting his eyes. "It matters to me, it does," James pressed. "I think I should at least be allowed to know who's helping rid the world of the girl that I—" He stopped himself, just barely, from saying the last word, "the girl that I love." Petra stood up, however, and turned her back on him, the fat book in her left hand, the dagger Horcrux in her right. Quietly, she said, "I need somebody, James, and as much as you'd want it to be you, it can't be. For reasons that I can't tell you, it just can't be. And to be perfectly blunt, I don't think I owe you any reasons." She looked back at him over her shoulder, half challenging him, half begging him to leave it be. He stood as well. "Who is it?" She returned her gaze to the lake, not answering. The sun was still hovering just beneath the fringe of the trees, and James understood, it wasn't a sun setting, it was a sun forever frozen. This was an orphan hour, replaying itself endlessly, fossilized in time except for the lap of the waves and the hush of the breeze. "Who is it?" he asked again, daring to raise his voice. "It's Albus," Petra answered, turning her head but not looking at him. "All right, Albus?" James exclaimed, certain that he couldn't have heard her properly. Petra didn't move, merely waited. He had heard her correctly after all. A flash of memory swept into his thoughts. Albus on first night, sitting in the room of requirement, strangely quiet on the topic of Petra until someone questioned whether it really had been her that had broken into the armory of forbidden books and artifacts. It was her, he had said with strange confidence. He had known. Had Petra met with him even back then? Had she brought Albus into her confidence months before she had even informed James himself? Worse, would she ever have told James her plan if he hadn't been able to visit her via the ribbon they shared, just as he was now? "You can't be serious, Albus?" he exclaimed again. Next to him, Izzy stirred and murmured in her sleep. "It's not all that shocking, if you think about it," Petra stated, raising her chin, still not turning back to him. "Albus and I became friends during the summer that Izzy and I stayed with your family. We're much more alike than you know." James nodded derisively. "Albus says that, too. I just had no idea you agreed with him." "Well, this is just fine then, isn't it? My own brother is working with you to send you off to some other cursed dimension." "Not just him," Petra said quietly, as if committed now to telling James the whole truth. "Oh, that's right," James agreed sourly, throwing out his arms. "There's your old pal Don, who's been your bestie since way back before I was ever in the picture." "Not just Don, either," Petra countered, dropping her voice even lower, shame and defiance mingling in her tone. "Who then?" James demanded, taking a step closer to her. She raised her chin and turned to him fully now, her lips pressed into a tight line, meeting his gaze firmly. She didn't answer, but allowed him to look into her face, to read the truth revealed there. And another memory came, unbidden, into James' mind. It was not his own memory, but Petra's, deliberately broadcast to him on the frequency of their secret connection. In it, a wheedling voice, high and insistent, droned viciously, speaking only to Petra herself. "Give in. All that matters is power. Embrace your destiny or die fighting it. You are not good. There is no such thing." James' shoulders racked with a hard shiver. He had heard that loathsome, hateful voice once before, and recognized it immediately. Back then it had come from a maimed painting, hissing with venom. Now, it was the voice from the back room of Petra's mind. It was the cursed voice of the bloodline, the last, fractured shred of Lord Voldemort himself, long dead, but captured, like a spark of poison flame, in the lantern of Petra's mind and heart. And for the first time, James understood the fatal connection between Petra's twin identities. She was the bloodline. And she was the crimson thread. Beneath their titles, they were both exactly the same thing, a scarlet vector pointing to one terrible, inescapable destiny. "You've been," James said, his voice hushed now to a whisper, "you've been listening to that?" "I don't listen to it," she answered, still facing him with stubborn defiance. "But I tap into it. There is power there. And something else. Something I desperately need right now." James wasn't joking when he suggested, "evil?" Petra shook her head in negation, but took her eyes from him again, turning away. "Conviction. I'm divided, James, don't you see? I'm torn between what I know I have to do, and what my heart most desperately wants. I need the conviction that that part of me offers. It's like a dark magnetism. It helps me stay on the path I need to go down." James simply stared at Petra, unable to formulate any response to her words. They were wrong on so many levels that he couldn't simply choose one. He flailed desperately in his thoughts, found nothing to cling to, and then simply said the first thing that came to his mind. "But that voice is hate, Petra. Hate is never right. There has to be another voice. A voice that's truly yours." Petra didn't move. She stood silhouetted against the petrified bronze sunset, the forbidden book under one arm, the dagger horcrux dangling in her other hand. After a long moment, she shrugged slowly and shook her head, as if reaching a hopeless conclusion that she had reached 1,000 times before. "There is no other voice, James," she said with horrible banality. "That voice died with the other Petra." James reached for her arm, took the heavy book from beneath it, and dropped it to the empty bench without looking. He turned her toward him, but she didn't raise her eyes to him, didn't look at him at all. She held the dagger horcrux behind her back, as if she thought he might try to take that from her as well, or as if she meant to stab him with it. "I don't believe that," James said, taking Petra by the shoulders, looking down at her. "You're good. Good isn't a myth, as long as you believe in it." Petra leaned toward James, pressed her forehead weakly to his throat, allowed him to collect her into his arms. She did not hug him back, but absorbed his embrace deeply, unwilling to ask for it, but desperate for it nonetheless. They stood like that for some time, warming in the eternal sunset glow, listening to the lap of the waves beneath the gazebo, and the softer, slower tide of Izzy's breathing behind them. It might have been a minute, or an hour, James had no way of knowing, and was content to stand there holding Petra forever, until she stirred against him. She twined her arms around his waist slowly, keeping him close, and then pushed herself up onto her toes before him. He dipped his head as she opened her mouth to whisper to him. Instead, she kissed him. Her lips were shocking in their normalcy, their perfect warmth, and softness, and subtle expressiveness. There was no fantastic exchange of power between them, no spark of blinding enchantment. And yet it was the most purely, pristinely magical moment that James had ever experienced. He forgot who he was. His heart expanded and took up his whole body, crowding out every rational, waking thought. And then, only a second and a lifetime later, Petra withdrew, keeping her face near his, looking up gravely into his eyes. "We just had our first and last lovers' quarrel, James," she said somberly. "Did you know that?" James stared down at her, speechless, wanting nothing more than to kiss her again, or for the world to end at that exact moment so that her kiss would be his final memory. "No," he answered. "Was that us making up?" She smiled secretively and then shook her head. No. That was because you were jealous of Dawn. He's just a friend. That's all he ever was, and all he ever could be. He's not like you. But your jealousy. It's sweet. And adorable. James felt his face flush. He knew that she could see it, but he wasn't ashamed. Don't go, Petra, he said. The words came out before he could stop them. There was nothing more to say. That's all he wanted in the whole world. No matter the cost. No matter the consequence. She closed her eyes. There was pain on her face, as if she was experiencing a brief but titanic inner struggle. And then she went rigid in his arms. When she opened her eyes again, they were different. James shivered violently and recoiled, but Petra was still holding on to him. She stared up at him still, only now her eyes glowed with a ruddy inner light. Her pupils were thin, black snake slits. I don't want to go, James, she said with low emphasis. Her voice was a cold furnace of conviction. But don't make this harder than it is. I've warned you before. Don't try to stop me. No one can be allowed to stop me. Petra, James rasped, but his own voice was barely audible. Horror and dismay constricted his throat, and still she held onto him. James couldn't tell if she was embracing him or strangling him. I love you, James, she said. Her breath was an arctic breeze on his face, and yet it was the hopelessness in her tone that chilled him worst of all. These weren't the words of young love. This was an epitaph, a final inscription, a single kiss, first and final, the one to stand for all. Darkness swept across the sky. It blotted the lake, snuffed the sun, and threw he and Petra into seamless black. He felt her holding onto him even as he fell away, dropped into the abyss of dreamless sleep, hearing her last words clang over and over in a senseless echo, like the tolling of a bell, as dead and cold as a January frost. 16. Hagrid makes a plan. It was a dream, James. Had to be. Rose was distracted and agitated as they walked along the snow-mushy path to the greenhouses. Cold water squelched into their shoes as they hurried, blinking against the stunning winter sunlight. The snow was a damp blanket over the grounds, pitted and heavy, as if exhausted after the long winter, ready to melt away at the first breath of spring. It wasn't a dream, James insisted, keeping his voice hushed despite the constant pummel of the wind. You know I can travel to Petra in my sleep. I've told you the whole thing, about how, on the night I saved Petra on the back of the Gwendamere, a connection happened between us, and it's been there ever since. You've seen it with your own eyes. I tell you, I visited with Petra last night. She was just as real as you and me right now. I could smell her. I could. Touch her. Just because you can travel to her in your sleep sometimes doesn't mean you do it every time. You said yourself that you visited her in her grandparents' gazebo. Harriers and Aurors have been staked out all around that farm ever since the night of the unveiling, guarding it and watching for her. She can't put her big toe anywhere near there without being instantly surrounded, and I told you, James said, exasperated, that it wasn't the gazebo and the lake as it is now. It was caught in a loop of time from decades ago, before any of us were even born. Right, Rose nodded. Definitely not something that would happen in a dream, Rose. She's been in contact with Al. And she's tapping into the power of the bloodline for strength and support. Whatever is left of Voldemort, she's talking to it. She's listening to it. And she's using its power. Look, James, Rose said curtly, tromping into the shadow of the greenhouse. Sunlight shot blinding arrows from the glass walls. It's marvelous that you and Petra have this cosmic connection. Really, it is. And I'm just honest enough to admit that, quite frankly, I'm dead jealous of the both of you. It's all so bloody, tragically romantic that I can barely stand it. Worse, the fact that it's wasted on an emotionally constipated, immature clod like you. Rose, James interrupted. I kissed her. Rose stopped in her tracks, sliding a little in the slush. She turned around, eyes wide. In a tight whisper, she said, You didn't. Well, actually no. I didn't. She kissed me. He blew out a hard sigh and squinted in the reflected afternoon sunlight. It was the last thing I expected. It was. He shook his head, speechless at the memory. But you kissed her back, Rose confirmed, her eyes still wide. Of course, and then, I just held her for a while. Or, that might have come first. To be honest, the whole thing is almost too big to remember, it takes up too much space in my memory. He glanced quickly up at her again. But that doesn't mean it was only a dream. No, Rose breathed wistfully, an almost pitying look melting her features. That's the first thing you've said that convinces me it was actually real. Slowly, they continued on, rounding the greenhouse toward the entry. Mollified but suspicious, James said, and why is that? It's simple, Rose said, her tone wistful but condescending. You've been completely besotted with Petra for years now. Have you ever dreamed of kissing her before? James shook his head firmly. Never, of course not, Rose said, dropping her voice as they pushed into the relative warmth of the greenhouse and the chatter of gathering students. Dreams may toy with granting our wishes sometimes, but they don't tease us with the things we want most of all. If they did, we'd be too heartbroken by reality to ever wake up. James nodded a little uncertainly. They made their way to a collection of wooden folding chairs arranged before the potting table. Behind this, Hagrid was bustling and humming to himself loudly. But it does leave a lot of unanswered questions, Rose whispered as they settled into the front row. Like, what will happen to Izzy when Petra leaves this dimension forever? And why would the last shred of Voldemort in her blood want her to go at all? And maybe most importantly, what does Judith have to do with any of it? James began, then paused and mentally kicked himself. I didn't even ask her about Judith. Rose did a subtle but pointed double-take at him. She rasped, You didn't tell her that Judith cornered you on the lake outside Millie's home and warned you to stay away from her? James had told Rose about the encounter, if no one else, since Rose most seemed to understand the mad power and ongoing threat of the Lady of the Lake. Most others, if they knew of her at all, assumed that Judith had been destroyed during the debacle of the Morgan Web, over 2 years earlier. I was a little distracted, James whispered defensively, being zapped away to the gazebo in the first place, and learning that Petra's been in contact with Al for months, and then there was the kiss. James, Rose sagged helplessly, Zane Walker is right. You really are as dull as dishwater. You had a chance to ask the most important question of all, and you completely flubbed it. James blinked and frowned again. Zane said I was dull as dishwater? Not in so many words, but come on. He was whatever passed for the brains of you three before I came along. Now think, the only reason Judith warned you away from Petra is because she knows you don't want her to carry out her plan. That means Judith does want her to. And apparently so does the ghost of Voldemort's soul that lives in Petra's blood, otherwise she wouldn't be tapping into it for guidance and strength. So, the big question is obvious, isn't it? Why would the two most evil entities in the whole wide world want Petra to go through with her mission? James shook his head and slumped back in his wooden chair. It can't be that. Petra says that assuming the role of the Crimson Thread in that other version of reality is the only way to fix everything here in this one. There must be some other reason why Judith wants me to stay out of it. And another reason why the demented shred of Voldemort in Petra's head wants her to go through with it? Rose shook her head firmly. You're making the same mistake you always do, James. He glared back at her, suddenly perturbed. And what's that? You're so smart, Rose hissed, trusting people who don't always deserve to be trusted. Like Petra, James nodded, as if confirming a suspicion. Look, you don't know her like I do. Nobody does. Petra isn't a bad person, Rose acknowledged, the spark in her eyes unwavering. But that doesn't mean that she's always right, James. She can be wrong, just like you and me. Worse, she can be lied to. James had no response to that, not because Rose's suggestion made him angry, but because he had honestly never even considered it. Hagrid's voice boomed through the greenhouse, interrupting their hushed conversation. Settle down, yay a lot, and find a seat. We've got loads to cover today, so be ready with your quills and parchments. A ripple of surprise swept over the students, and then came the shuffle of knapsacks and bags as parchments, books, and quills were produced, balanced precariously on knees in the absence of desks. Professor Hagrid, Trenton Block said, raising a peremptory hand. We don't usually take notes in this class. Does this mean today's subject will be on a test later? Wouldn't ye like to know? Hagrid answered cagily, his beetle black eyes narrowing. Then, with a start, he straightened. Of course ye'd like to know. So, yes. Why, certainly there'll be a test. This is a class, innit? Apparently emboldened by Trenton's question, Ashley Doone spoke up from the back row. We've never had a test in this class before, Professor. Just practical examinations. I've stopped even bringing an ink and quill to the barn with me when I go. Yeah, Nolan Beetlebrick added, glancing around for encouragement from the rest of the class. And why this sudden move to the greenhouses for the rest of term? There's no magical creatures here at all. Just plants. Hagrid raised both of his huge hands as the class began to murmur. Barn menagerie is off limits until further notice. Nothing to be done about it. The barn's bein' cleaned up. Again. With dangerous potions and elixirs this time. Highly potent stuff, straight from Professor Heredefore's laboratory, don't you know? So no one's allowed in nor out until further notice, not unless you wanna grow yourself a third ear and a hinky punktail. James sensed Rose's sidelong glance. He slid an eye toward her and shrugged. Yeah, Hagrid went on, warming to the topic. As you know, I've had to ship off most of the menagerie's biggest and most dangerous beasts, in case any other muggles come wandering onto the grounds. Ridiculous, of course, but orders is orders, and these ones come straight from Minister of Magic himself. So there's no point in having class in there anyways, least until further notice. Yeah, that's about right, he nodded to himself with obvious satisfaction. And that's why I've asked Professor Longbottom to let us use the North Greenhouse for the rest of term, and he was gracious enough to say yes. So, today's lesson will be on ambermuggins, a species of mimicking penguin indigenous to only a single unplottable cavern in South Pole. Unlike other mimicking birds, such as common parrots, ambermuggin mimics only swear words and embarrassing scatological euphemisms, thus they're banned from polite society and even most dodgy magical zoos. An hour later, with pages of disjointed notes and a list of the ambermuggins' favorite vulgarities crammed into their knapsacks, the class filed muttering back out of the greenhouse, heading toward the castle and lunch in the Great Hall. James and Rose remained just inside the entrance, however, watching Hagrid as he bustled at the potting table again, humming too loudly to himself as he gathered his things. Finally, with a sweep of his huge coat, he rounded the table and tramped toward the door. And what, pray tell, he asked gruffly, are you both standing around for? I know for a fact that Professor Votary is expecting you in Ancient Ruins in half an hour. Rose put a hand on her hip. You're cleaning the barn again, Hagrid? Really? I won't hear nary a word about it, the half-giant said impatiently, waving both hands about his head as if to ward off a cloud of doxies. He pushed past James and Rose toward the door. You both mind your business and stay away from barn. Dangerous, it is. He pushed out into the cold and damp of the grounds with James and Rose following close behind. To James' surprise, Ralph was waiting just outside, leaning against the corner of the greenhouse. So what's in the barn, Hagrid? He asked, pushing upright as Hagrid began to stump across the unbroken snow toward his hut. Empty stalls and potion fumes, he called back. You've no idea how hard it is scrubbing up decades of hippogriff guano. Get yourselves off tea lunch now, and not another word. Actually, Ralph countered, I think we know plenty well how hard it is to scrub the barn, considering we just did that very thing with Filch back before the holidays. Hagrid scoffed. Yar, well what Argus Filch calls clean and I calls clean are two very different things. James was both annoyed and relieved that Ralph had joined them as they trudged along behind Hagrid. He still hadn't forgiven Ralph for blabbing to Millie about the breakup, and he was sincerely dismayed about Ralph's dueling performance against Professor Vaughn. But things just felt wrong when he and Ralph weren't on the same side. For the moment, he decided to let everything else go. Trotting to catch up to Hagrid, James said, Ralph here is head boy, you know. He would have heard about some big plan to quarantine the barn, wouldn't you? He glanced at Ralph meaningfully. Yeah, Ralph nodded. That's a need-to-know kind of thing, it is. As head boy, I should be keeping curious younger years away from the barn. If it's as dangerous as you say it is, of course. Hagrid only chuckled to himself as he strode through the snow, his boots leaving great, slushy plow prints. Well now, I appreciate offer, Mr. Head Boy, but believe it or not, I can secure a barn fine on my own. Already magically sealed place up, top bottom. He paused and drew out his pink umbrella wand, brandishing it with a twinkle in his eyes. I've come a long ways with my spell work since your parents' day. There's nary a soul getting in nor out of that barn until further notice. Pointedly, Rose asked, and just who might be trying to get out of the barn, Hagrid? Hagrid's face snapped shut like a mousetrap. Not another word, he said, stabbing a sausage-like index finger into the space between them, and then pointing it at the castle. Back to school with ya now. Without waiting, he turned around and pushed through the gate, striding into the front garden of his hut. This is about that dragon of yours, isn't it? Ralph called, following Hagrid into the yard. About that letter you got from Grop, talking about how Norberta's all tetchy because she can smell that male circus dragon on the wind. Rose put a hand over her eyes. Oh, no, she said, her suspicions rising. Hagrid, tell us you didn't run off and do something ridiculous without us, did you? The trio followed Hagrid to his door, where he stopped and turned around again, adopting a beatific expression of innocence. With deliberate calm, he said, the barn's being cleaned, that's all. I can show ya tomorrow if ya like. Apart from a few heffalumps and a cage of woolly woozles, that barn's as empty as Mother Carter's larder. If I do that, will it convince ya that there's nothing to be suspicious about? James glanced aside at Rose and Ralph, who looked unconvinced. He shrugged and suggested, "Why not show us now, Hagrid?" Hagrid's eyes flicked back and forth. "Well, 'cause I'm a busy professor, I am. And a lot have classes to get to. And like I said, 's not safe at DH moment. I ain't kidding about those cleaning potions. Right noxious stuff, that is." Ralph raised his eyebrows. "In other words, whatever is in there now will be moved by tomorrow, Gore." Hagrid protested, dropping his facade of calm and turning back to his hut. He unlatched the door and shoved it open. "Blimey. In all my years I can't say as I've ever met a bunch more doubtful, suspicious, or untrusting as." He took a step inside his doorway and then froze in place, halting as if he'd just spied an acromantula crouched on his dining room table. James, Ralph and Rose peered inside around the huge man, curious to see what had caught his attention. There was no acromantula. What they saw instead was, if anything, even more surprising. "It's..." Rose breathed, sticking her eyes around the shocking sight within. "It's also clean." It was true. For the first time in James' memory, perhaps for the first time in forever, the interior of the hut was absolutely and utterly spotless. The wooden floor gleamed with polish. The rafters were scoured free of their customary cobwebs and layers of greasy, sooty dust. The dishes and cups were stacked and shining in the hutch. Even the ashes of the fireplace had been shoveled and swept, revealing the bare bricks beneath. Trife, Hagrid's bull mastiff dog, sat up on the rug before the hearth, allowing his tongue to loll out in a happy, doggy grin. James was about to ask what had happened to the hut when the answer, such as it was, revealed itself. A pair of huge eyes opened beneath the table. Then, cautiously, silently, a house elf stepped out into the light. It was a female elf, and James recognized her immediately. The last time he had seen her had been in the living room of the Vandergrift's house in Blackbriar Quoit. She wore the glove that her former mistress had given her. It drooped loose on her thin arm, still stained with dried pudding. "I'm sorry, Master Hagrid," Hedlebun said in her thin, high voice. "I finished cleaning the barn already. So I came here instead. I do hope." Her eyes flicked around the hut, and then worryingly back to Hagrid, "that you don't mind?" Hagrid's plan, such as it was, turned out to be just as nuanced and subtle as one might expect from a half-giant who had once hidden a man-eating spider in a school cupboard, feeding it kitchen scraps. "So," Rose sighed heavily, her brow knitted as she sat at his huge table, a cup of tea long since cooled before her, "you're going to take your magical ship to the edge of London on the Thames, collect Norberta by night from Grop and Preachka, bring her back in the ship's hold, and then hide her in the barn until the circus leaves London, or you can arrange a new home for her." "No," Ralph said for the umpteenth time, his face brick red with impatient incredulity. "How many times do I have to say that this is all completely daft?" Hagrid covered his eyes with both of his enormous, ham-like hands and plunked his elbows onto the table. "I knows," he said miserably. "I knows it's daft. But what am I supposed to do?" He dropped his hands to the table and looked from Ralph to Rose to James. "Norberta can't stay in the mountains. She won't. You heard the letter, same as me. Grop and Preachka can't keep an eye on her, not with their own tribe dealing with muggles comin' onto their lands and all the stress of stayin' hid or getting ready to fight. Besides, the arrangement's already made. They'll be there with Norberta tomorrow night, in an old abandoned wharf, at 1:30 in the morning." Rose nodded, merely confirming the details. "And you've got a house elf helping you for some reason, because she can." She raised her eyebrows patiently. "Soothe the savage beast," Hagrid sighed, glancing aside at Hedlebun, who stood in the corner on her chair, her shoulders hunched, her bulging eyes alert, ticking from one speaker to the next. "Hedlebun is a beast speaker, miss," the elf offered, not for the first time. "Hedlebun learned it from her father, Betterim, who was in charge of our former master's stables, back when they had stables. So you can keep Norberta soothed and under control during the transfer." Rose nodded again, considering. "Since she'll be closer to the city, right close to the male dragon that she's been sniffing out for the past month. You have the ability to keep a Norwegian Ridgeback, who's in heat and smelling a male dragon, still and quiet within sight of a major muggle city." Hedlebun nodded without hesitation. "It's an elfish talent, miss, and Hedlebun is the best at it of her kind." "Well, that certainly is convenient," James huffed crossly, folding his arms over his chest. "James," Rose scolded. "Are you accusing this poor elf of lying?" "No," James sat up in his chair. "I'm accusing her of dumping a pudding all over Mrs. Vandergrift's head, all because she lost her job to a muggle. The lying bit is just a strong suspicion, not an accusation." A high, keening sound arose in the hut as James said this. He assumed that it was Hagrid's kettle preparing to whistle, and then realized, with some dismay, that the noise was emanating from the elf herself where she stood in the shadows. She was holding back a mounting wail of misery, but only just barely. Her lips trembled with the effort and huge, shining tears welled in her eyes, glistening in the firelight. "Oh, now look what ye have done, James," Hagrid reproached, reaching for the elf and patting her on one bone-thin shoulder, nearly knocking her over. There, Hedlebun. He didn't mean it." "Of course I meant it," James exclaimed. "I watched it happen. I barely stopped her from blaming it on one of the Muggle servants. Not that he didn't deserve it, being a right obnoxious Watsoak." "Well, maybe you should have let her," Rose countered. "The poor thing had lost her whole reason for being. Whole generations of her family have served the Vandergruffs, only to be swept under the rug in favor of paid help, Ma." Hedlebun suddenly burst out, no longer able to hold in her wretchedness. "Hedlebun is a bad ELF. Hedlebun ruined Mistress Tress. Hedlebun was dismissed from service because she is a horrible, terrible, nasty, awful house elf." To James' increasing dismay, the elf lunged and grabbed Rose's teacup, then smashed it over her own head. Even before the shards finished pattering off the walls, she swiped at James' own cup and repeated the action, smashing it to bits against her forehead and spattering cold tea in every direction. She reached next for Hagrid's stoneware mug, but Hagrid still had his fingers hooked into its handle. The elf only accomplished yanking herself off the chair she'd been standing on and collapsing beneath the table. James winced at the knock-tumble of her body as it hit the plank floor. A moment later, her wails resumed, only faintly muffled. "Hedlebun," Rose cried, scrambling from her chair and ducking under the table. A moment later, she collected the elf into her arms, cradling the spindly body as if were a kitten, and retreated to the hearth, where she turned back, tilting a baleful, warning eye at James. "Not another word," her gaze commanded. James crossed his arms again and frowned defiantly. The elf continued to wail. "Put Hedlebun down. Hedlebun is a horrid creature. Hedlebun deserves punishment." Wherever did she learn this? Rose raised her voice over the elf's wails, addressing the question to Hagrid. "Surely the Vandergriffs never beat her?" James shook his head disgustedly. "It's an act," he answered, half to himself, although he saw that Ralph had hurt him. "Got to be. She's not to be trusted." Ralph saw this as further evidence of his larger point. "This is all a load of cobblers. You can see that, right? There's nothing to be done about it," Hagrid declared, smacking the table with the flat of his hand, making the remaining dishes rattle. "Fare better or worse, the plan's going forward. Hedlebun and I leave tomorrow night at midnight. By the next morning, we'll either have Norberta in the barn, or I'll be in Azkaban." "Ralph," James said seriously, looking aside at his friend, "you're not going to, go to Headmaster Merlin or anything about this, are you?" Ralph drew a hand down his face miserably. "I should, this time. I really should, and you bloody well know it." Still holding Hedlebun's limp, hitching body in her arms, Rose said, "But you're not going to, are you?" Ralph glared at Rose fiercely for a moment, his jaw firm, and then sank back into his chair, defeated. "Of course not. I'm no tattletale. Not this time," James couldn't resist muttering. "That's good to know, Ralph," Rose sighed, laying Hedlebun gently on the hearthrug next to Trife, who sniffed her head, and then licked her drooping, bat-wing ear. "Because if you tattle, you can't be allowed to come along," Ralph sputtered, going rigid in his chair again. "Come along? I'm not coming along. None of us is." "Of course we are," Rose corrected him firmly. "We went over this when we translated the letter from Grob. Hagrid's like family to us. Has been since our parents were little. In fact, if James and my parents hadn't helped Hagrid out with Norberta back when she was still baby Norbert burning char marks on this very table, we wouldn't even have this problem, now, would we? Come to think of it, we're just finishing what they started." Ralph shook his head derisively. "You've been reading too much of Revelvier's books." "No," Hagrid commented with a shrug, "that part is all true. Professor Revelvier interviewed me special. There, you can still see the scorch marks from Norberta's first flames." He traced a finger along an old black stain and hitched a sniff. "Seriously," James said, trying to inject a note of calm rationality into his voice, glancing back and forth between Rose and Ralph, "you know Hagrid's right. If this goes all pear-shaped, we're not talking detention. We're looking at actual legal trouble, the kind that doesn't get fixed by a letter from our parents. James, you and I both know that they don't send school students to Azkaban for this sort of thing," Rose chided, lifting her chin. "But they do send adult wizards who already have tetchy legal records. If Hagrid goes through with his plan alone, I'm sorry, Hagrid," she offered the half-giant an affectionately stern look, "but you'll get caught. You and Hedlebun both." You'll go to Azkaban. And Hedlebun, I don't know what they do to house elves that break the law, but it's got to be even worse than losing your service." However, she turned her gaze back to James and Ralph again, daring them to argue with her. "If we go along to help, nobody will face any consequences at all, because we won't get caught." She met James' eyes and a ghost of a smile twitched the corners of her mouth. James tried not to smile back, but the moment he made the attempt, the task became impossible. Ralph glared at both of them in disbelief. "You're enjoying this," he exclaimed, shaking his head in dark wonderment. "Aren't you? You're both completely off your onions." Rose quelled her smile and approached Ralph. Putting her hand on the table near his, but not quite touching him, she asked, "Are you in, Ralph? We need you. We're not a team without you." Hagrid spoke up, "No, Ralph. I can't ask Yaya." He shook himself and glanced around at the others. "I can't ask any of Yaya to risk." "Of course I'm in," Ralph admitted, rolling his eyes and slumping onto his crossed elbows. "Who am I kidding? Oh, I'm the worst head boy ever." "Maybe you are," Rose agreed gently, placing her hand on Ralph's shoulder. "But that's exactly why we love you." 17. Conspiracy of the Dragon. Friday's schedule was unforgiving under the best of conditions, and much less so, James realized, when awaiting a midnight adventure that, despite Rose's purported confidence, could well end in monumental disaster. The morning began with a double astronomy class in the high tower classroom. The fire had been stoked against a late winter storm, making the room almost stiflingly hot as the ancient astronomy professor, Aurors Sinistra, droned on and on, calculating endless triangulation charts and plotting the orbits of planets, moons, and comets in her cracked, wispy voice. James leaned with his chin on his right hand, struggling to stay awake amidst the cloying warmth and the monotony of the lecture. Next to him, Ralph doodled aimlessly on his parchment, adding superfluous underlines, circles, and arrows to his half-hearted notes. James tried to imagine what they would find that night: Norberta hiding in an empty wharf warehouse on the edge of London, huffing the air impatiently between the nervous figures of Grop and Prichka. Who would be terrified themselves this close to the gleaming lights and noise of the city? How would the three of them get there in the first place? How would two giants sneak through the outskirts of a major Muggle metropolis, especially with a 40-foot dragon in tow? The whole affair seemed preposterous from top to bottom, and yet, James had to admit, at least to himself, that it was the very preposterousness of the mission that gave it an air of tantalizing, haphazard exhilaration. It had been over 2 years since James had been on any adventure more risky than a midnight sneak to the kitchens for a bag of crisps. He was due. And Rose, it seemed, felt exactly the same way. Ralph, of course, was having none of it. He groused about the plan under his breath the entire way to lunch, and then offered every conceivable worst-case scenario he could think up as they made their way to Alchemy. "What if Grop and Prichka can't control Norberta while they're waiting for us in the wharf?" he fretted, speaking quietly and rapidly as they walked. "What if we get there and Norberta's already escaped into London? Then I guess it won't be our problem, will it?" James muttered with a shrug. "We come home and read about it in tomorrow's Daily Prophet." Ralph shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with James' answer. "What if we get Norberta onto the ship and are spotted by, I don't know, a police boat or something? Spotlights everywhere, and shouting bullhorns, and people with badges yelling halt. Maybe we let Norberta take a swipe at them," James suggested, aiming for Zane Walker-style glibness. "If she gulps down one or two of them, the rest are bound to get the message and let us be." Ralph glared aside at him, obviously ill-amused. James wished Rose was along to rationalize away all of Ralph's concerns, but she was busy with her own classes until dinner time. Fortunately, alchemy and divination occupied the rest of the afternoon. Then, after a hurried dinner, Ralph announced his plan to return to the Slytherin dungeons for the evening, citing homework. James had a feeling that homework was the least of Ralph's concerns, it being Friday night, but was happy enough for a reprieve from the big boy's constant litany of frets about the upcoming mission. Leaving him at the banister, James whispered, "We meet just outside your common room at midnight, right? Hagrid will come unlock the moon pool beneath the lake." "Don't remind me," Ralph groused, tossing up his hands and barely resisting the urge to clamp them over his ears. "Like, seriously, don't remind me. I want to forget about this whole bleed-in plan." "No backing out now, Ralph," James prodded, leaning close to his friend. "Nobody knows when we'll need you and that unbeatable wand of yours." Yeah, Ralph rolled his eyes, reluctantly mollified. Then he added, "It sure didn't help me against Odin Von the other day." James glanced at the boy where he stood on the first step down. "I was going to ask you about that. You were like a force of nature. What got into you? Are you serious? Ralph looked up, meeting James' eyes with a piercing glare. You saw the way he was dueling. Where'd that come from all of a sudden? That isn't natural, and you know it. Something's up with him, and his wand, and everything about him. I checked up on him, you know. James had been about to comment on Odin Van's mysterious new dueling ability when Ralph's last statement caught him off guard. You did what? I checked up on him. Ralph repeated firmly. Something we all should have done before traipsing off to the world between the worlds on his orders. I sent a note to Dead Lupin over in Hogsmeade. James blinked at Ralph, realizing that his instinct, if not his suspicion, was dead on. Odin Van had indeed gone to school with Dead at one point, along with a few others they could have spoken to, such as Damien Damascus, Sabrina Hildegard, and the rest of the gremlins. He felt foolish for not thinking of the idea himself, but then shook his head, as if clearing it. Petra trusts Odin Van, and I trust her, he said. But you haven't liked him since you first clapped eyes on him, have you? So, what did Ted say? Not much good, Ralph said, and then sighed and glanced away. Not much bad, either. Apparently Odin Van kept to himself most of the time. A real bookish type, quiet, shy, the kind of bloke that hardly gets noticed by anyone other than the sort of bullies who sniff out people like that. He got pushed around a bit, according to Ted. He was never good with a wand, so much so that people teased him, telling him he was 3/5 squib, saying he could do better just to poke people with his wand for all the good it did him in a duel. James nodded reluctantly. That sure hasn't changed much, has it? He can barely get off a tickling jinx if the pressure's on. And there's no pressure like being bullied all the time in school. I don't know if he was bullied all the time, Ralph hedged, but apparently he felt like he was. That's partly why Petra made friends with him. Ted says that Odin Van and Petra were close from the moment they met, but he never thought anything of it. It was never a romantic thing. She was just a kid then. For her own part, she just seemed to feel sorry for Odin Van, especially when the older years gave him grief. They hung out in the library together mostly, since he could usually be found there surrounded by piles of books, almost like he was hiding behind them. Doesn't sound like much of a thing, James said with a shrug. That could have been you if Zane and I hadn't met you that first day on the train and drug you kicking and screaming out of your shell. He's smart, though, Ralph added, his face firm. That's what Ted remembers most. Scary smart when it came to potions and charms, any kind of magic he could do by himself, with no pressure. Ted says that Odin Van used to hang out in Flitwick's classroom for hours some nights, just writing out charms and spells, studying them, trying to modify them to make them more powerful or invent new ways of casting them. Flitwick himself apparently said Odin Van was his sharpest student ever, but Ted thinks even he was a little wigged out by the kid. He was too quiet and withdrawn to be that hyper-smart. Like, he'd be president of Igor House if he was an American, always secretly dreaming up crazy plans for how to take over the world. Can't hate a bloke for being smart, James observed. So what's your problem with him? Ralph shook his head, eyes narrowed. Well, for one thing, he sure isn't bad with a wand anymore. What happened to him all of a sudden? James shrugged. The question had occurred to him as well. I don't know. Practice, maybe, Ralph conceded doubtfully. But there's more to it than that. I can't put my finger on it. But I don't trust him. More, I think he knows it. And that's what makes me the most suspicious. Why? Because he's trying so hard to win you over. Ralph glanced up at James again, surprised. No. Because he's not trying to at all. A moment later, Ralph waved James goodbye and tromped down the stairs, clearly in a hurry. James watched him go, asking himself for the first time what Ralph might be up to at such an hour. It certainly wasn't homework. Was it something related to his suspicions about Professor Odin Van? More, was Ralph right to be suspicious? James shook his head, dismissing the question. It was only Ralph. He probably just had boring, tedious head boy responsibilities to attend to. Without another thought, James turned and ran up the ascending staircase, jumping the trick step and taking the rest two at a time. This would be loads easier if we had the invisibility cloak, Rose whispered as they skulked through the corridor at midnight, skirting the torches and ducking behind statues. I know, James said tersely. You can stop mentioning it. I'm only saying, Rose went on blithely, peering around the flank of a stone centaur. A true gremlin would have found a way to nick the invisibility cloak without his father knowing, just for situations like this. No other gremlin's dad is head of the Department of Aurors, James grumbled. Why are we stopping? The Slytherin common room door is just around the bend. Shh, Rose hissed, flapping a warning hand toward James, still peering around the statue. James held his breath and listened. A distant noise grew gradually louder, a sort of lilting rasp, a gravelly voice humming a very old tune that James knew from his grandmother Weasley's wireless programs, only this version sounded like it was being played on a broken kazoo in a hornet's nest. Glancing back, Rose mouthed, "Filch." She lunged back into the shadows, elbowing James aside. "Ow," James gasped. "Get off my foot." "Hush." Rose breathed urgently, elbowing him in the ribs. Footsteps accompanied the humming song now, shuffling closer, rounding the bend ahead. Amazingly, Filch seemed to have chosen the dungeon corridors to prowl tonight, and was headed right toward them. Then, worst of all, he began to sing. "Oh, I've got a girl, a beautiful girl, the sweetest girl ever could be," he wheezed under his breath, singing in an ear monotone. "And for that sweet girl, with raven dark curls, I'll buy her a diamond and tea." The old caretaker's voice came from just past the statue now. His shadow lengthened along the stone floor, swaying, accompanied by the scratch shuffle of his boots. Another shadow trotted alongside, and James' blood went cold. It was the ancient Kneazle cat, Mrs. Norris, sniffing the floor, her claws ticking and clicking lightly as she approached. Filch's foot came into sight just beyond the statue's stone plinth and Mrs. Norris stole ahead of it. She turned immediately, swinging the lamp of her green-gold gaze directly onto James and Rose where they hid. She opened her mouth to hiss at them, and then, another voice joined in with Filch's song, this one rough and booming, echoing from behind him, "And we'll dance, we two, in a big curlicue, by Th lighted Th Strawberry Moon." Filch's boot stuttered in surprise, and then scraped the floor as it withdrew, pivoting back around. Mrs. Norris, however, didn't blink or turn toward the newcomer. She closed her mouth and a high, feline growl coiled in her throat. "Rubius!" Filch called gruffly, covering his surprise with anger. "Gods, don't torture me with your singin'. What are you doing about it this hour?" James heard Hagrid's clumping footsteps and dared to relax ever so slightly. Next to him, Rose shooed silently at Mrs. Norris with her hands. The cat opened her pink mouth in a low yowl, showing all of her extremely pointy yellow teeth. "Can't sleep a wink," Hagrid answered mournfully. "It's Th full moon and the snowstorm. Too much white outside. Chases Th sleep clean away. Thought I'd come down to Th pool and work on Gertrude." "Ye gods," Filch moaned again in disgust. "How many times have I told you, you can't name a ship Gertrude? It's an embarrassment, it is." Hagrid seemed unperturbed. "Tell you what, Argus, I'll consult you afore I'll mean the next one. We'll both be dead and buried before you can afford another boat." That I'm certain," Filch wheezed. "Go on with you, then. I've got rounds to do." With Filch's back turned, Rose dared to aim a kick at Mrs. Norris. The cat flattened her ears to her skull and swiped at Rose's trainer, drawing a ragged slash with her claws. "'Sfortunate I came across Yaya, actually, Argus," Hagrid said suddenly, still unseen around the centaur statue. It seems I've come down to Th Dungeons without my ring key to the moon pool, fool that I am. Would Yaya mind?" Filch hemmed and hawed, grumbled and scratched at the rough flannel of his trousers. Then, James heard the sound of footsteps shuffling back down the corridor. "You'll forget your own head one of these days, I wager," Filch muttered. "Probably right," Hagrid agreed cheerily. "I suppose I left the ring with my keys in the greenhouse after class." Filch muttered, taking the hint. "Professor Hagrid." There was a faint jangle, then the clink and scritch of the ring key slotting into place. A clack of sliding bolts echoed down the corridor. Rose kicked at Mrs. Norris again, this time connecting with the old Kneazle's hindquarters. She spun, hissed, and battened onto the cuff of Rose's jeans with her foreclaws. Rose throttled her ankle desperately, trying to shake the cat off, but to no avail. For lack of a better idea, James drew his wand from his pocket and aimed it at the hissing animal. "A Cervespa," he whispered. The white lance of the stinging hex struck Mrs. Norris between her bulging eyes and she somersaulted backwards, paws and tail flailing. She writhed in midair and struck the floor facing backwards, her legs splayed, the fur on her back raised into bristling hackles. "Mrs. Norris!" Filch barked, raising his voice impatiently. "Come along now. We're not hunting mice this night." "True enough, Mrs. Norris," Hagrid chuckled. "'Smatter of fact, I'm fairly certain I saw some students making their way to the astronomy tower with mischief in mind. I called after 'em, but they don't fear me like they do the two of Yaya." "That's because you're a great ol' softy, Professor," Filch growled. "Come along, Mrs. We've got bigger fish to fry this night." Mrs. Norris shook herself, snapped her pink jaw at the air as if a cloud of gnats was circling her head, and then darted in a frantic circle, hissing at her own tail. The stinging hex had apparently scrambled the old cat's brain, at least for the moment. James couldn't quite bring himself to feel sorry for it. Finally, a little drunkenly, she trotted away, bumping the centaur plinth as she went. As James listened, still cramped into the statue's shadow with Rose, he heard Filch's shuffling departure as the old caretaker hurried back to the stairs, Mrs. Norris clicking along behind. Hagrid resumed his song, singing in a gruff baritone, "Unhappy we'll be, my princess and me, like the dish what run off with the spoon." James and Rose emerged from behind the statue and ran lightly to meet Hagrid, who looked back at them with no surprise, still singing the old song. When they joined him, he bowed his head and muttered, "Saw your foot kickin' it, told Mrs. Norris, Rosie." There was a chastising note in his voice. "She was about to get us caught," Rose whispered defensively. "All I did was try to shoo her away." James shot her with a stinging hex. She turned and raised her eyebrows at him. He glared back at her reproachfully. To change the subject, he asked Hagrid, "Did you really forget your ring key?" Hagrid chuckled dryly and brandished the emerald ring on his left hand. "Course not. But I had to get Argus away from Yaya somehow, didn't I?" He reached for the partially opened door to the subterranean pool, but it suddenly clunked shut of its own accord. A second later, the latch rattled and the door pushed open again, this time revealing the golden firelight of the Slytherin common room. Ralph bustled out, bumped hard into Hagrid, and nearly rebounded back inside again, dropping something as he did. It was a rubber duck, once bright yellow, now faded and dulled with fingerprints. He recovered, grabbed at it, and blinked guiltily up at the half-giant. "Sorry I'm late," he whispered, trying vainly to act nonchalant. "Mind if I bring along a little friend?" "What do you mean, a little friend?" James asked as the quartet hurried down the rough terraces of the subterranean lake. "That's your protean duck. Who do you need to send a message to?" Unlike the last time they were there, the air over the waves was icy cold, misted with snow crystals. The cavern waterway was fringed with a brittle crust of ice, but the inverted lake above was frozen completely solid, forming a bulging black depth, dense and inky as onyx. Hagrid's blockade runner, Gertrude, rocked low in the darkness, moored to a stone jetty. Waves slapped restlessly at its long hull. "Well, like you and Rose said," Ralph huffed, his breath forming gray clouds, "we can't afford to get caught, no matter what, so I sorta thought there'd be safety in numbers. And, well, I made arrangements." "Hold on," Rose said, turning around in front of Ralph and stopping him, barely, with a hand on his chest. "You made arrangements? What's all this?" Hagrid called, distracted, as he uncoiled the ship's rope from an iron bollard. "Yay, a lot comin' or what?" Ralph shifted nervously from foot to foot. "I just felt more comfortable with the idea of having a little backup is all." James narrowed his eyes. "Your protean duck?" Ralph tried to conceal the yellow rubber duck in his big hands. "No, not the..." "Look, it's nothing. Can we just get on with it?" "Let's take a look, Ralph," James said, reaching for the duck. Ralph pivoted and pulled the duck away, inadvertently placing it within easy grasping distance of Rose, who plucked it from his fist. "Don't squeeze it," Ralph warned, turning in alarm and raising both hands, but he was too late. "Grotty blighter," the duck's squeaky voice declared. Instantly, a burst of pale blue smoke exploded between Rose and Ralph. Out of it, a voice seemed to resolve out of immense distance, forming a single word, "Geronimo." And a figure burst from the blue smoke as if in full sprint, plowing into James and knocking him clean off his feet. He landed on the cold stone floor with the figure atop him, knocking the breath from his lungs in a whoosh. "Oh, off!" the newcomer exclaimed in James' ear. "Who'd I land on? No way the Ralphinator would go down that easy. Are you a bad guy?" "I was told there might be bad guys, Zane Walker?" Rose cried, her voice so high that it was barely audible. "How? What?" Ralph rolled his eyes and snatched the duck back out of Rose's hand. "I asked him by flu to be ready if we needed any help," he declared impatiently. "He was just supposed to be on standby in case we ran into trouble." "Brrr." Zane shivered, clambering off James and dragging him back to his feet. "Cold here. Where are we? Antarctica?" He was dressed in his zombie house uniform, but with the tie loosened and the sleeves of his shirt unbuttoned and flapping. "Good thing I wasn't having a swim in the gymnasium, eh?" James wheezed. "But how are you here? No one can apparate onto Hogwarts grounds." Zane straightened and hugged himself against the cold. "No apparition required. It's another experimental communications test project." He raised his right hand and pushed back his sleeve. A yellow symbol was printed neatly on the inside of his wrist. "Is that..." Rose squinted, and then pointed vaguely toward Ralph. "His protean duck tattooed on your arm?" Zane dropped his arm again. Does the phrase quantum chromodynamics mean anything to you? James merely stared at his friend. Me neither, Zane agreed. But old Stonewall's been yakking about it for months. Quarks and gluons, freons and peons, I don't even know. Point is, the ink in this here temporary tattoo is technomancically identical to Ralph's stuck. Squeezing it once causes the atomic waveform to collapse, bringing me here in an instant. I'll need to warn Raphael about that re-entry. Phew. You did explain it all to them, right? This last he addressed to Ralph. This just goes to show, Ralph said, glaring reproachfully at Rose, just because you see a duck, doesn't mean you should squeeze it. First rule of technomancy, Zane agreed sagely. From the jetty, Hagrid called quizzically, Walker? Is that you? What in purple blazes? Hi, Hagrid, Zane said, turning and sauntering to the ship. Nice place you have here. You don't happen to have a coffee maker aboard that thing, do you? Rose turned back to Ralph, planting her hands on her hips. What? Ralph demanded, shoving the protean duck into his coat pocket. He was just supposed to be a backup plan. I told him to be ready even though we probably wouldn't need him. James sighed. How much does he know about the plan? Almost nothing, Ralph said, sagging a little. He said he preferred it that way, and quoted something about crouching lions and hidden dinosaurs. That sounds like Zane. James nodded. And what sends him back, then? Rose asked, still glowering at Ralph. 2 squeezes of the duck. Rose jabbed out her hand, palm up, silently demanding the duck back. Hold on, James said, gently pushing Rose back a step. Now that he's here, he may as well come along. If he wants to. And of course he does. Are you serious? Rose demanded, turning her glare onto James. Is there anyone else you want to invite along? The Minister of Magic? Rig Mortis and the Stiff Tones, maybe? There's safety in numbers, James soothed, pressing Rose down toward the jetty, where Zane had joined Hagrid. Besides, it's Zane. He turned to Ralph and offered him a wink. Ralph nodded wryly. Hey guys. Zane called up to them, pointing at the gangplank as Hagrid levitated it into place. We're gonna go rescue a dragon. By boat. Pretty wild and crazy stuff, eh? Rose groaned. 5 minutes later, they stood on the bow of ship, blinking in the light of a single lantern and adjusting to the incessant sway and rock of the waves. Heddelbun was already aboard and waiting for them in the wheelhouse, nervously wringing her knuckly hands. Hagrid and Rose began bustling about the deck, tugging ropes taut and retying knots, closing and battening portholes, checking hatches, calling to each other in indecipherable boat jargon. They enlisted Ralph's help, since he was big enough to lug the coils of rope and swing the enormous booms. From James' vantage point, the ship looked nearly as long as the Quidditch pitch, but very narrow, divided along its length by a covered paddle wheel and the wheelhouse. 2 masts jutted up, one each from the bow and stern, festooned with rigging and limp canvas sails. So what's the name of this tub? Zane asked James, holding onto the railing for support. The Gertrude, apparently, James answered. Zane nodded. That's an atrocious name. Finally, something you and Filch agree on. Zane lowered his voice. So, what's the news from Petera? James glanced aside at his friend. Zane's American directness always took a few minutes to adjust to. He considered how to answer for several seconds as the boat rocked beneath them, Rose, Ralph, and Hagrid still calling to each other over the stern. Finally, he said, we kissed. Zane nodded slowly, meaningfully. That's sure not going to make things any easier, is it? James sighed and leaned against the bulkhead. And Merlin? Zane prodded. Any word from him since the world between the worlds? James shrugged. Nothing. I don't think he saw us at all. He was too busy with Petera. She ended up with the crimson thread from the loom, Zane recalled. But Merlin got her brooch. Do you think she'll leave this reality without it? James hadn't considered the question. The whole point of going to the world between the worlds was to capture back the symbolic thread, without which Petra couldn't hope to assume her new role in its native dimension. But he remembered now how quietly bereft she had been about losing her father's brooch. He shook his head uncertainly. I don't suppose it matters. She'll be leaving this world forever. All the more reason to take the most meaningful memento of all with her, Zane said with uncharacteristic gravity. Maybe Merlin knew what he was doing when he captured it. Maybe he sees it as a way to lure Petra to him. James wanted to agree, but couldn't. You haven't seen her lately. She's committed. She'll fight anyone who gets in her way, including any of us. And she has the worst sort of help imaginable. Both Judith and the shred of Voldemort in her blood seem to want her to go through with it. Zane cinched up the corner of his mouth and cocked his head in the thoughtful expression that James knew so well. But why would they want to help her? Judith especially? Petra is her toehold in our world. The only reason Judith can even exist here is because of the bargain that happened when Petra killed Izzy's mother. If Petra vanishes away to some other dimension, Judith has no host here. She vanishes away, too. Right? James shrugged. That's the theory, I guess. So I don't know why Judith would want her to go through with the plan. All I know is that she knows I don't want Petra to leave, and she warned me to stay away from her. Sounds like a no-win situation, doesn't it? Zane offered, studying James' face by lantern light. Either you lose Petra and Judith wins, or you win Petra and the whole world pays for it. James had nothing to say to that. He bowed his head and pushed a hand up into his hair, tugging at it. Beneath them, the boat suddenly seemed to surge forward, throwing both boys off balance. We've got time to make up, Hagrid boomed from the wheelhouse. Everybody inside or below decks. This is like to be a wee bit bumpy. Stumbling against the increasing momentum of the ship, James and Zane hurried to the wheelhouse, ducking in through the narrow metal door on its side. There, they found Ralph, Rose, and Hedlebun gripping a brass railing along a rust-stained rear wall. Before them, a console bristled with instruments, dials, and levers, dominated by an enormous ship's wheel. Hagrid stood before this, gripping the wheel's protruding handles and turning it this way and that with tense concentration. "It's a wee bit tight just through here," he muttered to himself. "Just out of curiosity, Hagrid," Zane asked brightly, moving alongside Rose and gripping the brass railing with one hand. "How many times have you done this?" Hagrid offered a quick sidelong glance. "How many times? Oh. Well now. Technically." He released one hand from the wheel, splayed his fingers, and counted silently under his breath before admitting, 0. Outside the expansive fore-window of the wheelhouse, the bow of the ship tilted and swayed, angling ponderously toward one of the giant tunnel throats that surrounded the subterranean lake. Engraved across a stone at its top was the word London. On either side, iron braziers held goblin fire torches. Their yellow light played over the black waves and glimmered in the spray that pulsed on either side of the Gertrude's prow. "I sorta figured that," Zane shrugged, firming his grip on the railing. The ship began to accelerate as it neared the designated tunnel. James realized that the lake water was funneling into the tunnel's mouth, drawing the ship steadily forward as it approached. Hagrid threaded the wooden wheel back and forth, muttering urgently under his breath. "Hold on, now," he announced, reaching forward and tugging a large lever down with a thunk. "I'm told this is where it gets a bit hairy." A resounding clank and a thud shook the entire ship. James gasped as the bow mast suddenly hinged ponderously backward like a falling tree, dragging its rigging with it in a series of twangs and whip-like whooshes. With a vibrating shudder, it folded over onto the wheelhouse, thumping into place, and James realized this was a necessary maneuver if they were to fit into the tunnel mouth without shearing the masts right off. The ship sped forward, tugged into the rushing current, and the tunnel yawned before them, as dark and featureless as a well. Then, with sickening speed, the Gertrude plummeted inside. James' stomach lurched slowly, inexorably, up toward his throat and he felt himself lighten in his shoes as the tunnel angled downward, drawing the rushing lake water into a roaring rapid, dragging the ship dizzyingly into its force. Hagrid kept his hands fisted on the ship's wheel, but now he seemed only to be hanging on for dear life, struggling to keep the ship steady and facing forward against the titanic momentum of the tunnel river. The only light was the lantern that swung from a post on the bow, now tilted backward and swinging, casting wild shadows in the pool of its dancing light. Dimly, spray erupted on either side of the Gertrude as its prow dug into the current. Droplets blew back and blattered the window like driving rain, blurring the view beyond, drumming loud enough to make speech nearly impossible. James wondered how long the journey would take. London was quite some distance away. And yet he had some idea that this was not, strictly speaking, a journey of mere miles. He sensed forces in play, compressing time and space into something teasingly plastic. The Gertrude rocked precipitously to starboard, riding the current as the river curved right. The hull shuddered and jounced, and James had the terrible suspicion that it was scraping the tunnel wall, grinding wood against stone. A few moments later, this happened again, but to the left, with the ship rocking hard to port and hanging there, compressing beneath the power of its own inertia. "How much farther, Hagrid?" Rose called, her voice a shrill ribbon against the shuddering roar and blat of spray on glass. "We're getting close," Hagrid boomed back, leaning to consult a large brass dial. James saw an ornate arrow on the dial shimmying close to a heading printed in white letters, "London, Thames. Will surface just around the Isle of Dogs, south of Canary Wharf." James was grateful to know that the rollicking journey was nearly over. He wondered briefly how Norberta would handle the voyage back. She would surely be terrified and cramped, lying low in the hold below decks. Then, James' eyebrows shot up as he realized what Hagrid had just said. "What do you mean?" he shouted to the half-giant. "That will surface." Hagrid struggled with the wheel, his ham-sized fists bunched on the protruding handles. Like the Durmstag's back during the Triwizard Tournament, he bellowed. "We burst up to the surface. Don't ask me how it works. As you know it does." The tunnel suddenly slanted upwards at a steep angle, forcing James' knees to buckle. The river ahead compressed and narrowed, beginning to roar up over the bow in clapping waves, closing over it. The lantern snuffed out, leaving nothing but perfect blackness, violent motion, and deafening noise. "But Hagrid," James cried, struggling to be heard over the din, "the Thames is frozen right now. First time in a decade. The surface will be as hard as stone." It was too late to do anything about it. James didn't even know if anyone heard him. He felt small hands grasp onto his trouser leg and realized that it was Hedlebun groping in the dark for something to batten onto. When the bow struck, it hit with such force that every window shattered. Hagrid rammed against the wheel hard enough to splinter and snap it in two. James, Rose, Ralph, and Zane flung forward, stumbling headlong against the console and its array of dials and instruments. Shattered glass and freezing water sprayed in every direction, filling the air and peppering James' hair and face. Blue light bloomed over the ship as it arrowed up, and then, as its momentum exhausted, fell slowly forward, tilting down, as if it were falling right over the edge of the world. Finally, with a thudding slam, it smashed flat onto a heaving expanse, rocking, groaning deep in its hull, and crunching against some brittle, ragged obstruction. James flung pebbles of glass and ice from his hair and grappled upright against the console. Cold air blew in through the broken window, carrying a freight of fluffy snowflakes and the unmistakable city smells of rotting rubbish, factory exhaust, and dead fish. Huge chunks of ice slid back and forth on the Gertrude's bow as the ship rocked, slowly coming to rest. Beyond this, James recognized the hulking shapes of warehouses and dark freighters looming in the fog. The Thames was indeed frozen over, forming a pale blue highway marbled with white, except for the scarred black hole that the Gertrude had smashed through. "Holy hinky punks," Zane breathed, steadying himself next to James. "I bet that was even better than the Aquapolis bubble tube you told me about." He considered this, and then shrugged. "Or worse, depending on your perspective." "Worse?" Ralph moaned, clutching his head. "Definitely worse." "Everyone all right, then?" Hagrid said, climbing clumsily to his feet and brushing broken ice from his shoulders. "Rosie? You okay?" "I think we're going to have to realign the rudder," Rose said breathlessly, shaking the hair out of her face. That is, it's still there." James glanced down in weary annoyance. "We're here. You can let go of my leg now." Hedlebun turned her enormous eyes up to him in surprise, as if she'd forgotten where she was. Then, sheepishly, she released her death grip on his shin and backed away, her ears drooping. "Well then," Hagrid sighed briskly, clapping his hands together. "I guess we won't have to remember where we parked, now, will we?" The damage to the Gertrude was much more visible from the ice of the Thames as they descended via Hagrid's folding gangplank. Rose stalked fretfully along the jagged edge of the frozen hull, ignoring the precarious cracks and fissures, muttering to herself. Inside the hull, now surrounded by gently heaving chunks and shards of pulverized ice, the ship looked as if it had been squeezed in a giant fist. Sprung planks and splintered decking were evident from stem to stern, and the once sleek length of the hull now seemed to have a distinct and troubling angle to it, causing the bow and stern to point slightly up out of the water. While the midship waterwheel and boathouse rode much lower in the waves than was exactly comfortable to James' eye. "What were the odds, eh?" Hagrid said with a shrug. "This river freezes over, every few decades. And it just had to happen this year, of course." He seemed to view it as a mere humorous aside, rather than a potentially debilitating stroke of fate. "We lost the bow mast," Rose called, her voice thin with distance as she rounded the front of the ship. "And the bowsprit and masthead? The rudder is hanging on by a toothpick, but that's sort of academic, since the wheel is smashed in two." Behind Rose, Hedlebun slunk along closely, wringing her hands, glancing around as if trying to see in every direction at once. The house elf appeared exquisitely uncomfortable this close to the Muggle city. "We can reparo most of that," Hagrid soothed, keeping his voice low over the expanse of ice. "And what we can't, we likely don't need, at least fare the journey back home." "It'll be fine, Rosie. We can't reparo what's been torn off under the ice," Rose said, clearly struggling to control her exasperation. "But assuming enough bits of the window glass are still scattered around the deck, we should at least be able to seal up the wheelhouse and mend the wheel. We may get back home, but just barely. Assuming there are no other unexpected disasters along the way." Zane clapped Rose lightly on the shoulder. "That's the spirit, Rosie." She gave him a withering glare. James knew that it was a short list of people who could get away with calling his cousin Rosie, and Zane Walker was not one of them. Ralph shook his head at the wounded ship, eyes wide. "Thanks, but I think I'll take a cab home, if you don't mind." "It'll be fine, Ralph," James said, not fully believing it himself. "We've rode in worse." Probably." With some effort, he turned the big boy around and the group began to cross the ice, heading into the shadow of a ramshackle pier in the extravagantly derelict hulk of a warehouse beyond. The rusty walls and roof of the structure sagged ominously. The windows were enormous square sockets, fogged with grime wherever they weren't broken and gaping like shocked eyes. The decrepit building made even the bedraggled Gertrude look like a showroom model by comparison. "If all went well," Hagrid said, boosting Rose onto the pier from the ice, "Groppy and Preachka should be awaiting just inside, along with Norberta. We'll get her out, onto the ship, and be home before the clock strikes 2. Gropp and Preachka can be on their way back to the mountains under cover of darkness." "Neat as can be." Shivering as he climbed a metal ladder onto the concrete pier, Zane said, "Your optimism is an inspiration to us all, Hagrid." Hedlebun stole from shadow to shadow, her huge eyes bulging as she took in the unfamiliar sights. Rusted barges lined the pier, locked into the ice and loaded with gloom. Snow swirled and wafted all around, clouding the air and forming ghostly halos around the security lights that lined the pier, erected on leaning wooden poles. Hagrid paused just outside the range of the nearest lamp and raised his right arm. In his hand he held aloft what appeared to be a cigarette lighter. He clicked the button on its barrel and the security light winked out. In a low voice, James asked, "Where'd you get a deluminator?" Rose answered smugly, "I liberated it from Dad's dresser over the holidays. That's how a gremlin does things." "Feel free to take notes." Hagrid used the deluminator to snuff the remaining lights along the pier one by one as the troop made their way along. They climbed ramps of iron stairs to higher levels, and then followed a length of broken pavement toward a line of enormous bay doors. Every door was closed and locked with a rusted chain and padlock, except for the door at the very end, which was wrenched up and badly dented, its chain dangling and swinging in the low, whistling wind. "That's the one, then," Hagrid nodded, clumping closer to the looming warehouse. Keeping his voice low, he added, "Stay close now. And keep quiet." Hugging himself and huddling next to Hagrid, Zane asked, "How do we know they're in there?" As if in answer, a huge, grating noise shook the warehouse. The metal doors rattled on their tracks and a few remaining windows tinkled, shattering in their frames. A burst of yellow light briefly illuminated the darkness inside, dissipating into orange flickers. "Either that's them," James gulped, "or the boundaries of the magical world are way worse off than we thought." Hagrid crept into the shadow of the open bay door. Inside, just visible in the gloom, was a cavernous space surrounded by banks of high windows. A lacework of struts and girders crowded the upper reaches. From these hung complicated machinery that James assumed had, at one time, operated cranes for moving cargo. Hagrid's voice was an echoing rasp in the darkness as he called, "Groppy?" Another grating grunt filled the space, and James smelled the familiar chemical reek of dragon breath. A burst of yellow flame illuminated the pocked concrete floor, piles of old shipping crates, the carcass of a lorry propped on blocks, and 3 dark bulks hiding behind it. "Groppy," Hagrid cried, relieved, and hurried toward the lorry, the others following close behind. "Preachka. And sweet Norberta. You made it." James' feet gritted on the broken concrete floor as he hurried to stay close to Hagrid, but he faltered as the giants stepped out from behind the lorry. He'd forgotten what it was like to be in close company with such gigantic people. Gropp's head peered over the lorry's cab, his hair as thick and matted as a thicket of briars, his quaffle-sized eyes glimmering reflections of the high windows. Preachka, however, dwarfed even him. Looming amidst the girders high overhead, her head looked impossibly small on the mountainous bulk of her shoulders. When her feet came down on the concrete floor, it cracked and buckled. The rafters shook, sifting thick dust down onto the smaller people below. Gropp spoke with slow emphasis, in what he clearly thought was a careful hush. "Brother Hagrid." Gropp and Preachka hide, but Norberta loud. "Norberta smell other dragon and sea of light." There. Hagrid reached and patted his half-brother on the elbow. "Yea, done well, Groppy." "Both a yea. We'll take Norberta from Hedlebun?" But Hedlebun, James noticed, was already about her work. The tiny elf had ducked under the derelict lorry and was now whispering to Norberta, who lowered her huge serpentine neck to listen. The dragon's breath, which had been short and chuffing with anxiety only moments before, now came in slower, longer gusts, with less reek of brimstone. James couldn't make out Hedlebun's words. He couldn't even tell if she was speaking a language he understood. But Norberta comprehended well enough, and that was all that mattered. A coil of tension unwound from James' shoulders, and only in its absence did he realize just how worried he had been about the prospect of leading Norberta back to the ship. The ground shook as Preachka lowered to one knee behind the lorry. Impatiently, she pushed it like a toy, making room for her bulk. The lorry rocked as it slid on its blocks, scraping and crunching along the concrete floor. Zane had to leap backward as it reared precipitously near him. "Preachka afraid," the giantess said, and the low throb of her voice caused more windows to rattle and shatter around the dark warehouse. She put out her hand and Hagrid reached up to take it. His fist was just big enough to grip the end of her grubby index finger, and yet he held it as if she was a child, and then kissed the back of one huge knuckle. "Yaya can follow the same path back home that you took here, can't Yaya?" Hagrid asked, looking up at her shadowy bulk. James knew that giants had a special sense that allowed them to retrace their steps perfectly. And yet Preachka looked troubled. Carefully, Grop said, "We come back to Old Cave Home now. We live by Brother Hagrid at Hogwarts." James glanced back at Hagrid in time to see the color fade from his cheeks. "Now we talked about this, Groppy. Yaya can't come to Hogwarts. It's not allowed, remember? Why, they've made me send away even my last few Scroots. What would Headmaster Merlin say if he learnt Yaya too was back living in the Forbidden Forest?" "Grop and Preachka be quiet," Preachka said, raising her index finger to her lips in a gesture of solemn secrecy. The timbre of her voice could be felt through the soles of James' shoes. "Headmaster never know." Hagrid was shaking his head sadly. "I'd love nothing more, loves. But we just can't do it. Yaya have to go back to the mountains. Your tribe needs Yaya. And Yaya need them. It'll be all right. Maybe, when all of this vow of secrecy business is cleared up, why I can make arrangements for Yaya to come and visit then. How would that be, eh?" He gave the giants an attempt at a grin. Grop and Preachka looked at each other and seemed to commune for a long moment with their eyes. Finally, Grop looked down again and said, "Okay, Brother Hagrid." Hagrid sniffed, and nodded, and collected himself. "That's good, then." Perking up a little, he said, "So, Yaya both remember how to summon the hide and charm I sent Yaya, right? Do Yaya still have it with Yaya?" Grop reached up and rummaged in the thick burlap of his collar, retrieving something hung about his neck on a hank of rope. James was surprised to see that it was an old automobile tire, threaded right through the center like a ring. "We hide when hear people," Grop said. "Like this." He squeezed the tire between his thumb and forefinger and muttered, "Obscuro." Nothing happened. Both giants remained exactly where they were, and yet, somehow, James' eye refused to see them. Where Grop hunkered, James instead seemed to sense a huge gray trash bin half buried in plastic bags of rubbish. Where Preachka knelt, he perceived a rusting water tower on thick iron supports. "That's a camouflage talisman," Zane exclaimed. "Maybe the best I've ever seen." "Hagrid," Rose said, clearly impressed. "Did you do that? Now don't go acting all surprised." "Yay a lot," Hagrid answered, stifling a smile of sad pride. "Just cause I teach Kara magical creatures doesn't mean I forget how to use a wand. It's just a little something I whipped up for their journey here and back. Couldn't expect 'em to travel without any kind of magical help, could I?" He glanced tentatively at Rose and added, "Do you really think it's a good one?" "It's excellent, Hagrid," she nodded, still squinting at the disguised giants, trying to see them. "Whoa," Ralph said, backing away. "I think they're moving, but I can't really tell." James glanced up and was alarmed to see what appeared to be the trash bin tilting up onto its end as its rubbish bags rolled and clustered all around it, forming and reforming into new piles. The water tower leaned on its iron supports, which creaked and moaned with the sound of wrenching metal. "Give her another squeeze, Groppy," Hagrid called up, cupping his hands to his mouth. "I could only pump so much magic into that tire. Save it for when Yaya need it, why don't Yaya?" A moment later, the disguises blinked away and James could once again recognize the monstrous shapes standing in the dusty gloom. Hagrid nodded in relief. Ralph announced, "We should be off, then, right?" "Before I freeze might took us off," Zane agreed. "Not that this hasn't been a great time. Seriously. Let's do it again next week." Hagrid called to Hedlebun, "Is Norberta ready to go, then?" Hedlebun paused and raised her head, her huge ears pricking up. "We're ready," she said, her voice very tiny after the boom of the giants. Hagrid said his goodbyes and allowed the giants to leave first. Their hulking forms blocked out the blue night glow as they lumbered through the broken bay door. Within a minute, the subaudible thump of their footsteps blended into the constant thrum of distant traffic. They were gone, wending their way carefully back into the outlying villages, and the mountains beyond. "They'll be safe," Hagrid whispered, staring hard at the empty bay door. "Making their way back home. They'll be just fine, won't they? James realized that Hagrid was trying to convince himself as much as anyone else. Rose put her hand on Hagrid's shoulder where he hunkered in the dark. Of course they will. You equip them. And they're smart, in their own way. For giants, James thought, but didn't say. After all, Hagrid himself was half giant, and he had conjured one of the best camouflage talismans James had ever seen. Hagrid nodded decisively. Right then, he whispered, and tossed a glance back toward Heddelbun and the coiled shape of Norberta. Let's be away, then. Herding James, Rose, Ralph, and Zane ahead of him, the hay giant led Norberta out through the open bay door and down the broken asphalt of the drive. Snow filled the air in a million fluffy flecks, sketching the shape of the wind as it surrounded the warehouse, scoured the pier, and escaped over the wasteland of the frozen Thames. James glanced back, curious, and saw Heddelbun riding atop Norberta's head, bent low to her ear, whispering incessantly. With one hand, she patted the great dragon on the bunched muscles of her jaw. Norberta followed Hagrid as if in a trance, her head low and sweeping over the pier, her feet lifting and falling like a cat stalking through a garden, making no noise whatsoever. Silently, the troop threaded past the ice-locked barges and down to the frozen surface of the Thames. The Gertrude was barely a low, sleek shape amidst a panorama of drifting grey. Beyond this, London itself was merely a dull throb and a watercolor fog of lights. Easy now, Hagrid muttered nervously as Norberta settled her weight onto the frozen river. The ice groaned precipitously but held firm, at least for the moment. In a ragged line, with Ralph in the lead and Norberta following behind, the group began to trek toward the black hole in the ice where the Gertrude rocked. Waiting, shivering but still chipper despite his hushed voice, Zane asked James, "So where'd you guys find the Dragon Whisperer, Heddelbun?" James shook his head. "She was a house elf in Millie Vandergrift's house. Got sacked just this past holiday after spending her whole life there. Somehow Hagrid got hold of her when he found out she'd lost her service and knew how to keep beasts calm. Pretty lucky, I guess." "She got sacked?" Zane frowned. "I thought that hardly ever happened." "What for?" James sighed. Ahead of them, the Gertrude unsheathed slowly from the fog. The folding gangplanks stretched out to the ice, tilting and creaking with the movement of the ship. She was mad and desperate about losing her work to a load of Muggle servants. She tried to sabotage them into getting sacked, but got herself caught and sacked instead. It was me that caught her, in fact. I was there for the holidays with Millie." Zane turned to glance at James, his brow lowering. "And you all trust her?" he asked, his voice suddenly incredulous. James opened his mouth to reply, but a sudden commotion from behind startled both boys. "Whoa!" Hagrid bellowed suddenly. "Norberta!" "Whoa!" With a sound both low and terribly huge, the ice cracked beneath James' feet, as if something very heavy had just pressed hard down on it. He felt the motion as the frozen expanse pitched, throwing him off balance. Zane grabbed his arm, keeping him upright, but just barely. Something buffeted overhead and the sky was momentarily blotted by a huge black silhouette. Dark wings whomped through the air, and suddenly, deafeningly, a roar broke over the ice. It was deep, long, and ululating, seeming to make the very snowflakes shiver in their course. This, James immediately knew, was no restrained bark of nervous energy. This was a full-on roar of hectic release. Norberta couldn't properly fly, James remembered, only glide short distances due to an old wing injury. She swooped over him and closed on Ralph, her shadow covering him as she lowered, scrabbling at the air, her claws swinging down toward the cracked ice. "Ralph!" Zane cried, but the boy had already turned around. His eyes bulged in terror as the great beast bore down on him. Instinctively, he threw himself flat just as the dragon crunched down, rebounding from the ice with all four powerful legs, and lunging back into the air again even as the frozen river shattered beneath her weight. Ralph scrambled to hold on, now captive on a heaving chunk of loose ice. Hagrid ran past on James' right, still bellowing, leaping clumsily over widening cracks. Rose was close behind, running more nimbly, even as her boots slipped and scraped. Norberta pumped her wings, lofted through the air, and kicked off again, this time from the deck of the Gertrude, tearing up planks and rigging with her claws. One wing walloped the air, the other, slightly out of sync, limped faintly, tugging her off course. Her swooping form was wreathed in swirls of snow, and James could just make out the shape of Heddelbun as she leapt from the dragon's head, grabbed onto the rear mast of the Gertrude, and swung up to perch on the furled sail. "Elf work is for elves," she called, her voice suddenly firm, as high and ringing as a trumpet. "Spread the word. This is just the beginning. Elf work is for elves, or the Muggle world will pay." James slid and stumbled to a halt as the shattered ice broke up before him. Norberta roared again, and the echo of it pealed over the Thames like thunder. With a wrench and screech of metal, she landed on the unmistakable shape of a tower bridge, clawed up to the top of its south stone tower, and coiled there, her tail whipping about her flanks, her wings raised and flexing for balance. She raised her neck, hinged open her jaw, and sent a gout of flame high into the snowy clouds. Yellow light filled the world like a beacon, illuminating every falling snowflake, glinting from bridges' suspended walkways. On the roadway below, cars squealed and tires screeched. The noise of crashing metal and terrified screams was unmistakable even through the dark distance. Then, with a sinewy lunge, Norberta launched again. Her wings caught the air, wumped down, and she swooped into a long, low arc, descending into the foggy glow of the city, where she was met with distant blares of horns and crumps of colliding metal. James could barely believe what he was seeing. Zane scraped to a halt next to him, weighing down the giant chunk of ice they floated on and grabbing James' shoulder for support. Norberta, Hagrid bellowed, standing in silhouette on a heaving floe ahead, his legs splayed. Next to him, Rose clutched onto his coat for dear life. Norberta, come back. James turned, realizing that the force of the river had already carried them some distance away from the Gertrude. Frantically, he scanned the rigging and masts, looking, but there was no longer anything to see. She's escaped, Zane gasped hopelessly, still clinging to James for support. We'll never see that little traitor again. A heavy shape slid up against James' legs as the ice bobbed, allowing black water to bubble up over its edge. He buckled and fell backwards onto the object, which let out a hoarse oof. It was Ralph. I really do get tired, he wheezed, rolling onto his back on the ice and throwing James off of him, of being right about these things.